This is ChestertonRadio.com.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at ChestertonRadio.com.
Army, with two humiliating defeats handed to Notre Dame in the past 2 years, the Irish are itching to get back at him. 2 years ago, Army beat Notre Dame 59-0 in this very stadium. Last year, Army beat Notre Dame 48-0. And the Fighting Irish have come into this game unbeaten and swearing they're going to get vengeance this afternoon. As for Army, they've still got the touchdown twins of Blanchard and Davis. It's an unbeaten cadet team, one of the finest to ever roll westward from West Point. So these two teams getting all ready to kick off to each other. In just a second, the Yankee Stadium, and the sun is shining down for the moment now. The sun is trying to peek through the gray clouds as the game will just about get underway in roughly some 30 seconds. Unbeaten Army tackling unbeaten Notre Dame from the Yankee Stadium in New York City, and the place is literally jumping. It's jam-packed. There are 75,000 people in attendance at the moment. You couldn't get another person in here with a shoehorn. The crowd came early to watch the cadets march in. They're already in. They're seated. 1,000 of the student body from Notre Dame came on from South Bend, and their cheers are reverberating throughout the autumn air. It's going to be Notre Dame kicking off, Army receiving. Army wins the toss and likes to receive, and Army is going to defend the eastern goal. They have the wind a little bit at their back. What little wind there is, but it isn't enough to help or to hinder. So it'll be Notre Dame kicking off, Army receiving, and holding for Notre Dame. Holding will probably be Lou Jack. And kicking for the Irish will be George Connor, a transfer from Holy Cross. And the game is just about to get underway. So settle back for an afternoon as unbeaten Army hits unbeaten Notre Dame. Both swear they're going to win today. And the ultimate winner undoubtedly will be the national champion after this game is over. Referee, Ronnie Barnum. He speaks to both captains and says, "Are you ready?" Just as though somebody told all 75,000 people to get up, get off their, well, just get up off the chairs. They all stand up and wait for this kickoff to rocket off the ground into the air. Army and Notre Dame, the Yankee Stadium, the temperature down in the 50s. It's a cold day, and that's a break, incidentally, for Army. It means the plate could keep his first team in most of the afternoon. He wanted to do it. Deepest for the Army are Blanchard and Davis. They're standing all the way back on the Army goal line. Holding for Notre Dame will be Johnny Lou Jack. Game is a little bit delayed, getting underway. The crowd has surged down onto the playing field. The police are beating them back. They got them back now. The kickoff will be coming in just a moment. The sidelines are jam-packed with humanity. George Connor comes forward. The game is underway, and the kick is up in the air. It's rolling down all the way to the Notre Dame 20-yard line. It's taken on the 20 by Arnold Tucker. He's up to the 25, up to the 30, up to the 35. Stays on his feet, goes to the 40. He goes all the way up to the Army 45-yard line before he's finally brought down. Arnold Tucker, quarterback of Army, carries the ball from the Army 20 up to the Army 45. He hurdles right through the center of the Notre Dame line. Notre Dame onto the defense, Army onto the offense. 1st and 10 for the cadets. Terry Brennan back in semi-safety position. He's starting at left halfback for Notre Dame. Backfield is Lou Jack, Sitko, Mello, and Brennan. That's the starting Notre Dame backfield. Army in their T formation. In motion this time is Glenn Davis. Ball is given to Blanchard. Blanchard into the center line. He fumbles the ball. The ball's rolling around, and it's recovered by Army. Barney Poole, left end of Army, recovers on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. Glenn Davis fumbled that ball. He had handled it to Blanchard. Blanchard let it slip out of his hands for a minute. He tried to heave a lateral to Davis. Davis couldn't get his mitts anywhere near the ball. The ball squirted away from him, and Barney Poole, the left end of Army, recovered. So it's still the cadets' ball in the first fumble of the afternoon. Ball has been advanced on that play. Approximately 6 yards. Call it a fumble play, if you will, but it counts. 10 seconds of playing time have gone by in the first period of the game from the Yankee Stadium, and Army is down in the Notre Dame territory thanks to a recovered fumble made by Army and recovered by the cadets. In motion this time is Rip Rowan going out to the left. Ball is given this time to Glenn Davis. Davis into the center of the line, and he gains very little. Hands it to Blanchard. There is very little gain on that play. Johnny Mastrangelo, the right guard of Notre Dame, comes in to make that stop. Actually, there was no gain on the play, but there's going to be a penalty. The red flag was dropped, the red handkerchief, and it looks like it's a penalty against Army. Looks like it is a penalty against Army for holding, which, if true, will be a 15-yard penalty. Referee is in now talking to the captain of the Army team. That's Johnny Lou Jack, asking him what he wants to do. Ball is resting on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. Here comes the penalty against Army. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 yards holding on Army. Army is set all the way back to their own 36-yard line. So Army had the ball a moment ago, 2nd and 4 on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. Thanks to that holding penalty, they now have the ball 2nd down and 18 yards to go. Make it 19 to go. Before they needed, in the 15, they just got penalized. Rowan deployed way out to the left. In motion this time is Blanchard. The ball is given to Davis. Davis comes over the short side of his line. He reaches the Army 40-yard line, goes to the 41. He's knocked down on the 41 by Johnny Lou Jack, Terry Brennan, and Jim Mello. All bring him down. That'll bring up the third down and still leave 13 yards to be gained. Army's ball. They picked up enough yardage for a first down, but they were penalized at 15 yards when they were detected holding. And so this game, with now almost 2 minutes of having gone by in the first period, finds the score Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. And Notre Dame is playing a 5-man line with 3 men backing up that line. Davis and Blanchard doing the ball carrying to date. It is 3rd and 13. The Cadets' ball deployed way out to the right as Rip Rowan in a wide-open formation. Tucker behind the center in the tee. In motion this time is Doc Blanchard. Ball goes back to Glenn Davis. He throws a lateral out to Blanchard. Blanchard is hit as he catches it. He's thrown for a loss. He's dropped back on the Army 39-yard line by George Strohmeyer, roving center of Notre Dame. A completed lateral tossed by Davis, caught by Blanchard. No gain on the play, a loss of 2 yards. It'll be 4th down coming up now, 16 yards to go. Army's ball, and back in safety position for Army. On the right is Emil Sitko. On the left is Terry Brennan. 2 safety men, and they're standing back on the Irish 25-yard line. In punt formation for Army is Glenn Davis. All-American Davis is standing back on his own 27. He'll boot from the 30. Army's in punt formation. It's 4th and 16. Here's the kick. It's up in the air. It's coming over towards Terry Brennan. Brennan is signaling he's going to take it. He lets the ball bound all the way down to the Notre Dame 20-yard line. And it's stopping on the 20. Terry doesn't even try to handle it. Terry Brennan very wisely realizing that he has to take a dangerously bouncing ball and try and run it up the field if he can get his mitts on it. Elects to let the ball roll. Actually, it didn't roll more than 2 or 3 feet after it hit the ground. Notre Dame ball, 1st and 10 on the Irish 20-yard line. Notre Dame out of the huddle. Army playing a 6-man line. 2 men backing up that line. Notre Dame in the T formation. Jim Mello in the fullback spot this time. He's deployed out wide to the right. Ball goes to Terry Brennan over to Emil Sitko. Sitko goes from the 21 to the 22 and then it's knocked back to the 20-yard line. I don't think there was any gain on that play. Emil Sitko moves it forward to the 20-yard line. He fumbles and was hit. Army recovered on the Notre Dame 23-yard line. Sitko fumbled and Army recovered on the Notre Dame 23. It's Army's ball down on the Notre Dame 23-yard line. As Sitko, as he plowed into that line, let the ball get away from him. And Jimmy, the center of Army, recovered for the Cadets. Here's a running play. The ball is passed out to Doc Blanchard. He's going around the left side of his line. He's stopped for a loss. He started from the 27. He just about got back to the 26, but remember the line of scrimmage was the 24. So on that play, there was a loss of 2 yards. I hope you can follow this rapid fire. It has to be rapid. So much is happening. Notre Dame's Emil Sitko in the first running play for the Fighting Irish fumbled. As he came through the center of the line, he had passed the 22. He fell forward to the 24. The ball squirted away from him. Gene Nina, center of Army, fell on it. It was Army's ball. On the first running play, Doc Blanchard tried to skirt around his own left end, and he lost 2 yards. So it is now 2nd down coming up, 12 yards to go. Army's ball down on the Notre Dame 27-yard line. Army out of the huddle very quickly now. This is a golden opportunity for the Cadets. In motion this time is Davis. Tucker throwing a quick pass out to Davis. He's down to the 20, stays on his feet, and he's back down to the 19-yard line. Glenn Davis, fullback of Army, running it down to the 19-yard line as he takes a quick pass from Arnold Tucker. There's the first forward pass of the afternoon, and it's complete. It moves the Cadet team down to the Notre Dame 19-yard line. Terry Brennan, the left halfback, had to come up from almost the goal line to make that save, and he did it with a one-handed tackle which spun Davis around and dropped him to the ground. It is 3rd down, coming up 5 yards to go. Army's ball down on the Notre Dame 19-yard line. We've just started the game from the Yankee Stadium. There's no score as yet, but the Cadets are deep down in Notre Dame territory. In motion is Rip Rowan this time. Ball is given this time to Doc Blanchard. Blanchard pulls his way down to the 16-yard line, and he stops on the 16-yard line. Doc Blanchard pulling his way between left tackle and left guard before Georgie Connor, the left tackle of Notre Dame, can stop him. Ball is resting on the Notre Dame 16-yard line. It is 4th down, coming up 2 yards to go. This can be one of the crucial plays of this game. If Army picks up this 2 yards, they've got a first down way deep in the territory. If Notre Dame can hold them, they'll take over. Army's ball, 4th and 2, down on the Notre Dame 16-yard line. Key formation, Tucker calling these signals. Nobody in motion this time. Ball is given to Blanchard. Blanchard's past the 15. He's down to the 14-yard line, and he is hurled back all the way back to the 16-yard line. Let's see where the referee says that ball was stopped. If he says it was stopped on the 14, it's a first down. If he says it's on the 15, it's not a first down. They're going to bring the line sticks into measure. Hang on to your seats. This makes a great deal of difference whether Army got that first down or not. If they didn't, they missed it by inches. Ball is resting just shy of the 14-yard line. I believe Notre Dame stopped them. They did! Notre Dame stopped them on the 14-yard line. Notre Dame takes over 1st and 10 on their own 14-yard line. Army goes back into the defense. Notre Dame onto the offensive. A fighting band of Irishmen have come out of South Bend, Indiana, determined to stop a team that hasn't been stopped since 1943. Singling over the right for Notre Dame this time. Ball is given to Terry Brennan over to Sitko. Sitko going around the right side of his line. Gives it back to Brennan. Gets up to the 20, stays on his feet, goes to the 25, and he's knocked out on the 25-yard line. Referee Maystay stepped out on the 23. Rip Rowan at fullback made the tackle for Army. Army's defense is different than their offense. And that, I mean, the alignment of players is completely different. Blanchard playing a wingback on offense, plays generally defensive fullback. Notre Dame has the ball now. It is second down, 1 yard to go. A gain of 9 yards on that play. They ran it from the 16 to the 25-yard line. Here's a quick flip pass. The ball is given to Jimmy Mello, the fullback. He goes into the center of the line, and he just about picks up that first down. And I think it is a first down for Notre Dame. Hang on to your seats while we see whether it is or it isn't. They're going to measure this one, too. Bringing line 6 in, and it is. It's a first down for Notre Dame. Terry Brennan, left halfback of Notre Dame, gets credit for a beautiful block on that play. Here's the defensive arrangement for Army. Rip Lowen in at fullback. Glenn Davis at one wingback. Blanchard at the other. Notre Dame's ball first and 10 on their own 26-yard line. Key formation. In motion is Terry Brennan for the Irish. Ball is given this time to Mello. Mello to Sitko. Sitko comes across the 30, reaches the 35. He splits the Army line wide open as he runs all the way up the field to the 36-yard line. Emil Sitko, right halfback of Notre Dame, who put the Irish in that terrible hole a moment ago when he fumbled, comes up to the 36-yard line. And this Army team, which if you're an Army supporter, don't you give up just because Notre Dame's running through them now. This is one of the great teams of all time, that Army team. Hasn't been beaten since 43. Terry Brennan out wide this time for Notre Dame. Single wingback formation. The ball is given to Emil Sitko again. He tries the same play over the right side of the line and gains at most 2 yards. He reaches the Notre Dame 39-yard line before he is finally throttled by Joe Steffi and Jim Enos. Another first down for Notre Dame, and a tremendous cheer splits the heavens as the Irish supporters realize that their team has reeled off 2 first downs while Army has not been able to make any. There are 7.5 minutes of playing time remaining in the first period from the Yankee Stadium. The score is 0-0. Notre Dame has the ball, and they are working it out of danger. In motion this time is Jim Mello. Notre Dame running out of the T formation. Ball is given to Terry Brennan. Brennan over the right side of the line, and he gains nothing. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and Sheldon Biles, left tackle of Army, smacks him down. No gain on that play. It'll be second down coming up 9 yards, 9.5 yards to go. A gain of a half a yard. Army with a very strong, powerful line have gone out of a 5-man defensive formation into a 6-man defensive formation with 2 men backing it up to stop Notre Dame after the Irish had reeled off 2 consecutive first downs. Notre Dame's ball running out of the T formation. The ball is given this time on a cross buck to Jim Mello. Mello on a reverse gives it to Sitko. Sitko goes to the 45. He's knocked down just shy of the 45 by Sheldon Biles and by Jim Enos. A gain of 5 yards on that play. It'll be third down coming up, 4.5 yards to go. We're halfway through the first period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium with the National Broadcasting Company ascending across this nation. And the score is Army 0, Notre Dame 0. Here comes Notre Dame out of the huddle very quickly. Jim Martin deployed way out to the left this time. He's Notre Dame's left end. He's 15 yards out to the left of his tackle. A quick flip pass is thrown out to Jimmy Martin. Martin drops it. Pass thrown out to Martin. Whistle on the play. It wouldn't have counted had it been completed. But nevertheless, it wasn't even completed. So the ball is returned to the line of scrimmage. It brings up the fourth down, leaves 5 yards to go. It is Notre Dame's ball on their own 45-yard line. And the Irish who took over on their own 16, returned it to the 45. So they're in much better shape than they were when they recovered this ball. Glenn Davis, left halfback of Army, goes back into safety position, as does Arnold Tucker. 0-0. Score halfway through the first period. Tucker deployed out to the left, Davis to the right. In the backfield of the Army, and kicking for Army will be Johnny Lujak on that weak ankle. Let's see what happens. He boots it, gets a nice kick up in the air. Waiting to take it is Mr. Glenn Davis. He takes it. Junior has it on the 20s, up to the 25, gets away from 2 men, stays on his feet, and he is finally knocked down as he comes all the way up to the Army 35-yard line. Glenn Junior Davis is hit by Johnny Lujak, quarterback of Notre Dame, who made that tackle. Well, if Mr. Lujak has got a bad ankle that hasn't showed today, he got a beautiful kick away and then came up the field to make the tackle. And he tackled a guy who's pretty hard to bring down, Glenn Davis. Here comes Army out of the huddle. It's their ball, first and 10 on their own 34-yard line. Army is running out of a modified single wingback formation. In motion is Blanchard. This time the ball is given to Davis. Davis strikes into the clear. The 40 stays on his feet and is finally hit by a safety man on the 44 as he comes up the field for almost a first down. Glenn Davis runs off 7.5 big yards. Jim Mello, fullback of Notre Dame, playing safety for the Irish. Last man who could get him finally got him. Davis broke through the line, broke into the secondary. Appeared as though he was going for a touchdown for the moment, as he looked like he might be headed for pay dirt into the clear. Jimmy Mello, defensive fullback for Notre Dame, actually playing safety man, was the last man who could get his hands on him, and he did. He stopped him after an 8-yard gain, and it's now Army's ball. Second down, 2 yards to go, and the ball is resting on the Army 43-yard line, and time has been called. First period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium. Army 0, Notre Dame 0. A very even game today. Here's a Notre Dame cheer from across the field with time out. Let's listen. In case you came in late or didn't hear the starting lineup, I'll go over the backfields in a moment because these are very important. For Army, the sensational touchdown twins, unanimously All-American on everybody's team. Glenn Davis and Doc Blanchard are both in the game. One's at the left wing back, the other at the right. Rip Rowan is in for Ugg Fusion at fullback. Fusion was hurt this week. Rowan is starting. Actually, Rowan is slightly the faster of the two. Arnold Tucker is in at quarterback. And just as we say that Rowan is in at fullback, Billy West comes in to replace him in the Army backfield. The Notre Dame backfield, Johnny Lujak, the man with a weak ankle, who made the newspaper headlines all week long as to whether he was or was not able to play today, is starting at quarterback. Emil Sitko's at right half, Terry Brennan at left, and Jim Mello at full. Marty Wendell has come in at center. George Strohmeyer has gone out. That's a change for Notre Dame. Other than that, the lineups remain as is. Notre Dame and Army have played each other every year since 1913, and what a game that first one was. In motion this time is Blanchard. The ball is given to Glenn Davis. Davis gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all he gets back to. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and he was stopped on the line of scrimmage by Billy Fisher, the left guard of Notre Dame. They had tried to mousetrap Fisher, pulled him into the center of the line, but whoever was to get him when he got in that trap didn't get him. He got out of the trap and spilled Mr. Davis. First game played between these two teams goes all the way back to 1913. It was the first forward pass ever seen in the East. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Gus Doré threw it, and a pretty well-known gentleman by the name of Knute Rockne caught it. Notre Dame beat the Army that afternoon on those passes. Single wing over the right this time. Glenn Davis again. He gives it to Blanchard. Blanchard on a shovel pass goes into the center of the line, and he may have picked up a first down. It's very, very close to it. If you hear a terrific roar go up from the cadets, you'll know he did. It looks like he missed it by about 6 inches. They're going to bring in the line sticks now. Wait and see. If a big roar goes up from the Army side, you'll know that it is a first down. And it's going to be, I believe, about 6 inches shy of a first down. It is 6 inches shy of a first down. So it is fourth down for Army. 6 inches to go. Now, you quarterbacks, what would you do? A nothing ball game. Both your teams unbeaten. You're playing for the national championship of the United States. And you have a fourth down with 6 inches to go on your own 44.5-yard line. Would you take a chance on those 6 inches and maybe give it to Notre Dame if they hold you, or would you play it safe and kick? Army is going to gamble. They're going to run for it. Billy West in the fullback spot this time. Ball is given to West. He goes right into the center of the line. He picks up a first down for Army. Billy West, fullback for the United States Military Academy. The cadet team bolts his way right through the center of the line. He hit it hard. His drive had formed a wedge. He shoved his body through, and it picked up about 1.5 feet. All he needed was 6 inches. Here's a reverse play with Doc Blanchard over his own right tackle. He, in turn, lateraled it back to Billy West as West came up to the center of the line. West picks up 2 yards, and he moves it up to about the Army 49-yard line. Give him a gain of 3 yards on that play. It'll be second down coming up, 7 yards to go. There are 4 minutes of playing time remaining in the first period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium, and the score is Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. Army has the ball just 1 yard shy of the middle of the field. It's about halfway between the two sideline stripes and just about halfway down the field. Billy West in the middle of the tee. It is Davis back for the forward pass. He pulls one over the center line to Barney Poole, the left end of Army. And that is very close to a first down. It's a completed forward pass, and Barney Poole goes high into the air and catches it on the Notre Dame 44-yard line. He's hit immediately by Johnny Fallon, the right tackle of Notre Dame. And they may measure this to see whether it's another first down for Army. Army reels off 2 first downs in a row. That means that Notre Dame has made 2 first downs in this period, and so has Army. Army is, for the second time this afternoon, down into Notre Dame territory. They recovered a fumble and got down there before. Now they're working their way down. Glenn Davis in motion. Ball is back to Tucker. Tucker back for a forward pass for Army. Throws it under flat. Incomplete. Intended for Barney Poole. Nowhere's near Mr. Poole. Poole goes high into the air, but he can't go high enough. Jimmy Mello, fullback of Notre Dame, is the only man who gets his fingers on it, and he bats it viciously down to the ground. Incomplete. Second down, 10 yards to go. The ball is resting on the Notre Dame 44-yard line. It's Army's ball. We have 3 minutes of playing time remaining in the first period, and the score is Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. A jam-packed Yankee Stadium, 75,000 people. Largest crowd to ever see a football game in this city. Army's T formation, Glenn Davis in motion this time. Tucker takes the ball, gives it on a wide sweeping play, attempts to give it to Davis, keeps it himself when he sees that Davis isn't open. He swings around, tries to cut inside a right guard and right tackle. And he may have picked up a yard, but I don't think he did. Jim Martin, left end of Notre Dame, is the man who stopped him. It'll be third down coming up now. About 9 yards still to go. Give him credit for a 1-yard gain on that play. Army's ball. They have it on the Notre Dame 43-yard line. Notre Dame playing a 5-man line with 3 men backing up that line. Leahy's thrown a very unorthodox defense at these boys. Ball is back to Glenn Davis. Davis takes the ball pass, instead gives it to Blanchard on the old Statue of Liberty, and Blanchard is thrown for a loss. He's dropped all the way back on the Notre Dame 45-yard line. Glenn Davis cocks his arm back as he's going to throw a pass. He doesn't do it. Blanchard comes around behind him, takes it out of his outstretched arm, keeps on circling around the left end of the Army team, and Emil Sitko, right halfback of Notre Dame, comes sailing out of nowhere to tackle Blanchard and throws him for a 3-yard loss. So it will be fourth down coming up now, about 12 yards to go, and back into punt formation for Army. Kicking for Army will be Mr. Glenn Davis. He's standing all the way back on the Army 45-yard line. Army gets ready to boot. He boots it up in the air. It is going down towards the Notre Dame goal line. It's taken on the goal line by Sitko. He's back to the 5, up to the 10, up to the 15, and he's down on the 20. Emil Sitko knocked down on the Notre Dame 20-yard line. It is Notre Dame's ball. First and 10 on the 20-yard line. And we're coming towards the end of the first period now. Referee says that Mr. Sitko reached the 22-yard line. So it'll be Notre Dame's ball, first and 10 in their own 22. Neither team's been able to gain consistently. They have an equal number of first downs. Deployed out to the left this time is Terry Brennan. He's some 15 yards out wide. Back for a quick forward pass, and the ball is batted down as Johnny Lujak. Lujak goes high into the air to throw it to Jack Silly, but he can't get it away. He just pitches the ball out of his grasp, and as he does, Sheldon Biles, left tackle of Army, hits the ball down to the ground before it even passes the line of scrimmage. So that play had no chance of being completed whatsoever. Sheldon Biles, left tackle of Army, knocks it down and knocks it down quickly. He's a 6'1" boy, and he just reached up and tapped it down. In the meantime, there's a quarterback sneak with Johnny Lujak carrying the ball himself. He squirms through the center of a whole pile of tacklers, comes underneath the line, submarining his way through, goes from the 22 to the 24, picking up 2 yards for Notre Dame before he's stopped by the center of the Army line. Joe Steppe, Jim Enos, and Art Jarametta. There's 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining in the first period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium. The score is still Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. Notre Dame out of the huddle. Notre Dame playing in their Kelly G. green jerseys. Army resplendent in black jerseys with golden numerals. Terry Brennan out to the left this time. Johnny Lujak calling his signals. Lujak back for a pass for Notre Dame. He throws a long pass. It's a long one way up the field, and it's intended for Jim Martin. It's not good. Thrown all the way back from the 10. It comes all the way down to the Army 40. A 50-yard pass sails through the sky, and it is not good. Both Blake and Leahy getting ready to make multiple substitutions. We have about 45 seconds remaining in the first period of this game, and it looks like they're both going to start new teams for the second period. So get your pencils and erasers out if you're keeping up with these lineups. It is fourth down, 9 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball on their own 24. Johnny Lujak is back in punt formation. He is standing back on the Irish 15. He's going to boot. He does. He gets a beauty up in the air. Way back to take it is Arnold Tucker on the Army 25. He's back to the Cadets 30, up to the 35, stays on his feet, stays to the 40, gets to the 45, and he's knocked down on the 43-yard line. Arnold Tucker runs it all the way from the Army 20 up to the Army 43. And here comes some Army players out on the playing field just as they start across the field. Red Blake stands on his feet and says, "Wait a minute, boys. Come on back here." Now they are running out. There's a new Army team going into the game right now. There with only 30 seconds remaining to be played in this first period. Left end, Bob Folsom. Left tackle, Al Anderson. Left guard, Jack Ray. At center, Lives is going in at right guard, Frank Barnes. At right tackle, Harold Tamsel. At right end, Jim Roars. At quarterback, Arnold Gallifa. At left halfback, Jack Shelley. At fullback, Bill Gustafson. At right halfback, Billy West. West is the only one stays in. Notre Dame has not made their substitutions as yet. They may after the next play. They've got their boys all ready to go in. Army just substituted a new team with one exception. We called the players off as they came to the ball game. It is now Army's ball. First down, 10 yards to go with 25 seconds remaining in this first period of the football game. Davis is still in that ball game. Davis carrying the ball this time on his play. Squirms his way through the center line, twisting and bobbing, and he goes all the way out to the Notre Dame 45 before he stopped. Glenn Davis still in that ball game. We had taken him out a moment ago, replaced him by Jack Shelley. Blake waved him back into the game. Davis went back into the ball game and carried the ball on that play and reeled it down to the Notre Dame 46-yard line. There's 5 seconds remaining in this period, and then this period may be all over. There's 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. There it is, end of the first period. Davis had trotted back onto the field after he'd been removed from the game by Earl Blake, coach of Army. He went back into the ball game and just picked up about 8 big yards for the Cadets on the first running play. Army's first string backfield is going back in now as the teams change sides. They were only out for about 15 seconds, so Davis, Rowan, Tucker, and Blanchard are all back in the ball game at the moment. They were only out for one play. As the teams change sides, let's listen to that Army band. comes the new Notre Dame team on the field, so we better give you these while time is still out. Here's the new Notre Dame squad running on right now. Left end, Bobby Skoglund. Left tackle, Casper Erden. Left guard, Billy Fisher. Center, Marty Wendell. Right guard, Fred Roby. Right tackle, Georgie Sullivan. Right end, Frank Kozakowski. At quarterback, George Ratterman. Left halfback, Jerry Cowig. At fullback, Johnny Pinelli. And at right halfback, Mike Swistowis. There's the new Notre Dame team, and we've given you the changes for Army. It's the new Army line and the old Army backfield. Actually, the Army backfield, three of them were out for one play. Army's ball now. It is second down, less than 3 yards to go. The ball is given in a reverse to Glenn Davis. Davis is fading way back to throw a long forward pass. He touches down and completed to Doc Blanchard. Blanchard takes it all the way down on the Notre Dame 25-yard line. He's running about on the Notre Dame 23-yard line. And it's Army's ball, first and 10, down on the Irish 23. Junior Davis throwing, Doc Blanchard catching, and it's moved the ball down to the Notre Dame 23-yard line. Army's ball now first and 10 down on the Notre Dame 23. Strohmeyer stays in at center. Marty Wendell goes out for Notre Dame. Arnold Tucker calling these signals. Tucker takes the ball. He's fading back to jump a pass. Instead, he gives it to Davis. Davis fades back the pass. Can't get it away. He reverses his field. He's back on the 30. He's knocked down on the 27 for a loss of 4 yards. Arnold Tucker tried to pass. Couldn't do it. Threw a lateral to Glenn Davis. Davis faded back the pass. He couldn't do it. And Davis was finally trapped all the way back on the Notre Dame 27-yard line. So will history repeat as we start the second period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium? Notre Dame has stopped Army once this afternoon deep down in their own territory. Will they be able to do it again? Johnny Lujack comes back in at quarterback. George Ratterman goes out for Notre Dame. Both the Frank Leahy and Red Blake refusing to take chances on a second-string backfield at such a crucial moment. Army's first stringers are all in there now, all the backs. They got a second-string line, and it's a fumble in the Army backfield. Glenn Davis picks it up, throws it out in the front, and sends it to Bob Folsom. Folsom can't go high enough. Incomplete. Glenn Davis, for a moment, looked like he might have made a fumble in the backfield. The ball started to squirt away from his arms. As it did, he grasped it himself and didn't let the ball touch the ground, so actually there was no fumble. Here comes that Army first-string line back into. Blake is taking no chances. Army's first-string line going back on the playing field right now. That puts that line almost back the way it was before. We'll call it out for you when they make their changes and we see exactly who's going in for whom. It'll be Barney Poole back in at left end. Sheldon Biles at left tackle. Harold Tafsel may stay in at right tackle. Frank Barnes at right guard. Billy Ullman stays in at center. Jeremiah goes back in. Goldberg goes back in. Those are all changes in the Army line. Most of the first team is back in. Here's a quick shovel pass thrown out to Glenn Davis. Davis gives a lateral to Blanchard. Blanchard fades back to try and throw a forward pass. Can't get it away. And he's trapped 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He's knocked all the way back on the Notre Dame 39-yard line by Bobby Skoglund, the left end of Notre Dame. Blanchard and Davis seesawing back and forth with that ball, trying to make up their mind who was going to run with it or who was going to pass. Neither one passes. And for the second running play in a row, this Notre Dame team, which refuses to let Army get too deep in its territory, is pushing Army backwards. It is now fourth down, 24 yards to go. Army's ball on the Notre Dame 39-yard line. Back in safety position for Army is Ashbo. Russ Ashbo comes in for Swistowitz. He's standing all the way back, almost on the Notre Dame goal line. Kicking is Davis. Davis boots it high in the air. Waiting to take it is Jerry Cowig. Cowig takes it on the 10-5. He's up to the 10, the 15, and he is knocked back to the 12. Jerry Cowig, left halfback of Notre Dame, took that catch almost on the goal line. So it's Notre Dame's ball, first and 10 on the Notre Dame 20. Well, let's call it on the Notre Dame 13-yard line. Bryant comes in at right tackle. Art Gentleman is back in at right guard for Army. Both squads have got their first team backfields almost completely back into the ball game. The only change might be Army has a few second stringers still left in that line, but not many. We'll go down this Army line in just a second. In the meantime, it's Notre Dame's ball. Johnny Lujack calling these signals. Jerry Cowig at one wing back, Russ Ashbo at the other, Johnny Pinelli at fullback. So three of those Notre Dame backfield stars are second. Down on the 18-yard line. He comes from the 13 to the 18-yard line, a gain of at least 5 yards on that play. Maybe a little bit longer. Let's see where the referee puts that ball down. He puts it a little closer to the 19-yard line for a gain of 6 yards on the play. So it will be Notre Dame's ball, 2nd and 4. Army, Hank Goldberg's in at right end. Goebel Bryan at right tackle. Art Jeremiah at right guard. Jimmy Enos at center. Joe Steffi at left guard. Sheldon Biles at left tackle. Barney Poole at left end. Tucker's at quarterback. Rowan's at right half. Blanchard's at left half. Davis is at full. Army's first team is back in the game. Billy Gompers comes in at right halfback for Notre Dame. Johnny Lugg calling his signals. Lugg back, fakes the throw, pass, elects to run with the ball himself, stays on his feet, goes from the 20 up to the 24-yard line, and he's knocked down on the 24. Twisting and bobbing as he weaves his way on a complete spinner play, which found him faking it to give it to Gary Cowley. He didn't. He kept it himself, and he reels off a first down for Notre Dame. It is Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 24-yard line. Score of this game is Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. And we are now 2 minutes of playing time into the second period of the football game. Deployed way out to the right is Jerry Cowley. He's 15 yards out to the right of the Notre Dame end. Johnny Lugg gives the ball this time to Gompers. Gompers into the center of the line, and he is hit by a stone wall of tacklers. Jeremiah, Jimmy Enos, Joe Steffi. The entire center of the Army team stopping cold. Gain of 1 yard on that play. Red Blake getting ready to put back his second team. He's getting ready to move in his second team line. He probably will keep back a first team backfield, but a second team line. At the moment, he's got the whole Army first team in. Notre Dame's ball. It is 2nd and 9 now. Lugg calling his signals. He shovel passes it to Jerry Cowley. Cowley coming around the short center line, stays on his feet, goes past the 30, steps out of bounds on the 33. Jerry Cowley runs it up to the 33. And that's a gain of about, well, we'll call that a good 6-yard gain. A gain of 1 yard on the previous play and 6 on this. Makes a total of 7. Leaves him still between 2 and 3 yards shy. Jerry Cowley on a spinner, moving around from the left side of the line, cutting just outside his own right tackle, and staying just inbound. Moves the ball up to the Notre Dame 33-yard line, where it is now 3rd down, less than 2 yards to go, about 2.5 yards to go. And here's the line buck, with Johnny Pinelli, the fullback, bucking his way right in the center of the line with his head down and his knees driving high. He tried to knife his way through, found no opening to push into. He lunged forward with a final thrust and picked up maybe 1 yard. But I think it leaves it still shy of a first down by inches. Line sticks are being brought in to measure whether this is or is not a first down. They're going to measure this awfully, awfully close. It is a first down. Notre Dame picks up a first down by a scant inch. As Notre Dame ball 1st and 10 on the Irish 34-yard line. Army's playing a 6-man line now. Army's man in motion this time was Jerry Cowley as he ran laterally across the field. Johnny Lugg calling his signals. Notre Dame running out of a T formation with a man in motion. Balanced line. It is Lugg back for a forward pass. Cocks his arm back. Can't find his man. Elects to run. Now he does throw a long pass. And it's completed. Completed about his Stovrin all the way down to the Army 40-yard line. Stovrin goes high into the air. He catches it on the Army 40. He's hit immediately by Glenn Davis. It's Notre Dame's ball 1st and 10 on the Army 40-yard line. And for the first time this afternoon, Notre Dame is down in Army territory. Notre Dame cheering section, diagonally across the field from where the ball is resting, is yelling, "Go on, Notre Dame, keep going." And the Army rooters are yelling, "Take it and stop him." Here comes Notre Dame on a wide-open formation over to the right with Skovlin deployed out wide this time. The ball is given this time on a direct line back to Johnny Pinelli. Pinelli in through the center of the line, and he goes through for about 5 to 7 yards before he's brought down. Squirming his way all the way down to the 20, let's call it the 33-yard line. The 33-yard line. He stopped on the 33, a gain of 7 yards on that play. It'll be 2nd down, coming up 3 yards to go, and Notre Dame is running through the Army team right now. There's a scoreless ball game in the Yankee Stadium, but the Irish are deep down into Army territory. Ball is given on the crossbuck to Jerry Cowley. Cowley coming around the center line. He's back to the 30, down to the 25, down to the 20, stays on his feet. He's down to the 15-yard line, and he's knocked down on the 14-yard line. Jerry Cowley, left halfback of Notre Dame, goes all the way down to the Army 14-yard line before Arnold Tucker, safety man for Army, can come up and stop it, and Army asks for timeout. Listen to this crowd in the Yankee Stadium. Time has been called. And Blake, who was about to make wholesale substitutions a moment ago, decides to bank on his first team. He can't take them out now. Notre Dame has the ball down on the Army, call it the 13.5-yard line. First down, 10 yards to go. And so that our stations may properly identify themselves across this nation and overseas as well, we pause briefly for station identification. Back in the Yankee Stadium in New York City, 75,000 people seated, watching, fascinated by a brilliant football game between unbeaten Army and unbeaten Notre Dame. Army has had 2 scoring opportunities already this afternoon. They have not been able to prevail upon either one of them to make them good. Notre Dame has its first scoring opportunity at the moment as they've driven all the way down to the Cadets' 13.5-yard line with a first down and 10 yards to go. We have 11 minutes of playing time remaining in the first half of the football game. The score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. This is Bill Stern speaking from the Yankee Stadium. Time is out. The Army band strikes up and strikes down just as quick as they do. We're just about to go down there to pick up an Army cheer, and here comes one now. Time is still out. Let's listen. Time is back in now. Red Blake is changing his defense. He's been playing a five-man defense. He goes into a six-man line. Deployed way out to the right this time is Jerry Cowig. Johnny Lujack calling these signals for Notre Dame. Notre Dame, Johnny Lujack back to a forward pass. He throws it completed down to the 10-yard line. It's caught immediately by Cowig, who's deployed way out to the right. He catches it on the 10, and he's knocked down immediately on the 10 by Arnold Tucker. A completed forward pass is good for 3.5 yards. It'll be second down coming up now. Notre Dame's ball. 6.5 yards to go for the first down. 10 yards to go for the touchdown. Been a long time since the Irish have gotten one. Are they going to get one today? They didn't score in 44, and they didn't score in 45. Cowig out to the right. Lujack calling these signals. Johnny back for the pass. Instead of passing it, he gives it to Johnny Pinelli, the fullback, and Pinelli drives forward to about, I believe, the 6-yard line. That's awfully close to being a first down. They may measure this to see whether it is or is not. Ball is resting on the 5-yard line. Ball is all the way down to the Army 5-yard line, and it is 1 yard shy of a first down. So it is third down, 1 yard to go. Army is using two centers in now. Billy Yeoman and Jimmy Enos both backing up the center of the Army line. It is third down, 1 yard to go. Jerry Cowig in the tailback this time. A deceptive quarterback sneak this time with Johnny Lujack trying to carry the ball. He may have gone to the 4-yard line, and they're going to measure to see whether this is or is not a first down. 4 yards away from the Irish is a potential touchdown. They're going to bring the line sticks in to measure this to see whether it is or is not a first down. It is not a first down. It misses it by inches. It is fourth down. About 12 inches to go for a first down. 12 inches to go for a first down. The ball is resting on the Army 4-yard line. This is a play that can mean the whole ball game. Notre Dame settles back now. Johnny Lujack quicks a flip pass to Jerry Cowig. Cowig going around the side of the line. Laterals it over to Billy Gompers. Gompers is back to the 4, the 3-yard line. He's knocked out of bounds on the 3, but there's a flag on the play. Hang on to your hat. He picked up enough yardage for a first down, but there's a clipping penalty on that play. There's a clipping penalty on that play, and it all depends upon who it's called against. See who that is called against. He had run the ball down to the 3-yard line, which was enough. It was the 1 yard they needed for a first down, but it depends upon who that penalty is called against. Clipping is called against. See exactly who it is. It's called against Notre Dame. It is called against Notre Dame. Army refuses the penalty. It nullifies the gain made on the play, and Army takes over first and 10 on their own 4. Army's ball, first and 10 on their own 4, thanks to a penalty which nullifies the last play, takes back the gain which was made by Notre Dame, which would have earned them a first down, and gives the ball over to Army because that was a fourth down coming up. Army naturally refuses the penalty because by taking the 15-yard penalty, they'd have given Notre Dame another down. They didn't want to do that, and they wanted the ball. They got it. It's Army's ball, first and 10 on their own 4. Yeomans is out. Enos is in at center for Army. Billy West is in at right halfback. Here's a running play with West carrying the ball for Army. He moves it from the 4 up to approximately the 8-yard line. And it's Army's ball now, second and about 6 yards to go. Army deep back on their own. Well, let's call that the 9-yard line instead of the 8-yard line. Again, 5 yards on that play. It's Billy West, the right halfback of Army, bolts his way between right guard and center. Notre Dame with a golden opportunity loses the ball 4 yards away from a potential touchdown. Army running out of the T formation. In motion this time is Mr. Blanchard. Davis carrying the ball. Davis moving over the short side of the line. He crosses the 10-yard line. Is hit down on the 12-yard line. A gain of about 3 yards on that play. Joe Signiago, the left guard of Notre Dame, who just came in at left guard, incidentally, and Casper Erden, the left tackle of the men who stopped that play. It will be third down coming up now. It was a gain of 1 yard on that play, so it'll be 4 yards to go. Army's ball. Take them out of the huddle, 3rd and 4. They're going back into a punt formation. Billy West is standing all the way back in the Army end zone. He's standing 1 foot in the end zone. He'll probably kick from the goal line if he's going to kick. He does. He's kicking on a third down. He boots it up the field. It's not a particularly brilliant kick. It rolls up to the middle of the field. It's taken by Jerry Cowig of Notre Dame on his own 50. He's trying to get away from one tackler. Can't do it. And he's kicked down on the Army 48-yard line. Jerry Cowig takes it on the 50 and is knocked down on the Army 48. So that clipping penalty stopped Notre Dame from having a first down on the Army 3-yard line. And on the exchange, or rather on the punt made by Army on the third succeeding play, the Cadets booted the Irish all the way back to the 49-yard line, where it is now Notre Dame's ball, first and 10 on the 49-yard line, and it's Army's 49, although it's Notre Dame's ball. Cowig in motion this time. Lujack back for the forward pass. He throws it incomplete. Johnny Lujack throwing for Bob Skolgren. He can't hit Skolgren. The ball comes closer to hitting Billy West, the right halfback of Army. Incomplete. We have half of the second period remaining to be played. And the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. The game reaching you from the Yankee Stadium in New York City. Temperature is down in the 50s. Sun is trying to come through. It was a murky day, but it's cleared up now. There's no breeze to stop either team. Cowig in motion this time. Lujack back for another pass for Notre Dame. He throws it incomplete. He throws it to Jerry Cowig, the left halfback of Notre Dame. One of those short passes right over the center of the line. It is not good. So the ball is returned to the line of scrimmage, and that will bring up the third down. Still leaves 10 yards to go. 2 incomplete passes. Barney Poole, left end of Army, dropped back on that play and knocked that ball down. Incomplete. 7.5 minutes of playing time remaining in the second period. The score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Here come the Fighting Irish out of the huddle. They run over to the right this time. Jerry Cowig in a single wing over the right, and Cowig gets deployed out wide. It's Lou Jack taking to go back for a forward pass. Gives it to Johnny Pinelli. Pinelli into the center of the line, and he may have gained 2 yards. Johnny Pinelli, fullback at Notre Dame, goes into the center of the line. He picked up about 2 yards. Ran it to the Army 47-yard line. And now Junior Davis is going back in safety position for Army. Since this brings up a fourth down and it's 8 yards to go, he senses that Notre Dame will have to kick. Notre Dame back in no punt formation. And Davis is back in one safety position, and Tucker in the other. Lou Jack is back in kick formation for Notre Dame. Lou Jack will boot from the 45, his own. He kicks. It's up in the air. He's driving it across the field towards Glenn Davis. Davis takes it all the way back on his own goal line. He's up to the 5, the 10, the 15, stays on his feet, goes to the 20, and he's knocked down on the 23-yard line. Glenn Davis comes up to the 23, and it's Army's ball on their own 23. Fred Roby, right guard of Army, or rather of Notre Dame, is the man who made that tackle. There are 6 minutes and 35 seconds of playing time remaining in the first half of this football game from the Yankee Stadium, and the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Unbeaten Army, 25 wins behind them. They haven't been stopped since December of 1943. And unbeaten Notre Dame rolling along towards its first unbeaten season since 38. Doc Blanchard, left halfback of Army, pulls his way into the center of the line. With a fatal lunge, he plunges forward, goes for a gain of approximately 4 yards as he moves the ball up to the 26-yard line. The ball is resting on the 22, just shy of the 23, so it's a gain of about 3.5 yards. It'll be second down, coming up 6.5 yards to go. It is Army's ball deep down in the Cadets' territory, 15 yards in from the northern side of the playing field. This field runs east by west. Billy West, incidentally, the right halfback, is deployed way out to the right this time. Across butt with Doc Blanchard, powering his way through the center of the Notre Dame line. He just about reaches the 30-yard line. For a gain of about 4 more yards, that will bring up the third down, leave 2 yards shy, and Army is beginning to move with Mr. Blanchard, Doc Blanchard. All-American fullback last year, now playing left halfback for Army, pulling his way over his own left tackle. George Sullivan, the right tackle of Notre Dame, is the man who stopped him. Score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. And here comes Army out of the huddle very quickly. Arnold Tucker calling these signals. In motion this time is Blanchard. Blanchard to Davis. Davis into the center of the line, and I believe he picked up a number of first down. He reels forward from the 30 up to about the 33-yard line. He's knocked down on the 33 as Glenn Davis, who is not supposed to be a linebacker, puts his head down, dives to the center of the line, and gives Army a first down on their own 33-yard line. Cadets have a 33, have a first down on their own 33. Score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. An airtight ball game from the Yankee Stadium, which finds Notre Dame playing a 5-man line on defense and Army playing a 6-man line.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
Here comes Army out of the huddle. Army is the bigger of these two teams. They outweigh Notre Dame about 5 pounds per man. In motion this time is Davis. Ball is given back to Tucker. Tucker fading back for a long early pass. He throws it down, and it is not good. A long pass thrown by Arnold Tucker intended for Barney Poole is not good. Barney Poole racing down the field trying to get under it. Finds it knocked out of his hands at the last moment by Billy Gompers. Billy Gompers, the right halfback of Notre Dame, went high into the air and knocked that one down. It was intended for Barney Poole, the left end of Army. Barney Poole out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, standing 6 feet 3 inches tall, racing Billy Gompers, a 5'9" lad all the way down the field. Poole weighs 215. That's heavy for an end, but he's a wonderful end. He's one of 3 brothers and 4 sisters, all of whom have distinguished themselves in sports. Barney's best-known brother is Jim Poole, the New York Giant end. All right, here we go. T formation for Army. It is second down, 10 yards to go. It's Tucker back for another pass for Army. Instead of passing, he elects to run with the ball. Tucks it back into his tummy. Crosses the 35, reaches the 37, and is knocked down on the 37-yard line. A gain of about 3 yards on that play. Arnold Tucker fading back for a forward pass. Finds he can't get rid of that ball. There's nobody to pass to. Tucks the ball back into his tummy and starts forward right to the center of the line and picks up 4 yards before he's brought down. He's brought down on the 43, and he began from the 39. John Pinelli, roving fullback, defensive fullback for Notre Dame, brings him down. 5 minutes of playing time remaining in the First half of the football game from the Yankee Stadium. The National Broadcasting Company sending it your way. Single wing over the right this time. Davis in motion. Ball's given to Tucker. Tucker to West to Blanchard. Blanchard goes from the 39 up to approximately the 41. Gain of 2 yards on that play before he stopped. That was an off-tackle drive. It was Tucker to Davis, Davis to Blanchard. And the play finally wound up on the Army 41-yard line before it was finally set down by Skoglund and Irvin. It moves between the Army right tackle and right end. It is now 4th down, coming up 2 yards to go, and what is Army going to do? 4th and 2. Notre Dame thinking they're going to kick is dropping 2 safety men back. A 0-0 ball game. Standing back in front formation is Glenn Davis. Junior is standing back in his own 31-yard line. He's waiting for this pass from center. He takes it. He boots it. Way up in the air goes the kick. It's coming all the way back to the Notre Dame 20-yard line. It's taken on the 20 and fumbled on the 20-yard line. It's picked up on the 25 by Johnny Lugg. Lugg stays on his feet, gets to the 30, goes to the 35, and he's knocked down on the 36. Jerry Cowig fumbled that ball for Notre Dame, and Lugg recovered. Cowig fumbled that ball, and Johnny Lugg came running around to cover for him. Picked it up. It was down around his ankles. Lugg ran it from the 20 up to the 36, and it is now Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 36. Here comes Brennan in for Cowig, who just fumbled that ball. Gary Brennan's replacing him. Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on the Irish 36-yard line. Here comes Notre Dame out of the huddle now. We have only a few moments remaining in this half. The ball is given to Johnny Pinelli. Pinelli drives over the right side of his line between right tackle and right end. He moves from about the 36 to the 39 for a gain of 3 yards. And here comes Army's second line back into the ball game again. We'll call these out for you. A moment ago, we gave them to you. Here they are. Jim Roars comes back in at right end. Harold Tavdell comes in at right tackle. Roy Drury at right guard. Billy Yeomans is in at center. Jack Ray at left guard. Alex Anderson is in at left tackle. And Tommy Hayes at left end. The backfield stays exactly as it was. That's Tucker, Blanchard, West, and Davis. Army puts a new line into the game, but they have their second-string line in and their first-team backfield. There's some changes for Notre Dame. Jack Zilli comes in at right end. Frank Kazakowski goes out. So both of these teams have their second-string lines in. Jim Martin's in at left end. Skoglund is out. Notre Dame and Army both have the second-team lines on the field and both have their first-team backfield. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining to be played in the first half of this football game. It's Notre Dame's ball, 2nd down, 7 yards to go on the Irish 39-yard line. A quick opening play. Terry Brennan takes the ball, fumbles it. I believe Army recovered. I think Army recovered down on the Notre Dame 34-yard line. Tommy Hayes, the left end of Army, was in on that. And it's Army's ball, 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 35-yard line. There's the break that Army may have been waiting for. Army's ball, 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 35-yard line with 2 minutes remaining to be played in the first half. Notre Dame has throttled Army so far twice when they've been down there. Will they be able to do it again? This time it is Blanchard in motion. The ball is given to Glenn Davis. Jr. tries to block his way through the center of the line, and he gains at most 2 yards. He goes from the 35 to the 33. Jim Martin, left end of Notre Dame, is the man who stops him. A gain of 2 yards on that play. Blanchard's in at one of the wingbacks. Davis at the other. Billy West is in at fullback, and Arnold Tucker is calling the signal. Time, I think, may be called by Army. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining in the first half of the football game from the Yankee Stadium. And Army playing alert, smart, heads-up football. Recovers the fumble on the Notre Dame 35 and has a golden opportunity. 33 yards ahead, a touchdown. Billy Yeomans goes out. Livesay comes in at center for Army. Tucker calling these signals. Let's see who's going to be in motion this time. It's Davis in motion. Tucker back for the forward pass. He throws it out, and it's not good. Intended for Jim Roars. It was not good. Arnold Tucker passing. Jim Martin, the left end of Notre Dame, knocks the ball down. Incomplete. Arnold Tucker fading back to throw a pass. It is 3rd down, 8 yards to go. The ball is resting on the Notre Dame 33-yard line. Russ Ashborough comes in at right halfback for Billy Gompers for Notre Dame. Notre Dame backfield is Lou Jack Brennan, Ashborough, and Pinelli. Here comes Army out of the huddle now. There's 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in this half. It's Army's ball. 3rd down, 8 yards to go on the Notre Dame 33-yard line. It's Tucker back for the forward pass for the Cadets. He cocks his arm back, and his ball is not good. Intended this time for Tommy Hayes, the left end of Army. High into the air goes Hayes. He's knocked down, and so is the play. Tommy Hayes standing 6 foot 1 inch tall, weighing 200 pounds out of Hastings, Nebraska. Has the ball knocked right out of his grasp by Terry Brennan, the left halfback of the University of Notre Dame. Terry Brennan, 6-footer, 175-pounder from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He's only a 17-year-old lad. He was an honor student in his first year at Notre Dame. He loves to play the piano. He really tickled the ivories that time. And incidentally tickled the hearts of every Notre Dame fan when he knocked that pass down. Jim Roars goes in at right end for Barney Poole at right end for Army. Arnold Tucker fading back this time for another pass for the Cadets. It is 4th down, 8 yards to go. There goes a long Army pass. It's going all the way down to the goal line, and it's not good. Intended for Tommy Hayes. It is not good. Notre Dame takes over. First and 10 on their own 34-yard line. Russ Ashborough faded back and knocked that pass down. Army's passing attack is not good. Here's a change at right end for Army. Barney Poole coming in. And so Notre Dame takes over with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining to be played. Notre Dame picked up 2 yards, but they were still shy 8 yards of what they needed to get a first down. And so the golden opportunity that the cadets from West Point had found themselves suddenly in, when they found themselves suddenly in possession with the ball, thanks to a recovered fumble, has now evaporated into thin air. The opportunity is gone. Notre Dame has the ball first and 10 on the Irish 33-yard line. Johnny Pinelli is in at fullback. Johnny Lujack at quarterback. Time has been called with 1.5 minutes remaining in the first half of the football game. The cadets start to sing, the band starts to play, and we start to listen. Yankee Stadium in New York City, jam-packed with 75,000 spectators, the largest crowd that's ever seen a football game in this stadium, or for that matter in any stadium in New York City. And that's due to the increased seating arrangements for this afternoon's game. They have bleacher seats down that they have never had before behind the goal posts and the side of the field that Notre Dame is defending at the moment. It is now Notre Dame's ball, first and 10 on their own 33. Billy Gompers comes in at right halfback. Russ Ashborough goes out for Notre Dame. Here is the T formation. Johnny Lujack fading back to throw a pass for the Fighting Irish. He catches that back, looks for the man. That is a long pass that's going over the center line. Intercepted by Arnold Tucker of Army. Tucker takes it on the Notre Dame 40. He's back to the 35, takes on his feet, goes down to the 30, down to the 25. With 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, Army again has the ball deep down in Notre Dame territory. But Arnold Tucker intercepts for Army. The ball is being brought up the field to the Notre Dame 44-yard line. They claim that Tucker, when he made that pass interception, stepped out of bounds on the 44. So Army gets possession of the ball thanks to the brilliant pass interception by Arnold Tucker, but despite the fact that he ran it down to the 27, actually the ball is going over to Army on the 44-yard line because when Mr. Tucker made that interception, he went high up into the air and stepped out of bounds on the 44. Billy West comes back in at fullback for Army. Coming back in at right halfback for Notre Dame is Russ Ashborough. The clock has been stopped. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining to be played in the first half of the football game. Arnold Tucker just made an interception for Army, and the cadets have the ball first and 10 on the Notre Dame 44-yard line. Notre Dame throwing a 6-man line against Army. Army's been playing a 6-man line most of the afternoon. Notre Dame a 5-man line. Notre Dame is throwing a 6-man up into that line because they figure with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in the first half, Army is going to pass. And they want to rush the passer if they can. Make him throw those passes away. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Arnold Tucker calling the signals. Davis at right half, Blanchard at left half, and Billy West at fullback. And we're just about ready to resume play. Red Blake pulling the strings from the Army side, and Frank Leahy nervously pacing up and down in front of the Notre Dame bench. Both of these men naturally have a great deal at stake. Red Blake is protecting an undefeated record which extends all the way back to 1943. And this is Leahy's first year back at Notre Dame after being in the Navy. And Mr. Leahy has an unbeaten season staring him in the face if he can get by Army. He has still other teams to go, but this figures to be his biggest obstacle. Goldberg, or rather Fulberg, in motion at this time. It's Tucker back for a pass for Army. He's swarmed under and he can't get it away. He's dropped back on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. As Jack Silly, left end of Notre Dame, comes out of nowhere to make that tackle and hits him down. A loss of 5 yards on that play. Now there's 50 seconds. The clock is ticking away. Army is not stopping this clock. Now there's only 45 seconds remaining to be played. Normal procedure would be to stop that clock. It is now second down, 16 yards to go. Army's ball on the Notre Dame 49-yard line. We've only got 40 seconds remaining in the first half of this football game. It's scoreless to date. Arnold Tucker back for another pass. Instead, he gives it to Glenn Davis. Davis is fading back to throw a pass, and he's hit all the way back on the Army 40-yard line. He is thrown for an 11-yard loss by Jack Silly, the right end of Notre Dame. Notre Dame is swarming through to make this passer get rid of that ball. Now there's only 20 seconds remaining to be played in the first half. All these attempted passes are not even getting away. Now there's only 15 seconds. Now there's only 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. The clock has finally been stopped now. Now the clock has started again. Here comes Army out of the huddle very quickly. This may be the last play. There's only 3 seconds remain. It's Arnold Tucker faking a pass. He's going to run with the ball. He stays on his feet. He breaks in the clear. The 50. He's still on his feet. He's down to the 45. He's standing up. He's down to the 40. And he's knocked down on the 35-yard line. He slid forward to the 30-yard line. He's knocked down on the 30, and I think that is the last play of the first half. Arnold Tucker, knowing that everybody was expecting a pass, elects to carry that ball, runs it 25 yards down the field. He's finally knocked down on the Notre Dame 30-yard line as the half ends. And the score at the end of the first half is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Arnold Tucker fading back to attempt to throw a pass, pulls the whole Notre Dame defense in, except those men who were fading back to cover for that pass, and then he starts to run with the ball. As he runs, the defensive men who are waiting way back to knock the ball down have to come racing up to try and bring him down. They catch him on the 34. He slithers forward to the 30. He stopped on the 30 at the half end, and the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing, on a very, very exciting first half. Red Blake is walking off the field with Arnold Tucker, man who just made that brilliant run and who's called a whale of a football game so far for the Cadets. As for Johnny Lujack, Mr. Johnny Lujack, as you may well know, is a man who's supposed to have a weak ankle. Here we have a gentleman we'd like you to meet who's coming right in here. He's an Army man, and he ought to be kind of proud of what Army has done this afternoon. Back not too many years ago, Army had one of the all-time All-Americans, Ed Garbage. He was probably as fine a football player as the Cadets at West Point have ever had. Ed's in our broadcasting box at the moment, and I'd like Ed to take over this NBC microphone, and if he will, give us his interpretation of the football game as he's seen it. Ladies and gentlemen, the former All-American of the United States Military Academy, Ed Garbage.
Well, Bill, it'll be an awful long time before the 74,000 people who are lucky enough to be here at this game today will see another one just like it. There's certainly two great football teams out there in the field today, and they're playing in one of the great rivalries of college football. Well, the tension has been terrific here all day. As a matter of fact, when we came into the stadium, you could feel the tension in the air. And that tension grew greater as the two teams were practicing out in the field, and it really didn't stop growing until both the Army and Notre Dame had fumbled one time in the early part of the game. Well, the tension is still here, and the play has been terrific all afternoon. It's pretty hard to pick out which team is the greater at this time because they're both playing top-notch football. The line play has been terrific. The tackling has been fierce and the blocking ferocious, but the game has been a clean one. Up to now, I believe Army can be very proud of the showing its team has made. I've never seen the build-up as it was for this game, and it was a terrific strain to put both the teams under, but they're both playing like real champions. And whichever one does come out victorious today is sure to be the champion. I'm awfully glad. I believe every Army supporter and every Army player is glad that Johnny Lujack has been in the game the whole first half. And when I heard the stories about his injury, I wondered whether it was one of those bear stories they used to use in the olden days when I was playing the game. But I guess it wasn't. I guess Lujack did hurt his ankle, but he got it fixed up pretty darn quickly. And he's playing a really great game. Bill, it's a pleasure to be here in the booth with you, and the next best thing to seeing a game is to hear you broadcast one. And I know that the best team will win this afternoon, and of course, I'm a little partial. I want to see the Army win.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ed Garbage, former All-American of the United States Military Academy. The Notre Dame band has marched out in the center of the playing field, and we're going to fix it down there so you can hear this swell musical organization. Let's listen. Just to tell you what they're doing. The Notre Dame band has formed a huge compass in the center of the field. As the hand points to the north, they play the Indian dance. Now the hand is pointing to the east, and they're playing the sidewalks of New York. As they reach the south, as the hand points to the south, they'll play Are You from Dixie? And as the hand points to the west, they'll play Home on the Range. Let's listen, and now you'll know what they're doing. had just faced the Army routing section and saluted the cadets. As you can hear in the background, they are whistling Army's favorite marching song. Now the Notre Dame band, which was formed in a complete circle of a compass, is counter-marching, still playing the Army marching song. And we'll listen, and the next trick they do, we'll come right back here to tell you just what it is. It's the Notre Dame band at halftime in the Army-Notre Dame game. It's a 0-0 game. 75,000 people seated in the Yankee Stadium watching the tricks done by this band. Marching away from our NBC microphones, they're playing the Song of the Vagabond, marching down towards the western goal line, the goal line which was just a moment ago threatened by an Army team, but successfully defended by Notre Dame. May I tell you, it's halftime at the Yankee Stadium, and we're coming back here in just a moment to bring you more of a bird's-eye picture of what's going on. But in the meantime, across this nation, so that our station may properly identify themselves, we pause for station identification. Yankee Stadium, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Stern speaking. It's Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. We're at halftime between the game now, or rather between the halves of the game. The Notre Dame band is parading, and at the moment playing Tura Lura Lura as they march down underneath what was the Irish goal post. Perhaps we can listen and hear them. That band music for just a moment to tell you something that the huge crowd is getting a terrific kick out of. Army's two mascots, they're mules, and Army has two mules, a full-size mule and a little midget mule standing some 3.5 feet off the ground, given to the United States Military Academy by the ambassador from Ecuador. These two mules have been brought into the middle of the playing field, and they are being introduced to the little Irish terrier, Clashmore Mike, the Notre Dame mascot. And Clashmore Mike isn't one bit afraid of those big mules. He's barking and snapping at the mules' legs, and the crowd's getting a big laugh out of it. Now the Notre Dame band is marching up the field playing when Irish eyes are smiling. Spelled out I-R-I-S-H, and they are now facing the Irish rooting section, and they're playing the famous Irish song, When the Irish Backs Go Marching By. Let's listen. Attention. We'll see what they're going to do. And if we can pick up what they are doing, they're facing away from our microphones now towards the opposite side of the Yankee Stadium. They are facing the Notre Dame rooting section. Incidentally, we have some scores of other ball games, which we will give you as soon as we're sure we're not going to interrupt something that you prefer to hear. Columbus, Ohio, for instance, or rather from New York City, I should say. Pennsylvania is leading Columbia 13-0 in the first period. Virginia is leading Princeton 6-0 also in the first period. Lehigh is leading NYU 3-0 in the first half. Yale is leading Brown 7-0 at the end of the first period. In the first period, Boston College nothing, Georgetown nothing. In the first period, Harvard 14, Dartmouth nothing. In the first period, Penn State 7, Temple nothing. Duke 6, Wake Forest nothing. Also in the first period, Rutgers 6, Lafayette nothing in the first period. Here's a gentleman who ought to be able to speak for the Irish. He certainly saw enough of them when he was playing for them. and I think you'd kind of like to meet him. He's the present commissioner of athletics of the All American Football Conference, but he gained far more fame as a member of the immortal Four Horsemen of Notre Dame. Sleepy Jim Crowley. Jim, what do you think of the football game?
Well, it's a great game out there. I don't know whether the crowd appreciates that there's some terrific blocking and hard hitting. And I think that's the reason there hasn't been any scores. Both lines have been great defensively. And I look for a great second half.
Tell me something, Jim. Would you care to go out on a limb and predict who's going to win this ball game?
No, I wouldn't. As the game has been played now, in my opinion, Bill, why it's still as though they're going to still toss the coin.
How would you rate this Notre Dame team you're watching today with the Four Horsemen that you played on?
Well, this is a great ball club. This is the first time I've seen them this year, and I wouldn't want to give an opinion.
You got over that one good, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jim Crowley.
Okay, Bill.
Thanks a lot. Down on the playing field, the Notre Dame band has formed a circus tent. They are now giving a tremendous fanfare, and they are doing a tightrope act with a gentleman walking across the field on an imitation tightrope. The gentleman is the legendary character known as the Forgotten Irishman. He becomes the star of a trapeze act. That's what he's on now. And I might add, without the aid of a wire net, he falls down to the ground. There's no net under him to save him, and the crowd gets a big laugh out of the antics which are taking place in the Yankee Stadium. Here's another football score in the first period. Cornell nothing, Syracuse nothing. Now the Notre Dame band is going out of that formation in which they formed the circus tent, and we'll tell you what their next formation is as fast as they formed one. Here's another score. VMI 7, Furman nothing. Let's listen. Well, the Notre Dame band has now formed a three-ring circus. In other words, there are three rings down on the playing field. The tent is gone, but in its place, the band is formed into three huge rings. In the center of the one ring is a trained horse act. The horses are actually human beings with the things that make them go to look like a horse, a blanket thrown over the head and the ears sticking up where the ears should be and the tail where the tail should be. In the center ring are two clowns, and in the left ring is what could go for the trapeze act were there a trapeze. So now picture, if you will, a three-ring circus taking place in Yankee Stadium as the Notre Dame band has split itself into three rings with three different acts going on in each of the three rings. Let's listen. The Notre Dame team has come out on the field, closely followed by the cadets from the United States Military Academy, which signals that we're just about ready to start the second half of this football game. Actually, we have 1 minute and 5 seconds before the game itself will be called. Here are a few elementary basic statistics on the first half. In first downs, the Army made 4, Notre Dame made 5. Army tried 10 passes and completed 3. Notre Dame tried 8 and completed 2. Neither team was able to score. Both teams are back on the playing field. And here's one more score. Case 6, Carnegie Tech nothing in the first period. Notre Dame's starting lineup for the third period will be exactly as it was for the start of the football game. Red Blake has not sent his team out on the field, and as soon as he does, we'll call that off. Chances are he'll be starting his first club, too, which will be Hank Bolberg at right end, Goebel Bryant at right tackle. Where they go out on the field now, and this is it. Art Jeremet at right guard, Jim Enos at center, Joe Steffi at left guard, Sheldon Biles at left tackle, Barney Poole at left end, Arnold Tucker at quarterback, Junior Davis at fullback, Rip Rowan at right half, and Doc Blanchard at left half. Notre Dame's starting lineup for the second half will be left end, Jim Martin, left tackle, Georgie Connors, left guard, Bill Fisher. We're calling these out as they trot onto the playing field. At center, George Strohmeyer. At right guard, Johnny Mastrangelo. At right tackle, John Fallon. At right end, Jack Zilli. At quarterback, we're waiting to see whether it is or is not Lujak. Lujak at the moment is running around, and he has run up to Leahy and is talking to Frank right now. Well, let's skip Lujak for the moment as to whether he's going to start or not. At left halfback, it will be Jerry Cowie. At fullback, it's Jimmy Mello. And at right halfback, it's Amos Sitko. And the only questionable starter at the moment is Notre Dame's Johnny Lujak, who is now talking to Frank Leahy. Incidentally, Red Blake has called his starting team right in close around him. They're huddled down on their haunches. Blake is in a stooped-over position. He's talking to the boys, and you can just about imagine what he's saying. He's telling them that this is going to be the half that's going to decide this game. That everything that's gone before is water over the dam. Forget it. The mistakes you made in the first half, you can't undo them. Get them out of your mind. Don't make any mistakes if you can avoid it in this half. As for beating Notre Dame, this is a team that's smarting under 2 humiliating defeats. 1944, the Irish were beaten by this very Army team 59-0. And last year, on this day of days, the Fighting Irish went down to an insufferable defeat, insufferable for Notre Dame, on the long, or rather short end of a 48-0 count. And you can just tell Blake, or rather you can be sure that Blake is reminding his boys that Notre Dame is going to do everything within her power to make Army eat crow today. And as for Blake, I'd almost take a guarantee that one of the last things he said to his boys was, don't forget last year. This is the day they've been waiting for, both of them. They come into this game, they came into the game with their records unblemished. They have absolutely nothing to hinder them. They're throwing the works at each other. Up to today's game, both had to hold back. They had to play under wraps. Last week against Navy, Notre Dame wanted to show very, very little. No more than they absolutely had to, because anything they showed, Mr. Blake was there to see. He wasn't even with his club last week. He went down to Baltimore and personally scouted Notre Dame. Well, naturally, Mr. Leahy wasn't going to open up for him. But today, they can pull out all the stopgaps. No more wraps. Play it as it is. And it's going to be Army kicking off to Notre Dame. This is a reversal of what happened in the first period. Holding will be Mr. Glenn Davis. And kicking will be Joe Steffi. And here goes the beginning of the second half. There it is. The kick is up in the air. It is going end over end all the way back to the Notre Dame 5-yard line. Where it's taken by Jerry Coward. Gets up to the 10, up to the 15, gets up to the 20, stays on his feet, goes to the 25, and he is knocked down just shy of the 30-yard line. So it is Notre Dame's ball. Here's a gentleman. We just want him to say hello. The game has started again. Bob Holmes.
Bill, I've been running through these stands trying to find you. Who hit you down here in this box? Is this thrilling or not, huh?
It's a great game.
I'm ready for a nervous breakdown, but I'm very thrilled to be here, Bill. This is sensational. Wonderful to see you. I know you want to go on with the game.
That's all right.
But this is
Bob.
great. Thanks. Good to see you, Bill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Bob Hope. We're back to the play on this game. Just wanted to stick Bob on to say hello. In the meantime, Jerry Coward carried this ball. There was no gain on the running play. The reason we felt that we should put Bob on, Bob very kindly, after promising he would go on at halftime, waded through a crowd. They recognized him. They mobbed him. He couldn't get away from them, but he kept his word and came all the way down to the booth, and believe me, took a beating to get here, so we wanted him to say hello. Jerry Coward again in motion this time. The ball is given on a quick lateral to Emil Sitko. Sitko drives from about the 30 up to the 32-yard line, but again, it's 2 yards on that play, and he is stopped as he reaches the 33, a gain of 3 yards. I hope that made sense, putting Mr. Hope on after the game had started. Don't get confused. He's not playing for Notre Dame or for Army. But the guy was kind enough to take an unmerciful personal beating as the Hope fans, and there are millions of them, mobbed him as he tried to come through the crowd. Since he was kind enough to wend his way all the way down to the broadcasting box, I don't think you minded too much. In fact, I'm sure you approve of hearing him say hello. Notre Dame now has been penalized 5 yards. 5 yards on an offside penalty, so it will be second down, 15 yards to go. Notre Dame is penalized, and the ball has been set down to the Notre Dame 24-yard line. Marty Wendell goes in at center for Notre Dame. Here's a quick opening play this time. The ball is given on a double reverse. Emil Sitko coming around the side of the line. He's up to the 25, stays on his feet, gets to the 30, and he's knocked back to the 30. He gets to the 30 and is knocked down to the 27-yard line when Doc Blanchard, left half back of Army, hits him in the 30 and drives him all the way back to the 27. Referee puts the ball back on the 28. Ooh, Blanchard hit him hard. Notre Dame's ball on their own 28-yard line. It is third down now, 12 yards to go. Remember, Notre Dame was penalized 5 yards for being offside a moment ago. We are in the second half of the football game from the Yankee Stadium. And here comes Notre Dame out of the huddle very quickly. Way out to the right this time is Jerry Coward. He's a left half back, but he's deployed way out to the right. He's about 15 yards out. And it is Johnny Lujak back for an Irish pass. He throws it out on the flat. It's completed this time. And Emil Sitko takes it on the 30s up to the 35. And he's knocked down on the 37-yard line. As he's knocked down on that 37-yard line, the ball squirts away from him. The referee is untangling a whole pile down there. But I believe Sitko hung onto that ball, and it's still Notre Dame's ball. Ball is resting on the Notre Dame 35-yard line. It is fourth down, coming up 5 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball on their own 35. We have started the third period of the football game. As a matter of fact, 1 minute and 15 seconds of playing time have gone by. Here comes Notre Dame up to the line of scrimmage very quickly now. Tucker and Davis are back in safety position for Army. Standing back in front formation is Johnny Lujak back on the Irish 25-yard line. He's waiting for the pass from center. It's a little low. He has to reach down to get it. He does. He boots it. It's up in the air. Waiting to take it is Arnold Tucker. He takes another 25. He's up to the 30, up to the 35, up to the 40. Stays on his feet, goes to the 45, and he's knocked down on the Army 45-yard line. Arnold Tucker, quarterback of Army, runs the ball back to the 45, from the 20 to the 45. As Lujak boots it down to him, Jack Zilli makes the tackle. And we're well back in the play-by-play now. Score, Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. And Army is diving down now, 5 yards away from crossing the midfield stripe. It is Army's ball, first and 10. Notre Dame is back to a 5-man defensive setup. 5 and 3 and then 2 and then 1. Here comes Army out of the huddle now. Arnold Tucker calling his signals, a balance line. Tucker takes the ball. He shovel passes it to Glenn Davis. Davis goes past the 45, reaches the 48, gets a 3-yard gain as he goes between his center and his right guard. He's brought down by George Connor. George Connor, the left tackle of Notre Dame, stops him on the 48, again at 3 yards on that play. It'll be second down coming up, 7 yards to go. Army's ball on the Notre Dame 47-yard line. Score is still 0-0. We have 11 minutes and 30 seconds of playing time remaining in the third period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium, and Army is just 3 yards shy of the midfield strike. Key formation, Tucker calling these signals. Blanchard to the left, Davis to the right. In motion is Glenn Davis. Ball is given to Doc Blanchard. Blanchard tries to burrow his way through the center of the line, and he didn't gain an inch. He stopped even before he can get back to the center of the line. The whole Notre Dame team is waiting for him. Johnny Lujak, Marty Wendell, Johnny Mastrangelo. There's a loss on that play of 1 yard. He didn't even have time to bend over and start to buck his way into the center of the line. He was hit so fast and so hard. 5-man defensive setup, the play he threw at him. 3 men backing up the line. And those 3 men are continually pulling the Army tackles out of the line as they come plunging through to clear the way for their ball carriers. And then those 3 linebacker uppers go through and make a tackle. Tucker calling these out of a tee for Army. It is third down, 3 yards to go. Make that 3rd and 7. Here's a single wing back formation, this time with Doc Blanchard carrying the ball. He pulls his way across the middle of the field stripe. He goes down to the Notre Dame 46-yard line. On a delayed line, Doc Blanchard, the left halfback of Army, pulls his way between left end and left tackle, and he very nearly picks up a first down for Army. He's stopped by Wendell, the roving center of Notre Dame. It is now 4th down coming up, approximately 1.5 yards to go, and it is Army's ball on the Notre Dame 46. Emil Sitko goes back into safety position, and so does Jerry Cowick for Notre Dame. Glenn Davis back in front formation for Army. Davis standing back on the Cadets 43. He'll boot from the 45 if he does kick. This could be a fake kick. It's only 4th and 2. The ball goes back to Davis. They're going to play it safe. He boots. It's up in the air. Waiting to take it is Jerry Cowick. Cowick lets the ball come down to him. Ball bounced down and into the Notre Dame end zone, so it is an automatic touchback. Notre Dame's ball 1st and 10 on their 20. Notre Dame takes over 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 20-yard line. Notre Dame ball 1st and 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 20-yard line. Army changes its defensive formation slightly. They've been alternating between a 5 and a 6. When they find themselves in a crucial position, they generally go to a 6. Otherwise, they stay at a 5. Notre Dame's 1st and 10 now on their own 20-yard line. Roars comes in at right end. Fulberg goes out for Army. Here's the ball given on a twisting reverse to Jerry Cowick. Cowick comes across the 20, gets to the 25, and reaches the 27 before he's hit down by Arnold Tucker. Jerry Cowick, left halfback of Notre Dame, runs the ball over his own right guard, just moving just outside of center, just to the right of the center. Behind beautiful interference. He let that interference form in front of him, and he went up to the 27-yard line. Billy Gompers comes in for Emil Sitko, Brennan for Cowick. And here's a twisting reverse, and there's a fumble in the backfield. There's a fumble in the Notre Dame backfield, and we're going to have them pull him off to see who recovered that. Terry Brennan is the man who made the fumble. Let's see who recovered. Everybody is piled up on the play. The ball is resting on approximately the 26-yard line. It is still Notre Dame's ball. Terry Brennan fell on his own fumble. Terry Brennan was the man who fumbled that, and he recovered it. Barney Poole, left end of Army, was in like a shot. He tried to get his hands on it and couldn't. It is third down. Still 2 yards to go. Make it 3 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball. Notre Dame running out of the tee. Johnny Lujak calling these signals. Lujak takes the ball. Gives it on a spinner to Terry Brennan. Brennan going around the center line is up to the 30-yard line. Crosses the 30. Gets to the 33 and reels off a first down for Notre Dame. Ball is being brought in on about the 33-yard line. And it's another first down for Notre Dame. That's Notre Dame's 6th first down of the game. Army has made 4 to date. Notre Dame has made 6. Jimmy Enos, roving center of Army, is the man who stopped that play. Here comes Notre Dame out of the huddle. They move the ball up to their own 33-yard line. 9 minutes of playing time remaining in the third period. There's no score so far in this game. A cross buck with Billy Gompers carrying the ball. Gompers bucks his way between his right guard and right tackle. He found a hole he could wedge his shoulders through. He tried to thrust it all the way through with a piercing drive. A final lunge pushed him forward to approximately the 37-yard line. Notre Dame's ball on their own 37-yard line. It is second down. 10 yards to go. There was very little gain on that play. Practically none. And it is Lujak back for a Notre Dame pass. It is not good. Intended for Jimmy Martin, the left end. Martin goes high into the air, but he can't go high enough. And it goes for an incomplete forward pass. Martin stands 6'2". He weighs 205 pounds. He's out of Cleveland, Ohio. He was in the Marines for 3 years in the Pacific Theater. Incidentally, this boy is a great defensive end as well as being a fine pass catcher. He couldn't get that when it was thrown too high for him. He had no chance. Blanchard and Roars were both covering for Army. It is third down, still 10 yards to go. Deployed out to the right is Terry Brennan, some 20 yards out to the right of his own right end. And it is Lujak back for another Notre Dame pass. He throws it across the line of scrimmage. Terry Brennan takes it. He takes it up on the Notre Dame 41-yard line, stays on his feet, and is knocked down on a 42. Terry Brennan takes it up to the 42 and reels off a 9-yard gain. That's almost a first down for Notre Dame. And the cadets are marching, or rather the Fighting Irish are marching down the field. Is bringing in the line sticks to measure whether this is or is not. Glenn Davis was slightly injured on that play. Davis of Army is injured. That's a loss that Army can ill afford. Glenn Davis, one of the great all-time backs in football, considered by many to be in the same bracket with Tommy Harmon of Michigan, Buzz Voorhees of Navy, the all-time greats, Red Grange of Illinois. Down for the first time I've seen him down in 3 years, injured. I believe that's the first time Davis has ever been injured. He's back on his feet and listen to the hand he gets. Glenn Jr. Davis back on his feet, and he's going to stay in the game. Ready to take his place, had it been necessary, was Bill Gustafson. Bill is still standing on the sidelines with Red Blake. Red doesn't want to take any chances on Davis. If Davis is limping, I imagine Red will pull him out. But Bill Gustafson has not gone into the game at the moment. He is still standing on the sidelines talking to Blake. Davis is still in there. He's trying that ankle out. Apparently, it's Davis's right ankle. He's limping as he walks up and down the field, and his own teammate are looking at him anxiously. They can ill afford to lose him, and while he makes up his mind whether he's going to stay in or stay out or come out, the Army band strikes up. Let's listen. He's going to stay in the game. Davis is staying in. He's going back into safety position. So it is Notre Dame ball, and it is fourth down, approximately 6 inches to go on the Notre Dame 43-yard line, and they're going to gamble on this in a 0-0 ball game. They're not going to play it safe and kick. It's a line, but this time with Terry Brennan to the center of the line, and he either just made it or just missed him. The whole Army team is waiting for him. Terry Brennan on the line, butler. We're going to bring those line sticks in again. Notre Dame gambled on a fourth down with 6 inches to go. Did they make it? If you hear a terrific roar go up, you'll know they did. If you hear one, if you don't, if it's quiet, you'll know they didn't. Listen. They did! Notre Dame gambles on a fourth down with 6 inches to go and just makes those 6 inches. Notre Dame ball first and 10 now on their own 43-yard line, 15 yards in from the northern side of the playing field. With 8 minutes of playing time remaining in the third period, score is 0-0. Jimmy Mello is deployed deep. Ball is given this time to Johnny Lugg on a twisting sneaker play. He faked it to Gompers, kept it himself, and he gains nothing. He spun around between his right tackle and right hand and picked up no yardage. At most, he might have picked up a half a yard. Let's call it 2nd and 10. It's about 2nd and 9 3/4. A foot gain on that play. Left halfback, Doc Blanchard, is the man who stopped it. Holy Cross Colgate scores announced, with Holy Cross leading Colgate 7-0 at the end of the first quarter. Here comes Notre Dame out of that huddle very quickly. Let's stick with this ball game. Two unbeaten teams playing each other. Brennan in motion. Lugg back for the pass. He throws it over the center of the line of scrimmage and is knocked down. Blanchard high into the air and he backs it down. And Blanchard picks up that ball, or rather stops it around his shoe tops. Let's let the referee decide whether Doc made an interception or not. Hurt on the play is Jim Martin, the left end of Notre Dame. Blanchard knocked the ball down, scooped it before it hit his shoe, or as it hit his shoe. If he scooped it up as he hit his shoe, in other words, if he chopped it, it is no interception. If he got it before he touched the ground, it is an interception. Referee rules he tapped it. It touched the ground first, hence it is an incomplete forward pass. Injured on that play is Jim Martin, a 6'2" boy, a 205-pounder. I believe I said a moment ago he was from Cleveland, Ohio. He is. He's injured on the play, but he is staying in the game. Bolberg is going in at right end. Jim Roars goes out. That's a change for Army. Score is Army 0, Notre Dame 0. A jam-packed Yankee Stadium. Watching this game, which has certainly had its quota of thrills. Both teams have had scoring opportunities. Neither team has driven too deep, with one exception. Army drove down, way down, and was stopped twice. Notre Dame got down real deep on one occasion. Here's a single wing over the right this time. In motion is Billy Gompers. Johnny Lugg back for the pass. He throws it out to Gompers. Gompers takes it on a 40. He's up to the 43. Gets away from one man and is knocked down on the 47-yard line. Billy Gompers, right halfback of Notre Dame, is knocked down by Doc Blanchard. Boy, that Blanchard really not only plays great offensive football, he's tremendous on the defense. He's swarming all over this field to bring down ball carriers. And he stops that play on the Notre Dame 47-yard line. A gain of 5 yards on the play. It'll be fourth down, coming up 5 yards to go. Johnny Lugg back in punt formation for Notre Dame. He is standing on the Notre Dame 37-yard line. Tucker and Davis are back in safety position for Army. There's a pass. It's low. Lugg gets it. He's booting for the sidelines. They don't want Junior Davis to get his mitts on it. Glenn takes it on his own 15, just inbounds, and he's hit down immediately. He gets forward to about the 18-yard line and was dropped in his tracks by Marty Wendell, center of Notre Dame. Glenn Davis never got started with that ball. He caught it on the 15, started up the field. He was hit on the 18, and it's Army's ball, first and 10 on their own 18-yard line. George Strohmeyer coming in at center, replacing Marty Wendell, who made that tackle for Notre Dame. Army's ball first and 10 on their own 18. The sun is shining. Temperatures down in the 50s. 75,000 people in the Yankee Stadium watching this football game between unbeaten Army and unbeaten Notre Dame. Here comes Army out of the huddle very quickly. A quick lateral thrown over to the left this time with Doc Blanchard in the center of the line. Blanchard pulls his way from about the 18 to the 23 for a 5-yard gain. Call it a 4-yard gain. Johnny Fallon, John Mastrangelo, and George Strohmeyer. The entire right side of the Notre Dame team stopped him. Gain of 4 yards on that play. It'll be 2nd and 6. Army's ball deep down in their own territory in the 22. The ball's about midway between the two sideline stripes. Score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Here comes Army out of the huddle very quickly now. Arnold Tucker calling these signals out of a T formation. No man in motion on this play. Incidentally, a 7-man defensive line is being used against him. Blanchard carrying the ball again. He's up to the 20, 25, and knocked down on the 27-yard line. Picking up another 4 yards and almost reeling off a first down. Doc Blanchard, left halfback of Army, sometimes in at full, sometimes in at wingback. He's finally stopped by Jack Zilly, the right end of Notre Dame, who had a spilly interference and get Doc. He got him. Score Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. 5 minutes and 20 seconds of playing time remaining in the third period of the football game from Yankee Stadium, and it's a scoreless tie. Army out of the huddle. Glenn Davis in the middle of the tee. Blanchard on one side. And the other side is Rip Rowan. The ball is given to Blanchard. Blanchard gives it to Davis. Davis coming around the short side of the line. And he gets away from one man. He's back to the 30. Stays on his feet. He goes down to the 35-yard line. He's knocked down on the 35-yard line by Terry Brown. Terry Brennan, the left halfback of Notre Dame. Oh, that... He ran into Terry Brennan. Full blast. A first down for Army.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at ChestertonRadio.com.
Army reels off a first down, and the Cadets got something to yell about. Army's ball first and 10 on their own 35. As Glenn Davis, finding that he cannot get between the tackler and the sideline, just runs into the tackler, full bent, bowled him over. Here's a quick shovel pass this time, given to Rowan. The ball is fumbled. The ball is found. Johnny Fallon, the right tackle of Notre Dame, I believe, fell on that ball, and I think it's a Notre Dame recovery. Hang on. I think Notre Dame recovered on the Army 34-yard line. They're pulling off players one by one. Referee hasn't signaled yet exactly what it is. It's Notre Dame's ball. An Army team that is not only... great, but has risen to great heights to thwart 4 scoring opportunities that Notre Dame has had, mainly thanks to fumbles by Army and recoveries by Notre Dame, now finds themselves back in a hole, and once again must try to put their shoulder to the wheel and stop a Notre Dame team which is determined to try and take advantage of one of these breaks and go over. Notre Dame has the ball first and 10 on the Army 34. Red Sitko is back in at right halfback. Billy Gompers goes out. Rip Rowan goes out at right halfback. Billy West comes in. It's Rowan who made that fumble for Army. Notre Dame's ball first and 10 on the Army 34-yard line. Lujak calling these signals. Johnny Lujak gives it on the line back to Red Sitko. Sitko into the center of the line and no gain. Red Sitko, right halfback. Emil Sitko, nicknamed Red. Of course, you'd never guess why. It just happens that he has red hair. 5 foot 10 inches, weighing 185 out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Favorite pastime is pitching horseshoes. Notre Dame's ball, first and 10. Second and 10 on the Army 34-yard line. Lujak again. Lujak on a cross, bucking into Terry Brennan. Brennan drives to the 32-yard line. For a gain of about 2 yards on that play. He's brought down by Joe Steffi and Jim Enos. Gain of 2 yards on the play. It will be third down coming up now. 8 yards to go, and Army's defense is automatically stepping back. There goes Tucker back. There goes Davis back. They smell that Mr. Lujak's going to throw a pass at him. Third down, 8 yards to go. Score Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. 4 minutes to play in the third period. The Yankee Stadium, temperature in the 50s. The sun beaming down. White clouds and a blue sky. Lujak calling these signals. He's right down behind the center. It's Johnny back for the forward pass. Cocks his arm back, looks for the man. There goes a long Notre Dame pass all the way down to the 10-yard line. Intercepted by Arnold Tucker of Army. He takes it on the 10 up to the 15, the 20 up to the 25. Stays on his feet. Crosses the 30. Gets up to the 37. And it's Army's ball. First and 10 on their own 42-yard line. A brilliant quarterback saves the day for Army. He went high into the air, pulled that one right into his tummy, and raced back up the field with it. Thrown by Lujak, caught by Arnold Tucker of Army. A beautiful block thrown by Blanchard enabled Tucker to get started. Army's ball first and 10 on their own 42. They seem to have pep now. Billy West in motion this time. Ball is given to Blanchard. Blanchard bowls his way down to the 50, stays in the 3, down to the 45, and he's finally knocked out of bounds all the way down on the Notre Dame 37-yard line. Blanchard stays on his feet and keeps going to the Notre Dame 37-yard line. And listen to the stadium. Complete direction of the game is changing rapidly. A Notre Dame team, which seemed to have the situation well in hand, now finds itself with its back to the wall. Just as a few moments ago, Army's back was up against its wall. Army, thanks to a pass interception by Tucker on the 10, runs it up to the 42. Blanchard pulls his way between left tackle and left guard for 23 yards, and he runs it down to the Notre Dame 37-yard line. And there are 3 minutes and 15 seconds of playing time remaining in the third period. And now Notre Dame has their back against the wall, and for the first time this afternoon, the Army team is beginning to look like the Army team of old. That Blanchard run was exactly the way Blanchard has been running against Michigan, against the teams that they've been piling up scores on. West Virginia 13, Fordham nothing in the first period. At the halftime, Penn State 20, Temple nothing. At the half, Maine 21, Bowdoin 14. At the half, Harvard 14, Dartmouth 7. At the first period, Boston University nothing, New Hampshire nothing. In the first period, Williams nothing, Wesleyan nothing. In the first period, Michigan 14, Michigan State nothing. At the halftime, Duke 6, Wake Forest nothing. In the first period, Pittsburgh nothing, Ohio State nothing. In the first period, St. Bonaventure 7, Bowling Green nothing. There's an interesting score. St. Bonaventure is coached by Huey DeVore, who coached Notre Dame last year. St. Bonaventure 7, Bowling Green nothing. First period score, Brooklyn College nothing, Kings Point 7. And here's the last score, a first period score, Holy Cross 7, Colgate nothing. Jack Ray is in at right tackle, replacing Joe Steffi, and the interesting fact of Ray being in for Army, he's the kicking specialist. He can boot field goals from almost any position. So should they need him, they've got him. Here's Glenn Davis trying to go to the center of the line, and he gains 2 yards. Glenn Davis on an off-tackle smash goes to the 35, and he's knocked down on the 35 by Johnny Lujak. Lujak comes up to make the tackle, and it is now second down, 8 yards to go. Army's ball on the Notre Dame 35-yard line, with 3 minutes of playing time remaining in the third period, and it's a scoreless tie. Ashbow, right halfback of Notre Dame, replaces Billy Gompers. Pep Pinelli comes in at fullback. Jimmy Mello goes out. Here is Tucker. Tucker giving it to Blanchard, and Blanchard moving over his own right side. That was an attempted quarterback sneak with Tucker finding no hole whatsoever. With his back up against a brick wall, he shoveled it over to Doc Blanchard. Blanchard picked up 2 yards, and it is now third down and 6 yards to go. Army playing smart football. When one man has stopped, they're lateral to another, shovel passing it out. He handed it off to Blanchard that time. It is third and 6. The defense is deep for a pass. Tucker's back, and the forward pass completed. It's completed to Bolberg. Bolberg takes it all the way down to the 20-yard line. Hank Bolberg carries it down to the Notre Dame 20-yard line, and it's Army's ball, first and 10 on the Notre Dame 20. This is the deepest Army's been all day. Notre Dame's throwing a 7-man line at him now. Trying to get through and rush the ball carrier or rush the passer. Tucker calling these signals. Waiting for a man to be in motion. Arnold Tucker shovels the pal back. Davis is fading back to throw an Army pass. There goes an Army pass down to the goal line. Intercepted by Notre Dame. Ashbow intercepted for Notre Dame on the 5. It's brought back to the 9. And it's Notre Dame's ball, first and 10 on their own 9-yard line. The Irish take over on their own 9. Notre Dame goes back into an immediate huddle. And a scoring look for a moment like it couldn't. As Army in 4 plays came all the way from their own 10 to the Notre Dame 20. That scoring opportunity has gone up into thin air. That's Notre Dame's ball, first and 10 on their own 9. Key formation, Johnny Lujak back. He flips it over to Terry Brennan. Brennan's cutting around the right side of the line. He's up to the 10-yard line, up to the 15-yard line, up to the 20-yard line, up to the 25, up to the 30, and he is finally run out of bounds on the 30-yard line. Terry Brennan out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 6 foot tall, 170 pounders. Cut around his own right end. Started on the 9 and wound up on the Notre Dame 30. Oh, don't count either of these teams out. 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining to be played in the third period. Score is 0-0. Notre Dame on the rampage. Billy Gompers comes in at right halfback. Ashbow goes out. Here's a quick opening play. The ball being given to Billy Gompers. Gompers comes from the 30 to the 33. He's hit down very hard on the low tackle by Billy West, right halfback of Army. And it will be second down coming up now, 7 yards to go. Ray goes out of the game. Joe Steffi comes in at left guard for the Cadets. 45 seconds remaining in the third period. A game which has kept this huge crowd literally spellbound. Here comes Notre Dame out of the huddle very quickly now. Johnny Lujack calling these signals out of the Notre Dame T formation. It's an orthodox T. Nobody's in motion. A balanced line. Now in motion is Billy Goppers. Ball is given on the crossbuck to Pop Pinelli. Pinelli goes into the center of the line. He may have picked up 2 yards. That's about all. But so beautiful was that deception by Pep Pinelli, that Billy Goppers was tackled by Goebel Bryant, the right tackle of Armour. And when Mr. Goebel Bryant tackled Goppers, Goppers turned around to him and said, "Look, Sonny, I haven't got the ball. What are you tackling me for?" Beautiful deception on that play. Actually, Folberg stopped the play. Here comes Notre Dame out of the huddle very quickly. Wonderful deception. There's only 6 seconds remaining in this period. This will be the last play of the period. In motion is Terry Brennan. Lujack back. He throws a pass out to Brennan. Brennan takes it in the lateral. He's up to the 35. Goes across the 40. Gets up and is knocked out of bounds on the 44.5-yard line. Brennan goes to the 44.5, and there's another first down for Notre Dame as the third period ends. Score is Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. And the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame have clawed their way, literally clawed it. All the way from their own 9-yard line, they've come up the field to the Notre Dame 44-yard line. With Billy Goppers of Notre Dame, a halfback who started as a relief man doing yeoman service, both on the offensive and on the defensive. Incidentally, some of these Notre Dame boys are not as heavy as you might think. Sitko weighs 185. Terry Brennan weighs 175. Livingston weighs 175. McGurk weighs 195. Mello's the heaviest man, weighing 197. Here's some more scores. With timeout, I think we better have a station break. We're just about to start the fourth and final period, and from the Yankee Stadium in New York, we pause for station identification. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just about time to start the fourth and final period of the Army Notre Dame football game. The National Broadcasting Company sending it your way. This is Bill Stern speaking, and the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. And now Notre Dame has the ball, 1st and 10 on their own 44-yard line. Lujack calling his signals out of a T formation with a balanced line. He gives it on the crossbuck to Terry Brennan. Brennan plows across the 45, reaching the 47 for a gain of 3 yards on that play. He was stopped by Joe Steffi and Tommy Hayes. Gain of 3 yards on the play. It will be second down, 7 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball on their own 47-yard line. And this stadium is literally jam-packed. Barney Poole is out at left end. Tommy Hayes is in. Jerry Cowie comes in at left halfback. Terry Brennan goes out. That's a change for Notre Dame. All right, time to play football again. Johnny Lujack fakes to go back to throw forward pass. He fumbles the ball. The ball is picked up by Doc Blanchard. Blanchard racing down the sideline. And he steps out of bounds on the Notre Dame 42-yard line. And once again, the ball changes hands, and it's Army's golden opportunity. As Army has it on the Notre Dame 42, 1st and 10. Blanchard, left halfback of Army, went high into the air, picked that fumble up. It was skimming through the air, and Blanchard recovered, and it's Army's ball, 1st and 10. Notre Dame had a golden opportunity a moment ago. Army had an even better one just 2 moments ago. Now Army's got a third one. Each side getting going when they get that ball. Army's ball, 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 42. T formation, Arnold Tucker. In motion is Davis. Ball is given on a quick flip pass out to Glenn Davis. Davis takes it back on the 45, gets to the 40, and he's knocked down on the 39-yard line. Davis picks up 4 yards. Glenn Davis, fullback of Army, running out of the fullback position at the moment in the T formation. Actually, he is a wingback, but he runs out of the middle of the T, which is where the fullback normally belongs. The right halfback spot out of the Army T is Billy West, and the left halfback spot is Doc Blanchard. Right down behind center, calling the signals, is Arnold Tucker. Gain of about 4 yards on that play. It'll be second down, coming up 6 yards to go. There are 14 minutes of playing time remaining in this game. The score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. And the Cadets are threatening. They're down on the Army 38-yard line. It's Tucker back for a forward pass. He throws it incomplete. Hank Folberg right in with the man for whom that was intended. And Folberg could not get it. Hank Folberg, Army's right end. 6'1", weighs 200 pounds, out of Dallas, Texas. He's one of the 3 Dallas players on the squad. He's earned 2 letters in football. I believe he also plays lacrosse. And I think he plays basketball, unless I'm very much mistaken. Major Bob Brigham, my Army spotter, says he does. Time to continue playing football. Army has the ball on the Notre Dame 38-yard line. And it is now third down, 6 yards to go. Mr. Bobby Skogren is running on the playing field, and as Dave Warner of Notre Dame points out, he is going in at the moment at left end. There he goes. The put Mr. Skoglund in at left end. Arnold Tucker at quarterback. He fakes the throw pass. Instead, he gives it to Glenn Davis. Davis tries to power his way right through the center of the line. George Sullivan, the right tackle of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, the man who stopped him on the Notre Dame 36-yard line. And it is now 4th down, 4 yards to go. Army's ball on Notre Dame 36, and believe me, if they got any tricks in their bag, they'll pull them out right now. Anything up their sleeve, because they may never get this close again. There are 13 minutes of playing time remaining in this game. Score is 0-0. Army has the ball on the Notre Dame 36-yard line, and if there's any tricks that Blake has been saving, here it comes. Army's ball, 4th down, better than 4 yards to go. A reverse crossbuck with Davis giving it to West, back to Blanchard, and back to Davis. 4 men carrying the ball in the backfield, and I don't think they made a first down. Davis was the element man who carried that ball. He reached the Notre Dame 34-yard line. I think he missed a first down by approximately a yard and a half. Let's see whether he did or whether he didn't. The line sticks are being brought in. This is very close. That was a triple reverse worked in the backfield. It is Notre Dame's ball. They take over. Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on the Irish 34-yard line. Neither of these teams willing to give the other anything. So, what looks like a great scoring opportunity for the unbeaten cadets from West Point, who have won 25 consecutive games. They haven't been beaten in the last 2.5 seasons. There's a running play on Notre Dame. It's shoveled out to Jerry Cowley. Cowley coming around the center of the line. He's trapped behind the line of scrimmage. He is knocked out of bounds on the Notre Dame 24-yard line. On the 24, a loss of 10 yards on that play. Jerry Cowley, left halfback of Notre Dame, is run out of bounds on the 24-yard line by Sheldon Biles, left tackle of Army. And he is pulled right out of the game, and Terry Brennan is put in his place. One very lovely lady listening to this football game out in South Bend, and I assure you, with her heart in her throat, thinking of other Army Notre Dame games, Mrs. Knute Rockne. Key formation this time. Johnny Lujak calling these signals. He's back for the pass for the Fighting Irish. He throws it, and it is not good. Intended this time for Mr. Kozakowski, the new right end of Notre Dame, or Billy Gompers, both racing down the right sideline. Ball is thrown so far over their heads, they knew that if they did catch it, they'd be out of bounds, so neither one raised their arms or made a try for the ball. Incomplete. 3rd down coming up, 19 yards to go. Loss of almost 10 yards on the first play, an incomplete pass on the second. Tommy Hayes is in at left end for Army. George Connor comes in at right tackle, replacing George Sullivan. That's for Notre Dame. Deployed out wide to the right is Terry Brennan. He's out on a flat. 2.5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, 15 yards out wide. Ball is given him an end around. Billy Gompers carrying the ball. He's up to the 25-yard line, up to the 30-yard line, and he's just up to the 30. Billy Gompers, I believe we called it an end around. It's a right halfback and a wide swing around, taking it away from Johnny Lujak, who faded back on a fake pass. Lujak faking the pass, giving the ball to Gompers. Gompers going back to the 30 and picking up some of the yardage which was lost on the preceding play. Holberg, right end of Army, refuses to let his end be turned, and he stops the play. 4th down, 14 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball, and Notre Dame is going back into a punt formation with Lujak standing back on the Irish 20-yard line. Tucker and Davis are back in safety position on the Army 35. Let's see where the kick goes to. It's 4th and 14. It's a low pass, but the kick gets up in the air. It's not as good a kick as he's kicked earlier. Ball is coming across the midfield stripe down to the Army 43-yard line, and will go down on the 43, a dead ball. It'll be Army's ball, 1st and 10. Army takes over 1st and 10 on their own 43-yard line. So, with 11 minutes of playing time remaining in the 4th and final period of the football game from the Yankee Stadium, the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing, and Army has the ball 1st and 10 on their own 43, and Army asks for timeout. Here's some scores of other games. First period, Navy 6, Georgia Tech nothing. Halftime score, Yale 21, Brown nothing. First period, Florida nothing, Georgia nothing. Here's some more scores coming in all the time. Here's a first period score, North Carolina nothing, William and Mary nothing. A halftime score, Pennsylvania 27, Columbia nothing. A halftime score, Syracuse 7, Cornell nothing. The first period score, Massachusetts State 7, CCNY nothing. A halftime score, BMI nothing, or BMI 20, Furman nothing. A halftime score, NYU 6, Lehigh 3. First period score, Rochester nothing, Vermont nothing. Here's a halftime score, Rutgers 20, Lafayette nothing. First period score, Rensselaer 6, Amherst nothing. And a halftime score, Virginia 20, Princeton nothing. Those are all scores of outside ball games. Score of this particular game is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing, and changed at the moment is Mr. Joe Steffi, the left guard of Army, who's coming to the sidelines and getting a well-deserved round of applause as he does. He's being replaced by Jack Ray, who they call Automatic Ray at West Point because he's in for the extra points and he generally makes them good. Army's backfield is Billy West at right halfback, Tucker at quarter, Davis at full, and Blanchard at the left half. Army takes over now, 1st and 10, and it is Army's ball on their own 43-yard line. We have 11 minutes and 30 seconds of playing time remaining in a scoreless tie. Barney Poole comes back in at left end, and Tommy Hayes goes out. Time to play football again. Arnold Tucker calling these signals out of the T formation. Tucker takes the ball. He shovel passes it to Davis. Davis worms his way through the center of the line. He crosses the 45, gets to the 47, and he's stopped on the 47 by Johnny Mastrangelo, the right guard of Notre Dame. And it will be second down coming up, 5 yards to go. A gain of 5 yards on the play. Army's ball on their own 47-yard line, 3 yards shy of the midfield stripe, and the ball is resting midway between the two sideline stripes. Here comes Army out of the huddle very quickly now. They want to get a score if they possibly can. Arnold Tucker calling these signals. He gives it on a quick flip lateral, this time to Blanchard. Blanchard is stopped as he hits the center of the line, and I don't think there's a gain of anything on that play. Billy Fisher, left guard of Notre Dame, is the man who stopped him. No gain. Third down, 5 yards to go. Billy Fisher, nicknamed Moose, weighing 225 pounds, out of Chicago, standing 6'2", majoring in physical education, hopes to become a coach. What do you think he likes least in life? Being awakened in the morning. Well, that would go for a lot of us. Army's ball. It is third down, 5 yards to go. Army has the ball on their own 47-yard line. In motion this time is Glenn Davis. Tucker's calling these plays. Arnold Tucker back for a pass for Army. Throws it out to Davis. Davis catches it on the Notre Dame 45. He's knocked out on the Notre Dame 44, and it's a first down for the Cadets. Army's ball, 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 44-yard line. Once again, Army is getting a chance to score if they can keep driving. They took over on their own 42. They've come up the field now. This drive started on the 42. They have it now on the Notre Dame 44. 1st and 10. There's a running play this time with Billy West powering his way into the center of the line. He found very little opening. The buck was unsuccessful. He drove through, found a bit of a wedge, and thrust his shoulders through for perhaps a gain of 1 yard, but no more. George Sullivan, the right tackle of Notre Dame, is the man who brought him down. Notre Dame seems to fear far more those crosses, the heaves, the passes, the throws of Glenn Davis or of Tucker than they do the line smashes of Blanchard at the moment, because they're playing their defense deep. They seem to say, we'll give you 3 yards, but we want to stop those passes if we can. And here's a pass that's knocked down right in its tracks. There's a wild roll for the ball. George Sullivan, right tackle of Notre Dame, falls on that ball, but I think it'll be ruled an incomplete forward pass. Arnold Tucker was trying to throw a pass. Just as he got it out of his mitt, it was batted down by Georgie Connor, left tackle of Notre Dame. And George Sullivan fell on that ball for what looked like it might be a Notre Dame recovery, but actually it's a dead ball once the pass is incomplete. Sullivan, man who completed that play, 6 feet 3 inches tall, out of East Walpole, Massachusetts, weighing 210 pounds. It is now third down, still 10 yards to go, and it is Tucker to Davis. Davis going back to throw an Army pass. There goes a long pass up in the air. It is intercepted by Army and then dropped. Army ball carrier, or rather by Notre Dame, Emil Sitko goes high in the air, intercepts it on the 10-yard line, then drops it. He drops it. Johnny Lujak falls on it back on the 10-yard line. Sitko intercepted that on the 10. It got away from Sitko. It went rolled back to the Notre Dame 5 where Johnny Lujak fell on it. It is Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 5-yard line. So the ruling on the play is it was a pass interception followed by a fumble. They ruled that Sitko had possession of that ball and that he dropped it after he had possession of the ball, and it was recovered. Then it becomes anybody's ball, and it was recovered by Notre Dame's Johnny Lujak. So it's Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 5-yard line. Ball is given on the line punch this time to Brennan. Brennan goes from the 5 approximately to the 7-yard line, and then is hit so hard on the tackle by Sheldon Biles that he's driven all the way back to the 3-yard line. But nevertheless, the forward motion of the ball was stopped on the 7, so it's a gain of 2 yards. It is Notre Dame's ball, 2nd and 8 on their own 7. Billy Fisher, left guard of Notre Dame, is slightly injured on that play. Notre Dame's Billy Fisher injured on the play. He's the boy we were talking about a moment ago, standing 6'2", nicknamed Moose, weighing 225 out of Chicago. He's the boy who doesn't like to be awakened in the morning. Right at the moment, he is not off in the land of dreamland, but he's not far from it. He was really hit hard. Wind was knocked out of him. He's back on his feet now. 225-pounder. He's reeling around in the end zone like a drunken man. He's going to be taken out of the game. He had all the wind knocked out of him. But if his parents are listening in, he's dog-trotting over to the sideline so the boy is not hurt. Listen to the hand he gets. Signiego goes in his place, replacing Bill Fisher, injured on that last play. Eliga Stopson comes in at quarterback, replacing Arnold Tucker for Army. It is Notre Dame's ball, 2nd and 8 on their own 7-yard line. Notre Dame in that T formation. Johnny Lujak calling his signals. Notre Dame's got his back up against the wall now. Lujak hands it on the crossback to Emil Sitko. Sitko runs it up to the 10-yard line, crosses the 10, falls forward to the 11. A crossbuck, Lujak to Brennan, faking to give it to Brennan, not giving it to Brennan, giving it to Sitko. Runs the ball up to the 11-yard line. It'll be 3rd down, coming up now, 5 yards to go. And between 4 and 5, and there are 8 minutes of playing time remaining to be played in this football game. Ball is resting on the Notre Dame 11-yard line. It is Notre Dame's ball, and the score is Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. On a game which has watched these two teams battle on semi-even terms all afternoon long. Here's Johnny Lujak this time. He flips it out on a low pass this time to Brennan. Brennan just manages to keep that ball in his own possession. He has to reach for it. He finally gets it on the 6-yard line. He's hit immediately by Barney Poole, and there's a 5-yard loss on that play. So Notre Dame comes up to a 4th down, finds themselves lacking 12 yards of a 1st down. They have the ball on their own 6-yard line, and now Mr. Lujak is going to have to kick from his end zone. Notre Dame's ball. The Fighting Irish have it on their own 6-yard line. Billy Gustafsson and Glenn Davis are back in safety position. Remember, Tucker is not in the backfield now for Army. So Lujak is standing 5 yards behind the goal line. He's asking the crowd, please be quiet. Please to quiet down so he can hear these signals called. He knows when the ball's going to be passed to him. Referee has stepped in now, is trying to quiet the crowd down. Everybody's cooperating. You can hear a big hush settle over this Yankee Stadium. 75,000 people heed that signal and quiet down. They realize this boy has really got responsibilities on his shoulders now. There's a pass from center. He steps forward. He boots it. It's a nice one. It's coming up the field. Waiting to take it is Glenn Davis. He takes it on the 50-yard line. He's back into Notre Dame territory. He's down to the 45. Gets away from one man. And he is knocked down on the Notre Dame 39-yard line. Glenn Davis, scat back of Army, runs it from the 50 down to the 39. And he's stopped by Georgie Sullivan, right tackle of Notre Dame. And it's Army's ball, 1st and 10 on the Notre Dame 39-yard line. And here comes Arnold Tucker in. And bet your bottom buck he's got instructions from Red Blake. Arnold Tucker's coming in now. There are 6 minutes and 30 seconds of playing time remaining in this football game. And here comes Arnold Tucker trotting in. Nice-looking boy, that Tucker. As a matter of fact, many of these kids on both of these teams are handsome boys. It's time to play football again. Russ Ashbo comes in for Emil Sitko at right halfback for Notre Dame. Army's ball, 1st and 10 on the Irish 39-yard line. Tucker calling these signals on a crossback. He gives it to Davis, and Davis gains nothing. As a matter of fact, he loses a yard. He's knocked back on the 40-yard line. George Connor is waiting for the play. Whoever was to take Connor didn't do it. George Connor, same boy we talked about a moment ago, 225-pounder. He was a sub-chaser. He was on a sub-chaser in the war. He was discharged as an ensign in the Navy. Saw service in the Pacific. Army's ball, singling over the right this time in motion is Glenn Davis. Tucker getting this ball. He's fading back to throw a pass. His arm goes back. There goes a pass, and it's not good. Barney Poole was the man who had it in his hands and dropped it, in the whole Army rooting section let go with a woo, just as they thought he had it. Arnold Tucker throwing, and Barney Poole going high into the heaven. He was all the way down to the Notre Dame 28-yard line, and it trickled through his fingers and went for an incomplete forward pass. But if you're an Army rooter and you feel badly about that, think how Mr. Poole feels. He's one of the best ends in the business. He's out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. Weighs 215 pounds, stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He's one of 3 great brothers, 3 great athletes. In motion is Glenn Davis again. Arnold Tucker fading back for another pass. Cocks his arm back, looks for his man. He can't get the ball away. The ball is fumbled. It's picked up by Jim Martin. I don't think that ball touched the ground. It'll be ruled a pass intercepted. It's Notre Dame's ball on the Army 48-yard line. Here's what happened. Arnold Tucker fading back to throw a forward pass. Has his arm jarred. The ball squirts away from him. Jim Martin, the left end of Notre Dame, gets it before it hits the ground, recovers for Notre Dame, intercepts it, and it's Notre Dame's ball on the Army 49-yard line. And on the first running play, Terry Brennan bucks his way over his own right tackle and goes down to the 46-yard line. A gain of 3 yards on that play. So it'll be 2nd and 7, and now Notre Dame is down on the Army 45-yard line. And there are 5 minutes of playing time remaining in this football game. Don't you go away from that loudspeaker. Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. The Irish are down on the Army 44-yard line with a second down coming up. 6.5 yards to go. Lugg calling these signals. He's played almost the whole game. He gives it to Brennan. Brennan gains 1.5 yards, and that's all. Jimmy Enos, roving center for Army, who's played a whale of a game backing up the Cadets' rear line. Backing up the rear of the Cadets' line, I should say. Stops him after a gain of 1 yard. It'll be third down coming up, 4 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball on the Army 43-yard line, and Army is dropping Mr. Davis back. They smell a pass coming up. Johnny Lugg is calling these signals, and he's played a brilliant game today. If he's got a weak ankle, he hasn't showed it so far. Harry Brennan deployed out to the right. He's out on a flat 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, 15 yards out to the right of his right end. It is Lugg back for the forward pass. He throws it out to Brennan. It is not good. Nowhere near Terry Brennan. The closest to it was Arnold Tucker. And it's going to bring up a fourth down. 4 yards to go. Notre Dame's ball down on the Army 43-yard line. And now Notre Dame is faced with a decision. 4th down, 4 yards to go. Shall they play it safe and kick, put Army so deep in a hole that Army might never be able to come out of it, or shall they try and run? They go into a punt formation. Johnny Lugg standing back in kick formation. Apparently Notre Dame is going to play this safe. Back goes Glenn Davis in safety. Mr. Johnny Lugg boots for the sidelines. He's driving it away from Davis. The ball goes down and out of bounds on the... Now it went into the end zone. Looked for a moment like it might be going out of bounds on about the 1 yard line, and the crowd held its breath. It hit the line and then bounded into the end zone. Did a tightrope act right down the sideline. And this huge crowd just went... They sucked in their breath as they thought for a moment that ball was going out of bounds on the 1 yard line. It didn't, though. It went into the end zone. It's Army's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 20. With 4 minutes of playing time remaining in the football game, and the score is Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. Billy Goppers and Rush Ashborough are changing places at right halfback with Ashborough in the game at the moment. Army's ball now. Billy West deployed out wide to the right. Arnold Tucker calling his signals. Tucker fakes the throw, pass, an extra run with the ball, and gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Arnold Tucker cocked his arm back as though he was going to throw it, then pulled the ball back into his chest and started to buck his way through the center of the Notre Dame line, but he didn't get very far, and there was no gain on that play. Tucker's out of Miami, Florida. He stands 5'9". He weighs 179. He was a star athlete at the University of Miami before he enrolled at West Point. He also served in the Navy, even though actually, at the moment, he is playing football for Army. He's captain-elect of the Army basketball team and co-captain, well, not co-captain of this team, that's Blanchard and Davis, but he is captain-elect of the basketball team. Second down, 10 yards to go. In motion is West. Ball is given on the crossbuck this time to Davis. Davis gets up to the 23-yard line and is hit down on the 23. He bowled his way between his left tackle and left guard before Georgie Sullivan, the right tackle of Notre Dame, could bring him down. There are 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this football game. We're getting into the final seconds. We're in the 4th and final period. Score is Notre Dame nothing, Army nothing. Army is unbeaten since December of 1943. They won every game in 1944, every one in 45. They've won every one this year. Notre Dame is unbeaten this year. Way out to the right goes Mr. Junior Glenn Davis. He's deployed out wide. A quick kick by Arnold Tucker. It rolls all the way back to the Notre Dame 20-yard line. It's rolling around loose on the 20. And Notre Dame is going to let it stay right down there. It goes back to the Notre Dame 22-yard line. A quick kick by Arnold Tucker, quarterback of Army. Catches Notre Dame flat-footed, and it's Notre Dame's ball 1st and 10 on the Irish 22-yard line. And on that exchange of punts, Army picked up 36 yards. Notre Dame out of a huddle, or rather into a huddle very quickly. There are 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining to be played in this football game. It's Notre Dame's ball, 1st and 10 on their own 22. Army's playing its defense very deep. They're wanting to give Notre Dame a few feet or yards through the line, but they want to knock these passes down. And it is Mr. Terry Brennan. He goes over his right side as he pulls his way from approximately the 22 to the 27 for a 5-yard gain before he's stopped by Hank Bulberg, right end of Army. And Army's defense is now a 4-man line, 4 men backing up that line, and then come 2 men deeper than that. In other words, Army is satisfied to let Notre Dame come through the center of the line, but they want to knock those passes down if and when Notre Dame starts to pass, because they don't feel they'll be beaten by runs. They feel they'll be beaten by passes. And it's Lugg back for the pass. He throws it. It's completed up to Jimmy Martin. Martin is knocked out of bounds on the 35-yard line. Make it the 34-yard line. And that's enough for the first down for Notre Dame. There's 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining to be played. Bringing the ball in now. First down for Notre Dame, and that stops the clock. So it is 1st and 10 for Notre Dame. They have the ball on their own 34-yard line. Army's defense is terribly deep. As I said a moment ago, they're perfectly willing to give the Irish 5 yards every time they go through the center of the line now. They're not worried about that. What they do want to stop is Lujak's passes. Time is called. Time is called on this last play, but it's the referee's timeout while they get the line sticks measured. The crowd, and it's 75,000 strong, has literally poured down onto the playing field. They are waiting most anxiously to get out onto the game, get out onto the playing field to congratulate their respective heroes. This is a great victory for both teams if it stays and winds up in a stalemate. Both will be unbeaten after today. Notre Dame on their own 34 with a 1st and 10 with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining to be played in this game. Deployed way out to the right this time, Billy Gompers. And it is Johnny Lujak right down behind the center, takes the ball. Lujak gives it to Terry Brennan. Brennan bulls his way from the 34 up to about the 30, well, let's call it the 38, for a gain of 4 yards on that play. It'll be second down coming up 6 yards to go, but time's a-fleeting. There's 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining to be played, and the Army boys are taking all the time they're entitled to as they get up off that ball. They don't want Notre Dame to run any more plays than the Irish are entitled to. Entitled to 25 seconds between each play, but Notre Dame is running right back to the line of scrimmage. They want to get in all they can. It is now second down, 6 yards to go. Johnny Lujak gives it on the crossbuck this time to Terry Brennan. Brennan up to the line of scrimmage. He stopped on the 41-yard line. Army's defense is deep. They're giving these line plunges 2 or 3 yards head start because the defense is so deep. They're worried about passes, not about the line plays. Notre Dame is running through the line. And injured on this play is George Sullivan, right tackle of Notre Dame. George Sullivan. He's out of East Walpole, Massachusetts, weighing 210, standing 6'3". Wants to become an optometrist when he's through. He's a shot putter on the track team, a big burly lad. With timeout and 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining to be played, here's the picture. Army and Notre Dame have battled on even terms. Closest either got was Notre Dame drove all the way down to the 3.5-yard line to be detected slipping. This is way early in the ball game. Army took the ball over, marched back up the field, but neither team has had a good scoring opportunity since then. They've both been down in each other's territory, but not deep enough to really be called a great opportunity. Now, with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining to be played, it is Notre Dame's ball. Third down, 3 yards to go on the Notre Dame 41-yard line. Johnny Fallon, the right tackle of Notre Dame, deployed out a little bit deep this time. He's deployed out wide. Here is Lujak back for the pass. There goes a long Notre Dame pass. Intercepted by Army's Arnold Tucker. Arnold Tucker intercept for Army. Intercepted on the Army 40. It's Army's ball. 1st and 10 on the 44. Army has the ball. 1st and 10 on the 44-yard line, and there are 50 seconds remaining to be played in this game. Lujak threw it. Tucker intercepted. And now Army wants to get in as many plays as they possibly can. Time has been called with 50 seconds remaining to be played. Jack Ray comes back into the ball game at left guard for Army. He's the kicking specialist. And there goes Mr. Steffi out, Ray in. And that is just a powerful suggestion by Red Blake that should Army drive down anywhere near that goal line, let Mr. Ray take a whack at a field goal if time's running out. Ashbo comes in at right halfback. Billy Gompers goes out for Notre Dame. It's the last seconds of the Army-Notre Dame game from the Yankee Stadium. 75,000 people standing at attention. Nobody is going for the exits. With only 50 seconds to go, they'll take their chances on the crowd jam after the game. They want to see the finish of this football game. 50 seconds. Now Blanchard is way out to the right, and this time a quarterback sneak with Arnold Tucker, thinking that everybody would think that he was going to throw the ball. Tries to bull his way through the center of the line. He may have picked up about 3 yards before he is brought down. There's very little gain on that play, a gain of about a yard. Notre Dame seemed to be waiting for it. Notre Dame's defense is deployed way deep now. It's a 5-man line, 3 men backing that up by. There goes Arnold Tucker back for the pass. He's fading back, hands it back to Glenn Davis. Davis throws the pass. Army man racing down. He catches it down on the 20-yard line. Doc Blanchard. Blanchard takes it all the way down to the Notre Dame 20-yard line. And the referee says he caught it. He was out of bounds. Referee says he caught it. He was out of bounds. Davis threw it. Blanchard caught it all the way down to the Notre Dame 20, but it is not good. Blanchard was out of bounds when he caught that ball, so it's an incomplete forward pass. There's 20 seconds remaining to be played in this game. Now Notre Dame's defense is about 30 yards behind the line of scrimmage. They know that it's going to be passes. There's only 20 seconds remaining in this football game. Arnold Tucker calling the signals. Glenn Davis is right behind him. Davis in motion this time. Now it's Arnold Tucker fading back to throw a forward pass. He cocks his arm back, looks for his man. He's going to run with it. He's back to the midfield stripe. He's down to the Notre Dame 45-yard line. There's 15, 14, 13 seconds. It is Army's ball. 1st and 10 down on the Notre Dame 43-yard line, and there's 10 seconds remaining to be played as the clock is stopped. And for the first time this afternoon, if you can understand the terrific pressure these boys are under, tempers begin to flare up. And a few of the boys begin flailing away at each other with their fists. But I don't believe there was any bad meaning there. All it is that these kids are on edge. It's a 15-yard penalty against Army for unnecessary roughness. Army penalized 15 yards for unnecessary roughness. Army is detected as the instigator of that battle royal which started a moment ago on the field, and then quickly the referee separated between the combatants, and Army is socked with a 15-yard penalty, which moves the Cadets back to their own 42-yard line. Barney Poole is out at left end for Army. It is now Army's ball. This will just about be time for the last play. Maybe time for one more after this. Tommy Hayes is in at left end replacing Barney Poole. Arnold Tucker is calling these signals out of a T formation. There's only 10 seconds remaining now. Tucker is going to carry this ball himself. He gets up to the 45-yard line. He's knocked down on the 48-yard line. There's 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. There she is. She's all over. It's a 0-0 tie. Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing. That's the end of the ball game. Mobs just pour down onto the playing field, surrounding both their supporters. The Army team and the Notre Dame team is literally being snowed under by a whole host of well-wishers. Fans from all over have poured down onto the playing field. The sideline markers have gone down, and the goalposts have gone down. But in this stadium, the Yankee Stadium, the goalposts go down like magic because they drop down into the ground. The management of the Yankee Stadium have had enough experience to know that they'll be torn down if they don't take them down. So they have little traps in the ground that just swallow these goalposts right up. So just as fast as the game is over, somebody presses a button and boom, the goalposts are out of view on both ends of the stadium. The bands are playing. Let's see if we can't pick up one before we have to go off. Below, the Army band and the Army Rooters are striking up, so let's listen to that one. Now, the crowd roaring its approval and rustling at the orderly stadium a few moments ago has now become the scene of the very utmost in confusion. On the sports newsreel last night over many of these same stations, we had Jim Crowley on, and Jim, either inadvertently or very wisely, picked the score of this football game. And if you heard him on the air at halftime this afternoon, you know that he again reiterated when he said he didn't know who would win, and he thought it might wind up in a scoreless tie. As a matter of fact, I don't think he said that on the air, but he did say it last night, and he certainly was right. Everybody's been picking this game from a whitewash for the Army to a whitewash for Notre Dame to a one-sided ball game for either team, and it turns out to be one of these old Pitt Fordham clam bakes, if you know what I mean. For 3 years, they battled each other on even terms, neither team able to score. Each game, the teams came up to the game predicting that this would be the game of the century, and they were so evenly matched that nobody got a score for 3 years running. Well, here are the statistics. You don't pay off on statistics, but they're interesting to listen to. In first downs, Notre Dame made 10 to Army 7. Army tried 19 passes and completed 5. Notre Dame tried 18 passes and completed 5. And touchdowns and field goals and extra points, there just weren't any because there weren't any. There was no scoring of any kind. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of another football broadcast sent your way by the National Broadcasting Company. Today, NBC relayed across this country, through its affiliated stations, the most important game of the season. The Army-Notre Dame football game, as was to be expected, it was a bitterly fought contest. But as most people did not expect, it wound up in a 0-0 tie. Army and Notre Dame came into this game with unbeaten records. Both were out to do everything in their power to dethrone the other. For Army was generally regarded as the best team in the country, and Notre Dame was rated by the experts as just a shade under Army, if they were rated at all under Army. There were many who thought that Notre Dame actually was the better team of the two. On the record up to this game, Army had walloped Villanova, Oklahoma, Cornell, Michigan, Columbia, Duke, West Virginia, and Notre Dame had run over Illinois, Pitt, Purdue, Iowa, and Navy. Now, after today, Notre Dame has to play Northwestern. And as you know, Northwestern is one of the powerhouses of the Big Ten. As a matter of fact, they were unbeaten until they got taken over by the Buckeyes last week. So that should be a great game next week, Notre Dame versus Northwestern. Next week, Army goes up against Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania up to last week was unbeaten. They were beaten in a surprising upset by Princeton University. So that Penn-Army game should be a good one, too. So both of these two teams, which tied each other today, face major opponents next week, which could conceivably beat them in an upset, but both will go into those games as top-heavy favorites, thanks to the fact that they stood each other off this afternoon. Now, for a recap on this game, I think we could sum it all up in a few words. We won't, but we could by saying that seldom have we seen two teams who tackled harder, blocked more furiously, passed with more determination, ran the ball, used their head on any and all occasions, didn't play any dumb football at any stage of the game, played smart-aleck football, took chances when the odds seemed to be in their favor, when it was the right thing to do, and yet wound up all even Steven. As a matter of fact, it was a very close game from the very moment it began until the gun went off, which ended it. Neither team had a decided edge. Actually, Notre Dame had a little edge in the statistics, but it was Army that threatened the more frequently of the two teams. So you can just about throw one out against the other and say that it was an even-Steven ball game. In the first period, Notre Dame had one chance to score, and Army had two. In the second period, Notre Dame had another chance to score, and Army had one more. So Army had one more chance to score than did Notre Dame in the first half. And we're calling any chance to score which finds the rival team breaking down inside their opponent's 25-yard line. In the second half, it was even-Steven, with both teams having a semi-chance to score of 3 times apiece. So you can see there wasn't much to choose from. For individual stars, Blanchard, Davis, and Tucker certainly shone brightly for Army. And Mr. Lujak played one whale of a ball game for the Fighting Irish from Notre Dame. And that's just about the story. Next Saturday afternoon and each Saturday afternoon, up to and including the end of the football season, the National Broadcasting Company will be sending your way the most important games of the day. I hope you'll be at your loudspeaker listening. Make a mental note right now, the station to which you're tuned. That's your nearest NBC station, and that's the station over which you'll hear the nation's great football games as they take place on Saturday afternoons. Before I sign off from the Yankee Stadium, may I very briefly thank those who played such a prominent part in making this broadcast possible. My two spotters, for Army, I had Major Bob Brigham. For Notre Dame, I had Dave Warner. Both of these boys have worked with me before. Both did a splendid job, and I'd like to thank each one of them. Our engineer today was Red Schultes, who handled a man-sized job very creditably. Producer was Mr. Joseph Mansfield, who also kept statistics, and that's 2 jobs in one. Last but by no means least, may I thank NBC for the use of its extensive facilities in order that you might hear this game this afternoon. One more final thing I might point out before we sign off. Both teams were looking over the top of the stadium this afternoon towards a potential Rose Bowl bid. You know, the Big Ten has voted to go out to the Western Conference and play the champion of the Western Conference on New Year's Day in Pasadena. Well, now, Notre Dame generally goes along on whatever the Big Ten does. Now, that's not saying that Notre Dame would or would not accept a bid, but they wanted to remain in the running today if they could, just in case one came their way. Well, they still are in the running. As for Army, it's an old story how much the cadets wanted to go to the Rose Bowl last year. At the last minute, they were not allowed to go, even though they'd had an unbeaten season. They were promised or semi-promised that if they had another unbeaten season, they'd certainly be considered this year. Well, they're still in the consideration because the final score today was Army nothing, Notre Dame nothing, and that's all there is. This is Bill Stern speaking from the Yankee Stadium in New York City. We take you now to Chicago.
And now, Saturday Night Theater. The Case of the Late Pig by Margery Allingham, dramatized for radio by Gregory Evans, with James Snell as Albert Campion and Cyril Sharps as Lugg. The Case of the Late Pig.
The main thing to remember in autobiography, I've always thought, is not to let any damn modesty creep in to spoil the story. This adventure is mine, Albert Campion's, and I think I was pretty near brilliant in it. Though I must admit, I nearly got myself and old Lugg killed, and even now I hear a harp quintet whenever I consider it. It begins with me eating in bed. Lugg, I ought to explain, is my, gentleman. He's an old war stallion, and he came straight from serving time at His Majesty's pleasure to serving me at mine. Some time ago, Lugg acquired the habit of reading the Times to me while I eat, whether I like it or not. His taste doesn't run towards the literary and journalism, so he only reads the columns that appeal to him. He reads the deaths.
How about this one, then? Peters.
I was reading a letter. It interested me particularly because it was both flowery and unsigned. Lugg laid down the paper with gentle exasperation.
Know anyone called Peters, Cock?
Hmm?
Oh, God. Peters, R.I., aged 37, on Thursday the 9th at Tevering after a short illness. Funeral, Tevering Church.
Peters? Did you say R.I. Peters?
Why? Know him?
Well, not now.
Oh?
We were at school together. Sweet little angels at St. Botolph's Abbey. Pig Peters took 3 inches of skin off my chest with a rusty penknife to show I was his branded slave. He made me weep till I was sick, and I kicked him in the belly. Then he held me over an unlighted gas jet until I passed out.
Blimey.
I haven't seen Peter since I went into the sicko with carbon monoxide poisoning. I promised him then I'd go to his funeral.
Oh, get your black suit. I like a nice funeral when it's someone you know.
Have a look at this. What do you make of it?
Why should he die? He was so young. This what come this morning?
Yes.
There are thousands more fitting than he for the journey. Peters, Peters, saith the angel. Why? He was so strong, so unprepared. The roots are red in the earth.
And the century creepeth on its way. Why should the mole move backwards? It is not yet 11. Well?
Bit out the prayer book.
Don't be an idiot.
I remember learning it when I was a nipper.
What's the machine, then?
Royal, portable, new. No peculiarities. Nothing special about the paper, sold everywhere. Let's see the envelope. Oh, WC1, the old central stamp. Chuck it in the fire.
I don't know. Peters, you see, this and the announcement...
Don't be daft. Sling it in the fire.
Lugg got up and waddled out with the tray. R.I. Peters. It was Pig, all right. I remember him booting me to persuade me to call him Rip. He was the major evil in my life, along with the devil, injustice, and Latin prose. When he fed my collection of leaf skeletons to the junior study fire, I wished he was dead. Remembering the incident 20 years later, I was mildly surprised to find that I still did.
I just did a look at the map. Know where Tevering is?
Should I?
Couple of miles west of Keepsake. We can pop into Highwaters and see Sir Leo.
I don't know.
And Miss Janet.
I suppose that's what decided me. Sir Leo Pursuivant is chief constable of the county and a lovely old boy. He's got a daughter, Janet. I still like her, in spite of everything. Tethering. It was hardly en fete, a ploughed hill with a huddle of cottages on it. The churchyard in late winter was a sodden mass of dead cow parsley, overgrown and pathetic. Peters had been an ordinary, unlovable sort of twerp, and he was being buried in an ordinary, unloved sort of way. I began to wish I hadn't bothered coming. But then, as we were standing by the graveside in the light rain...
To take to himself the soul of our dear brother here departed. We therefore commit his body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes.
Good Lord,
dust
watch it.
To dust.
Pig, you always had me in with him. What's the matter?
Of the resurrection to eternal life.
I'd know it anywhere.
What are you twittering about?
Pig had several revolting habits, even at 12 and a half. One of them was a particularly vicious way of clearing his throat. I've just heard it for the first time in 20 years.
Amen.
4 others had come to see Pig laid to rest. A pleasant, stolid-looking chap, a girl in rather flashy black, a rather nasty old man, and...
Whippet, what are you doing here?
Well, you see,
He didn't answer, and without thinking, I raised my hand to clip him. He never did answer unless he was clipped, and force of habit was too much for me. Gilbert Whippet had been my junior at St. Botolph's. I hadn't seen him for 15 years, but he still looked the same. It's about as easy to describe Whippet as water or a sound in the night. I can't really say what he looks like, though presumably he's got a face, since it would be an omission I'd be sure to observe. Somehow he made me unreasonably angry.
Whippet,
what are you doing at Pig's funeral?
I was invited, I think. Yes, look, I had this. Came this morning. Why should he die? He was so young. There are thousands more fitting than he for the journey. Goes on in the same vein. Here. Odd. About the mole, I mean. Informal invitation, I suppose. I came.
He drifted away as though there were nothing to keep him in place. He left the letter in my hand. It was identical to the one that I had received that same morning. As I came out of the churchyard, I noticed the stolid, pleasant-looking chap glance at me inquiringly. I went over to him, wondering how to put the question that was in my mind. He helped me out.
Sad business. quite young. Did you know him?
I don't know. I mean, I was at school with an R.I. Peters, and when I saw the Times this morning, I thought... When I got here, I felt it must be some other Peters.
Big man, too fat. Sandy hair and light lashes. Went to school at Cheapskate.
Yes, that was the man I knew.
Sad business. He came to me after an appendectomy. Shouldn't have had it, really. Weak heart. Picked up a touch of pneumonia on the way down. Well...
I see.
Couldn't save him, poor chap. I'm in practice here, round the nursing home over the hill. Taking a few convalescents. Never had a death here.
We stood there chatting aimlessly for a while, and then I went back to town. I didn't call into Highwaters to see Leo and Janet. I wasn't in the mood. Pig's funeral had rattled me somehow, left a sort of half-heard echo in my ears. Later, I looked out some old-school photographs and had a good look at him. You could see even then what he was going to turn into. But it was nothing to get excited about. He was dead. I shouldn't see him again. Well, all that was in January. By June, I'd forgotten the fellow. And then Janet Pursuivant, rang up. I'd never heard her hysterical before. She was twittering into the phone like a nest of sparrows.
It's horrible. Leo wants you to come at once. I can't say it over the phone, but Leo says it's... listen, Albert. M for mother, U for unicorn, R for rabbit, D for darling, R for Arthur. No, I mean R for... No, E for...
What?
Oh, Albert. Murder.
Hang on. I'll be there. Leo was standing on the steps of Highwaters when Lugg and I drove up. He came down to the car and grasped my hand.
Janet told you?
Yes.
Not a word, not a word. Move over. The mortuary is behind the police station. I'll direct you. Now, my boy, I want your opinion. We're going to trust you. I haven't put a thought in your mind. I haven't influenced you in any way, right?
No, sir.
Good. In here. There, under the sheet. Take a look.
I said nothing. Lying on the table was the body of Pig Peters. He was unmistakable, and I knew without touching his limp, podgy hand that he hadn't been dead for 12 hours. Yet in January, and this was June.
Dead.
What?
Damnable cad, though. Or not to say it, perhaps, but...
You knew him?
I met him. Had a most unpleasant interview with him only last night. Rather awkward in the circumstances.
What was he calling himself?
Alias, eh? Very likely. It never occurred to me. Harris. Oswald Harris. More money than was good for him. And the manners of an enemy NCO. Terrible fella. See the wound.
It's hard not to. It looks as if he's been kicked through a felt hat by a cart horse.
Yeah, very good. Damn nearly right. Substitute urn for cart horse and you're bang on the button.
Urn?
Geranium urn. Stone. Big so-called ornamental thing. Madness to keep him on the parapet. Always said so.
So, a stone urn fell off a parapet.
Oh, very good, very good. Except the fell part.
What?
No way around it. The urn was one of several, all firm as the Rock of Gibraltar. Must have been pushed.
I see.
Damned awkward. Still, I thought you'd agree with me. Seen all you want?
I glanced down at the corpse. Pig, certainly. Dead again 5 months after the funeral. There was enough mystery in the business already. I kept my contribution to myself. I let the sheet fall back. I couldn't believe that Leo had dragged me down here just to confirm his suspicion that Pig had died from a bang on the head. There was more to come.
I'd like to have a talk with you. Private matters. We'll get out to Holt Knights. See poor Poppy. Have a look at one or two things.
Holt Knights? Is that where it happened?
Come on. Getting chilly in here.
As we walked to the Lagonda, I considered the business. Holt Knights. You see, if Keepsake is a sort of County Eden, which I suppose it is, Holt Knights, well, that's the Rose Garden. Keepsake's as perfect a village as you can imagine. Norman Church, Village Green, 2 splendid pubs. On one side it's got an estuary, on the other a ring of modest estates. Holt Knights is the largest. It was run down for a long time, just a millstone round someone's noble neck. Then Poppy Ballou retired from the stage and bought it, and, well, she turned it into the finest hotel and country pub in the kingdom, with an 18-hole golf course attached. All very lazy and homely and comfortable. And now... But we'd reached the cars by then. Leo was looking at Lugg with mistrust. I stepped in. Lugg, I'm going to drive Sir Leo over to Halt Knights. You'd better go back to High Waters. Take a bus or something.
A bus? A bus?
Yes, one of those big green things. You must have seen them about.
Extraordinary fella, your man. Saved your life in the war, did he?
Good Lord, no. Why?
Just crossed my mind. Serious business, this, you know.
Yeah?
More than half a dozen good fellas, including myself, were in a good mind to put that Harris chap out of the way last night.
What?
Well, one of us must have lost his head.
I'd better stop the car.
You see, Harris was going to buy Halt Knights.
Buy the Knights? How on
Well,
earth?
Bobby was a bit in debt, apparently. She'd accepted a mortgage from some fella in London. Nice chap, good terms. Seems he was an agent for Harris.
I see.
Harris came to the hotel and started bragging, throwing his weight about. Said he was going to rip up the golf course, close the hotel, build a dog track, a dance hall, a fun fair, buy up some of the other estates, perhaps. He would have killed the village.
Yes.
Killed it. We tried to buy the mortgage back, me and some of the other fellas. He wouldn't have it. He was such a bore.
And then this morning...
He was sleeping in a deck chair, and an urn fell on his head. Damned awkward, Campion.
Halt Knights on a June evening. Breathtaking. The lawn rises to the Georgian facade of crushed strawberry brick and the high chestnuts mass behind. As we pulled up, the place seemed deserted. I decided to have a look at the spot straight away. Leo led me round to the terrace where the deck chairs, flimsy and oddly Japanese-looking in their bright colours, straggled along under the windows.
There, under that sack. Just fell off the parapet and...
Good Lord! This must weigh the best part of 100 weight. I'm surprised it didn't smash him to pulp.
Oh, glancing blow, my boy. There's the chair over there.
Good Lord.
Yeah, heap of firewood, huh? He was out here by himself, snoozing. We were playing cards in the lounge. None of us would speak to him. Childish, if you like, but there you are. Fellow was an unmitigated tick.
The clouds are blowing up.
What? Oh, there's Poppy. Let's go in.
Albert, good to see you. Leo, you're a lamb to send for him. Come and have a drink. Isn't it awful? Such a horrid man, Harry. Has Leo told you how he tried to think?
It's not easy to describe Poppy. Over 50, I suppose. Tight grey curls, wide mouth, enormous blue eyes. That's the easy part. The rest? Well, she's friendly, generous, with a sort of naive obstinacy. She dresses with enough frills to rig a frigate. It suits her nature, if not her figure. You see her and you like her. That's all there is to it.
But it was very wrong of someone. I'm not being silly, am I, Albert? I did tell them it was dangerous. I said it would lead to trouble.
What?
Last night when... Haven't you told him?
Well,
But you must. It's not fair.
I was coming to it. I've only had him down here half an hour.
It was like this. 2 or 3 of the more hearty old pets hatched a plot. They were going to get Harris drunk and get him to sign a document relinquishing the option, right?
Well, yes.
I told them it was dishonest. I said it wouldn't work, and, well, it didn't.
Harris just got truculent and passed out. We had to put him to bed.
He went to sleep it off on the terrace next morning, and that beastly thing fell on him.
Awkward, you see. Damned awkward.
Leo's Inspector Percy.
Pusey.
Such a nice man. He's been through the servants with a tooth comb. Hasn't found a thing. Not even a brain, poor ducks.
So, it looks like one of the guests.
And I only have such dear people.
There's going to be a hellish scandal.
I think I'd better see that parapet.
Be careful, my boy. The slates aren't all they should be.
Well, any theory I might have had about a feather-brained cat is out of the question.
I know.
Someone must have lifted the thing up before they pushed it out. The parapet's wet here, just underneath where the urn would have stood.
Yes, I noticed that.
Do you know why it is?
No idea. No water anywhere else on the parapet.
No. But it must have been under the urn.
Look there, mincing down the drive. Horrible little man.
Yes. Do you know him?
No. Poppy seems to, though. He's been hanging around here recently. You must have a word with her about that. Let's go down.
I glanced out of the window and saw the little figure at the bottom of the drive. I recognized him immediately, principally because of the extraordinary sensation of dislike he aroused in me. The last time I'd seen him was 5 months ago, weeping ostentatiously into an enormous black handkerchief at Pig's first funeral. As I steered the Lagonda back towards high waters through the yellow evening light, I did a bit of constructive thinking. I'm not one of those intellectual sleuths with a mind like an adding machine. I'm more like a bloke with a sack and the spiked stick. I collect all the odds and ends and turn out the bag in the lunch hour. Well, it seemed to me then that the bag was pretty well full, and I had a fair idea what was going to come tumbling out. One of Poppy's guests had clearly got overprotective. A sad business, I felt, but thankfully almost over. I had no idea then what was still in store. As we drove down the narrow village street, I thought of Pig and his 2 funerals, past and present. I asked Leo a question, as casually as I could.
Tethering? Yes, of course I know it. Just across the fields.
Isn't there a nursing home there?
Yes, run by Brian Kingston. Good fella. Very small, though, very small.
Is he?
No, the nursing home, not Kingston. Big fella, you'll like him.
Yeah?
Dear chap. Coming to dinner tonight, just the 4 of us.
You know him well, then?
Fairly well. I was playing a hand with him when this confounded urn fell and made all this trouble.
Bridge?
Before lunch? Good grief, no. Poker. We were just settling up when a shadow fell past the window and there was a sort of thud. It wasn't an ordinary thud and... oh, damned unpleasant. Didn't like the look of him, did you? Dangerous. Thought a fellow you'd set the dogs on instinctively.
Who?
That chap we saw skulking around in the nights. Told Poppy about it, but she just brushed it off.
I think I've seen him before.
Where? Where was that?
Oh, at a funeral somewhere.
Very likely.
As we rolled up the drive to high waters, Janet came down the steps to meet us. She fussed about Leo lovingly before she bundled him off to change for dinner. Her attitude to me, however, was rather different.
Oh, by the way, your friend called at about 6:30, but didn't stay. I said you'd be in for dinner.
Lugg, oh, so that's it. What's he done now?
Oh, not Lugg. I like Lugg. Your girlfriend.
Girlfriend? Did she leave a name?
Yes, she did. Miss Effie Rowlandson.
Never heard of her. Was she a nice girl?
No, she was not.
So I went into high waters alone. Old Pepper, pottering around in the hall doing the odd jobs that butlers do, seemed pleased to see me.
Mr. Campion, how nice to have you back at high waters, sir.
Thank you, Pepper.
The letter came for you this morning, sir. It's on the chest.
Oh, thanks.
You're in your usual room, sir. I'll bring up your bags.
Good Lord.
I beg pardon, sir?
Nothing, Pepper. Oh, saith the owl, aho, sobbeth the frog, oh, mourneth the worm, where is Peters that was promised us? The angel weepeth behind golden bars, his wings cover his face.
His wings cover his face? Why should these things be? Who was he to disturb the heavens? Consider, oh, consider the lowly mole, his hands are sore, and his snout bleedeth.
Same envelope and paper as the first. A pleasure to read.
Poor little mole.
Analysis, Lugg, that's what I want, not sentiment. Help me with this tie.
Right.
I've got 4 minutes to get down to the dining room.
An owl, a frog, a worm and an angel are all upset because they can't find this here Peters. Keep still. Oh. Well, that's clear, isn't it? And it was Peters that was under that sheet this morning.
The same.
Queer. What'd he die of?
Flower pot on the head with intent. Where are my cufflinks?
It's rubbish, that note. I told you, chuck it in the fire.
The point you seem to have missed is that Peters died this morning.
Well?
The note was posted last night.
So, the bloke what posted it...
knew that Peters was going to die today.
Yeah, well, maybe I was wrong.
The little mole's a prophet. The puff pastry has a sausage in it after all.
Botulistic, most likely.
I arrived at the dining room with half a second to spare, and Pepper regarded me with affection, which was more than Janet did, I was sorry to say. I sat down and found myself next to the pleasant-looking chap with whom I had chatted at Pig's tethering funeral.
Brian Kingston. I think we met before.
At a funeral near Tethering,
Yeah. That chap we saw at Holt Nights, you know, Campion?
Yes.
Kingston says he's staying in the village.
At Mrs. Swift's. Apparently this Mr. Hayhoe...
What's his name?
Hayhoe. Well, apparently...
Hayhoe? Hayhoe? Idiotic name, must be false.
I don't think so. Hayhoe is quite a common name.
Hayhoe? I don't believe it. Look, this is hardly the time to be funny, Kingston. I mean, this is a serious business, my dear fellow. It's very serious. I mean, I was saying, wasn't it?
Wasn't Hayhoe that queer fella at the funeral?
Peter's funeral? Yes. Yes, I think he was. There was an odd sort of girl there, I remember that. Wait a minute.
What?
I just thought of something. Perhaps we can have a chat after dinner. Did you know Peters well?
Not intimately.
He wasn't a nice chap. I think I'm onto something. Can't tell you here.
But we didn't get a chance to talk after dinner. The inspector in charge of the case came to see Leo, and he excused himself, taking me with him. We adjourned to the gunroom.
Well then, Pusey, what have you come up with?
I don't know what to make of it, sir. It seems like we've made a mistake. But where it is, I can't tell you. I spent the whole day questioning people, and, well...
And no one but Sir Leo has a decent alibi?
No, sir. Everyone has an alibi. And a good one, too. They all knew each other well. One of them couldn't have done it unless...
Unless what? Well, go on, man. We're in lodge here.
Unless all the gentlemen knew, sir. Unless you... Unless they were all in it together.
Conspiracy, eh? Is that what you think?
Well, sir, it hardly seems
feasible.
feasible.
I don't know, Pusey. It's an idea. And yet, it couldn't have been so in this case. They would have all had to be in it. Don't you see? And I was there.
Yes. Of course, sir. I was forgetting that.
No. Impossible. We'll have to think of something else, Pusey. No, we'll go over the alibis together. I mean, there may be a loophole.
They settled down to work, and not wishing to trespass on the inspector's province, I drifted off to find Kingston. I finally tracked him down on the terrace. He was standing alone in the moonlight, smoking a cigar, and looking rather like a Hollywood leading man. He took my arm eagerly.
That chap Peters.
Yes?
Well, this is rather in the nature of a confession.
Oh, yes?
No, I didn't rob him or anything. I took down his will. I wrote it out and he signed it.
I don't quite see what...
Look, I know I can trust you. I have heard about you from Janet. You see, I altered it a bit.
Did you now?
Oh, not in substance, of course, in form. As he dictated it, it ran something like this. To that unspeakable bounder and unjailed crook, my brother, born Henry Richard Peters, whatever he may be calling himself now, I leave all that I possess. I do not do this because I like him. Well, it went on in the same vein. I didn't think it was decent. A thing like that can cause a lot of trouble. I cleaned up the wording a bit.
Very sensible. But I don't quite see where this is leading.
Well, you see, as soon as I saw Harris, he reminded me of someone. Tonight at dinner, when you mentioned the funeral, I remembered who it was.
Peters?
Yes. The more I think about it, the stronger the likeness becomes. Well, you see what I'm driving at?
I think so. You think Peters and Harris are...
Brothers. Now I've said it, it doesn't sound so exciting, does it? Anyway, I thought there might be...
There you are. I've been trying to find you. There's a call for you, Dr. Kingston. A Mrs. Bedford.
Oh, yes. I've been expecting this. She's a week overdue. I'd better go. Would you say goodnight to your father for me?
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
I'll let myself out. Thank you for a splendid evening.
Quite, romantic, isn't it? Out here in the moonlight. Night-scented stocks in the garden. Nightingales in the ilex.
Albert?
Yes?
Do you know who did this beastly murder?
No, not yet.
You think you'll find out?
Yes, I'll find out.
Albert, will you hold my hand? It'll be a dreadful shock to Leo when he has to know.
Poppy?
Well, they'd all shield her, wouldn't they? After all, she has the most to lose. Go back to town, Albert. Give it up now. Don't find out.
You look very lovely tonight. Your hair, your dress, it... Oh,
I'm sorry about this afternoon. I'm sorry about what I said. That woman, I know...
Mr. Campion. Oh, I beg your pardon. Forgive me, Miss Janet.
What is it, Pepper?
A young lady has called to see you, sir. I put her in the breakfast room. Miss Effie Rowlandson, sir.
Miss Effie Rowlandson. I'm afraid I looked at her blankly. She was petite, blonde, and girlish, with starry eyes and the teeth of a toothpaste advertisement. Her costume was entirely black, save for a long white quill in her hat, and the general effect lay somewhere between Hamlet and Aladdin.
Oh, you don't remember me. Oh, I was sure you would. Oh, how awful of me to come.
Perhaps you got the wrong man.
Oh, no. I remember you. At the funeral.
Oh, yes. Rowley Peters' funeral over at Tethering.
That's right.
I do remember now.
I knew you would. I just knew it. I'm like that sometimes. I just know things. I knew you'd help me. He trampled on me.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know when I've been so mistaken in a man. He was hard, I knew that. All men are hard, aren't they? Not like him. Oh, but I ought not to talk about him like that, did I, when he's dead? If he is dead. Is he?
Who?
Oh, you're cautious. Rowley Peters, of course. I used to call him Roly-Poly. Didn't know of making cross. Well, it's wrong to laugh when he's dead. If he is dead. Do you know?
My dear girl, we went to his funeral, didn't we?
Look, I've come to consult you, Mr. Campion. I'm putting all my cards on the table. I want to know if you're satisfied with that funeral.
It wasn't much to do with me.
Oh, wasn't it? Well, why was you there, I want a straight answer. There was something funny about that funeral, and you know it.
I'm perfectly willing to help you. Suppose you tell me why you think I can.
Well, I'll trust you. I was engaged to marry Rowley Peters, Mr. Campion, and then he went and died in a hole-and-corner nursing home and left all his money to his brother. And if you don't think that's suspicious, I do.
Because he left it all to his brother?
Well, it's funny he died at all, if you ask me. I think he's done the dirty on me. If he's hiding, I'll find him if it's the last thing I do. I came to you because you're a detective and I like your face.
Splendid. But why come here? Why come to Keepsake, of all places?
Oh, I've got a friend in the village, and he's seen my photographs of Rowley. A few days ago, he wrote to me, this friend. There's a gentleman in the village very like a friend of yours, he wrote. Come and take a look. Well, when I got here, I found the man I'd come to see had got himself killed this morning. So I came to you.
And you want to identify him?
Yes.
Why me? Why not go to the authorities?
Well, you see, I felt I knew you.
It was a strange night with a great moon sailing in an infinite sky. Lugg, peeved at being fetched out at such an hour, drove us through Keepsake, its streets empty and mysterious in the false light. Miss Effie Rowlandson shivered in the back seat with a blanket round her knees. I began to feel that she was going to be a great responsibility. Well, here we are, Miss Rowlandson. Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to save this till morning?
No, thank you. I made up my mind to go through with it tonight. I've got to know.
Come on. We'll see if Inspector Pusey is still up.
Come along, miss. No need to be scared. I tell you, sir, we could do with a bit of help. We tried the landlord of his flat in London.
No good.
No, nothing. It's through here, miss, if you don't mind.
All right.
Fine. Just a bit cold.
There's a light switch just inside the door. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll go first. Don't worry, miss. He's the only one in here. He's on a table and there's a sheet over him. So when you want me to draw it back, just right. Now. Oh, my God!
He's gone! He's gone! What's happened to him? You told me he'd be here. I was going to look at him. And now he's gone.
Perhaps it would be best if the young lady went home.
Oh, I'm not going back to the Feathers by myself. I won't. I won't.
I'll drive you down. The situation had all the unreality and acute discomfort of a nightmare. The fields and walls and hedges on either side of the road were ghostly in the false light. It was hot, and there wasn't a breath of wind anywhere. Effie, beside me in the Lagonda, was shivering so much I thought she might pass out.
I've had a shock. I steeled myself when it wasn't necessary. That was one thing. Then I realised Rowley got out by himself. That sheet, it was just thrown back like someone had got out of bed. You didn't know Rowley Peters like I did, Mr. Campion. He was clever. He was clever and cruel. And he's about somewhere. He's hiding.
He was dead this afternoon. Since miracles don't happen much nowadays, he's probably dead still.
I'm not an imaginative girl, Mr. Campion. But you read of funny things, don't you? Suppose he was to rise up behind one of those banks by the side of the road and come out towards
Shut
us.
up! There's some perfectly reasonable explanation. When you get back, have a stiff drink and go to bed. You'll find it's all been cleared up by the morning.
Oh, you're hard. I like hard men. I do, really.
Well, we're here.
Stay by the car. Which door is it?
It's the one marked club room. Expect it'll be locked.
The one round here?
Yes, it's that one.
I say, you're fearfully late. Do you know what the time...
Good God! Whippet!
Oh, Campion. Hello. Terribly late, isn't it? I'm just off.
Hey, Whippet, where are you going?
Well, bed. Where else? It is past midnight, you know.
What are you doing here?
Well, I heard you knock, so I thought
Not here at the door, in keepsake.
Oh, well, I'm staying here for a day or two.
Mr. Whippet, it's gone. It's disappeared. What shall we do?
Ah, Miss Rowlandson. It's very late.
It's gone. Rowley Peters' body.
Oh, awkward. Holds things up so. Well, glad to have seen you, Campion. I'll look you up sometime. You'd better go in, Miss Rowlandson. It's terribly late.
Good night, Mr. Campion.
Good night.
Yes, good night. Oh! Your foot. You seem to have left it in the door. I can't,
Look here. If you know anything about this business, you better tell me. What do you know about Peters?
Nothing. I'm just staying here. Oh, I've heard the talk, of course. Close the door when
Wait.
you...
You had one of those letters. Have you had any more?
About the mole? Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I have. I've got it somewhere. I say it's terribly awkward, you losing the body. Have you looked in the river?
The river? Do you know anything?
Do you mind, Campion? You're creasing my dressing gown. Well, it's the obvious place, isn't it? Now. Oh. Look, it's fearfully late. Way past my bedtime. I'll look you up tomorrow, if I may. I don't mean to be rude, but... Oh, what's that?
Well...
Good night, Campion. See you tomorrow. Good luck with the body.
As I drove back to the police station, I tried to reconcile Whippet's appearance with the whole mysterious business. And why the river? Why should he think the body would turn up there? I covered the half-mile in a little under a minute and pulled up outside at the same moment that another car arrived from the opposite direction. As I climbed out, I recognized Leo's respectable Humber.
That you, Campion? Most extraordinary business. Pusey told me over the phone. I don't like monkey business with a corpse. Not a bit like my district, indecent. Pusey, anything to report?
Come round and look, sir.
Yeah.
All these windows were bolted on the inside.
Yeah.
I checked round at about 11 o'clock. Well, the body was here then. I was thinking about bed when Mr. Campion arrived with the young lady and Mr. Lugg. Oh, he's inside, sir, drinking tea.
Yes, he would be.
Well, that's when we made the discovery, sir.
Well, did the key leave your possession?
No, sir.
Pusey, I've always found you an efficient officer, but you're asking me to believe a fairy
No,
story.
sir, you see...
If the body didn't go through the windows, it must have gone through the door. And if you had the only...
Excuse me, sir. But Mr. Lugg and me, we made a discovery. See, all the buildings in this yard were put up by a local builder. And, well, they've all got the same lock.
I see. Any keys missing?
Well, no. But, well, we've had the builder in doing a bit of work recently. There's been a lot of toing and froing.
Damned inefficient.
Yes. Well, there's something else we found. Look, over here. Huh? Now, this fence was perfect this afternoon. These boards have been kicked out tonight.
So this was where he was brought through.
Looks so, sir.
Have you looked in the lane behind?
Yeah, me and Mr. Lugg had a good look round, sir. There's nothing. The ground's too hard for there to be any marks. He was a heavy fellow. Seems very likely it was done with a car. Or a cart. Yeah, excuse me, sir. I think the best thing is if we wait till morning and question all those as live nearby.
In the end, we left it at that. Leo drove back to High Waters and Lugg followed in the Lagonda. Pusey went to bed, and I walked off down the lane at the back of the shed, with the moon already sinking and faint streaks of light in the east. It was colder, and I was in the mood to walk home. The lane went on for some distance between high hedges, and I sauntered on, my mind on the business. After a while, I passed through into a field that rose up to form a considerable hill, black against the sky. It was very dark at the bottom of the hill, and as I plodded on, lost in thought, there came down to me suddenly a sound at once so human and so terrifying I felt the hair on my scalp rise. Pig! For a moment I stood still, prey to all the irrational fears of childhood. Then I set off up the hill at the double. Suddenly, as I reached the brow, I saw something silhouetted against the grey sky. A tripod with something on it that I at first took to be a machine gun. It was a telescope.
A very good day to you.
Yes. Good day.
Perhaps I have the advantage of you, sir. You are Mr. Campion.
And you're Mr. Hayho.
It'll do.
We met at a funeral.
This is a most unexpected pleasure. I was hoping for an interview. I didn't expect to find you wandering about in the dawn. Most young men nowadays prefer to spend the best part of the day in bed.
You're up early yourself. Waiting to see the dawn?
That and other things. I take it you are investigating the death of that unfortunate fellow Harris.
Do you?
Well, you needn't be coy, Mr. Campion. I can be very useful to you.
Oh, yes?
Yes, for a reasonable sum, I will undertake to give you certain information. Information that it would take you a long time to collect alone, and which should lead you to a very successful conclusion of the case. Your professional reputation will be enhanced, and I shall, of course, take none of the kudos. Now, the terms...
Harris was a relation of yours, I suppose.
My nephew. Not a very dutiful one. He was quite wealthy, you see, and, well, not very generous.
Nephew. Well, that explains the mystery of the cough.
What?
And Peters. The gentleman whose funeral you attended, was he a nephew?
Well, I have several nephews, Mr. Campion. Look, I hate to press the point, but shall we say 500 guineas for a complete and private explanation of the whole affair? Or, of course, we might split it up into lots, as it were.
If you do know anything, it's your duty to go to the police.
Oh, dear me. Is this your last word?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, well, I gave you the chance. You can't deny that.
Well, if that's all...
My dear young man, don't be hasty. I can help you. Why should we quarrel?
If you knew anything of importance, you'd hardly dare talk about it.
Look, you don't understand. My position is simple. Safe and simple. I have an asset that I intend to realize. There are two likely purchasers, you and another party. I shall simply dispose of the goods to the highest bidder.
Fine. Well, I'll offer £5,000. Let me know if I'm outbid.
Wait. You've a lot to lose, Mr. Campion. Suppose we meet here tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. If I can't get satisfaction in other quarters, well, I may bate my price a little. What do you say?
Perhaps.
Here then, 7? Good morning, Mr. Campion.
And I went off down the hill. At the time, I thought I was quite justified in letting him stew for 24 hours. At the time, I didn't know the kind of person I was up against. Whenever I'm apt to get over-pleased with myself, I remember that little chat on the early morning hillside. As I came wearily up the drive at high waters, it was full dawn. The air was magnificent, the sky a translucent blue, and the birds were roaring at one another in undisturbed abandon. I had a tepid bath and slept for a couple of hours, but I was waiting for Leo when he appeared around 8. We went for a stroll round the garden before breakfast, and I put my request to him.
Had the fellow watched?
Yes.
Good idea. I'll ring Pusey. Extraordinary name, hey-ho. Any reason above general suspicion?
He tried to sell me information. In fact, he tried to sell me the solution to the whole business.
What? Bring him in, bring him in. I mean, this is no time for pussyfooting, my boy. We want to get him down to the station and tell him where he stands.
I don't think I would, sir. Leave him loose and see what he leads us to.
Well, I don't know, but well, as you like. Prefer the more straightforward methods myself. Oh, well, let's go in. I'll get on to Pusey.
As it happened, of course, he was perfectly right, but none of us knew that then. I breakfasted alone, and Janet drifted in, tossed me a glance of faint contempt, and drifted out without speaking, 2 bright spots of colour burning on her cheeks. I decided, for want of anything better to do, to drive over to Holt Knight's to see Poppy. I found her in the lounge. It was early, and so we were alone. She seemed delighted to see me, and as usual insisted on getting me a drink at once.
Scotch on the rocks, as the Americans say.
It's a bit early.
Oh, Albert, don't be a fuddy-duddy. Here, more rocks than Scotch. How's that?
Thanks. Did you have any visitors yesterday morning? Someone who popped in and then left, perhaps?
Well, yes, I suppose I did. I'm afraid I haven't told Leo about it. It's rather awkward. People down here are terrible snobs.
I don't quite follow.
It was Hey-Ho. He's an awful little bounder, but he's got to live like anyone else.
Hey-Ho is a friend of yours.
Oh, no, not a friend. But he came to me for help yesterday morning.
He wanted to borrow money?
Oh, no. I mean, I might have lent him £1 or 2, but you wouldn't say he borrowed money. You see, he came to me and told me the whole story. Harris was his nephew, apparently, and there'd been a lot of jiggery-pokery going on. This little tick Harris had done Hey-Ho out of all his money. Well, I mean, I knew what Harris was like, so I could quite believe him. I let him into Harris's room.
You what?
Oh, Harris was in there at the time. Hey-Ho wanted to see him privately. There was an awful row, and Harris sent him away with the flea in his ear. I never told Leo.
And that was on the morning that Harris was killed?
Well, yes, of course. Yesterday.
Well, how do you know Hey-Ho wasn't here when the urn toppled off so conveniently?
It wasn't convenient, Albert. My God, look at the mess. It certainly wasn't convenient.
Poppy!
He wasn't here. He left a long time before that. I know what goes on in my own house, I hope. I know it's the fashion around here to think I'm a dear, silly old fool, but I'm not completely demented. Here, let me freshen up your glass.
Thanks. And so why was Hey-Ho here yesterday evening?
Well, it's difficult to explain. He came to offer me his help as a man of the world.
Thanks.
I think he really came to scrounge a drink.
I looked down at the glass in my hand and twirled the little blocks of ice round and round in the pale amber liquid. It was then that I had the whole case under my nose. Unfortunately, I only saw half of it. I hadn't had time to consider this for very long when I heard the sound of a car on the gravel outside, and thinking it might be Leo, Poppy and I strolled out to meet him. But it was Lugg in the Lagonda, and as I hurried up, I saw that his great moon of a face betrayed unusual excitement.
Hop in. The General wants you down at the station. Got something for you.
They found the body.
Oh, got your second side outfit working again, I see. Oh, morning, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Poppy. Leo's waiting for me down at the police station. I'll send him along when the excitement's over.
Do. He's a pet, Albert, one of the best. Tell him I'm silly and sorry, all right?
Where was it?
In the river.
The river?
Calm as you please. Bloke in a fishing boat picked it up.
But... dear me.
Funny place we come to. First they bang a chap on the head, then they sling him in the river. Some persons are never satisfied, really.
But why the river? It's bound to be found sooner or later.
It's an outrage. disgraceful. In my own village, it shocked me, Campion. There was no point in it. I mean, it's wanton mischief.
Do you think so?
What do you mean?
I think there should be a post-mortem.
What?
Someone good, but someone discreet as well. Not Kingston, for heaven's sake. Anyone else locally do?
Well, yes, there's old Professor Farrington. He did something of the sort for us some time ago. But you can see for yourself the cause of death. Are we justified in having a post-mortem?
It's always justified in the case of a violent death.
Yeah. When you saw the body yesterday, did you notice anything that put such an idea into your head?
No, I didn't. But this makes all the difference. Water has a peculiar property, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
It washes things. As I walked out of the police station, I was thinking of Whippet. Whippet and the anonymous letters. Whippet and Effie Rowlandson. Whippet and his extraordinary guess about the river, if it was a guess. I decided to look for Whippet. He wasn't at his hotel, and in the end I had to go back to High Waters unsatisfied. After lunch, I decided to take a turn about the garden to try to get a few things straight. It was one of those vivid summer days that are hot without being uncomfortable. As I walked down the grass path between the lavender hedges, I heard the sound of voices, and something familiar about one of them caught my attention. 2 deck chairs were placed side by side on the rose lawn with their backs to me, and I heard Janet laugh. At the sound of my approach, her companion rose, neat and cool in his white flannels. I experienced an odd sensation, half relief and half exasperation.
Whippet! Campion! Found you at last. I've been searching for you all over the place, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, where?
Oh, here and there, roundabout.
I've been busy. Hello, Janet.
Now, this is a nice friend of yours, Albert. Oh, do sit down.
There's a deck chair over there. Complicated things.
It's been found, you know, in the river.
Yes, I heard in the village.
You've got a lot to explain.
Yes, I know. Well, that's why I've been looking for you. There's Miss Rowlandson, for one thing. And, this. Came this morning. Have you had one?
Although the Skinner is at hand, his ease is in the earth. Peace and hope are in his warm heart. He foldeth his hand upon his belly. Faith is his that can remove the mountain or his little hill.
Same postmark as the rest. Funny, isn't it?
Do you make anything of it?
No.
He foldeth his hands upon his belly. Who's the he?
Well, I took it to be the mole. His little hill, you know.
Well, I suppose you both know what you're talking about.
I think I'd better go now. Now that I found Campion and cleared all this up. You've been most kind to put up with me, Miss Pursuivant.
My pleasure, Mr. Whippet. Goodbye.
I'll walk with you to the gate. Look, Whippet, you'll have to explain. What are you doing in this business in the first place?
Who's that girl, Effie? She's got a strong personality, Campion. I met her at Pig's funeral, and she sort of, well, collected me. When she asked me to drive her down here yesterday, well...
What about the letters?
You're not supposed to take them seriously, are you? Anonymous letters. Well, and yet, I wonder who's writing them. It's very disturbing, Campion. I'll be at the Feathers. Look me up when you can spare the time, and we'll go into it. Goodbye.
Albert? Ah. I don't want to interfere, Albert.
No.
Mr. Whippet told me a bit about Effie Rowlandson.
He did? Well, thank goodness for that.
I don't think you should let her annoy him.
What?
It's bad enough to bring her down here in the first place, without letting her get her claws into other people. I hate to have to talk to you like this, Albert, but really, you know, it is rather disgusting of you.
Before I could stop her, she turned on her heel and stalked back into the house. I followed her, of course, but she had shut herself in her bedroom, and once more I was given furiously to think. I went into the library, a large, old-fashioned room, cool and with the aromatic smell of paper. I sat down in a big leather armchair to think things out, but my lack of sleep was too much for me. I dozed off. I was awoken by...
Sir.
What is it, Pepper?
Sir, the telephone, sir. Miss Poppy Ballou ringing from Halt Night, sir. Perhaps you'd like to take it in here, sir?
Thank you, Pepper, yes. Poppy.
Oh, Albert. I've got an awful confession to make.
Oh, yes?
I'm I'm afraid you're going to think I'm rather stupid. It seems Hay-Ho did come back that morning, the morning Harris was killed. One of the girls saw him. It was a long time after his row with Harris. I thought he'd gone. The girl knew I'd given him permission earlier, so she thought it... Oh, Albert, will you have to tell Leo?
Arrest Hay-Ho? Why, I don't think we can arrest him, don't you know? Bring him in, question him, wanted to do that all along, but we can't hold him.
But you must hold him. That's the point.
We're not a tittle of solid evidence.
Pull him in for something else.
Trump up a charge? Well, the fellow's a blackguard, I know, but monstrous.
At least keep him for 24 hours.
Well, what's on your mind, my boy? Sound apprehensive. Anything in the wind?
I don't know. Look, you think about the question of arrest. I'll go down to his lodgings with Pusey and pick him up. There's a constable on the place, isn't there?
It's all under control, sir. He's been in all day.
Good, good.
That's his room, where the light is. You can see him if you look.
Where?
Oh, there he is, Inspector. That shadow on the curtains. He hasn't moved for an hour.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Constable.
What, sir?
I'm afraid you're going to be dealing with dog licenses for quite a long time to come.
It was a coat and bolster over a chair, of course. Pusey stood looking at it when we got into the stuffy little attic bedroom, and he kept his temper remarkably well. From the constable's evidence, Hay-Ho could have had an hour's start at the most. Pusey mobilized his small force with speed and efficiency. He reported on his progress to Leo at the police station around about 11 o'clock.
He didn't leave by bus, and he hasn't got a car. If he went on foot by any of the main roads, he moves a deal faster than any ordinary animal. Can't understand it. Unless he took to the fields.
Seems to pin it, though, this bolting. Extraordinary thing. I took a dislike to the fellow the first time I saw him. Must have been hiding in Hall nights all the time.
We'll get him, sir. The whole village is on the lookout, and none of us here will rest tonight. You go back to your bed, sir. You can leave him to us.
You've searched the hilltop?
Every inch. His telescope's up there, but nothing else. Besides, he couldn't get up there without being seen. Not unless he was a mole.
What?
Travel underground, you see, sir.
Leo drove me back to high waters, and I climbed into bed for the first time in 48 hours. I was in dreamland, as the books say, the minute my little golden head touched the pillow. I only seemed to have been asleep for about a quarter of an hour when...
Mr. Albert! Mr. Albert! Oh, Stroop, wake up! Mr. Albert!
What?
6 o'clock, you told me to wake you.
Oh, God.
Now, why you bothered? Ayo's running away from a pack of rozzers all set to jug him for murder, but he's not going to pass up his little appointment with you. Oh, dear me, no.
Have you rung Inspector Pusey?
Yeah, not a sign. Searching all night, he said. Not a whisker.
Oh, dear.
I'll come with you if you like. Nothing like a long country walk before the dew's off the grass. Cools the feet.
I sent him back to bed, dressed, and went out. It was a fine, clear morning with a promise of great heat in the day to come. The sky was opal, the ground was soft, and it was a pleasant morning for walking. But I found my feet lagging, and I entered the hill meadow with the deepest foreboding. When I reached the summit, I felt relieved. I disturbed no more than a brace of larks, and the hilltop was bare but for Hay-Ho's old brass telescope mounted on its tripod. I wiped the dew from the lenses with my handkerchief. The view was stupendous. Halt Nights was rose-red and gracious in the grey saltings. The river mouth sparkled in the morning sun, and around it lay the pocket-handkerchief fields. The corn high and green, the pasture browned a little in the hot weather. I stood there for a long time looking at the scene. So peaceful, so quiet, and so charming. There was nothing out of place, nothing frightening or remarkable. And then I saw it. About half a mile away, in the midst of a field waist-high in green corn, there was a dilapidated scarecrow. A grotesque, unnatural creature set up to terrify the not-quite-so-clever rooks. But the rooks were swarming upon it. Mr. Hay-Ho had been found.
Just one, you think, sir?
It looks that way. One thrust, strong and deep, over the collarbone and into the jugular.
Done here, do you think?
The road's just over there. The murderer wouldn't have had far to carry him.
It might have been done here. There's enough blood.
What was he doing in the middle of a field with a murderer, anyway?
A bit of private business. I'd like an opinion on the wound.
Well, Professor Farrington will be along later this morning to see the other body. And...
We can get Kingston to have a look in the meantime. Are we going to leave him up here?
Well, we should. At least until Farrington arrives. But we can't leave the fellow hitched up out in the sun like this. It isn't decent.
Pusey and I took Hay-Ho's body off the piece of broken paling and laid it down among the green, whispering corn. The police then brought it on a tumbril to the little mortuary behind the station. Leo and I stood alone in the mortuary shed between the two white-covered things that had come to upset so violently the time-honored piece of keepsake.
This is what you were afraid of.
Something like this. He had definite information, you see. He talked about it.
But who's done it, Campion? Don't you see, my boy, a terrible thing is happening. It's the strangers who are being killed off. The field's narrowing down to our own people. Good God, what's to be done now? Come.
I've got Dr. Kingston outside, sir. Very anxious to help.
Oh, well, better have him in.
And I've sent a constable down to fetch Miss Rowlandson to have a look at, well, the other gentleman. She'll be back any time.
Good.
Right. Well, if you'd like to go in, Dr. Kingston, it's, this one here.
Oh, dear me, quite a mess, isn't it? Well, it looks like it was done with something narrow and sharp. A dagger. A trophy, perhaps. Something like, you know, the ones on the wall of the billiard room at Holt Knights. That kind of shape.
Now, there's nothing to worry about, Miss Rowlandson. No more nasty shocks.
Are you ready?
Yes. Oh. Yes. Yes, that's Rowley Peters.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. I wasn't in love with him, but I'm sorry he's dead.
Now, come on, miss. Let's go back to the station and have a cup of tea. We better get a statement down on paper.
He used to take me out a lot. We got engaged, or nearly engaged. And then... Oh, Mr. Campion, you know the rest.
Yes.
Can I go now? I'd like to be by myself for a while.
Yes, of course, my dear.
Lugg's outside. He'll drive you home.
And so it's really Peters we've got in there, isn't it?
I'm not sure anymore. I thought I recognized the corpse. I thought it was Peters, but now... You can't really identify a man after 25 years, and the two brothers were obviously alike.
Does it matter? They're both dead.
Whereas the murderer, on the other hand,
is still roaming around somewhere.
Good morning, Inspector.
Professor Farrington.
You've got a remarkable amount of bodies here. I heard from Sir Leo what you were suggesting. It's diabolical, a diabolical thing.
Then you think I'm right?
Not so fast. I wouldn't dare give an opinion without a careful autopsy.
No, of course.
But you may be right. I wouldn't be at all surprised. We'll know before long. Have this sent round to me. I'll let you know for certain in a day or two.
Oh, I thought...
But I think I dare express an opinion, a very tentative one, you understand, that he met his death sometime before he had that crack on his head.
Poison?
Chloral hydrate, most likely. The bang on the head was in the nature of a blind. You've got a clever man working against you, Mr. Campion. Now, let's have a look at the other poor fellow.
For 2 days, things hung fire, and Pusey and I collected what useful scraps of information we could. Janet developed a strained expression, Poppy took to her bed, and even Whippet was more solicitous than I'd supposed possible. I packed him off to talk to Janet, who was kind enough to put up with him. Kingston, of course, was very much in the foreground, and I even found him useful. He was an inveterate gossip with a cavalier regard for the laws of libel. Leo was perhaps the worst affected of us all. He sat in his gun-room staring mournfully at his magnificent collection of sporting trophies. A mass of papers lay disregarded on his desk.
We've got 10 days. The inquests have been adjourned to give us a breathing space, but that means we've got to get results. Every morning I wake up wondering what the day's going to bring forth. We've got a killer at large in the village. God knows where he's going to strike next. And what have we got? Nothing.
Oh, Leo, come on. It's not as bad as all that. Kingston's put me on to Peters' solicitors.
Peters. We've got two Peters. We don't know which is which.
The first Peters, the one who died in Kingston's nursing home. Apparently, he was insured with mutual ordered life endowment for £20,000.
Yeah, so it all went to Harris?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Interesting. But what does it mean? Oh, look, Campion, I've known you since you were a child. And I know when there's something on your mind. If you know anything, you must tell me. I think I could bear anything rather than this uncertainty.
Oh, Leo. I'm not sure.
Well, it doesn't matter. I must know.
I know how the first murder was done, and I think I know who did it, but I'm not sure. At this stage, proof is impossible. Give me another day or two.
Well, I'd rather you told me now.
We can't do anything without evidence. 48 hours.
Very well.
There is something, though. Can you get a Home Office order for the exhumation of R.I. Peters, buried over at Tethering last January?
Well, I could try. But, my dear fellow, identification after all this time.
I've got an idea about that.
And it's important?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Can I use the phone?
Yes, of course. Anyone interested?
Dr. Kingston.
Oh, been making a bit of a nuisance of himself lately. A bit too much like a schoolboy.
He should enjoy this, then. I'm going to ask him to show me round his graveyard.
No, really. I'm glad of something different to do. It's been a quiet day. You said you were interested in the soil.
That's right.
Well, yes. I think there might be some kind of preservative. About a year ago, a grave digger dragged me out to see a most odd thing. He opened up a grave to put in a relation of the dead woman, and the coffin lid had come off. She'd been in the ground for 3 years, but the body was almost perfect. How did you guess?
Cow parsley. You often find it growing in soil like that.
Oh. Wait a minute. You're not thinking of an exhumation, are you?
Perhaps.
I say, it'll be rather jolly. Exciting. I've never been present at an exhumation.
Nothing fixed, so you'd better keep quiet about it. Gossip could be fatal.
A question of identification, I suppose. What a stroke of luck he was buried here. In 99 cemeteries out of 100.
Yes, but do keep quiet about it, for heaven's sake.
Oh, yes, of course. Besides, I don't see a soul to talk to.
The following day, the third since Hayhoe had been found, I woke up with a sensation of apprehension, a premonition that things were going to move, although if I'd known in what direction, I don't think I'd have got out of bed. It began with Professor Farrington's report. He came over to make it verbally while I was at the station with Pusey.
Aye, it was chloral hydrate.
So, he was poisoned.
Well, it's difficult to decide how much the man had taken before his death. There's no way of knowing, you see, whether when the stone crashed down on his head, he was already dead, or just drugged.
What would the chloral hydrate have done exactly?
Made him sleepy. If you came on a man suffering from a small dose of the poison, you'd think he was in a deep, natural sleep.
What about Hayhoe?
Oh, there's no funny business there. Very brutal. One quick thrust.
Yes.
It was an interesting wound. Remarkably lucky or delivered by someone who was no fool. Caught him just over the collarbone and went straight down into the neck. He died at once.
And the knife?
I can draw it for you. Or at least the blade. Long and thin, you see. Like this.
I left them together and went off to find Whippet. Neither he nor Effie Rowlandson were at the Feathers when I arrived, but presently he came up alone in his baby Austin.
I've been house hunting. There's a little villa down the road that interests me. I like empty houses, don't you? Whenever I'm in a district, I look at empty houses. We must look together sometime.
Yes, well, I really haven't got time at the moment. Look, I wanted to ask you, did you ever talk to Hayhoe?
Oh, yes. Yes, I had several conversations with him. Not a nice fellow. Tried to borrow money.
Very likely. What else did you talk about?
Natural history, I think, mostly. Flora and fauna, you know.
Some are born blind, some achieve blindness, some have blindness thrust upon them. Moles come into the first category, don't they?
I went back to Highwaters. There, the thing I had not foreseen, the thing for which I shall never forgive myself, awaited me. Lugg had gone. There may be men servants who go off without a moment's notice, but Lugg's not one of them. We searched and searched, but there was no sign of him. He disappeared as mysteriously as Hayhoe had done, wandered into the fields and vanished in precisely the same way. I didn't know what to do. In the end, I rang Kingston.
Glad you called me. I came over right away. There's obviously no time to lose.
So what's your idea?
That chap Whippet. I've been keeping an eye on him. Oh, I know, old school friend and all that, but you don't really know him, do you? And someone must be behind all this.
Well, go on.
There's a house, an empty villa all by itself at the end of a partly made-up road. Whippet's been down there once or twice, poking around. I think he actually got the key from the agents. Didn't it occur to you that Hay-Ho probably wasn't killed in that open field? It's a lonely little place, just right for a spot of bother. I think we should take a look.
Well, I suppose anything's better than hanging around here. All right, come on.
We'd better take your car, it's faster. Straight down the hill, then left. Look out!
Oh, it's all right.
Pull over.
No time.
You haven't been sleeping. Pull in there. I've got a hip flask in my bag. Pull in, or I won't be responsible. Here, have a drop of this.
You're right. That is better. I think I'll have another. Just what I needed. Can I hang on to the flask for a while?
Of course.
Dear me.
Are you all right?
Yes. I think so.
What's the matter? Feeling tired?
Brandy, I haven't eaten for some time.
Perhaps I'd better drive.
Thanks. Got to get out of luck. I'm tired, terribly tired. I was aware of him pulling up, and through my half-closed eyes I saw a dilapidated little villa, its white stucco streaked with many rains. At the side of the house there was a garage with a badly made drive leading up to it. I was aware of Kingston unlocking the door of the garage, and then I was down at the bottom of the car, my eyes closed and my breath coming at regular intervals.
Well, there you are, my dear Mr. Campion. Sleep sound. There. Let me wipe the wheel. Press your hands onto it. Carbon monoxide, easy death. That's why suicides choose it so often. So simple. I just leave you in the car, start the engine, and close the doors. The neurotic Mr. Campion has done the inexplicable once again. Suicide of distinguished London criminologist. I was too clever for you. Too damned clever.
By half. That business with the hip flask was poor stuff. I smelled the chloral as I raised it to my lips. I simply didn't drink. But I hadn't realized the fellow's strength. When we came to grips, there was muscle there, and weight to back it up. Besides, he was demented. He fought like a fiend. I no longer had any doubts about the identity of the hand that put the knife into Hay-Ho's neck. His great shoulders hunched against the light. He leapt on me and we fell to the ground. I nearly escaped him once. I'd nearly reached the doors when something like a vice seized me round the throat. I was lifted bodily and my head crashed down onto the concrete floor. It was like going down very suddenly in a lift. It went on, and at the end there was darkness. I came up slowly in little jerks. I was aware that my arms were moving up and down in a slow rhythmic movement I couldn't control, and then I was gasping, fighting for breath.
Look out, you're doing nicely. Now, don't get excited. Steady yourself.
The voice came to me like a dream, and I saw through the fog a ridiculous small boy with ink smeared all over his face looking down at my bed in the sicker. Then the ink disappeared, but I still saw the same face.
Take it easy.
Whippet! What are you...
Take it easy.
Lugg! For God's sake, we've got to get Lugg.
I know. Here, let me help you up. Oh, positively dangerous, isn't he? I let Kingston get away before I got you out. I didn't want two of you on my hands. He took your car.
Come on. We've got to get to him before it's too late.
A fellow came by on a bicycle a moment ago. I've sent him off to tell the others. He's going to send the whole crowd up to the nursing home. I thought that was best. I've got my car in the meadow round the back. Let's go to tethering straight away, shall we?
How do you feel now? Rough.
And I've got a terrible vision of Lugg hoist up on a scarecrow stake as high as Nelson's column. Doesn't this thing go any faster?
Locked. Break it down.
It's like a barracks. Where do we begin?
Upstairs, quick.
5 doors on the landing were open, so we concentrated on the one that wasn't. It was unlocked, but someone held it on the other side. We could hear him snarling and panting as he fought with it.
Ow! Wait! Be careful!
Through the open door, I could see a bed, and on it was a large, familiar form. The face was uncovered, and as far as I could see, the colour was natural. But as I stared at it, I saw the thing that sent the blood racing to my face and turned my body cold.
Lugg! His hair. It's been dyed red.
What colour was Peter's?
And so I saw the truth. The body of one fat man is much like the body of another when the hair is dyed and the features obliterated. Kingston was going to have a body for his exhumation after all.
Campion!
It's all right, Whippet. You can come in now.
Oh.
I think I heard Lear's car pull up outside.
It took 3 policemen to get Kingston into the car, and when he came up before the magistrate, there was an unprecedented scene in court. At the assizes, the counsel pleaded insanity, a defence which failed, and I think justifiably. But that was later. My own concern at the time was Lugg. For a long time, it was touch and go. It was chloral hydrate again. Kingston didn't want any wound showing on his exhibition corpse. What the finishing process was going to be, I can only guess. I don't like to think of it even now. Lugg told us his story as soon as we got him round. It was elementary.
He just rang me up. Suppose he made sure you was out first.
What did he say?
Give me a message that was supposed to be from you. Work in town or something. Said you wanted to see me at his place first.
And he picked you up?
That's right.
Well, that's why no one saw a car. If it was Kingston's car, no one would notice it. It's too well known.
Well, anyway, he drove me to his place and he told me to wait for a while. Got me a beer. I thought he was a real gentleman.
And you drank it?
Well, of course I drank it. How was I to know you was leading this bloke up the garden with you come and hold me hand every 5 minutes? You stuffed him full of this exhumation, thinking he'd go for you, I suppose. Never thought of me. Isn't that you all over?
Let's be thankful you're alive to tell the tale.
Oh, I am. But what about this orange barnet? I've got to shave me head now. What me London friend's going to say? Holiday in the country? Oh, yes, very likely. Little place called Wormwood, was it? Or maybe Dartmoor or Brixton.
During the next 24 hours, we worked incessantly, and at the end of it, the case against Kingston was complete. It was on the evening of the day on which the exhumation had taken place that Leo, Janet, and I went down to Holt Knights. Leo was still seething.
Bricks. Yellow bricks wrapped in a blanket and nailed in a coffin. Even now I don't see how he did it alone.
He wasn't alone. He had Peters to help him.
You're terribly confusing. How many brothers were there?
None. Only the one inimitable pig.
But why go to all that trouble of pretending he died in January?
Insurance. £20,000, my poppet. He and Kingston were going to do a deal. Tie up with a medical man and let mutual ordered life endowments solve your money problems. Pig invented the brother, and they killed him off together.
Yellow bricks.
Neat.
Very.
So why didn't it work?
Because Pig was a crook, basically. He wouldn't pay up. Once the deed had been done, Pig had Kingston by the short and curlies. I think he kept his doctor pal on a string, promising, and then laughing at him. He didn't reckon with the sort of man he was dealing with.
Mad?
Well, not quite.
And what about Hey-Ho?
Wicked uncle finds wicked nephew in clover and wants to browse too. Another danger for Kingston.
Yeah, I think we had him to dinner. Terrible fella. Hey-Ho blackmailed him, I suppose, after guessing the truth, huh?
Hey-Ho was certainly selling discretion, but I don't think he even guessed Kingston killed Pig. He made an appointment with Kingston to talk it over, and they chose the empty house. Kingston killed him there, and later on carried him to the cornfield where we found him.
Oh, he deceived us all very well. I never dreamed.
Utterly deceived. Seemed a decent enough fella.
Yes,
He was amazing. My arrival must have shaken him up, but he trotted out that brother story immediately and made it sound convincing. The only mistake he made was in dumping the body in the river when I said I was going to examine it. He acted on impulse. He saw his way and went straight for it every time.
You ought not to have walked into that last trap he set for you.
I had to. We had no proof. He'd have got clean away with the first two efforts. All the same, I don't think I'd have been so foolhardy if it hadn't been for Lugg.
All the same, you'd have looked pretty green if it hadn't been for Gilbert.
Gilbert? Whippet.
Oh, yeah.
We had a word or two on the phone before Kingston picked me up. We guessed that if Kingston was going to try anything, he'd take me to that empty house. But still, I shouldn't have been so brave without him.
Then you know about Gilbert?
How much do you know?
A little.
Dear me. Leo was on the point of demanding an explanation when we pulled up at the Knights. We found Poppy, Pusey and Whippet waiting for us in the lounge, and when we were all sitting round with the ice cubes clinking in our tall glasses, Poppy suddenly turned on me.
You've made a mistake, Albert. I don't want to be unkind, dear, and I do think you're very clever. But how could Dr. Kingston have killed Harris or Peters or whatever his name was when he was in this room playing poker with Leo?
Yes, that's right. Quite forgot. Just cashing in his queen pot when bang, down came the urn.
You said yourself it couldn't have been an accident.
It had occurred to me, sir, too. I was going to mention it.
Well, I think the time has come for me to do my parlour trick.
What?
Poppy, when Dr. Kingston called that morning, you gave him a drink, didn't you?
Of course.
What was it?
Oh, scotch on the rocks, highball, something like that.
With ice?
Oh, yes. It was a blazing day.
And do you know where he was all morning?
Well, no, not really.
Did he go upstairs?
Yes. He went to have a look at one of the girls. She had a touch of flu.
Was he up there long?
Well, yes, he was. Quite a while now, I come to think of it. But I don't see. This was a long time before that vase fell on, Harris.
While he was upstairs, Kingston went in to see Harris, alias Pig. Pig had a shocking hangover, and he asked Kingston for something for it. Kingston had some chloral in his bag. It's a reputable narcotic used in small quantities. He gave Pig a tidy dose, and Pig staggered out and settled down in the deck chair.
Yeah, but even so,
Wait a minute. Kingston was just going to let Pig die of the chloral, but that was risky. He noticed the position of the deck chair and the vase right above it. He sipped his drink, and he saw his chance.
But my dear fellow, I keep telling you, he was with me.
It was the drink that did it. He had 2 or 3 solid cubes of ice in his glass. He slipped upstairs. The rest was easy. He took the urn out of the socket that kept it in place and balanced it on its peg half over the ledge. He propped it up on the ice cubes and went down and played poker.
Good God.
Amazing. Oh, there was a risk that someone would notice, but, well, it was small. No one did. He just had to wait.
Until the ice melted and the urn fell. Oh, it's horrible.
Powerful smart. If I might ask you, sir, how did you come to think of that?
The moss on the ledge was damp when I first arrived. It didn't dawn on me at first, but when I had a drink here the other day and I saw the ice, it just slotted into place.
Wonderful. I was after the same fellow, of course, but the alibi put me out.
Mr.
Whippet.
Whippet, very pleased to have you here, of course, but where do you fit into this extraordinary story? I mean, what you doing here?
Well,
His little hands are sore and his snout bleedeth.
Eh?
This is Gilbert Whippet, Jr., son of Q. Gilbert Whippet, chairman of the Mutual Ordered Life Endowment Company, sometimes called the M-O-L-E.
Mole.
Oh.
You always were a lazy little beast, Whippet.
I prefer writing to action. Well, I'm sorry to have dragged you into all this, but we had nothing to go on, except a sort of uneasy suspicion. I couldn't approach you direct because, well, there was nothing direct about it.
Lugg and I appreciated your style.
Well, it seemed the best way to ensure your interest. Whenever I thought you might be flagging, I wrote again. And you just followed the mole.
When Lugg and I set off for London the next day, Poppy, who had come to High Waters for lunch, stood with Leo and waved goodbye to us from the lawn. The sky was dappled blue and white, the birds sang, and the air smelled of hay. Janet, with Whippet in tow, came running out to us just before we started off. Her eyes were dancing, and she looked adorable.
Congratulate us, Albert. We're engaged. Isn't it wonderful?
What? Yes. Congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy.
I'm indebted to you, Campion.
We drove for some time in silence. I was thoughtful, and Lugg, who was as bald as an egg, seemed depressed. As we reached the main road, he nudged me.
God, what a performance!
Whose?
That bloke Whipping. Come down to a place with Miss Effie Rowlandson and go off with Miss Janet Persweven. That took a bit of doing.
Lugg, how would you like to walk home?
The Case of the Late Pig by Margery Allingham was dramatised for radio by Gregory Evans. The cast: Albert Campion, James Snell; Lugg, Cyril Shapps; Whippet, Hayden Wood; Janet, Diana Bishop; Leo, Garrard Green; Kingston, David McAllister; Poppy, Judy Franklin; Effie, Amanda Murray; Inspector Pusey, Christopher Scott; Hayho, Philip Menachem; Parson and Pepper, Michael Drew; Farringdon, Paul Nicholson; and the police constable, Nicholas Orchard. The programme was directed in Bristol by Brian Miller. Now there's a bit of time in hand before 10 o'clock, the weather forecast and the news. So let's have a look at the remainder of some of our programmes this evening. Offering a drink is a traditional sign of hospitality and welcome, and yet it's thought that 750,000 people in Britain have a serious drinking problem. Treatment for that problem can vary widely. Some drinkers, for example, want to abstain completely, while others prefer to learn to drink at a safer level. Tonight, at 10:15, Peter Evans considers some of the treatments available, as well as the reasons for their wide variation of aims, in Breaking the Bottle. Loneliness, like alcoholism, is on the increase, paradoxically when, in this age of communication, it's becoming increasingly difficult to be alone. Later this evening, in A Word in Edgeways, loneliness is the subject for discussion. Here's Brown Redhead.
There used to be a particularly soppy song which asked the question, "Are you lonely tonight?" It was really a come-on for the last waltz, but it is a real question. Loneliness, or so they say, is a growing malady. And tonight on A Word in Edgeways, I want to ask David Benedictus, Jean McFarlane and Frank Wright if they believe that loneliness is widespread, and if so, why? What is this unwanted solitude? Well, that's A Word in Edgeways tonight at 11:15.
And that's followed by another episode of Ray Gosling's On the Train to New Zealand. And speaking of trains, now from our motoring and travel unit, here's some motoring information. With temperatures dropping rapidly, driving conditions are becoming treacherous in most areas tonight. In South Wales, there's no improvement so far, as the roads are concerned. All roads are virtually impassable, including the M4 motorway and the A48, the main London to Fishguard road. A similar situation applies in the Gwent area, where the roads are blocked by deep snow. Drivers heading for the West Country will find the M4 motorway closed in both directions from junction 17 near Chippenham in Wiltshire to Newport in Gwent, and that includes the Severn Bridge. It's expected that the M4 will remain closed all day tomorrow. Drivers making for Devon and Cornwall will find the A303 and A30 passable with care to Exeter, but after that, the A30 is blocked to Bodmin. The alternative route is the A38 via Plymouth, although conditions are bad, with the road reduced to single alternative lanes in places. Drivers using the A40 to enter Wales will also find conditions hard going, and police don't advise travelling into that part of the country at all. In Wiltshire, the A4 is closed between Marlborough and Caen, and all roads north to south are closed over Salisbury Plain. The M50 motorway is closed in Herefordshire, and the M5 is only passable with care. Well, that's our motoring information, and now here's a quick look at the weather forecast. Most districts will have bright periods, although patches of freezing fog may persist in a few areas. There'll be scattered snow showers, mainly over eastern and northern Scotland. Southwest England will have outbreaks of snow, possibly giving heavy falls in places, although rain is likely at times in the extreme southwest. The snow may extend to the extreme south of Wales and some other southern coastal counties of England for a time. It will continue very cold and frosty. And the outlook for Monday and Tuesday, continuing very cold with severe overnight frost. There'll be sunny intervals, but also snow in places and patches of freezing fog. That's the forecast.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Knute Rockne All American. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The tang of coming winter is in the air. The smoke of burning leaves is the perfume of the season. And during the past few weeks, millions of Americans have made their traditional weekly pilgrimage to the football fields of the nation. Thankful this year, as never before, that such peaceful battles are still theirs for the asking. Every school and college in the land has its gridiron great, heroes of fact more thrilling than fiction. But the greatest of them all was Knute Rockne. His name is a symbol of the American will to win, but win or lose, to play the game the American way. Tonight in Knute Rockne All American, you'll hear the true-life drama of the beloved Notre Dame coach, played by Pat O'Brien, who is starring in the same role in Warner Brothers' great screen success. Pat's performance in the picture is earning the combined cheers of screen and football fans. And with him tonight, we have Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. Knute Rockne was a good deal more than just a coach to his players, so there's a good deal more to his story than just football. It's the saga of a hard-driving fighter who made life always exciting, of the woman he loved and the adventures they shared. It's our answer to your many letters requesting this play. Letters we're glad to answer. We get a particular thrill out of letters like this one from a lady in Wisdom, Montana, a town of prophetic name. She writes, I want to thank you for giving us such grand plays in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. We live in the Rocky Mountains, miles from anywhere, and it's a treat for us to hear such wonderful programs. You know, I used to think that Lux Flakes were too expensive to use on a ranch, where there are endless dishes and clothes to be washed. But I found I was wrong. They're really economical. Then she proves she's thrifty by adding, I buy Lux Flakes by the case, so I'm never without it. Words of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, from Wisdom, Montana. But now for some action at Notre Dame. We raise the curtain on Act One of Knute Rockne, All American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne, Ronald Reagan as George Gipp, and Donald Crisp as Father Callahan. In 1892, Lars Rockne and his family left their home in Voss, Norway. Among millions like themselves, simple, hard-working people from the old countries, they followed the new road of equality and opportunity that led to America. It was in the city of Chicago that Knute Rockne grew up. Like other boys of his age, Knute was often sent to the store. Like other boys, Knute was often hours late in returning.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and still he is not home. Martha, that boy is never here for dinner on time yet.
Good evening, Papa.
Ah, here he is now, Lars. Knute, where have you been and what have you been doing?
Outside playing the most wonderful game in the world. It's called football.
Knute, your nose is bleeding.
Is it? Somebody stepped on it. I guess that's part of the game.
Tell him, spiel it. Wer schlägt Spiel, als die Sonne trocknen es hier?
Oh, Papa, don't talk Norwegian. Talk American. We're all Americans now.
In 1910, Knute Rockne entered Notre Dame. He was older than the other students of his class. He was 25, and his rugged frame showed evidence of the hard years of work he'd put in to earn the money for his education. Those years were not wasted. Knute was a junior in 1913 when Father Callahan, the president of Notre Dame, summoned him to his office.
Come in, Rock.
Morning, Father Callahan. Father Nolan.
Hello, Knute. Here, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, just relax, Knute. I've got nothing on you this time.
Oh,
Knute, you have only one more year to go for your degree.
I hope so.
You've made a fine record in the past 3 years. Honor man in your class, and next fall you'll be captain of football. That's a very rare combination.
Thank you, Father.
Dr. Newland here tells me you've got the best brain for chemistry of any man in his class.
I guess it must be a pretty dumb class.
No.
You have a definite talent for science, Knute. There's going to be a great future for men like you in the next few years.
That's a great compliment coming from you, Father Newland.
Wait until you hear the rest of it.
Knute, I want you to help me this summer. Stay here as my assistant, with pay. As you know, I'm trying to perfect a new formula for synthetic rubber, and I need a good man to check my experiments.
Well, I don't know just what to say, Father. There must be 100 men who'd fight for the chance to work with you.
Then you'll stay.
Well, I'd like to, and I appreciate it. You understand? But, well, you see, Father, Gus DeRay and I have just signed up for the summer at Cedar Point to work as lifeguards.
Lifeguards? That's no work for a man with your intelligence.
You're passing up a great opportunity, Knute.
No, I realize that, Father. Maybe next year...
I'm not interested in next year. My work won't wait. I picked you out because I thought you had some brains.
But you see, I promised Gus...
He promised Gus. Knute, I could make a first-class scientist of you inside of 10 years. That's what you were born to be anyway. You big Swede.
Who can say for certain what a man was really born to be, Father Newland? That's God's will, not ours. Someday Knute will find his right place in the world. And whether it be science or not, I have a feeling would be the one thing he was meant to do. Of course, Knute, I don't suppose you and Dore would be taking a football along to Cedar Point by any chance?
Well, we kind of figured we'd kick it around the beach a little. Yeah.
And I'm trying to make a chemist out of him.
All right, toss it, Gus.
Right at you.
That's the stuff.
What do you say we rest a while, huh?
Yeah, it was nice passing, Gus.
Say, Rock, did you see the Tribune this morning?
Haven't seen a newspaper in 2 weeks.
Yeah, if you'd stop mooning around Bonnie Skiles like a lovesick calf, you might learn some news.
Oh, stop, will you? What news?
Notre Dame's playing Army this fall.
The Army? When? Where?
At West Point, November. The paper says they've got the greatest team in history with 3 All-Americans. We'll get a nice little trip back east, but they'll probably tear us apart.
Who said so?
Oh, don't be a sap, Rock. The Army will outweigh us 20 pounds to the man. We couldn't lick him if we took a shotgun along.
All right, we'll take a shotgun.
Oh, you ought to wear a hat, Rock. This sun's beginning to get you.
Listen, Gus, this game means a lot to Notre Dame. It's our first big chance, don't you see that?
Yeah, it's big, all right, but so's a freight train.
Gus, we're going to beat them. Big as they are, we're going to beat them. No, don't laugh. I got an idea. Those eastern teams like the Army are all power, knock you down and run over you like a steamroller. Well, if you can't go around a steamroller, maybe you can go over it. No team has ever used the forward pass as the major threat of its offense. Consequently, no team has had a good defense against it. We're going to pass the Army, Gus. We're going to pass them dizzy.
Rock, if it works, it'll make history.
All right, let's start making history. Come on, you're at quarterback. I'm it in. Come on, let's get the hang of it. I'll cut in sharp. Now let me have it.
Here she comes, Rock.
That's it. That's it.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah, great.
We won't have many more like it, Knute. The summer's nearly over.
That's right, Bonnie.
You're going back to Notre Dame next week, and I'm going home, and...
Yep.
We won't be seeing each other again for a long time.
That's right, Bonnie. Not till next Christmas vacation. I'll tell you what I'll do, Bonnie. I'll spend a week with the family in Chicago, and the rest of it with you folks. How's that?
Well, that'll help. Till June.
Oh, Bonnie, I don't know what we're going to do. What we're going to live on after we're married. You're taking an awful chance.
We'll get along. I can cook and sew, and you'll get a job.
Well, Father Newland seems to think he can make a chemist out of me. Think I'd be any good at it?
You'd be a success at anything you tried, Knute.
Bonnie, I know I'm not what you'd call a romantic type. But I'll do everything on earth to make you happy. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
There's something else I wanted to tell you tonight, Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Gus and I have got a great surprise cooked up for the Army.
Oh.
Bonnie, it's going to make history. Listen, nobody ever thought of using the forward pass, see? I mean, not the way Notre Dame's going to use it, you see. Gus takes the ball from center, like this. He fades back like this, and I run down the field, count 10, and now... Well, what's the matter, Bonnie?
Well, go on, Knute. And now, they...
You know, now somebody ought to kick me right square in the seat of the pants.
Final score, Army versus Notre Dame. Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
Cut it out now, will you? Cut it out, I said, fellas. Let me down, will you? Feel like a fool up here.
Better take it while you can, Rock. You'll never hear this again.
Well, Knute, now that you've graduated with a magna cum laude, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Father. I've had a couple of offers, but...
What kind of offers?
They're not very definite.
To coach football. Is that it?
Well, yes, in a sort of a way.
I don't know why I'm dumb enough to offer you another job, or why I bothered to look for synthetic rubber when you've got a solid head of it.
Did you say a job, Father Newland?
Maybe I've changed my mind.
Dr. Newland wants you to stay here at Notre Dame and help him teach chemistry. The job doesn't pay very much to start, but he has great hopes for you later on.
I'll take the job and thank you, Father.
Good, good.
You'll start next term, Knute.
There's just one more thing, Father. You don't have any objection to my sort of helping Harper with the football team this fall, do you?
Yes, you're through with football. Get that into your head once and for all.
But it won't take up much time, Father, and the extra money will be a great help to me. You see, I'm planning on getting married.
I knew I should have picked a priest.
I'll only work with the team until I get on my feet. You don't think I'm crazy enough to take up coaching as my life work, do you?
Will you hand me that burner, Knute?
There you are, Father.
We'll finish this last test, then perhaps we get some sleep.
That's all right with me.
By the way, the boys tell me you're a good teacher, Knute. They all want to be in your class.
Yes, that's what worries me. I get no respect, none at all.
You'll have respect someday, all you can ever use, if our work here is successful. If we can find the answer, if we can make good rubber cheaply without using gum, a great part of the credit will be yours, Knute.
No, you're the quarterback on this team, Father. I'm just the water boy. Always will be.
You can be anything you want. I've watched you ever since you came to Notre Dame. Since the first day you asked a question in my class.
I guess I was pretty much of a nuisance with my questions, wasn't I, Father?
Yes. That's how I knew you might make a scientist. And you will, Knute. Believe me, I know. You have the brains and the strength. These first few years are the hardest. Just live simply and keep your chin up. We're going to do great things, you and I.
Hello. Father Newland's lamb, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Rockne speaking. What? When? Where is she? Yes. Sure, I'll be there right away.
Knute, what is it? What's happened?
It's Bonnie. The baby. It's here. Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie.
Honey. Don't yell. I just got Billy to sleep.
Oh. You want to put this stuff in my hair, Bonnie?
What is it now?
Creosote.
Sit down and keep the towel over your eyes. First it was bear grease. Then something called Old Doc Simpson's Sure Grow Snake Oil. And now it's creosote. I declare you've tried everything on your hair except grass seed.
Well, Joe Burns says creosote's the best of all.
Well, for telephone poles, maybe. The truth is, you've just worried yourself half-bald.
No, I know, but Bonnie, can't you see a little fuzz coming in right there? See, I can feel it right there.
That's the fringe on the towel.
Oh.
5 years of coaching football and track without a single day's vacation. When this head of yours gets to look like a watermelon, you needn't expect any sympathy from me.
Maybe I can get some sympathy from these.
Well, what are those?
Travel booklets, places to go. Pick out one you like.
Oh, Knute. Do you mean for us?
Sure. Go wherever you say. That one about Florida looks good to me.
All right. Well, I'll go into Chicago tomorrow and do some shopping. Florida. When do we leave?
Well, let me see. This is August. Football season starts next month. We can't go right away.
Well, then what about after Thanksgiving?
No. I've got to attend a coaches' conference in Pittsburgh.
Oh, then after Christmas, January. That's the best time in Florida anyway.
No, not for me, Bonnie. I've got to make a talk to those boys at Mooseheart. Then we've got to settle our schedule for next year. The track team starts work in March. That'll take me into July.
And then the football season begins again. I see. Here, you keep these. Next year, turn him in for a new set.
All right. Come on. Get going in there. What have you boys been doing all summer? Fox trotting? Shift outside the tackle. That's better. Keep working in there.
How's it look this year, Rock?
We'll have a pretty fair ball club, I guess. What I'd give my right arm for is a halfback who can carry the mail. A big, fast boy who can run, pass, and kick like say, Jim Thorpe.
A guy like that would never come to a little school like Notre Dame.
No, I know. I know. The sort of fellow I'm looking for only comes along maybe once or twice in a coach's lifetime. But I'm still hoping. And if I ever do find a boy like that.
Hey, did you see what I saw, Coach?
Who kicked that ball?
50 yards, easy.
Well, who did it?
Well, that fella standing over there.
Why isn't he in uniform? Wait a minute. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Come here a minute. Where you from?
Calumet.
Ever play any football?
Some in high school. Baseball's my dish.
Don't you like football?
Not much.
Go on in, get yourself in a uniform, report to the scrubs.
Why?
Because I think you might make a football player.
I doubt it.
Try it anyway.
All right, if you insist.
Wait a minute. By the way, come here. What's your name?
Gip. George Gip. What's yours?
Is he kidding me? Wait a minute. Where's that fella I sent in for uniform?
There he is, Coach. That's him laying down over there.
Mm-hmm. What's he tired about? Beg your pardon, Gip. I don't mean to disturb your rest. Do we bore you?
No, I got nothing better to do.
Maybe I can fix that for you. Would you like to play?
Well, I have been sort of wondering why they gave me this uniform.
Get in there with the scrubs, the left half.
I haven't learned your signals yet.
They'll give you the ball. Just run with it.
How far?
You won't have to bother about that. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we're not quitting, are we? What's up, I wonder? I don't know.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, hold it, fellas. Boys, this is Mr. George Gip, freshman from Calumet High School. Mr. Gip has kindly consented to carry the ball for the scrubs. Just call any play, any at all. They're all the same to him, so it'll be good.
Line up, you. All right, I'll take care of it.
Straight goes. 8, 16, 21, 23, 9. Fight! Hey, look at that guy. They can't touch him.
Go ahead, Gip. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, that's the varsity he's walking through.
Boy who can carry the mail. That's him.
There he goes. He's in the clear, Rock. It's a touchdown.
Here's the ball, Coach. I guess the boys are just tired.
Army, 17. Notre Dame, 27. Michigan State, 0. Notre Dame, 23. Nebraska, 9. Notre Dame, 14. Northwestern, 7. Notre Dame, 33.
You played a great game today.
Thanks. Rock get back yet?
He's been phoning me every 5 minutes. His office is full of newspaper reporters waiting to see you.
Oh, Rock can take care of him.
You're a strange person, George. You've been playing football for 3 years. And now, when you're the biggest news of any boy in America, you deliberately walk away from all that fame. Why?
Oh, I don't know, Bunny. I guess I just don't like people to get too close to me.
You know, Knute and I often talk about you, George. We'd like our 2 boys to grow up and be like you someday.
You mean to play football?
No, not just that. To have your poise and thoughtfulness and your intelligence.
Did Rock say that?
Yes, he did. He said those qualities are rare in a boy of your age.
No. Rock's the rare one, Bonnie, not me. There'll be new fellas coming along year after year. A lot of them much better football players than I ever was. But there'll never be but one Rockne, here at Notre Dame or anywhere else. He's given us something they don't teach in school. Something clean and strong inside. Not just courage, but a right way of living that none of us will ever forget. Don't tell Rock I said that, Bonnie. He'd think I was an awful sap.
That's funny, George. He said the same thing about you. There'll never be but one Gipper. Here or anywhere else. I'm going to get you something for that cough.
No, I'm all right. It's just a little sore throat, that's all.
Don't you argue with me, George Gipper. I've taken care of babies and football players for years.
Hello, Rock.
Oh, so this is where you're hiding, huh? What's the matter? Too bashful to drop by and get your picture taken?
Oh, I didn't want to horn in your party, Rock. They get one of your profile?
Must be nice to read what a great fellow you are, on Saturdays anyway.
I haven't gotten that far. This paper says you're a genius.
So, let me see.
There it is. Read it.
Any coach can look like a genius when his team has a halfback like the Gipper. Oh, why, you... Well, they're right, George. They're right. As long as you're in there, I look pretty good. You've made a reputation for me. The team's going to miss you like a right arm next year. I'm going to miss you, too, George. Won't quite be the same house without him hanging around, will it, Bonnie?
No, it won't. Here, George, you take this. Lie down now.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Wait a minute, what is this? What's going on here?
George is a sore throat and a very bad cough.
So, let me see. Come over here, the light.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Rock. Season's over anyway.
Who said anything about the season? Open your mouth. Wide. Mm-hmm. You're all right. Come on, get your hat.
Hey, anybody think you were still in the Army?
I saw enough of the Army to know what's wrong with you. Bonnie, we're going to the hospital. This is a sick boy. How's he doing, Doc? Is he any better?
No, Rock. I'm afraid not.
Isn't there any chance at all?
Rock, we've done everything we could. You know that. It's no use.
How long has he got?
I can't say. Perhaps the night, perhaps an hour. I think you'd better go in now.
George. Yes, Rock. George, this telegram just came from Walter Camp. You've been named as fullback on the All-American team.
Me? You wouldn't kid me, Rock.
No, I wouldn't kid you. I'm on the level. You're going to be all right, fella.
I haven't got a complaint in the world. What's tough about this? I'm not afraid. Only Rock. Someday, when the team's up against it, things are wrong, and the brakes are beating the boys, will you ask them to go in there with everything they got and win just one for the Gipper? I don't know where I'll be then, but I'll know it, and I'll be happy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Act Two of Knute Rockne All American, starring Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray. But before we go on with our play, we'd like you to hear what's going on all over the United States. If you could fly from coast to coast, from Boston to San Francisco, everywhere you went, every day of the week, this is what you'd be likely to hear.
Send me a large box of new Quick Lux, please.
Right away, Mrs. Brown.
I need some Lux Flakes. Better make it 2 boxes.
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
A large size Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
New Quick Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Blake.
Lux, please. Lux, please. Lux, Lux.
Well, that's the way it goes. In hundreds of stores all over the country, women keep asking for new Quick Lux. American women certainly know what they want.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ruick. We want new Quick Lux.
You certainly do. You've proved it. You've made new Quick Lux the most popular soap for nice things in the whole United States by a vote of 2 to 1.
Well, what's so amazing about that? It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Well, Sally, isn't it pretty wonderful that twice as many women use Lux for underthings, stockings, and other nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads? Yes, ma'am, it's new Quick Lux 2 to 1.
But I'm not a bit surprised. You know, Mr. Ruick, sometimes I think you men don't give us women credit for having any brains. Of course we choose new Quick Lux. Well, think of what it does for us. How much it saves us. First of all, it saves our pretty things. Undies, sheer stockings, fluffy sweaters.
Yes, with Lux, they stay lovely looking longer. It's so gentle, safe for anything safe in water alone.
And it saves us time.
Because it's faster. In water as cool as your hand, it suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
And it's thrifty.
It certainly is. New Quick Lux goes further, gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of the 10 other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. Fast, safe, thrifty. No wonder New Quick Lux has become the favorite American way to care for nice things. The choice of women all over the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Knute Rockne All American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Donald Crisp as Father Callahan, and Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne. Someday, Knute will find his right place in the world. Those were Father Callahan's words. And Knute found that place, not in the laboratory, but on the football field. It was not an easy decision. It was made after long and careful thought, because he felt that his real job was coaching, turning out great teams for Notre Dame, turning out men.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, come on. All right, men. Starting a new season today. Got a tough schedule ahead of us. We're used to that at Notre Dame. Now, let's get this straight before we start. I don't want any fellow out here to think he's any better than anyone else. And that goes for you Lettermen, too. Football consists primarily of tackling and blocking. And nobody can make this team if all they can do is carry the ball forward, pass, or punt. Any of you spoiled high school stars who do want to learn to block and tackle, turn in your suits tonight. Turn them in tonight. You can't make the team here. The Notre Dame system is based on teamwork. Teamwork, which means a combination of self-sacrifice, brains, and sweat. And the brains come first. I'll expect you to work hard, but I'll also expect you to maintain a high average in your classes. We want to win if we can, but you didn't come to Notre Dame just to play football. 5 years from now, the public will have forgotten even the best of you. Remember that. All right, let's see what you look like as a dummy. Come on, get moving.
Army, 0. Notre Dame, 28. Rutgers, 0. Notre Dame, 48. Carnegie Tech, 0. Notre Dame, 19.
That clock says 1:15. Is that right, Doctor?
Seems to be 1:15 a.m. on the dot, Mrs. Rockne.
Thank you, Professor. It was very nice of you both to come and sit up with me, but I'm sure Knute will be back soon. The last train from Chicago was due 10 minutes ago.
Well, as members of the Notre Dame faculty, Mrs. Rockne, this is our humble way of helping to celebrate the team's illustrious victory.
When I celebrate, I never go to bed before 1:30.
Bonnie.
Oh.
There he is.
Bonnie, I've just seen something. I've got the idea of a lifetime.
Knute, what is it?
Doc, Professor, I saw a show in Chicago tonight. Chorus girls, a whole row of them.
Knute.
Chorus girls?
At your age, Rock?
No, I don't mean that. It was the rhythm, like poetry to watch them move. Effortless, beautiful. Those girls gave me an idea for a new kind of a backfield shift.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, I tell you, it'll revolutionize the game. No lost motion, no waste of momentum, split-second timing. And the public will love it. It's new, it's colorful, it's great showmanship. Here, Doc, let me show you what I mean. Stand over there.
Now, listen, please.
Professor, you hold your spot right there, and I'll take the tailback position. Bonnie, you get in there at left half.
Me?
Come on, we need one more for a backfield.
Oh, all right.
All right, now good. Now, when I yell hip, everybody takes a step, then a hop to the left like this. All right? 1, 2, step, hip. Swing your arms, get the rhythm. All set. Okay, here we go. 25, 36, 51, hip.
Well, watch it, Doctor.
Fun, isn't it?
All right, try it again. Put some zip in it, Doc. Here we go. 38, 42, 29, hip. Oh, Bonnie, you're way ahead of the ball. Wait for the hip.
I was not ahead of the ball. I fell over the coffee table.
All right. We got 4 boys coming back next year. 4 boys who'll take to the shift like ducks to water. Once more now. 21, 58, 55, hip. One, two, step, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. No. All right, hold it. Hold it, boys. Hold it, Mike. Hold it. Oh, you're all out of step. Swing your arms wide like this. Get the rhythm. You look like a brakeman flagging a train. Oh, and you, Miller. You know, you've only got 2 feet. Do they have to step on each other? Stilder, you're moving too slow. Whole point of this shift is to catch the opponents by surprise, off balance. Oh, yes, Crowley. I hope I'm not being too personal, but did you ever learn to dance?
Well, I can waltz a little.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's what you were doing. All right. Now listen, boys, listen. We've got a great thing in this shift, if we do it right. And I selected you four, because I know you can do it right. It's made to order for you. I know it's tricky. That's the beauty of it. If it works the way I figure, it'll revolutionize football. All right, let's try it again. All right, Mike, put another nickel slot. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. Come on. Faster.
What is this new miracle that Rockne has wrought? This bolt of Irish lightning that strikes from all sides with such blinding speed and fury. A ship, they call it. Yes, but Heisman of Georgia Tech also has a ship. So has Tad Jones of Yale. But theirs are simple tunes compared to Rockne's symphony. For this ship is music, the music of a master's hand. Knute Rockne, whose ingenious brain perfected the forward pass, has brought a great new thrill to football and to its millions of followers. In the brilliant hands and feet of the four horsemen, Elmer Layden, Rip Miller, Jim Crowley, and Harry Struder, the Notre Dame ship has become a prairie fire, burning north, east, south, and west, relentless and unchecked for 3 straight years.
All right, that's settled, Bonnie. After the game tomorrow, we leave for Florida on a nice, long vacation.
Yes, dear.
Just sit on the sand of Miami Beach and do nothing all day long. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, dear. All day.
Oh, Bonnie, I hope you didn't forget to pack my flannels.
I've packed them every fall for 12 years. Even the moths are beginning to lose hope.
Oh, now, Bonnie, that's not fair. Who is it?
Hiya, Rock.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing, Rock?
Come on in, boys. Come on in. Well, what's on your mind?
I'd like to get a statement, Rock. What's the dope on the Army game tomorrow?
Notre Dame and 13 points.
The cadets are plenty tough this year. They think they can break the 16-game winning streak of Notre Dame.
That's what they say. That's right, Coach. Boys, this is off the record. But nobody can stop our team. They said we'd miss the four horsemen. We'd fold up like a bridge table without them. If anything, we're even better. We've been undefeated for 3 straight years. And tomorrow we'll take the Army into camp just like we took the rest of them.
It's almost unbelievable, but it's true. The powerful Notre Dame team is going down to defeat. Army, 27.
Notre Dame, 0.
Well, I still can't figure why we couldn't wait in New York for a later train.
Well, I wanted to slip into town before daylight.
The students usually like to come down to the station and welcome the team back, don't they, Knute?
Sure, when we win. For 3 years, they've met every train. We lost this game. I lost it. Oh, I was too cocky, had a swell head, thought I could outsmart everybody. I don't blame the folks in South Bend, whatever they think of me, because I let them down.
Don't take it so to heart, Knute. There's always next year.
Bonnie, I don't even want to get off the train. We'll face them tomorrow. Can't. No, we won't get off, Bonnie. Let's go straight on through to Chicago and then down to Florida the way we always planned. Maybe in 2 or 3 months they won't feel so badly about it, and then I can come home. That's what we'll do.
South Bend. South Bend.
This is it, Knute.
South Bend, Mr. Rockne. Rush off, sir?
Well, Knute,
All right, Bonnie. Go and face it.
I think that's best.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, it sounds like... Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Maybe you folks didn't understand the newspapers. We didn't win this game. We lost.
Who cares? We've still got you, Rock.
Thanks.
Why, you shouldn't have stayed up for us, Father.
If the rest of Notre Dame can, I guess I can.
Father, I never had anything like this happen to me before. All those boys down at the station. Didn't you hear what they said? Who cares if we did lose? We've still got you, Rock.
And have we still got you, Knute? There's been a lot of talk these last few months about large offers to you from different colleges. None of us would blame you if you did leave. Any man must better himself if he can. We've just wondered what you'd do. That's all.
How could any man better himself with friends like mine? No, I'll never leave Notre Dame, Father. I'll never leave Notre Dame.
Thank you, Knute. Thank you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Fay Ray, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Crisp in Act 3 of Knute Rockne All American. Ladies, did you ever wash a sweater and have it come out half its original size and all faded and scratchy into the bargain? It's maddening and expensive, isn't it? Why not take a tip from a woman who knows a lot about sweaters and how to care for them? She's a lady from Saskatoon, Canada, and she's written us a very interesting letter. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. She says, I have a number of sweaters which I received from the old country, made of the finest wool. Some of them are 3 or 4 years old, but you would never know it by looking at them. Their color hasn't faded one bit, and they're still as soft as when I first got them. Yet I can truthfully say that I've washed them between 40 and 50 times, always in lukewarm Lux studs.
Now, that's a fine letter. It's not surprising that New Quick Lux is by far the most popular way to care for sweaters. First of all, it's so gentle and mild. And then it's so fast. In water as cool as your hand, an ideal temperature for washing sweaters, New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Finally, it's thrifty. A little Lux goes a long way.
You know, I think you ought to warn women about 2 things that are very hard on sweaters, Mr. Ruick. 2 things that may shrink them badly. Hot water is one, and the other is cake soap rubbing.
You're right, Sally. With Lux, you don't need hot water, and there's no rubbing either. So you can see why woolens stay lovely looking longer with Lux Care. Oh, now, Sally, how about giving the ladies of our audience the Lux method for washing a sweater?
Well, first you draw the outline of your sweater on a piece of heavy paper for a pattern. Then whip up some nice, rich, cool Lux suds and just squeeze them through the sweater. Don't rub. Rinse in water as cool as the suds. Press out the moisture in a Turkish towel. Then lay the sweater flat on your paper pattern and ease it into its original shape. Pin with rust-proof pins and leave it to dry. After it's dry and you've taken the pins out, press the edges gently with a warm iron over a damp cloth to take the pin marks out.
Thanks, Sally. Remember, New Quick Lux is safe for everything, safe in water alone. It comes in the same familiar box, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of Knute Rockne, All American. They still like to talk in football circles of the famous Knute Rockne system, but his success was based on more than system. It was based on patience and good sportsmanship, on a deep understanding of the boys who worked with him. One afternoon before the Navy game, Rockne received a letter from the father of one of these boys.
Listen to this, hunk. Now, Rock, I have waited 3 years to see my son play for Notre Dame, but you've never given him a chance. Unless you dislike the boy personally, why don't you give him a square deal? I promise you he'll tear that Navy line to pieces. Signed, John O'Flaherty, class of 1906.
Maybe you ought to take a job at Sing Sing, Rock. Then the alumni wouldn't bother you.
Yes. I saw that O'Flaherty boy on the hall. Send him in here.
Sure. Hey, Charlie, send O'Flaherty in.
Here's one from the Moose Heart Orphanage. Dear Knute, me and the other boys up here have been reading all about you and the Notre Dame team. We have got a football team, too. Will you let us call ourselves the Rockne Colts? We don't have real uniforms, and we don't know many good plays, but we have got lots of spirit. He's got a postscript down there. It says, win that game Saturday.
Did you want to see me, Coach?
Oh, yes. Yes, sit down, O'Flaherty. Just had a letter from your father.
From Dad? What does he want? To sit on the bench with you Saturday?
No, he wants me to put you in the game.
Oh, but I'm not even going, am I?
No. Your dad's got a lot of pride in you, hasn't he?
I guess so.
That's a great thing for both of you. Don't ever let anything happen to change it. You know why I'm not taking you to Baltimore?
Well, I guess it's because I'm just not good enough.
No, that's not it. You are good, O'Flaherty. You are good. You're just not big enough, O'Flaherty. I've never played you because I was afraid you'd get hurt. I've kept you on the squad all these years because you've got spirit. Great spirit. Better than your dad's, if you ask me.
Oh, he'll get over it. You know how fathers are.
I ought to. I'm one myself. Oh, I'd like to put you in there next Saturday. But against that big Navy line, you're taking off a beating. You might fumble. Lose the game for us. That'd break your dad's heart, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
If we win, they may forget it. And if we lose, you can blame me for not playing you. Either way, it'll make him happy. What do you say, O'Flaherty?
Just thanks.
Good boy. See you this afternoon, son.
Yes, sir.
Hunk.
Yeah, Rock?
Add O'Flaherty's name to the list for Baltimore.
But, Rock, he never goes with the team.
I know. He's going with us this time. I'm going to let him kick off.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Rockne. Yes, it is serious. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Rockne can't see anyone. Doctor's orders. Yes, I'll let you know.
Now you're crazy, Doc. My leg, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it's your leg. But you're my patient, you stubborn Norwegian. And you're a very sick man. The veins of your legs are swollen up like manila ropes. You've got phlebitis, and you've got it bad.
I could get up and walk right now. What is phlebitis, Doc?
It's an inflammation of the veins. And if you move around, there's a strong possibility of forming a blood clot that would travel up to your heart.
What did that do?
Well, your insurance company wouldn't like it. I've warned you about this for 10 years, but you wouldn't listen. You've let those boys of yours smash into you year after year, knock you down, run over you. Now you're paying for it. You're not 20 years old, you're 42. And if you don't obey my orders, you'll never be any older.
Oh, but, Doc, we're playing the Army on Saturday, and the boys...
I don't care if you're playing the whole schedule on Saturday. You don't move out of that bed. And those are my orders.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Bonnie, I want a wheelchair.
What?
A wheelchair, Bonnie. A wheelchair. We're playing the Army on Saturday.
It looks like an Army day. Score at the end of the half. Army 6.
Notre Dame 0.
Here's rock, fellas.
Well, boys, I haven't a thing to say. You played a great game this first half. All of you. I guess we just can't win them all. Boys, I'm going to tell you something I've kept to myself for years. None of you here ever knew George Gipper. It was long before your time. But you all do know what his tradition stands for at Notre Dame. Well, the last thing he said to me was, Rock, sometime when the team is up against it, when things are wrong and the brakes are beating the boys, tell them to go in there with all they've got and win just one for the Gipper. I don't know where I'll be then, Rock, he said. But I'll know about it, and I'll be happy. That's all, boys.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on!
Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
scandal attacked by noted educators. Cry of professionalism raised by college authorities. Football purge opens in New York. I suppose you've read all this, Rock?
I've read every word of it. Noted educators, are they? They've got no argument. The public doesn't believe this stuff.
The public believes whatever it reads in the papers, Knute, unless it is denied in type just as large and preferably larger. The coaches of other colleges all over the country want you to go to New York, Rock. They need your name and voice to speak for them. Will you do it, Rock?
All right. I'll go. But I'm not going to mince any words.
Mr. Rockne, the original idea upon which all college sport is founded is that a normal amount of exercise is helpful to young men engaged in their studies. Do you agree with this definition?
No, as far as it goes, yes.
How would you amend that definition?
Games such as football are more than merely helpful to boys. They are an absolute necessity of the nation's best interests.
Why, Mr. Rockne?
Because every red-blooded young man in any country is filled with what we might call the natural spirit of combat. In many parts of Europe and elsewhere in the world, this spirit has manifested itself in continuous wars and revolutions. But we have tried to make competitive sports act as a safer outlet for this spirit of combat. And I believe we've succeeded.
Do you mean to imply, Mr. Rockne, that college football, as practiced at Notre Dame, is a form of pacifism?
Well, I suppose you could get an argument on that from some of our opponents. But that is precisely what I mean.
Mr. Rockne, have you ever interceded for a football player who fell behind in his classes and had to be suspended from your team?
I have not. If any player flunks his class, he's no good to the coach or to the school he attends. And the coach who goes around trying to fix it for athletes to be scholastically eligible when mentally they're not, well, he's just a plain everyday fool.
Mr. Rockne, couldn't football be replaced by some other game? Something less violent?
What game would you suggest?
Well, hockey, for instance.
Well, no, just a minute. As a matter of fact, I once suggested that very idea to Father Callahan, our president. I explained the game to him in detail, and he seemed downright interested. Until we came to the use of the sticks. Then he held up his hands. No, he said. No, that game is never for this university. Notre Dame will never endorse any game that puts a club in the hands of an Irishman.
In your opinion, Mr. Rockne, what is college for? Where do these elaborate spectacles of sport fit into the scheme of education? What is their contribution to the national intelligence?
Gentlemen, we are living in the 20th century. To limit the college education to books, classrooms, and laboratories is to give to education too narrow a meaning for modern times. Now, if I have learned any one fact in my 20 years of work with boys, it's this. The most dangerous thing in American life today is we're getting soft. Soft inside and out. And we're losing that forceful heritage of mind and body that was once our most precious possession. Now, these coaches and I, have given our lives to working that flaccid philosophy out of our boys' minds and bodies. We believe the finest work of man is building the character of man. We've tried to build courage and initiative and tolerance and persistence, without which the most educated brain in the head of man is not worth very much. Now, our boys at Notre Dame have played all over the country. They've gotten to learn that Southerners aren't lazy. Northerners aren't cold. Middle Westerners aren't hicks. Californians aren't big and dumb. They've found from all sorts of America what America is. And in that process, they found themselves. Now, I don't know, Professor. I don't know how you would grade a boy for learning all these things. 50, 75, 90, perhaps. But wouldn't it be a good idea not to grade anyone's contribution to the national intelligence until all the results were in, say 5 or 10 years after he's graduated, when his record and character aren't hung on the wall like a diploma, but are hung inside the man himself?
Oh, Knute, this sun is wonderful. And so good for the children.
Why, of course, Bonnie. Didn't I promise you we'd come to Florida?
Yes, dear. 17 years ago.
Oh, no, 17. Couldn't be that long.
Oh, don't worry about it now. Just relax.
Well, Bonnie, I promise you it won't be 17 years before we're here again. Every winter from now on, we'll take the kids and go south and really get some fun of our life.
That's never been much trouble for you. You know, the day we left South Bend, Father Callahan said to me, if Rock ever loses that laugh of his, I hope he doesn't outlive it long.
Mr. Rockne?
Yeah, something for me, son?
Yes, sir. Telegram, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here.
Thank you, sir.
What is it, Knute?
Well, I've got to go to California.
But not right away.
Yes. See, I promised those fellas I'd come whenever they needed me. Oh, there ought to be a union for people who can't say no.
You aren't going by plane, are you?
Well, Bonnie, if I take a train, it'll take me 3 days. This way, I'll get there in no time. I'll be back Monday.
But you know how I feel about flying, Rock.
Bonnie, I wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Come on now, honey. Help me pack. I'll wire from Kansas City tomorrow morning. When will this telegram reach Florida?
Within half an hour, Mr. Rockne. I'll send it right away.
They say there may be a storm ahead of you, Rock. Why don't you wait over here till the next plane?
Haven't any time to waste. I want to be back in Florida by next Monday. I'm on a vacation.
Passengers for the Los Angeles plane. Los Angeles plane.
So long. Soft landing, Rock.
Thanks, fella. You mean happy landing, don't you?
A transcontinental plane flying from Kansas City to Los Angeles crashed this morning on a hilltop 3 miles from this town, carrying to instant death the 6 passengers and 2 pilots. Among the identified dead is Knute Rockne.
We who are here are but a handful of his friends, come to pay our last tribute of devotion to his mortal remains. Of necessity, we are few in number in this hallowed place, though thousands are without the doors. But we represent millions like ourselves who are here in spirit, listening all over America. Knute Rockne might have gone to any university in the land and been gladly received and forever cherished there. But he chose Our Lady School. He honored her in the monogram which he earned and wore. He honored her in the principles and in the ideals he set up in the lives of young men under his care. He was indeed her true son. Yes, Knute Rockne has gone. And who was he? Ask the President of these United States, who dispatched a personal message of tribute to his memory. Ask the King of Norway, who sent a special delegation here to represent him. Ask the thousands of newspaper men whose labor of love in his memory has stirred every heart in America. But above all, ask the men and women from every walk of life. Ask the children, the boys of America. Ask any and all of these. Who was this man whose death has struck a nation with dismay and has everywhere bowed heads in grief?
Knute Rockne, born 1888, died 1931. He'll never be forgotten, for his doctrines live on in men he knew as boys. Men who now carry aloft his standard of fair, clean play and sportsmanship. Among them, Rip Miller, Navy, James Crowley, Fordham, Harry Stuhldreher, Wisconsin, Frank Thomas, Alabama, Eddie Anderson and Frank Corridio, Iowa, Charlie Bachman, Michigan State, Noble Kaiser and Mal Elvin, Purdue, Jim Palin, Washington, Buckshaw, Santa Clara, Adam Walsh, Bowdoin, Gus Doré, Detroit, Clipper Smith, Villanova, Jack Mayer, Auburn, Marty Brill, Loyola, and Elmer Layton, Notre Dame.
And so we bring to a close our play, tonight's performance of Knute Rockne All American. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone. But first, it looks to me as though Sally here had something to say, something rather complicated from the way she's figuring with that pencil and paper.
Almost an hour a day, 7 days a week.
What on earth are you doing, Sally?
I'm figuring out how much time a housewife spends washing dishes every year.
What's the answer?
Well, wait till I finish figuring. 300 divided by 8, 3, 7. Well, just imagine. Why, that'd be 8 hours a day for 5 weeks out of the year.
That's a long time to have your hands in dishwater at the mercy of the soap you use. If that soap is harsh, it's bound to make them rough and red and unattractive.
No woman wants hands like that. It's much better to use gentle, new Quick Lux flakes.
Much, much better. And this has been proved by hundreds of women in tests of 5 leading dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Tests made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. Lux left their hands ever so much softer, smoother than the other soaps did. You can prove this for yourself. Try new Quick Lux in your dishpan tomorrow. Ask for the generous big box, the same familiar Lux package. It's fast, it's thrifty, and it's so mild, it helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Back in the center of our stage now is Pat O'Brien, the man who made Knute Rockne live for us tonight. And with him are Fay Ray and Donald Crisp.
Thank you, C.B. It was a great honor to be chosen to play the part of Knute Rockne on the screen, and then again here in the Lux Radio Theater. I've admired him ever since I was a kid.
Pat, you played a little football yourself a few years back, didn't you?
You've been holding out on us, Pat.
There wasn't much to hold out, C.B.
Well, now, the way I heard it, you were a star quarterback at Marquette and ran 90 yards for a touchdown against one of Knute Rockne's best teams.
That is more than a little exaggerated, Crazy.
You mean it wasn't 90 yards, Pat?
Can't run 90 yards sitting on the bench. I didn't get in until late in the game. Coach he was desperate. He'd used up the first, second, and third string backs. He was finally down to me. I played about 30 seconds, didn't even get my hands on the ball.
Outside of that, the story's true, huh?
Well, anyway, you can always tell your children that you played against a Knute Rockne team.
That's what I said to myself when I tried to get up for the 6th time.
That's a very comforting thought, Pat. By the way, Mr. DeMille, what's your next play?
14, 82, 91. Hey!
No, not football.
Oh.
I mean next Monday night.
Next Monday night. Well, we've got a play that's a sure winner, Donald. My Favorite Wife, adapted from Leo McCarey's RKO picture.
Who are the stars going to be, Mr. DeMille?
You like them all, Fay. Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. 3 of everybody's favorites. My Favorite Wife is a gay mix-up. It was one of the hits of the year on the screen, the story of a lady who returned from being shipwrecked on a lonely island to find her husband married again. It's a situation with great possibilities for Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick next Monday night.
And a swell time for the audience, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. If acting were football, you 3 would be a cinch for the Rose Bowl. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Father Newland, Ted Bliss as Doré, Charles Seal as Doctor, Earl Ross as Chairman of Investigating Committee, Lou Merrill and Arthur Q. Bryan as announcers, Edwin Max as a reporter, James Eagles as O'Flaherty, Fred Shields as a professor, and Harold Daniels, Forrest Taylor, Bob Burleson, Joe Panario, and Celeste Rush. Our play tonight is an adaptation of the Warner Brothers picture Knute Rockne All American, which is currently being shown throughout the country. Ronald Reagan will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Santa Fe Trail. Donald Crisp is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture City for Conquest, and Fay Ray's forthcoming picture is the Columbia production Legacy. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Sybil Thorndike with Jill Balkan and Carlton Hobbs in The Sacred Flame by Somerset Maugham, adapted for radio by Peter Watts. It's a spring evening. In the drawing room of the Tabritts' house outside London are Mrs. Tabrit and her invalid son Morris, who's playing chess with his doctor, and Nurse Wayland. The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of chess, old boy.
Don't let the brute bully me, Mrs. Tabrit.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor. Besides, how can anyone bully effectively from an invalid bed?
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Now, how on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself tatting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tabrit. Don't bother about me.
After listening to my sprightly conversation for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Well, who can blame her?
Even when pain and anguish wring my brow and I swear like 50,000 troopers, I never managed to bring the blush of shame to her maiden cheek.
I know. It's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate. It would relieve me to see you blench with horror. Oh, watch the doctor. He's about to move. Very careful, old boy. The position is fraught with danger.
I'm going to move my knight.
What would you say if I gave that little pawn a push and murmured, check?
Well, I should say it was your right, but I should think it a trifle vulgar.
Do you know what I'd do now in your place?
No, I don't.
I'd catch my foot in the leg of the table and kick it over accidentally. That's the only way you can save yourself from getting the worst hiding I've ever given you.
Go to the devil. There.
Oh, you do that, do you?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If you please, Ma'am, Major Laconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in and have a drink.
Of course not. Where is he?
He's at the door, sir.
Well, ask him to come in.
Very good, Ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, I knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers. I understand that she treated him rather badly.
I can well believe it. Does he still cherish a hopeless passion for you, Mrs. Tabrit?
I don't know at all, Dr. Harvester. You'd better ask him.
Was he Indian Army?
No, he was a policeman. He's just retired. He's a very good chap, and I believe he's rather a good golfer. My brother Colin has played with him 2 or 3 times.
Well, I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Laconda.
How do you do? How very nice of you to look in.
I was on my way home and saw that your lights were on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Duck and Dorish.
Help yourself. The whisky's on the table.
Oh, thank you. How are you, nurse?
How do you do?
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How to do?
Mrs. Tabrit tells me you're a very good doctor.
Well, I take great pains to impress the fact on my patients.
His only serious fault is that he thinks he can play chess.
Oh, don't let me disturb your game.
Oh, it's finished.
Not at all. I have 3 possible moves. What do you say to that?
Mate, you poor fish.
Damn.
Have you beaten him?
Hello.
Shall I put the chess things away?
If you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I won't keep you up. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off. I really only came to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner.
Oh, there's no hurry, you know. I'm not going to bed for hours.
Well, we're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera.
I'm a night owl. I never go to bed till I can help it.
You're the man for my money.
I've got a day's work before me. I'll just have a drop of scotch to assuage the pangs of defeat, and then I must run.
Major, let's send the rest of them off to bed and have a good old gossip by ourselves,
I'm willing.
Well, if you really want to stay up, Morris, let Nurse Wayland get you ready. And then you only just got to slip into bed. And Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say to that, Nurse?
Well, it's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in. I'll put you to bed after you've said good night to her.
No, come on. You're looking tired.
You know, you're looking a little peaked, Nurse. I think it's nearly time you had another holiday.
Oh, I don't want another holiday for months.
Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
Oh.
Shall I come and help?
No, not on your life. It's bad enough to be messed about by one person. I don't want a crowd, damn it.
Sorry.
We shall be back in 10 minutes.
She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extremely competent, and I must say she's very gentle and kind.
You've had her ever since poor Morris crashed, haven't you?
Oh, no. We had 3 or 4 before she came. All more or less odious.
She's a rattling good nurse. I think you're lucky to have got her.
Yes, I'm sure we are. The only fault I have to find with her is that she's so very reserved. She's been with us all day and every day for nearly 5 years, and I only just know that her name is Beatrice. She calls the boys Mr. Morris and Mr. Colin, and Stella she calls Mrs. Morris. She certainly doesn't encourage familiarity.
I can't imagine skylarking with her at a Sunday school treat, I must admit.
Of course, she's a little tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. Poor lamb, he has so little. He likes to say good night to Stella the last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. And Nurse Wayland seems to find something to do just at that last moment. That's why he's staying up now.
But good Lord, why don't you tell her?
She's terribly sensitive. Haven't you noticed how often rather tactless people are? They'll stamp on your toes, and then when you tuck them up out of harm's way, they're so offended.
I suppose Morris is absolutely dependent upon her.
Oh, absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear, and he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Yes, I've discovered that. He doesn't want Stella to have anything to do with his illness.
Doctor, is there really no chance of his getting better?
I'm afraid not.
It's a miracle that he's alive at all.
He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and the plane caught fire, and he was badly burnt.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
No, never. His spirits are wonderful. It's one of the most anguishing things I know to see him when he's in pain and there are beads of sweat on his brow force a joke from his lips.
I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabret. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
When they were boys, they were great friends. And, you know, brothers aren't always.
They're not indeed.
And Colin has been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know. He put all his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation, and it's doing very well. He loves the life out there, and it seems cruel to ask him to give it up to help us look after his crippled brother.
Oh, I think it would be very unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life.
At all events, with the young one may ask, but the likelihood of their consenting is very slight.
Not at all, Mrs. Tabret. The country's full of desiccated females who've given up their lives to taking care of an invalid mother.
When I was at Bath, I saw a good many couples like that, and to tell you the truth, I sometimes wondered why the daughters didn't murder their mothers.
Well, they often do. Every doctor's had a case where he has a strong suspicion that some old woman who lived too long has been poisoned by her relatives, and he takes jolly good care not to say anything about it.
Why?
Oh, it's rotten for a man's practice. Nothing can do you so much damage as to be mixed up in a murder case.
I often pondered over the problem of the woman who, like myself, was no longer young and suffers from indifferent health. I'm not sure if the best way of dealing with us wouldn't be to do as some African tribes do. At a certain age, take us to the river's brim and push us gently but firmly in.
What happens if they can swim?
Well, the families stand on the banks with brickbats and take pot shots at their struggling but aged grandmother. That discourages her efforts to get out.
Here we are again. I'm all fixed up and ready for any excitement.
I must go.
Yes, and Nurse Wayland should go to bed.
Are you sure Mrs. Morris and your brother won't go and have supper after the opera?
I'm sure they will.
Then they won't be home till 4.
Does that mean you disapprove of my staying up, you hard and brutal woman?
Doesn't Dr. Harvester?
Oh, very much. But I'm aware that Morris has no intention of going to sleep till he knows his wife is safely home again, and My theory is that it only does people good now and then to do what they shouldn't.
Ah, that's the kind of doctor for me.
What's that?
What, Morris?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, by Jove, it's Stella.
You mean to say you can hear from this distance?
You bet your life I can. Yes, that's the family bus.
Well, I must go.
No, just stay a minute and see Stella. She's got her best bib and tucker on, and she's a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, by the way, what were they giving at the opera tonight?
Tristan.
That's why I insisted on Stella's going. It was after Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Of course I do.
We'd all been to hear it, and then we went on to supper. I drove Stella around Regent's Park in a little two-seater I had then, and I swore I'd go on driving round and round till she promised to marry me. Tristan had given her such an appetite that by the time we were halfway round the second time, she said, "Oh, well, if I must either marry you or die of starvation, I'd sooner marry you."
Is there a word of truth in this story, Mrs. Tebrit?
Well, all I know is that the rest of us had only just ordered our supper when they came in looking like a pair of cats who'd swallowed a canary and said they were engaged.
Stella?
Darling, have you missed me?
Why are you back already, you wretched girl? Colin, why didn't you drag her off to have supper?
Sorry, old boy, I couldn't do anything about it.
I was so thrilled by the opera. I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Oh, hang it all. You might have gone to Lucien's and had a dance or two and a bottle of bubbly. What's the good of my buying you a new dress when you won't let anyone see it? Major, she said it was too dressed up to go to the opera in. But I exercised my marital authority and made her.
Quite right, too.
Darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but I hadn't the nerve and I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen. Oh, no. The only way I managed to get them to stay was by promising a look at your new dress when you came home.
What nonsense. As if Major Lecondo or Dr. Harvester knew one frock from another.
Oh, don't be so damned contemptuous of the male sex, Stella. Take off your cloak and let's have a good look at you.
You brute, Morris. You've made me feel shy now.
Stand up.
Oh, it's lovely.
Hello, what's the matter?
Stella, what is it?
It's nothing. I feel so frightfully faint.
Oh, my dear.
Stella.
It's all right, Morris, don't fuss. Now, put your head down between your knees.
Let me, Doctor.
No, don't. Don't touch me. I shall be all right again in a minute. It's silly of me.
I'm sorry, darling. It was my fault.
It's nothing. I feel better already.
Well, my own belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. What time did you dine?
We didn't dine. We just had some caviar and half a bottle of champagne before the opera.
You're a ridiculous pair.
I enjoy Wagner so much more on an empty stomach. I'm really quite all right now.
Nurse, would you mind going to the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young things to eat?
Of course not. There ought to be some ham. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin, get a bottle of champagne out of the cellar.
All right, Mother.
I'll see if there's any ice.
I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
I shall be all right when I've had something to eat. I think Mother's quite right. What I want is a large ham sandwich with a lot of mustard on it.
You're looking better, you know. Just for a moment you were as white as a sheet.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. It was so nice of you to look in.
I'll just stay a moment or two longer, if you don't mind. I don't trust these young women who don't feed themselves properly.
Well, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we, Doctor? It's so warm and lovely.
Yes, come on. And I hope Nurse Wayland has the sense to cut a sandwich for me, too.
Darling.
I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me, you little beast. Why didn't you go on to some place and have a bite before you came home?
I wanted to get back.
You didn't go on to dance because you thought I should be waiting up for you?
Don't be an old silly. You don't imagine I care a hang about dancing?
You little liar. How can anyone dance as well as you without being crazy about it? You're the best dancer I ever danced with.
Oh, but I'm not so young as I was.
You're 28, only a girl. You ought to be having the time of your life.
Nonsense.
Oh, my dear. It is rotten for you.
Darling, don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. What a foul brute I should be if I stopped loving you now that you want my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and We can none of us help ourselves.
Maurice, what do you mean? Has there been anything to lead you to think that I wasn't the same as I've always been?
No, darling. You've been angelic always. But what's the matter? You suddenly went quite white. You're not feeling faint again?
No, I'm all right.
You know, if I've seemed often to take things for granted, you mustn't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
That's very silly of you, my pet. I don't know that I've done anything for you at all, except be moderately civil. You've never let me.
I've never let you nurse me. No, not in your life. My precious, I don't want you to smell of antiseptics. I want you to smell of the dawn. I'm so grateful to you, Stella.
Maurice.
You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that. But I'm absolutely convinced that you'll get, at all events, very much better.
They tell me that one of these days they'll try operating again to see if they can't possibly put me right. But I know they're lying. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. And I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. I know I'm here for life, Stella.
Then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another. In the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed?
No.
I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. I'm not often silly and sentimental, am I, Stella?
Is it so silly to be sentimental? No, you're not often.
You're everything in the world to me, Stella. People have been most awfully kind to me, and it's not till you're crocked up as I am that you find out how kind people are. But there's not one of them that I wouldn't see in hell if it would save you from unhappiness or trouble.
Well, I wouldn't tell them if I were you. I don't believe they'd awfully like it.
I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you. But I'm not, because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, how good you are.
Oh, darling, you really are exaggerating. If you go on like this, I shall send you to your room.
My precious. You can laugh at me, but I see the tears in your lovely eyes.
Maurice, I'm a very weak, a very imperfect and a very sinful woman.
You silly little ass.
Why are you saying all this to me just tonight?
I should never have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I'm not unhappy. I don't know how many years I shall hang on, but if you'll help me, darling, I think I can make a pretty good job of it. I owe everything to you. Nothing matters to me very much when I know I shall see you tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that, and always.
Maurice, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm so selfish. I'm so thoughtless.
Never.
Why did you make me go out tonight? Did you think it was any pleasure to me?
I didn't care. I was thinking of my pleasure. I wanted you to hear again the music we'd heard together that night we got engaged. Do you remember how you cried in the second act when Tristan and Isolde sing that duet of theirs and I held your hand in the dark?
I cried because I loved you, and I was happy.
Did you cry tonight?
I don't know.
You know, that music is stunning, isn't it?
People seem to think it's above the average.
You seemed to carry it still in your eyes when you came in. Oh, they were bright and shining. They were like great, deep pools of light. You've never looked so beautiful as you look tonight. You made the Venus de Milo look like a lump of cheese.
Go on, darling. I can bear much more in the same strain.
I could go on for weeks.
No, then I'd be afraid you were prejudiced. Go on till the sandwiches come in.
Give me your hands.
No, I won't. Let's be sensible and talk about what's going to win the Grand National.
Of course, the honest truth is that you're ever so much lovelier than when I married you. What is there that gives you this sudden new radiance?
I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a a strained, almost a hunted look. But now, lately, you've had an air that's strangely peaceful. You've gained a sort of beautiful serenity.
My poor lamb. I'm afraid that can only be due to advancing years. Soon you'll discover the first wrinkle on my forehead, and then the first white hair.
No, you must never grow old. I couldn't bear it. How cruel to think that all that beauty...
No, don't, Morris. Please.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed. I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
Morris, how can you say that? Don't you know how desperately afraid I was when they told me you were hurt, and how relieved, how infinitely thankful when they told me at last that you would live?
They should never have let me. Why didn't they put me out of my misery? It only wanted an injection, a little stronger than usual. Yes, that was the cruelty, to bring me back to life. Cruel to me and 10 times more cruel to you.
I won't let you say it. It's not true. It's not true.
I think I could have borne it if we'd had a child. Oh, Stella, if we'd only had one, I could think to myself that it was you and me. And you would have something to console you. After all, it's a woman's destiny to have children. You wouldn't have felt that you'd entirely wasted your life.
But, Morris, my dear, I don't feel I've wasted my life. You're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired. What's come over you?
I love you, Stella. I wanted to take you in my arms as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body grow tense. Oh, Stella. Stella, I can't bear it.
Morris, darling. Don't cry.
I can't. What a damned fool I am. Give me a handkerchief.
Here. My dear, you did frighten me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's lucky it was only you here. It would have been a pretty kettle of fish if Nurse Wayland had seen me like that.
It would have been a much prettier kettle of fish if I'd seen you clinging to her.
I say, you haven't got a mirror, have you?
My angel, how do you imagine I apply lipstick? Here.
For an intrepid aviator, I look rather tear-stained, if I may say so.
Let me powder your nose, then. You can't think what a comfort it is after you've been upset.
Go on with you. Now, you can give me a whiskey and soda, if you like.
All right, but I'll powder mine.
I feel like a house on fire now.
I wish someone would explain to me how it is that a dab of powder can in the twinkling of an eye reduce a woman's nose from an unwieldy lump to a dear little thing that no one can deny is her best feature.
These are the miracles of science that we read about.
Now I'll get your whiskey and soda.
Here's Colin. I'll have a glass of champagne instead.
I'm afraid I've been an awful time.
I knew you couldn't be trusted in the cellar by yourself. We were just going to send a search party after you.
Well, first I couldn't find anything to break the ice with, and then I couldn't find the nippers to cut the wire. Then I thought I might as well put the car away. I didn't want to leave it outside all night.
Meanwhile, Stella is famishing.
Nurse Wayland's just coming. She's making some sandwiches with grilled bacon. They smell a fair treat.
Here she is. That is kind of you, Nurse. If there's anything I adore, it's bacon sandwiches.
I haven't brought any knives and forks. I thought you could eat with your fingers.
Heavenly.
I just bolt up and change my coat.
Well, I'm not going to wait for you.
All right, go right ahead. But leave me my fair share, or else all is over between us.
Where are the others? Dr. Harvester, come and eat a sandwich before it gets cold.
I don't think I'll wait to see you people make pigs of yourselves. I think I'll turn in.
Aren't you going to have a drink with us?
I don't think I will, if you don't mind. I'm rather tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris. But there's nothing to stay up for if you're tired.
I'll wheel you to your room.
You might look in on your way up to bed, Stella.
Yes, rather. But I shan't disturb you if you're asleep.
I shan't be asleep. I've got a bit of a head. I'll just lie still in the dark. It'll go away.
Did I hear you calling there?
You did. Morris is going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad it's fearfully late. Good night, old boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you.
Well, let me give you a hand, nurse.
Oh, I can manage perfectly, thank you. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him in. I'd like to.
Oh, let the man do something for his money, nurse. You bring me drops and me powder puff, dearie.
Don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold.
Right.
Morris is rather nervy tonight.
Yes, I noticed it.
I'm sorry I went to the opera.
Oh, my dear, you go out so little.
I haven't the inclination, really.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid you're awfully tired.
Oh, dead.
Well, why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait till the others come.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you have done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's any worse?
No, I think he's just about the same as usual.
You startled me. I don't know why you should suddenly say a thing like that.
Mm-hmm. Is there any reason why I shouldn't?
It sounded strangely ominous.
Well, I feel I'd like you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him for so many years. You mustn't think that I've taken it as a matter of course.
Oh, don't. If there was anything I could do to make things a little easier for Morris, I was anxious to do it.
After all, you didn't marry him to be the helpmate of a hopeless cripple.
One takes the rough with the smooth.
Well, you're a very young and very beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as everyone else has. For 6 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who is your husband only because a legal ceremony has joined you together.
No, because love has joined us together.
Oh, my poor child, I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you?
Hello. Where are the others?
Morris has gone to bed. Dr. Harvest is just coming.
Now, come on, children, and sit down and have something to eat.
I'll pour out some wine, shall I?
Lovely sandwiches.
Nurse Whalen makes them very well, doesn't she?
Marvellously. Oh, Doctor, if you don't hurry up, you'll be too late.
I'll just have a sandwich and swallow one glass and bolt. It's any old time, and I've got to be up bright and early in the morning.
Was Morris all right?
Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
Oh, I expect he's just tired. He would sit up.
He says he's got a headache. I've left him a sleeping draught that he can take if he can't get off or wakes in the night and feels restless.
I'll go in and see him before I go to bed. If he can only get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self tomorrow.
Sit with him a little, Stella.
Of course I will.
Well, I must be off. Good night, Mrs. Tabbert. I've had a jolly evening.
Well, I'll come and see you to the door. Then I shall go up to bed.
Thank you.
Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Colin, dear. And don't stay up too late, either of you.
And put out the lights and see that the windows are properly closed and the safety catches in place. I will, Mother.
You see how these boys treat me?
Yeah.
They've no respect for their aged mother.
Certain amount of restrained affection, however.
Oh, bless you, my dears, now and always.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor. We shall see you in a day or two, I suppose.
Oh, I expect so.
Good night, Doctor.
I'll see you out.
Stella. Stella.
Oh, Colin.
Oh, my poor darling.
What shall I do? Colin, what have we done?
Darling.
Morris was so strange tonight, I couldn't make him out. I was almost afraid he suspected.
Impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it.
I'm so terribly sorry.
We're in a hopeless pass. Hopeless. Why did you ever love me? Why did I ever love you?
Stella.
Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Major Laconda.
Oh, how do you do?
My dear boy, what an awful thing. I'm absolutely horrified. I've only just this minute heard.
It's nice of you to have come.
I'd been playing golf. Someone told me at the clubhouse when I got in. I could hardly believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
But Morris seemed comparatively well last night.
Anyhow, no worse than usual.
I thought him in such good spirits. He was full of fun. He was cracking jokes.
Yes, I know.
Well, Blake came up when I was standing at the bar and said to me, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabrett died last night? By George, it gave me a shock. You know, when one isn't as young as one was, it always gives one a turn.
I suppose it does.
Blake hadn't heard any of the details. Was he taken suddenly worse in the night?
No, he said he was rather tired. It was getting a bit late, you know. He seemed all right, though.
Did he just die in his sleep?
I suppose so.
Ah, that's the best way, isn't it? We'd all give something to know for certain that when our time came, we'd pass out like that.
He can't have felt ill, or he'd have rung. There's a bell push under his pillow, and it rings in Nurse Whalen's room. She'd have been down like a flash if there'd been a sound.
She heard nothing?
Nothing.
When did she find out, then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he'd had a poorish night, he slept rather late in the morning, and he was always allowed to sleep on.
Yes.
You know what nurses are. However rotten a night you've had, they come bustling in at the crack of dawn. You must be washed and have your hair brushed.
Oh, don't I know it. I never know which I dread most, an attack of malaria or a really efficient nurse.
Yes, but Nurse Whalen's really a very good sort.
Huh? Oh, I know. It struck me that she was a thoroughly nice girl.
Yes, but when she first came, she wanted to get Morris ready for the day, as she called it, at 8 o'clock every morning. Well, Stella put her foot down. She said she didn't want to interfere with anything else, but on that point she insisted, and Nurse Whalen could either knuckle under or go.
Quite right, but go on.
Well, we were just finishing breakfast this morning when Nurse Whalen came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she'd just been in to Morris. Stella got right up on her hind legs. I won't have it, she said. I've forbidden you to go in till he rings. Never seen Stella in such a passion. I saw Nurse Whalen was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. But not of Stella. Is anything the matter, nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands. I'm afraid he's dead, she said.
Good Lord, how awful.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and then went into a dead faint.
Your poor mother.
Mother was wonderful. You know how when half a dozen things happen at a time, you seem to see them all separately and yet together.
Yes.
I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother sitting at the table with a piece of toast in her hand. She never made a sound. She seemed all of a sudden to become an old, old woman.
But why didn't the fool break it to you more gently?
Then Mother stood up. She got hold of herself quicker than any of us. I never knew she had such nerve.
Oh, she's a woman in 1,000. I know that.
You'd better go for Dr. Harvester, she said to me. I'll never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Hold on, old man. It's no good you going to pieces. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. So I got the car and brought him back with me. He said he thought poor Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours.
Did he say what had happened?
Thinks it may have been an embolism or perhaps heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right, thank heaven. But did she give me a fright?
I don't wonder.
Harvester wanted her to go to bed, but she wouldn't. She's in Morris's room now.
But what about your mother?
Harvester's with her. He had to go and see some patients, but he came back again just before you arrived. Ah, here he is.
Hello, Major.
This is a very sad business, Doctor.
Well, it's naturally been a dreadful shock to Mrs. Tabrett and Stella.
How is Mrs. Tabrett?
Oh, she's bearing up wonderfully. She's very much upset, but she's trying not to show it.
I wonder if she'd like to see me.
I'm sure she would.
Shall I run up and see?
It would be very kind of you, Colin. Oh, say that if she doesn't want to be bothered with me, she has only to say so. I shall quite understand.
All right.
You know, I've known Mrs. Tabrett for over 30 years. Her husband was in the Indian Civil.
Yes, she told me.
They were almost the first people I got to know at all well when I went out to India. She's one of the best, you know. She always was. Everybody liked her.
Well, of course, I've seen a good deal of her during the last 5 years. She's really been wonderful. So has Stella, for that matter.
I could wish the end hadn't come quite so suddenly.
Oh, why? It's much better that he should have passed out like that rather than get inflammation of the lungs or something of that sort that he just hadn't the strength to fight against.
Oh, so far as he was concerned, yes, I was thinking of his mother and Stella.
Oh, hello, nurse. I thought you were having a rest.
Good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Major. I'm glad you came round. Mrs. Tabret will be glad to see you.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I was too restless.
I'm afraid it's been as great a shock to Nurse Wayland as to the rest of us. After all, you've been looking after Morris for a long time.
Yes, it's been a great shock to me. He was a dear. One couldn't help admiring him. He bore his terrible misfortune with so much courage.
He was splendid. There's no doubt about that.
I naturally grew attached to him. He was always so gay and so grateful for what one did for him.
I suppose you'll try to get a good long holiday before you take another job.
I haven't made any plans yet.
To tell you the truth, you're looking all in.
Oh, am I?
Now, you must try not to take it too hard.
A nurse naturally doesn't like to lose a patient, especially so unexpectedly.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than is quite wise.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
Does that mean you think I've been inefficient?
Of course not. Heaven knows you never spared yourself. Well, perhaps you've been trying to do a little too much for your strength. Now, you take my advice, my dear, and go for a holiday. What you want is a real rest.
What is it, in your opinion, that Morris Tabret actually died of?
Heart failure.
Everybody dies of heart failure.
Of course. But that's as good a thing as any to put on the death certificate.
Are you going to have a post-mortem?
No. Why should I? It's quite unnecessary.
I don't agree with you.
I'm sorry, but it's my affair. If I'm prepared to sign the death certificate, I don't know that anyone else has any right to say anything about it.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris Tabret might have lived for years.
So he might. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everybody concerned with him that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabret was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabret was murdered.
Rubbish.
I dare say you're not quite yourself this morning, nurse. It's very natural, but you must try to be reasonable. You oughtn't to say things that you can't possibly mean.
I'm in complete possession of my senses, Major Leconda, and I know perfectly well what I'm saying.
Do you mean to say that you intended that statement to be taken literally?
Quite.
It's a very serious one, you know.
I'm aware of that.
It's grotesque.
You've known me for 5 years, Dr. Harvester. Have I ever given you to imagine that I'm a neurotic or hysterical woman, given to talking in a wild and exaggerated way?
No, but...
Now, let's listen to what Nurse Wayland has to say. Do you mean by any chance that you're dissatisfied with the way your patient was treated by Dr. Harvester?
By George, that never occurred to me. Is that it, nurse? Now, don't hesitate to say anything you want to. I shan't be in the least offended.
So far as I could judge, you did everything for Morris Tabret that medical skill could do.
Well, Nurse Wayland.
I'm a trained nurse, Major Leconda. You can't imagine that if Morris Tabret had died as the result of an error in treatment on Dr. Harvester's part, I should be so heartless as to distress the relatives by mentioning it.
Well, I don't want to seem flippant on such an occasion, but I am forced to say that your magnanimity overwhelms me, Nurse Wayland.
You can be flippant or condescending or sarcastic, Dr. Harvester. It means nothing to me.
I'm sure it'll do no harm if we're all civil to one another, at least for a little while longer.
I've made a definite charge, and I stick to it.
The charge being that some person or persons unknown murdered Morris Tabret.
Yes.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know just as well as I do that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded with love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I am at liberty to keep to myself. I am not in the witness box.
The witness box? Do you already see yourself giving sensational evidence at the Old Bailey?
I can honestly say that I can imagine nothing more hateful than the notoriety if I were obliged to appear in court.
Well, there'd be notoriety, all right. Oh, come now, Nurse Wayland. You know just as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it, and then I shall have nothing more to say.
I'm not going to have a post-mortem. You know how the relatives hate it.
Are you afraid of what it will show?
Of course not.
I warn you that if you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and make a protest.
I should have thought the Tabrets had had enough to put up with.
Major Leconda, you were in the Indian police, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
You ought to know about such things. Will you tell me what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe that her patient has come to his death by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be very sure that her reasons are valid before she exposes to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
What are your reasons, anyway? You've made a charge, but to the best of my recollection, you haven't given us an inkling of what it's based on.
If you'd been willing to have a post-mortem, nothing need have been said till we knew the results of it. But you've put me with my back to the wall. Major Leconda is right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do owe it to them to make no charges that may concern them behind their backs.
Well, does that mean you want them sent for?
Please.
I think it's best. You've been so definite, Nurse Wayland, that neither Dr. Harvester nor I can keep the matter to ourselves. However distressing it may be, I think Morris's family should know what you have to say.
I'm quite prepared to tell them. In point of fact, I think Mrs. Tabret is just coming.
Where is Stella?
Do you want her too?
I think it's better.
Oh, I'll see if I can find her.
I believe she's in Morris's room.
Don't judge me till you've heard all I have to say, Major Leconda.
Miss Wayland, I happen to be a very old friend of the Tabrets and deeply attached to Mrs. Tabret. I regret that you should think it your duty at this moment of all others to add to their great sorrow. I can only hope that you'll be shown not to have been justified.
In that case, you will have good reason to throw me out of the house, bag and baggage.
It's not my house, Miss Wayland, and I doubt whether Colin Tabret would be willing to depute to me that pleasant task.
I'm just as glad to know who are my friends and who are my enemies.
Here's Mother.
My dear old friend.
I felt that I must come and see you for a moment, my dear. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. But I wanted to tell you that if in any way I can be of service to you...
It was very kind of you to come, and just like you.
I'm relieved to see that you're bearing so bravely what must have been a bitter blow.
Well, I'm trying to put my own feelings away, out of sight and mind. I want only to think that my son has ended his long martyrdom. He was not meant to live on a bed of sickness. I will not weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Here she is, Major.
Dr. Harvester told me you were here and wanted to see me.
Stella, I wanted first of all to tell you how much I feel for you in your sad loss.
Thank you, Major. Morris was never afraid of death. He didn't attach very much importance to it. He told me that he didn't wish me to wear mourning for him. He wanted me to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
I know.
Those lines of Stevenson's keep ringing in my ears. Home is the sailor, home from sea.
And the hunter home from the hill. They're very moving to us who've spent our lives in distant places.
You'll be leaving us very soon now, I suppose, Nurse?
I suppose so.
I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris, and I want you to know how deeply grateful I am to you.
I did no more than my duty.
Oh, no. You did much more than that. If it had been only your duty, you could never have anticipated Morris's wants.
Your husband was a very easy patient. He was always anxious not to give trouble.
I've got a little plan that I wanted to tell you about. I've talked it over with Mrs. Tabret, and she very much approves of it. You've had a long and hard time here, and your month's holiday a year has been very little rest. You've often talked to me about your sister in South Africa, and I know how much you've wanted to travel. If you'll allow me, I should like to make it possible for you to go out there and have a good time.
I don't think I understand what you mean.
Well, my dear, a nurse's salary is never very large. I know that Morris has left me everything he had, and it would be dear of you if you would let me make you a present of a few £100, so that you could go for a nice long journey and need not think of earning your living for a while.
Do you think that I would take money from you? Is that what you take me for?
But what on earth is the harm of it? Come, nurse, don't be unreasonable. You know I don't want to offend you.
What I've done, I've been paid for. If I wasn't satisfied with the payment I received, I only had to go.
Nurse, what is the matter? What have I said?
You mustn't take what Nurse Wayland says too literally. She really isn't herself today.
No, Harvester, it's no good taking up that attitude. The position is much too serious. Stella.
Yes?
I've got something very unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have added to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
What is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris died from heart failure.
But if Dr. Harvester says so, surely he knows best.
I'm prepared to sign the death certificate. I have no doubt in my mind of the cause of death.
Nurse Wayland thinks there ought to be a post-mortem.
Never. Never. Poor Morris's body has suffered enough. I won't have him cut about to satisfy an idle curiosity. I absolutely refuse.
I understand that an autopsy cannot be held except with the consent of the next of kin.
Or on the order of the coroner.
What does she mean by that?
I'm afraid she means that if you persist in your refusal, she'll go to the proper authority and make the statement she has already made to Dr. Harvester and me.
What is this statement?
Do you wish to repeat it, Nurse Wayland?
Not particularly. I have no objection to your doing so.
Do you really insist on going through with this, Nurse? What you said to the Major and me was more or less confidential, wasn't it? If anything further is said, the matter must necessarily go out of our control. I think you should consider the consequences of your attitude and the harm that may arise.
I can't keep silent. I should never forgive myself.
Nurse Wayland states that Morris's death was not due to his illness, but to some other cause.
I'm dreadfully sorry, but I don't understand. What other cause could have brought about his death?
She says he was murdered.
Murdered?
Oh, Morris, Morris.
You must be mad, Nurse.
Harvester and I have pointed out to her that he was regarded by everyone connected with him with the greatest affection.
But it's preposterous.
After the first shock, I'm almost inclined to laugh. Really, Nurse, you must be very nervous and overwrought to have got such an idea in your head. Is that why you were so funny when I asked you to take a year's holiday?
I had no wish that the matter should go so far now. If Dr. Harvester had agreed to my suggestion of having a post-mortem, nothing need have been said till it was discovered if my suspicions were justified or not.
Willing to wound and yet afraid to strike, Nurse Wayland?
You forced me into this position, Dr. Harvester. I only did my duty in telling you my very grave suspicions. And the moment I did, you took up a definitely hostile attitude towards me.
Well, if you want to know, I thought you silly, nervous, and hysterical. Good heavens, I've been in practice long enough to know how wildly people talk. I should be kept pretty busy if I paid any attention, for instance, to what one woman says about another.
Or is it that you're frightened to death of a scandal? You know that notoriety does a doctor no good, and you think it would hurt your practice if anything got into the papers. You don't want to have a post-mortem, because if there is anything, you don't want to know about it. Deny it if you can.
Well, I admit I shouldn't welcome publicity, but I can honestly say that if it were my duty, I shouldn't let my own interests stop me from doing it.
All that is neither here nor there. Nurse Wayland presumably has some grounds for her statement.
Yes, she has. I thought it better she should speak before all concerned.
It was my wish to do so. I don't want to do anything underhand.
Go on, Nurse Wayland.
Mr. Morris often had bouts of sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed various sedatives, but he found that chlorelin was the one he supported best. That's true, isn't it?
Quite true. I explained to Morris the danger of his growing dependent on drugs and begged him not to take a dose without my permission, or Nurse Wayland's.
I'm quite sure that he never did.
So am I. He was very sensible, and he understood my point. He certainly wasn't lacking in self-control.
Will you tell Major Leconda what instructions you gave me last night?
He was excited and wrought up. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it. I thought he'd probably drop off for half an hour or so and then wake up and not be able to get to sleep again.
I dissolved a tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. I noticed that there were only 5 tablets left in the bottle, and I made up my mind to order some more. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
How did you happen to notice?
I was tidying up. I thought it better to put away all the medicines and dressings and so on.
Would 5 tablets have a fatal effect?
6. I left 1 dissolved in water by the side of his bed.
Yes, there's little doubt that the effect would be fatal.
It's all incredible. It's surely much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
Are you absolutely sure that last night the bottle contained 5 tablets?
Absolutely. If anyone took them for his own use, it must have been after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good night to him.
How do you know that no one else went into his room?
Who could have? There was only Colin and Mother.
You went upstairs, Millie, as I was letting myself out.
Yes, I was very tired. I didn't see any reason to wait while Colin and Stella and the doctor ate a bacon sandwich.
And you didn't go into Morris's room last night, Colin?
No, why should I? I don't need a sleeping draught to make me sleep.
You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken 25 grains of chlorelin at midnight, you wouldn't be standing there now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
There's always the possibility that they were taken maliciously by someone who wanted to make trouble.
Do you mean me, Dr. Harvester? What do you think I can get out of making trouble? Really, I don't know how such a stupid idea can have crossed your mind. Why should I have asked you to have a post-mortem if I knew for certain, as I must if I'd taken the tablets out of sheer malice, that it would discover nothing?
Isn't it possible that they could have been taken by somebody this morning?
Who?
Well, the housemaid, for instance.
Chlorelin is not a very common drug. I shouldn't have thought a housemaid would ever have heard of it. It's not as though it were aspirin.
I don't know about that. There have been cases in the papers. It's not safe to take it for granted that a housemaid wouldn't have got into the habit of taking something when she couldn't sleep.
Well, it's very easy to make sure. It's Alice who did Morris's room. Let's send for her.
No, that is unnecessary. She was frightened of the idea of going in. I told her she need not and said I would clean up the room and put everything to rights myself. I'm quite sure that she has not been in this morning.
What are we to do, Mother?
You must do exactly what you think fit.
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chlorelin poisoning?
I've told you that I am satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course it's possible, but I don't for an instant believe it.
I know that this must add awfully to your grief, Mrs. Tabret. I can't tell you how sorry I am. It seems dreadful that I should have to repay all your kindness to me by increasing your troubles.
My dear, I'm quite ready to believe that you'll do nothing and say nothing but what you think is right.
I'm all confused. It's come as such a dreadful shock. Nurse, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping draught?
I do.
It's awful.
I think I should tell you that when I found the tablets were missing, I looked in the glass in which I dissolved the one I'd prepared for him. There was still about a dessert spoonful of liquid in the bottom of it. I have put it aside, and I suggest that it should be analysed.
You are wasted in your profession, Nurse Wayland. You have all the makings of a detective.
But wouldn't a draught in which 6 tablets had been dissolved be very unpalatable?
Oh, it would be rather bitter. I suppose if one swallowed it down at a gulp, one would hardly notice until one had already drunk it.
It all sounds very circumstantial. I'm afraid there's a dreadful probability in Nurse Wayland's story.
But, my dear, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris?
Oh, that, yes. I wasn't thinking of that. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone deliberately gave Morris an overdose of his sleeping draught. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
He wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so nervy.
Was there any reason for that?
I'm afraid so. You see, I'd been to Tristan, and we'd seen it together the night we got engaged. It upset him to think of the past.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
Has he ever done so?
Never. I don't believe it had entered his head.
What made you think he was upset last night?
He did a thing he'd never done before. He cried. He cried in my arms.
Why, exactly?
Really, Nurse Wayland. There are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself was between ourselves. It concerned nobody but us.
I beg your pardon. I should have thought it better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding something back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
Stella, my dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful for you to answer. But there is just this. If there's anything in what Miss Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
He said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself. He was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Oh, Nurse, don't be hard on us. Don't be vindictive because I've been rather sharp with you. My nerves are all on edge today. After all, it's rather natural, isn't it? If poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square it with your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you spare us the distress and horror of a post-mortem and an inquest?
The question is if Dr. Harvester is still willing to sign the death certificate.
I think Nurse Wayland may very well have been mistaken about the tablets. I can see no reason why I shouldn't.
But you see, I'm quite convinced that Morris Tabritt did not commit suicide.
For what reason?
Well, here's one of them.
Yes?
There was a little liquid still in the glass from which he drank, about a dessert spoonful. You remember I mentioned that?
Yes.
Surely, if a man were going to commit suicide, he would drink the entire contents of the glass, either in one gulp or two. He wouldn't risk making a bad job of what he was about by leaving something at the bottom, least of all a man like Morris Tabritt.
That seems very far-fetched to me.
I must say it seems rather a small point.
Besides, the stuff hasn't been analysed yet.
Is your conviction based on nothing more than that?
No, it is not. Although Morris Tabritt was very good, and I didn't believe he would ever take a tablet without leave, one knows that it's very easy to get into the habit of drug-taking, and then you can't be certain about anyone. Isn't that so, Dr. Harvester?
Yes, I suppose it is.
Sometimes he was terribly depressed. I didn't think it wise to let him have within reach the power of putting an end to himself.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you talk to me like that? Your face is all twisted with hate of me. I don't understand. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of a woman are you that we've had in this house for 5 years?
Now, there's nothing to be frightened of, darling.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there. Did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed with black misery?
Poor lamb, why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you shouldn't have the distress of being sorry for him.
You make me feel that I was so cruel to him.
Everything had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done everything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I shouldn't concern myself with the horrid part of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sure that Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing. I was only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend to me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose, and he knew I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and then say he was sorry if he'd hurt me and know that he couldn't hurt me. You only saw the white mask of the clown. I saw his naked, tortured, triumphant soul.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
I wonder if you know what strange truth it is.
But, Nurse, what you've been saying suggests that he did at least have moments of despair when he must have thought of suicide. We know that he was overwrought last night. If his death was not due to natural causes, surely it's extremely likely that he brought it about himself.
It was just one of those moments that I was on my guard against. The chlorine was kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf that he couldn't possibly have got at. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach it.
If a man is determined to do a thing, he can often surmount difficulties that others would have thought insuperable.
Ask Dr. Harvester if it would have been possible for Maurice Tabrit to cross the room and go into the bathroom and stand up on a chair.
He had absolutely no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken by the accident, and the spinal cord terribly injured.
Couldn't he have crawled into the bathroom?
No. I'm bound to admit that is absolutely out of the question.
If he'd got into the bathroom, couldn't he have fished down the bottle with a stick or something?
Perhaps.
Oh, why do you say that, Dr. Harvester? You know that he couldn't sit upright without help.
I'm not so anxious to put the worst construction on everything as you seem to be, Nurse Wayne.
And if he'd got the bottle down, how could he have put it up in its place again?
Oh, after all, we don't know yet that Morris died of an overdose of chloroform.
The matter can't be left like this, Harvester. I'm afraid there'll have to be an inquest.
Yes, obviously I can't sign the death certificate now. I shall have to communicate with the coroner.
I'm sorry, Dr. Harvester.
I bet you are. I suppose you think it's very self-seeking of me not to want to be mixed up in a scandal. I suppose I ought to laugh at the prospect of smashing up a practice that I paid good money for and have spent 7 years in building up.
Oh, come now. It's not going to be as bad as that. For a hopeless invalid to take an overdose of his sleeping draught is not so uncommon as to excite much comment.
Dr. Harvester knows as well as I do that if Maurice Tabrit died of an overdose of chlorine, he couldn't have taken it himself. There's only one word for it, and you all know it. It's murder!
I'm absolutely convinced that he died of natural causes. I can't offer an explanation of the disappearance of those blasted tablets, but there must be an explanation.
The most likely one is that Nurse Wayland was mistaken. And surely it's only reasonable to suppose that if anyone had taken out half a dozen tablets, he would have put others in their place. Aspirin or chloride of potash or something, so that they wouldn't be missed.
People don't think of everything. It's only because a murderer makes some mistake that he's caught.
But hang it all, no one commits a murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Oh, good Lord, how do I know that 2 and 2 are 4? I know that everybody was devoted to him. And with reason. He was the best fellow in the world.
Did you know that his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella.
I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning, I knew for certain.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of having murdered my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
It's quite true.
I'm in a very false position. I'm conscious that I'm interfering in matters that are no affair of mine.
My dear Major, I know that you're kindness itself. You've known Mrs. Tabrit for ages, and Morris and Colin when they were small boys.
All the same, you must see how difficult it is for me to ask the question that inevitably rises in one's mind.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm going to have.
I am the father.
Mr. Colin, you?
Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with one another?
Did you know?
I think nowadays the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you very much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. I must be sincere. I don't want to make a pretense of remorse that I don't feel. I can no more help loving Colin than I can help the rain falling. I'm proud of the child he's given me.
You're shameless.
But you, Mother, you have every right to think that I treated Morris abominably. He's beyond the reach of pain. But I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all that you'd done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby and that Colin was his father.
Mother, I blame myself so awfully.
You mustn't do that, darling. If a woman doesn't want a man to make love to her, she can very easily prevent it. I didn't prevent Colin from making love to me because I wanted him to. I made him love me.
Oh, Stella, how could I help loving you? I don't blame myself for that. I blame myself because when I knew I loved you, I didn't go away again.
Whatever you may think of me, Mother, and however badly you think I've behaved, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I loved him with all my heart.
My dear, I know. You say you made him love you. Well, why do you say that, except that you love him so much?
You mustn't think I didn't struggle against it. I told myself that Morris was a cripple, bedridden, sick, the victim of an unforeseen misfortune. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I pretended to myself that it was on your account and on Morris's. You hadn't seen him for so long. Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, it's quite true that I hadn't seen Colin for a long time, and Morris was tremendously pleased to have him here.
Oh, I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabbert. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
Well, I'm afraid that I shall shock you, Miss Wayland. I want to put it as delicately as I can, but it is a matter that we English have made indelicate by prudishness and hypocrisy. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. Why should I imagine she has not got the instinct that I had at her age? The sexual instinct is as normal as hunger and as pressing as the desire to sleep. Why should she be deprived of its satisfaction?
It seems to me that the modern world is obsessed by sex. After all, the answer is that you can't go without food and you can't go without sleep, but you can go without the satisfaction of your sexual appetites.
But at what price of nervous disorders and unhealthy emotions?
When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella ever to live again as man and wife, I asked myself if she would be able to support so false a relationship. They had loved one another as two healthy young things do love. Their love was deep and passionate, but it was rooted in sex. It might have come about with time that it would have acquired a more spiritual character, but they didn't have the time.
May I ask how long you'd been married?
I was married to Morris about a year before he crashed.
A year. A whole year.
Out of his suffering, a new love did spring up in Morris's heart, a hungry, clinging, dependent love. I didn't know how long Stella would be content with that. I knew that her pity was infinite. I knew it was so great that she mistook it for love, and I prayed that she would never find out her mistake. She meant everything in the world to Morris. At first it was easier when we were struggling for his life, but when he settled down to being a chronic invalid, and we knew that he would never be anything else, I was seized with a great fear. I feared that the time would come when she felt she couldn't stand any longer the miserable life that was all he had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we hadn't the right to prevent her, and I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him. It never entered my head that it was possible.
I saw the strain that it began to be on her nerves. She was as kind as ever and as gentle, but it was an effort. And what is the good you do worth unless you do it as naturally as the flowers give their scent?
I've never been given to understand that good is only good if it's easy to do.
No, I don't suppose it is. But if it's difficult, then I think it benefits the person who does it rather than the person it's done to. That is why it is more blessed to give than to receive.
Oh, I don't understand you. I think that what you say is odious and cynical.
Oh, and I'm afraid that you'll think what I'm going to say is even more cynical and odious. I find myself half wishing that Stella should take a lover.
Mrs. Tabbert.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything so long as she stayed with Morris. I wanted her to be kind and thoughtful and affectionate to him, and I didn't care about the rest.
Oh, I had such a deep respect for you, Mrs. Tabbert. I admired you so much. I used to think that when I was your age, I'd like to be a woman like you.
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella were in love with one another, I did nothing to prevent the almost inevitable consequences. I didn't deliberately say it to myself in so many words. That would have shocked me. But in my heart there was a feeling that this would make it all right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But, Millie, didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I only thought of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved them equally, but since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella I hope they'll forgive me.
Oh, my dear, as though there were anything for me to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
I would have gone to the stake for my belief that no unclean thought had ever entered your head. Didn't it revolt you to think that your son's wife was having an affair with a man under your roof?
Well, I suppose I'm not very easily revolted. I've lived too long abroad to think that my own standard of right and wrong is the only one possible. Perhaps we should all look upon these matters very differently if our moral rules hadn't been made by persons who had forgotten the passion and the high spirits of youth. Do you think it's so very wicked if two young things surrender to the instincts that nature has planted in them?
Did the probable result never occur to you?
A baby? Well, it persuades me of Stella's essential innocence. Otherwise, she would have known how to avoid such an accident.
You must admit, at all events, that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
Nurse, what a cruel, what a heartless thing to say.
You must be very careful, Nurse. That sounds extremely like an accusation.
I wanted to accuse nobody. Oh, do me the justice to admit that I started by saying that I was not satisfied with the circumstances and thought there should be a post-mortem. That was my right and my duty. Isn't that so, Dr. Harvester?
I suppose it is.
You forced me to this. You asked me who could have a motive for murdering Morris Tabret. In self-defense, I was obliged to tell you that his wife was going to have a child, of which he couldn't possibly be the father.
You talk of your duty, Miss Wayland. Are you sure that your motive for all this is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Morris.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away. It had often seemed to me that you were fonder of Morris than a nurse generally is of her patient, and I used to chaff him about it. It never struck me that it was serious till this morning. You were madly in love with Morris.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing, except that it's my turn to be shocked. I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes. Yes. I loved him. Because he was so helpless and so dependent on me. I loved him because he was like a child in my arms. I never showed him my love. I would sooner have died. And I was ashamed because sometimes I thought in spite of everything he saw it. But if he saw it, he understood and was sorry for me. He knew how bitter it is to long for the love of someone who has no love to give you. My love meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for any love but the love of you, and you had no use for it. You think you were so kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I loved him, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all that you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, and you hadn't the love to think of one.
Miss Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me. I suppose there is something beautiful in love of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No. It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that. It's quite true that I didn't love Morris, at least not with the love of a woman for a man. I often reproached myself because I couldn't. It seemed so ungrateful and so unkind. He was no more to me than a very dear friend for whom I was desperately sorry.
Do you think he wanted your pity?
I know he didn't, but pity was all I had to give him. Who was it said that pity was akin to love? There's all the world between them.
Yes, all the hideousness of sex.
And do you believe there was nothing of sex in your love for Morris? It was because I felt that there was in it an abnormal, aborted sexuality that at the first moment it gave me a little shiver of repulsion.
No, my love for that poor boy was as pure and as spiritual as my love for God. There was never a shadow of self in it. My love was compassion and Christian charity. I never asked anything but to be allowed to serve and tend him. I never touched his lips till they were cold in death. And now I've lost everything that made life lovely to me. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my child, my friend, my lover, my God. And you killed him! That's a lie!
Come, Nurse Wayland. You have no right to say that.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you're saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Morris than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me?
Oh, how could you have lived? You haven't a penny of your own. I've heard you tell Morris 100 times that you had to mind your P's and Q's because he was your only means of livelihood.
I certainly shouldn't have repeated a feeble little joke so often. I suppose I could have worked.
You? Do you know what it means to work for one's living? Do you think one doesn't often feel tired and ill but goes on because it's one's job? Do you think one doesn't want to go and have fun like other girls? All your life you've been petted and pampered and spoiled and you were going to have a child. How could you have worked?
You're really going too far, Miss Wayland. We can't stand here and let you insult Stella.
There was Colin, you know, Miss Wayland. I don't think he would have left me in the lurch.
He certainly wouldn't.
And what would you have had to go through before he could marry you? Not only exposure to your husband, but the divorce court. It wouldn't have been a pretty case.
It would have been horrible.
Do you think his love would have stood the test? Are you sure he wouldn't have hated you for the disgrace you thrust upon him? Men are sensitive, you know, more sensitive than women, and they're afraid of scandal.
I may not be typical of my sex. I don't think I should like it either.
You don't have to tell me that. Why are you letting me stand here and talk? Unless you think you can persuade me or bribe me into holding my tongue. Why haven't these men who are your friends and who hate me thrown me out? Because they're afraid of me. They're afraid of scandal. They're afraid of publicity. Isn't that true?
Very probably.
And you're not only afraid of scandal, you're afraid of your neck.
No, that's not true.
You were in a hopeless situation. There was only one way out of your difficulties. You know as well as I know that your treachery, your cruelty would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
You've known me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland. I don't know how you can think me capable of such wickedness.
Your husband trusted and loved you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. I know that if you'd had a spark of decent feeling, you couldn't have treated him as you did. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into rather a vulgar error, my dear? I know that when people talk of a good woman, they mean a chaste one. But isn't that a very narrow view of goodness? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it's not the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration for others. I'm not sure if there isn't also humour and common sense.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her, Nurse Wayland. I know she gave Morris all she could. The rest was not in her power.
Oh, I know how you look upon these things. Nothing matters very much. There's no guilt in sin and no merit in virtue.
May I tell you a little story about myself? When I was still a young woman with a husband and 2 children, I fell madly in love with a young officer who had charge of the police in my husband's district, and he fell madly in love with me.
Millie!
I'm an old woman now, and he's an elderly retired major. But in those days, we were all the world to one another. I didn't yield to my love on account of my boys. It nearly broke my heart. Now, you know, I'm very glad I didn't. One recovers from the pain of love. When I look at that funny old-fashioned major now, I wonder why he ever excited in me such turbulent emotions. I could have told Colin and Stella that in 30 years it wouldn't matter much if they'd resisted their love. But people don't learn from the experience of others.
But you did resist.
Well, I think it was easier then, you know. For in that far distant time we attached more importance to chastity than we do now. Yes, I resisted. But because I know the anguish it was, I feel that I have the right to forgive those who are less virtuous or perhaps only more courageous than I.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and so wise.
No, darling, I'm only so old.
Stella, Miss Wayland's accusation is very definite and must be met.
Her accusation is absurd.
Can you suggest anyone who had the slightest motive for wishing Morris was dead?
No.
Now, I'm sure you want to help us to get at the truth. You must forgive me if I ask you some embarrassing questions.
Of course.
What did you propose to do when you discovered you were going to have a baby?
I was frightened. At first I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to do.
Did you tell anyone?
No. I was trying to screw up courage to ask Dr. Harvester what I'd better do. I didn't mind for myself. It was Morris I was thinking of.
You must have had some plan.
100. I thought of nothing else, day and night.
I suppose you never thought of making a clean breast of it to Morris?
No, never. It would have broken his heart. He would have forgiven me. He loved me so much. But I couldn't bear that he should lose that immense belief he had in me. It meant everything to him.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him alive. Why was he upset last night?
Oh, need I tell you? It was so very private.
No, of course not. I have no right to ask you anything. Only there's something very strange about the whole thing. And for your own sake, I think it would be better if you told us everything.
He broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He would have so liked to have a child.
And when you said good night to him, did he make no further reference to that?
No, none. He'd quite recovered. He was in perfectly good spirits again.
What did he say?
He just asked me if I felt better. And then he said, you'd better get off to bed. And I kissed him and said, good night, darling.
How long were you in his room?
5 minutes.
Did he say that he felt sleepy?
No.
I suppose you knew where the chlorolin was kept.
Vaguely. I knew that all his bottles and things were in the bathroom. He hated his bedroom to be littered about.
Did he ask you for anything before you went?
No. There was nothing he wanted. Nurse Wayland had fixed him up quite comfortably.
You don't understand. Major Leconda is giving you an opportunity of saying that your husband asked you for the chlorolin, and you, thinking no harm, gave it to him. You saw him take out 5 or 6 tablets, and then you replaced the bottle on the shelf.
I never thought of that. That would have been quite a good way out if I'd poisoned my husband. No, Major. Morris never asked me for the chlorolin, and I never gave it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
When you said he was dead.
No, you didn't know he was dead then. You couldn't have known unless you had second sight.
Oh, I see what you mean now. I was angry with you for going into his room before he was called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone into his room too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've quite made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I'm not the only one.
What makes you think that?
Why do you suppose the Major gave you that loophole by suggesting that your husband asked you to give him the tablets?
You've done what you thought your duty, Miss Wayland. Well and good. If now you have other things to do, I don't think we need take up any more of your time.
I'll go. There's nothing more for me to do here. I know you all hate me, and you think I've done what I've done from unworthy motives. I started packing my things this morning. I shall be ready in 10 minutes.
Well, you must take your time, nurse.
Mrs. Tabret, I couldn't go without thanking you for all your kindness to me during the 5 years I've lived here.
My dear, you were never any trouble. It was never difficult to be kind to you.
I'm dreadfully sorry to have to repay all you've done for me by bringing this confusion and unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Oh, before we part, my dear, I would like to say, God bless you for the kindness you showed my poor Morris and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
Now, my dear, you mustn't lose your admirable self-control.
Miss Wayland, I suppose you'll leave an address. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and I've no doubt they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. Would you like to come with me, nurse?
No.
Well, if Mrs. Tabret doesn't mind, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Of course I don't mind. But before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Nurse Wayland is mistaken in thinking that Stella was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
But was he wide awake? If he'd taken 30 grains of chlorolin, he'd have been certainly very drowsy, if not comatose.
Wait a moment, Dr. Harvester. Let me tell you my story in my own way.
I beg your pardon.
You know that Morris's room was just under mine. Well, his windows were always wide open, and when he couldn't sleep and put on his light, I could see the reflection from my window. Then I used to slip down and sit by him, and we'd put out the light and talk. He'd tell me of his great love for Stella and how anxious he was for her welfare and happiness. We talk of the mystery that surrounds the life of man, and often he would fall asleep and I stole softly away. We never mentioned these long conversations we had. I didn't want Stella to think that I was in any way taking her place.
My dear, I wouldn't have grudged you anything.
There was no need to. I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I felt strangely that he was lying awake too. So I went downstairs and into the garden and looked in at his window. He saw my shadow and he said, "Is that you, Mother? I thought you might come in."
What time was that?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you'd left. He told me that he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it didn't seem to be having any effect. He said he felt awfully wide awake. And then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt, just for once, and I do so want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't any good.
Very early after his accident, I had promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it. And sometimes he would say to me, "Does the promise still hold?" And I answered, "Yes, dear, it holds."
Did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew that Stella's love meant everything to Morris. And I knew that she had none to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. What do we, any of us, live for but our illusions? And what can we ask of others but that they should allow us to keep them? It was an illusion that sustained poor Morris in his sufferings, and if he lost it, he lost everything. Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worth living.
Why didn't you give me the chance?
Years ago, when for my son's sake I put aside the great love I bore to that funny old major standing there, I thought that no greater sacrifice could ever be asked of me. I know now it was nothing, for I loved Morris. I adored him. I am so lonely now that he is dead. It was a lovely dream that he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever awake from it. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tabritt, it's impossible. How dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and I climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorelin. I took 5 tablets, as you know, Nurse Wayland, and I dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it into Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. But it was bitter. He mentioned it, and I suppose that's why he left a little at the bottom of the glass. I sat by his bed, holding his hand, till he fell asleep. And when I withdrew my hand, I knew it was a sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother, what have you done? And what will be the end of this?
Oh, my dear, don't bother about me. What I did deliberately, and I am quite ready to put up with the consequences.
It's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself? What have I done?
You mustn't be silly and sentimental. You love Colin, and Colin loves you. You mustn't think about me, nor distress yourselves at what happens to me. You must go away, and in America you can marry and have your child, and you must forget the past and the dead, for you are young, and the young have a right to life, and the future belongs to them.
Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me so ashamed.
My son, I love you too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Millie. Oh, my dear, dear Millie.
Well, Nurse Wayland, you see you were quite right. Of course, I ought to have replaced the tablets by others, aspirin or chlorate of potash. But as you said just now, murderers often make mistakes, and I am not an habitual criminal.
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there were ever any question, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Nurse Wayland, isn't it a dreadful risk that you're taking, Doctor?
I don't care.
Nurse, we're so grateful to you. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tabritt, I've been petty and revengeful. I never knew how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let any of us get emotional. We are both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he is not entirely dead.
In The Sacred Flame by Somerset Maugham, adapted for radio by Peter Watts, you heard Sybil Thorndyke as Mrs. Tabritt, Jill Balkan as Nurse Wayland, and Carlton Hobbs as Major Leconda. Dr. Harvester was played by Stephen Jack, Morris by John Graham, Stella by Pat Pleasance, Colin by Dennis Gocher, and Alice by Joe Manning Wilson. The recorded production was by Graham Gould. This play will be repeated on Monday afternoon at 3:15 in the home service.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Of course.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American.
Year after year, at market after market, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Ripe, rich tobacco, fine Lucky Strike tobacco. That means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Profit by the experience of tobacco experts. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our first program of the new year, I'd like to bring you a man who has made two important resolutions. The first resolution was to give every member of his cast a raise. The second resolution was to forget the first one. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I thought that was a very unfunny introduction.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I happen to think it was very funny.
Well, I don't care what you think. You know, you may not know this, Don, but you can get brand new, shiny 1946 announcers without waiting for Detroit to make up its mind. You know, I wouldn't mind having a thin announcer for a change. I'm getting pretty sick of looking at a pot that big without flowers in it. So just... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, Don.
Well, same to you, Mary.
Hey, what about me? Aren't you going to thank me for the swell time I showed you New Year's Eve at that nightclub?
Yeah, but next time, let's not go home at 11:30.
Now, Mary, you know very well that we didn't get home till daybreak. Boy, was I raring.
You should have seen him, Don. Jack drank one bottle of Coca-Cola, jumped up on the chandelier, beat his chest, and yelled, "Look at me, I'm Tarzan."
Yes, sir.
And he fooled everybody if he hadn't opened his shirt.
Oh, yeah? Well, how about that Tarzan yell I gave?
That wasn't a Tarzan yell. You sat on a hot light bulb.
Now, Mary.
And then he drank another bottle of Coca-Cola without a chaser yet.
Guy can have a little fun, Candy. Anyway, I was the life of the party.
You were nothing but a big show-off.
I was not a show-off.
Then why did you ask the waiter to throw you out?
I just did that for a gag. Now, Mary, you know very well we had a marvelous time. We danced all evening.
Okay, I had a marvelous time.
You're darn tootin'.
Say, Mary, is Jack a good dancer?
I don't know. It's the first time I ever did the minuet.
Oh, stop, will you? You've done the minuet before.
Yeah, but not while the band was playing Cow Cow Boogie.
Mary, now, on New Year's Eve, you gotta let yourself go.
Say, Jack, what'd you do at the stroke of 12?
What did he do? He said Happy New Year, took an aspirin, and passed out.
Well, I wasn't out long, sister. And, Don, when I came to, I went around and kissed every woman in the place.
You did?
Yeah. And Mary was so jealous, she tried to stop me.
I wasn't jealous. I was only trying to tell you the place was closed and those women were mopping up.
I was wondering why they all wore upsweep hairdos. Anyway, let's forget about me. How about you, Don? Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
I sure did, Jack. At the stroke of 12, I crawled out of the fireplace and filled all the stockings with toys.
Fill the stockings with toys? On New Year's Eve? Don, you were 7 days late.
I know. I was stuck in the chimney.
See, well, that's terrible. You could have fallen down and hurt yourself.
Yes, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Well, I'm glad you what?
I was in the chimney, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Don, I have an arrangement with Abbott and Costello. We leave them alone, and they leave us alone. So let's try it. Well, hello, Larry. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Jack.
Jack? Why, Larry, what's come over you? You've always called me Mr. Benny.
Well, don't you remember? On New Year's Eve, you said I could stop calling you Mr. Benny and call you Jack.
When did I tell you that?
Right after your second Coke.
You mean before the aspirin tablet? Well, Larry, I still like the idea of you calling me Mr. Benny. I mean, it adds a little dignity to the program and shows you have respect for me.
Do you want me to call you Mr. Benny, too?
No, that won't be necessary, Mary.
Gee, I can call him Jack.
And now, folks...
Wait till the girls at the May Company hear about this.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get smart, Miss Livingston.
Oh, do call me Mary.
Now, cut that out! Come on, Larry, let's have your song. Now, Mary, you behave yourself, will you?
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the earth, shiny and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Falling
For singing, sung by Larry Stevens. And very good, Larry. By the way, kid, you made a record of that song, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, it's a great number. I'd like to have one of those records, Larry.
Well, why don't you buy one, Mr. Benny? It only costs 75 cents.
Well, I thought about buying one, kid, but you see, I just wanted your song, and the record has something else on the other side, you see, so I didn't feel like paying for both sides.
Maybe they'll slice it for you.
No, I asked them. And you should have heard.
Hello, Donzie. How you, Livy? And a good evening to you, Mr. Benny.
What? Mr. Benny, Phil, what's that?
One of my New Year's resolutions. Respect for the boss. I made it on New Year's Eve.
Well, that's a nice resolution.
They told me I made it, and I'm going to keep it.
I thought so. Phil, I never saw a guy like you. You keep going to parties, but you never know what happens. You can't even remember if you've had a good time.
Jackson, when I get up the next morning, brush my teeth, and the bristles fall out of the toothbrush, I know I had a good time.
Oh.
Hey, look, how about you, Jackson? Did you have fun New Year's Eve?
Yes, Phil. I went over to the...
That's all, Jackson. If you can remember, you didn't have fun.
Well, I can't remember all of it. And, Phil, as long as you're making resolutions, you could have made another one. During this new year, why don't you learn something about music?
You mean I should be like Stokowski?
No, Phil. No. All I ask is when you look at your music stand and see a piece of paper that has lines across it and little black dots all over it, don't turn to your boys and say, "There's a spy around here. This stuff is in code." Little as they know, it embarrasses them.
All right, Jackson, all right. That'll be another one of my resolutions.
Oh, speaking of resolutions, Jack, I made a resolution that during 1946, I'm going to find new ways to tell people about Lucky Strike cigarettes.
You are, kiddo?
Yes. Instead of saying LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, I'm going to say it backwards.
What?
I'm going to say TFMSL stands for Tobacco Fine means Strike Lucky.
But, Don, isn't that a bit ridiculous?
Well, Jack, at least it's different. Remember how I always used to say Lucky Strikes are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Uh-huh.
Well, listen to it this way. Draw thee on easy and free so, packed fully so, firm so, round so.
Well, mouth my shut. Packed so, firm so, round so.
Rinso.
Happy little walk. Narrow. Don, if I were you, I'd forget about doing the commercial backward. Just do it the regular way.
Well, okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra who will play it not backwards, not forwards, but in their usual manner. They'll start in the middle and blast both ways. All right, Phil, let's...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I meant to tell you that the way over here, I stopped off at your house, and while I was there, Fred Allen called.
Fred Allen, huh? Well, what did the dead end of Allen's Alley have to say?
I haven't heard such language since Mama stepped on Papa's bare foot with her track shoes on.
Well, Mary, Allen didn't have to use that kind of language, even if he was talking about me.
It wasn't his fault, Jack. He was reading one of those contest letters.
No. He's just jealous because more people hate me than him. That's all.
What about the contest, Jack? Have the winners been picked yet?
Not yet, Don. The judges are reading the letters as fast as they can. But on Sunday, January 27th, 3 weeks from tonight, we'll announce the winners. 3 weeks from tonight. It won't be very long until I'll be paying off the prizes.
Hey, Jackson, as long as you're paying off, how about that little bet I won from you on the Rose Bowl game?
Phil, I didn't see the game, so the bet's off. I mean, how do I know that USC lost? Huh?
Are you kidding? The score was printed in every newspaper in the country.
So what? Last Wednesday, I picked up the newspaper on my front lawn, and it said no rain today. Paper was so wet, I could hardly read it. So don't be too sure about USC losing.
Jackson, are you crazy? 90,000 people were at that game and saw Alabama win.
I don't care if 100,000 people saw. I'm not taking the word of a lot of strangers. That's the way rumors get started. I'm not taking anybody's word.
That's why Jack went to Europe last summer. He wanted to make sure the war was over.
Yeah.
He hasn't been to Japan yet, so he's still got his house blacked out.
Mary, let's drop the whole... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, you know I'm on the air. What did you call for?
It's about Nottingham, your new English butler. He must be crazy.
What's the matter now?
When you left the house this morning, did you tell him to take the Christmas tree off the grand piano, cut it up into little pieces, and burn it?
Yeah, did it fit in the fireplace?
Oh, but the keyboard.
What, Rochester, do you mean to say that Nottingham damaged my grand piano?
Damaged it? Boss, you know in front where it says Steinway and Sons?
Yes?
Well, the fellow's in business for himself now.
Oh, my God. Rochester, why didn't you stop him?
Stop him, schmop him. He wouldn't listen to me.
But my grand piano, it's ruined.
I told you I saved the keyboard.
The keyboard? Why would you just save that?
Boss, you know how I feel about ivory.
I should have known. Well, Rochester, did anything else happen?
Not until the fireman got there.
The fireman?
Yeah, when Nottingham threw the piano in the fireplace, the flames shot up all over the roof.
Well, did the firemen put it out?
They sure did. I went outside and watched them. They climbed up a ladder, stuck a hose down the chimney, and turned it on full force.
Uh-huh.
And, boss, I couldn't understand how a chimney could hold so much water till I opened the front door.
What?
That tide hit me so hard I thought Frank Thomas was coaching it.
What? Don't tell me the house was flooded.
Flooded? You know that picture of Whistler's mother you got in the library?
Yes?
Well, the frame's still there, but she's in the living room diving for pennies.
Rochester, stop with the jokes. Did you save my parrot?
Boss, the last time I saw your parrot, he was sailing down the hall in your derby hat shouting, Mr. Christian, come here!
Oh, don't be so silly. Now, let the water out the back door. We might as well water the garden while we've got it.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
What happened, Jack?
What always happens when I leave the house? Come on, Phil, let's have a band number. Snow, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen...
Jackson, come on. How about paying me that dough you owe me on the Rose Bowl game?
Bill, I told you I didn't see the game.
But, Jack, you said you went to the Rose Bowl. How come you didn't see the game?
Well...
I'll tell you, Don.
He wouldn't be interested.
Yes, I would. What happened, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack had tickets for the game, and he told Phil and me to meet him in front of Tunnel 16 at 1:30.
1:30.
Well, when Phil and I got to the bowl, Jack wasn't there yet. So we waited and waited. You should have seen the crowd down. There were thousands of people pushing and shoving. Come on, Phil, let's go in.
We can't, Libby. We got to wait for Jackson. He's got the tickets. Why didn't he come with us?
Well, you know how romantic Jack is. He's bringing his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, to the game.
Yeah, she's a pretty cute kid when she's all dressed up. You know, I think Jackson's kind of stuck on that little waitress.
Yeah, but he's getting indifferent now that meat rationing is over. You know him.
Hey, Mary, look. Here comes Jackson and Gladys now.
Gee, Gladys, I never saw you look so nice. You're sure pretty when you get all dolled up.
Thanks, Speedy.
I mean it. Boy, am I lucky I met you.
Ain't it the truth?
That's fate for you. You know, I'd never have met you if I hadn't been hungry that night. Gee, I'll never forget. I was driving along looking for a place to eat, and I drove right past Ciro's and the Trocadero and the Macambo. And it was just fate that made me turn into Simon's Drive-In. And there, like a vision of loveliness, you came toward me. Gee, you smelled so good.
Yeah, it was chicken gumbo night.
Uh-huh. 25 cents a bowl. A meal in itself. Oh, look, Gladys, there's Mary and Phil. Well, here we are, kids. Gladys, you know Mary, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Mary. Hello, Gladys. Gee, that's a pretty fur. Did you trap it yourself? I should say not. Speedy ran over it on the way out here.
Gladys.
Hit it again, Jackson. It's still wiggling.
Don't be funny. Gladys meant that it slipped off her shoulder and ran over it accidentally. Didn't you, Gladys?
You tell him, big boy. You got the lips for it.
Yeah. Come on, kids. Here's our gate. Let's go in.
Tickets. Hold your own stubs, please.
Here you are.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Eddie.
What's the special tonight?
Beef soup and boiled potatoes.
Oh, come on, Gladys. Forget business for a while.
Okay, Speedy.
Here's Tunnel 16 over this way, Jackson.
Now, let's stick together.
Say, Gladys, you still working at the Shamrock Cafe?
No, I'm back at the drive-in. Speedy thought I ought to be outside where it's healthier.
You're darn right. What's the use of being in California if you can't enjoy the sun?
Yeah, but I sure wish I could get off the night shift.
You will, honey. Just save your tips. That's all.
I do, but every time I get a little ahead, you want to go to a movie or something.
Well, it won't always be that way.
Hey, look who's here. Hiya, Gladys. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Lefty.
Lefty? You know everybody, don't you?
That's Lefty Flanagan. What a sport. He always orders a la carte.
Don't talk to him.
But Lefty's a big tipper.
Oh. Hiya, Lefty. Now, let's see. Where do we...
Hey, look, there's a hot dog stand. Let's make with the mustard.
Yeah, want a hot dog, Gladys?
I'm not hungry right now. You can get me one when we're inside. Better get one now, Gladys. You know Speedy.
That's Speedy. All right, I'll go over and buy the hot dog. You kids wait here so you won't get lost, huh? Hey, mister, 4 hot dogs, please.
Yes, sir. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him, and they're all red hot. Well, puppies coming up.
How much are they?
3 cents apiece.
3 cents?
Uh-huh.
Why do you sell them so cheap?
Taste them.
Oh, say, do they look? They do look like pretty tough weenies.
Tough. Ho. What suitcase handles they would make.
Well, they still look good to me. Give me 4.
what kind of mustard do you want on them?
What kind?
Well, I got strong, mild, and Christmas night.
Oh, mild, I guess.
Okay, here you are. 4 hot dogs covered with mild mustard.
Thanks. Gee, they're kind of messy. Haven't you got some rolls to put them in?
With rolls, it's 5 cents. With pickles, it's 10 cents. With relish, it's 15 cents. And with bicarbonate of soda, you couldn't afford it.
Well, just give me the roll.
Here you are. Here you are.
Thank you.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like them in the roll.
Here you are, kids. Take your hot dog.
Thanks. Gee, I'm thirsty. What are we going to drink with our hot dog?
Here you are, Gladys. Put that back in your pocket. Now, let's go in.
Stubs, please. Let's see the numbers on your stubs.
Here you are.
Right this way. Just follow me. Oh, hello, Gladys.
Why, hello, Nick. How are things?
Fine. I'm on parole now.
Come on. Show us our seats. Hey, listen to the cheering section.
L-S-M-F-T, L-S-M-F-T, L-U-C-K-I-E-S, Lucky!
Say, these seats are okay, aren't they, kids?
Yeah, right on the 40-yard line.
Hey, Jackson, care to make a little bet on the game? Okay, Phil, you take Alabama, I'll take USC.
Hiya, pal. Hey, is this seat taken, old pal?
Oh, great. Look, mister, how about sitting someplace else?
No, thanks. I'll never touch it.
This would happen to me.
How much dough you want to bet, Jackson?
How much dough? Any amount you say, brother. Just name it.
Okay, $50.
$50? Okay, it's a bet.
We must be sitting higher than I thought.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Peanuts, popcorn, chewing gum, peanuts, popcorn. Hello, Gladys, chewing gum.
Oh, hello, Raven.
For goodness sake, Gladys, must you say hello?
Quiet. I want to hear the game.
The game hasn't started yet.
No, thanks. I'll never touch it.
Gee, they're a husky bunch of fellows.
Yeah, listen to that crowd.
Here they come running right past us.
Gladys? That's something. Now, look,
But Speedy, dear, the boys on the USC team always eat at the drive-in. They voted me Miss Pigskin of 1945.
I don't care what they voted you.
Gosh, what a crowd.
Yeah, I'll bet there's 90,000 people here.
Oh, that's terrible. 90,000 people without a home.
What are you talking about?
This housing shortage is terrible.
Look, they've got homes. They're here for the game.
Oh, you're just saying that because I'm your pal.
You're not my pal. I never saw you before in my life.
No, thanks. I'll never touch it.
I don't know why I always have to...
Hey, Jackson, look, here comes the Alabama team.
Hey, those Alabama fellows look pretty good, don't they, Gladys?
They sure do.
Hello, Gladys, you all. Gladys, you all? That's the last straw. I'm leaving. I'm not even going to stay and see the game. And let me tell you something else, Gladys. You and I are through. Our engagement is broken. Goodbye.
But, Speedy, if you're breaking our engagement, what about the ring?
I'm not giving it back to you. Goodbye.
So there you are, Don. That's exactly what happened at the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks from tonight on January 27th, we will announce the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speedy Riggs.
What do auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, men who know tobacco best, say about Lucky Strike? Well, just listen to the words of Mr. Thomas Jefferson Green, independent tobacco auctioneer of Walnut Cove, North Carolina. He said,
"For many years, I've noticed that at the different markets where I've been auctioneering, Lucky Strike has bought tobacco that was ripe and mild. So for my own cigarette, naturally, I picked Lucky Strike. Been smoking them for 21 years.
Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Green surely know that it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A fact known the world over. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Mary, I wish you'd stop telling Don everything that happens to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I won't do it again.
Okay. Say, Mary, how would you like to go out to dinner now, and later we'll go dancing?
No, not while you're wearing Gladys's ring.
Well, I can't get it off. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Rules of Asylum, a new play for radio by James Follett, with Vernon Joyner, Manning Wilson, Francis de Wolfe, and Cyril Shapps. Rules of Asylum.
Hello, Governor's office.
Main gate here. And Mr. Suskeen has arrived. Says he has an appointment to see the governor.
Hold on. Suskeen. Ah, yes. 10 o'clock. He's punctual, isn't he?
Shall I send him along?
Yes, please.
With an escort?
I think you better. You know what the old man's been like since the escape.
Yes?
Mr. Suskeen has just arrived and he's on his way up.
Oh, good. Send him straight in. And make us some coffee.
Yes, sir. Will that be all?
I want you to get the sanatorium plans out. We'll be needing them. Is Suskeen being escorted from the main gate?
Yes, sir, of course.
Come.
Mr. Suskeen, sir.
Ah, Suskeen. How do you do?
Fine, thank you, Governor.
Send the coffee in as soon as it's ready, and see that we are not disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Well, please sit down.
Thank you.
Had a good fight?
Oh, yes, very smooth.
And how's the capital?
As beautiful as ever, especially at this time of the year.
Yes, my daughter works there. I miss her.
Yes, she must feel very cut off out here.
Oh, she visits me occasionally, but next time I should like to visit her.
That opportunity may be sooner than you expect, Governor. If there's another incident like last week's.
Huh? Oh. Yes, yes. But if your mission is successful...
If my mission is successful.
May I see your credentials, please?
I was wondering when you were going to ask for them. Here.
Well, I'm certain the main gate would have checked them.
Oh, yes, they did.
What do you think of our security arrangements?
What I've seen so far, not much. Your guards failed to find this when they searched me.
What is it?
A miniature camera. I've taken several photographs of the main gate, one of your secretary in the adjoining room, the safe, and the last picture should be quite a good one of you.
Oh, I see. But if you were visiting a patient, the search would have been much more thorough.
More thorough than for the visit of a security officer following an escape. I could easily be someone else. Documents are simple to forge. If I can smuggle a camera into your office, a gun shouldn't be too difficult.
The security relating to visitors wouldn't have made much difference in this case. As you know, he wasn't allowed visitors.
No, I didn't know. That wasn't in our instructions regarding his detention.
Well, I thought you knew.
Who gave you that instruction?
The State Prosecutor's Office. They rang me the day he was brought in.
Didn't you query it?
Look, I'm only the governor of a remote sanatorium. I don't question orders from the State Prosecutor.
Did they say anything about his not seeing other prisoners?
No, just that he wasn't to be allowed visitors. He mixed freely with the other patients and shared a room with Dunsky.
Dunsky? That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, the novelist.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten he was in care with us.
The odd thing is, Jan Valeri knew Dansky was here because he asked if he could share a room with him.
He may have found out from the other prisoners.
No, he knew before he was admitted. I always interview new patients in this office when they first arrive. He asked them.
And you agreed?
Well, I didn't see any harm in it. Dansky wasn't allowed visitors either, and I was worried about his health, and I still am. I thought a friend from the university might be a good idea.
And you obeyed the order? About Valeri not being allowed visitors?
Yes, of course. Look, does it matter very much?
I'm not sure. I suppose it might make my job easier, if he's had no contact with the outside world. What about letters?
I was to stop them. He wasn't to send any. He wrote several, but they never went out. He didn't know that, of course.
May I see them, please?
Well, they've been destroyed.
On whose orders?
On my orders. Blocked mail is a security risk. Someone could easily make a mistake and dispatch unmailed letters. I thought you security people would approve.
Why should we approve your obeying orders not issued by our department?
There's nothing in regulations about the disposal of letters written by patients who aren't allowed to send them. About your camera, I'll have the guards who checked you stopped a month's pay.
And make them resentful? That would only make them less alert.
Now, look here, Suskin. I'm the governor of this sanatorium, and my methods, whether you... Come.
Copy, sir.
Oh. Okay. Those are the plans.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Thank you, sir.
You were about to say something about your methods.
Yes, I'm sorry I spoke like that. I've been under a considerable strain lately.
So have we all, Governor.
Yes, of course. Well, I must accept full responsibility for what's happened.
The security department is not interested in who is to blame for Valeri's escape. At least not yet. We have to find out how he escaped in the first place and how to prevent such a thing happening again. Now, have you any private theories?
You've read my report?
Of course, but haven't you any ideas at all?
No.
I promise not to mention any weakness in your security system when making my report.
I should have thought you were quite capable of finding out any weaknesses for yourself.
I shall, but your cooperation can save me much time and trouble.
Are you suggesting that I'm being uncooperative?
Of course not, Governor. It's just that your knowledge would be invaluable to my investigation.
Well, you've only to look at these plans to see how good our security methods are.
If you don't mind, Governor, I'll decide whether they're good or not. Is this the main accommodation block?
Yes. And this is the outer wall. It's nearly 10 meters high.
Walls can be climbed.
With electrified barbed wire along the top.
Which a carpet could be thrown over.
Well...
Have you any anti-tunnel measures?
Yes. There are several underground microphones placed around the wall. Also, would-be tunnelers would have a problem with the subsoil. It's heavy clay, quite a different color from the topsoil. A tunnel would be impossible.
Unlikely, perhaps, but nothing is impossible to a determined man. And Valeri does appear to have been determined.
If there is a tunnel, we'd have found the exit. We searched the whole area around the sanatorium.
I saw the woods and thickets as I came in. It wouldn't be too difficult to conceal a tunnel opening.
I'm sure my men would not miss a tunnel.
They missed my camera.
Well, that's different.
So's this escape. It's the first from one of our maximum security sanatoria, and there might be another.
Impossible.
Why? An escape method exists, and until we find it, it can be used again. Are all the prisoners housed in this block?
We prefer to call them patients.
Which was Valeri's room? The one he shared with Dansky?
This one.
I'd like a word with Dansky. But first, I'll look around the building and talk to the guards. My return flight leaves at 4 o'clock. That gives me nearly 6 hours to formulate my report.
Suskin, over here.
Good of you to meet me, sir. Sorry the flight was delayed. Been waiting long.
Get in. How did it go?
Not too good, I'm afraid, sir. The governor's good at his job and he obeys all the rules to the letter. No news from the police.
No, not a trace of him. At least he hasn't turned up in the West.
Without food or money, he can't have got far in 2 weeks. Unless he had help. Outside help.
His friends wouldn't be able to help him even if they wanted to. The state prosecutor's office have had them under surveillance for some time now.
Since before the escape?
Yes. It seems that Valeri provided the state prosecutor with a great deal of information on them during his interrogation. That's why he only received a 3-year sentence.
So, the state prosecutor's office is getting efficient.
You know who's in charge there now?
Yes, General Nero.
He's getting to be a damn nuisance. He's been pestering me.
Why?
Well, they're saying, what's the point of securing convictions if we can't keep them locked up?
Oh.
From what I've heard on the grapevine, it seems there are a lot of arrests due in the near future. This escape's just the excuse the state prosecutor needs to demand maximum sentences in the courts. You know what I mean, don't you?
Yes.
Blasted vultures. This whole business is a confounded nuisance. I was hoping you might have something for next month's inquiry.
I said I had no idea how he escaped. I didn't say I had no idea as to how to find out.
Then you do have an idea?
Not yet, but I have a scheme in mind. This escape is on the surface impossible, unique if you like. The escapee must be a unique sort of person. Therefore, we must evolve unorthodox methods for reconstructing his escape.
That seems reasonable. What do you propose?
I want to learn everything I can about him. At the moment, he's nothing to me, a name and number on a file. I want to find out his likes and dislikes. I want to read all he's written, subversive or otherwise. I want to feel I know and understand him completely. I want to think as he does. In short, I want to become him, an extension of his personality.
How do you intend setting about such a task?
Well, firstly, by talking to his girlfriend.
He didn't have one. You've seen his record card.
I've also seen his photograph. That's why I think he had a girlfriend. Find her, and you find Jan Valeri.
Now, that's a job for the police. We're only responsible for the running of the sanatoria and their security. You should know that.
All I know is that Valeri had outside help with this escape. That means there was a breach of security. A few questions among his friends.
I can't allow you to go around questioning Valeri's friends. If Nero's building up cases against them, we'd only be treading on his toes.
He's trodden on ours.
How?
He told the sanatorium not to allow Valeri to receive or send mail. He went directly to the governor instead of going through us, through the normal channels.
Yes, Suskin, but Nero is a powerful man. We are only a minor department in the health ministry. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to question Valeri's friends.
All right, I'll content myself with looking for his girlfriend.
There is no girlfriend. His record card.
As our record cards are based on information provided by the state prosecutor's office, General Nero can hardly object to my looking for someone who, according to his own department, doesn't exist.
I suppose not. Where will you start looking?
I don't know yet. I haven't given it much thought.
How about that building on the right?
But the university library? Why?
That's where Valeri was arrested. He'd only enrolled about a month before his arrest, and he then used it fairly frequently. He made it easy for the police to keep tabs on him. Maybe that's where he met this girlfriend you're so convinced he had.
Good morning, miss. I was wondering if I could enroll.
Only students, graduates and lecturers can belong to the library.
I'm a lecturer. Jan Valeri. You can call me Jan.
You'll have to fill in this form while I put these books back on the shelves.
You help me with my form, and I'll help you with your books. Here, let me push the trolley.
Thank you.
When I was a small boy, I used to carry beautiful girls' books. Now I'm pushing them. It's a sign of the times.
You'll have to learn not to talk so much.
You'll have to teach me. Where are we bound?
There.
The political section. The Holy of Holies.
Pass the books and I'll put them on the shelves.
Now, this is interesting. This book is the cornerstone of our society, yet according to the date stamps, it's only been borrowed twice this year. That's what I call a promising sign.
Shh. You should be careful.
Don't tell me you believe walls have ears.
Well, you never know.
Perhaps they listen to what these books have to say.
How boring.
With these books, yes. Do you read much?
Well, I have to. Until I pass my exams. I really prefer to listen to a concert on the radio.
I like music, too. I've got quite a collection of Western records.
Really? Well, what are they?
Oh, Frank Sinatra, modern jazz, the Beatles.
The Beatles?
Yes, all their LPs. Why? Do you like them?
Oh, I adore them. It's such a pity they broke up.
Look, let's have dinner this evening. I know a marvellous place not 10 minutes from here by tram, and we could listen to the Beatles afterwards.
At your place?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I won't eat you, I promise. I want to hold your hand.
All right.
Marvellous. What time do you finish?
6 o'clock, but...
See you outside, then. 6 o'clock. I nearly forgot. What's your name?
Anna, but...
Tonight, then.
What about
Bye.
your ticket?
Listen, Anna.
Yes?
I want you to get off at the next stop. The restaurant's just opposite. You can't miss it because of the traffic.
Aren't you getting up? You're supposed to be taking me.
I'll join you in there in a few minutes. There'll be some friends of mine already there. Just introduce yourself.
This is stupid. You honestly think I'm going to walk up to a table of strangers
They're
and
not
say,
strangers, they're friends. You may know some of them from the university. Anyway, I'll only be 5 minutes.
Oh, it's too silly for words.
Ah, here's your stop. Now, that's the place over there with the green paint.
I'm not going into a strange place by myself. Of all the extraordinary behaviour
Please, Anna. I'll only be 5 minutes, I promise. That's as long as it takes to walk from the next stop.
Ah, here's Jan. Hello, Jan. Come on, make room for him.
Hello, Alex. Zoe. Hello, Anna.
Hello.
Have they been looking after you?
I think they're trying to get me drunk.
Oh, I told you they were friends. You'll have to watch Alex, though.
Anna, if you want to watch me, you'll be most welcome. But you'll have to let me watch you in return.
It's good to see you, Zoe. Anna, you've met Zoe, haven't you? 5 years ago, she was one of my star students. Now she wastes her time working in the university's personnel department.
Anna and I have met, but only across the counter in the library, never socially.
And Alex here lectures on...
Zoology, my dear. You must come to the zoo sometime and see my giant panda.
Careful, Anna. Alex has picked up a lot of habits from his animals, especially the wolves.
I have an appreciation of beauty not shared by callow lecturers.
Oh, this is a nice place. I've heard of it, but I always thought it was expensive.
Oh, it is, for party members. The manager charges them double, so they stay away and hatch plots to have him removed. They've never succeeded, nor are they likely to.
Is the food good?
Oh, excellent. Yes, we always have a good meal, good conversation, good wine, and we earn good money. We're the cosmopolitans of socialism. The founders of this state dreamt that one day there'd be citizens like us, well-clothed, fed and educated, ignorant of the wretched poverty they knew, and here we are. Now they hate our guts.
Is that why you're scared?
Scared? Who's scared?
Why didn't you want to be seen coming in here with me? Why all that silly performance of getting off the tram further down the road?
A little rule of our circle, my dear. Nobody ever enters or leaves in company. All our gatherings in here are by chance. We wouldn't like the authorities to think we're plotting against them, would we?
And are you?
We're just a small group that enjoys each other's company. We even put up with Alex's jokes.
I heard a marvellous one today about the party chairman.
Oh.
It's because his jokes are so bad that the police don't arrest him. They couldn't bear to have to repeat them in court.
Now, this music is more to my liking. As it is obvious that you have no wish to hear my joke, perhaps, Anna, you'd do me the honour of this dance?
Tell him to find someone his own age.
I'd love to, Alex. It's nice to be asked properly for once.
Those courtly manners have led many a girl to destruction.
I shall think of a suitable reply during the dance. Come, Anna.
She's rather nice, Jan.
Yes. Are you certain about her father?
Positive. It's all in her personal file.
Anyway, you were right about her passion for the Beatles. I couldn't hold her off when I mentioned I had some of their records.
See, look after them. I don't want them scratched.
It's a lucky coincidence about her father.
The question is, can we make use of it?
She's our only hope. I had another letter from Dansky. He's finished the painting.
God, he must have worked fast.
He said it's about the same size as his last painting. That means some 60,000 words, at least 200 sheets. Handwritten, so at least his London publishers won't be in any doubt about it being his work.
If we can get it to them. Alex's trip to London with the giant panda has been fixed for the 3rd of next month.
3rd? That only gives us 3 weeks.
He's even fitted a false bottom to its feeding trough.
So now it's up to me.
You and the girl. Jan, please be careful. I wouldn't want you or Anna to get hurt. It's not worth it. Not for a book that may never be published in this country.
Well, I think it is worth it. And anyway, nobody's going to get hurt. Anna. Anna, I want to talk to you.
In the morning. Go to sleep.
I've got to tell you now. I've been trying to screw up the courage all week.
What is it? You're not married, are you?
No. Look, you must understand. I do love you.
Yes, all right. But what is it?
When I first met you in the library, it wasn't just a chance meeting. I arranged it. I've been waiting some time for the chance to catch you alone.
What's wrong with that?
I only wanted to get to know you because of your father.
Daddy? I don't understand.
Oh, God, this is difficult. I wanted you to do something. Something dangerous. Something I couldn't ask you to do now.
Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
You've heard of Ivan Dansky?
The novelist? Yes, of course.
Your father's the governor of the place where Dansky is imprisoned.
But Daddy's place is a sanatorium for the mentally sick.
It's a prison.
Well,
a place where the state can shut away dissidents. People with political views that the state doesn't share.
It can't be. I've been there many times.
Have you ever met any of the inmates?
No, Daddy always says they could be dangerous. Anyway, he's much too kind-hearted to run a prison.
They're not ill-treated in the physical sense. They're just removed from society for corrective treatment.
What did Dansky do, then?
He didn't do anything.
Don't lock people up for nothing.
His books offended the government.
Well, that's stupid. I've read all 3. They wouldn't offend anyone.
He's written 5 books. The last 2 weren't published in this country. Nor are they ever likely to be.
What has all this got to do with me?
Dansky's written another book in your father's sanatorium.
Is it good?
I don't know. Oh. You see, it hasn't been published. The manuscript is still with Dansky. Only one person apart from him has seen it.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
That's why you must believe me when I say I love you.
After all the lies and deceits of the past 2 weeks. 2 weeks? My God! And expect me to believe you now? Just because you want me to do something for you?
I don't want you to do anything. Only believe me now. Where are you going?
I'm packing my things. Surely you don't think I'm going to...
Come back to bed. You'll freeze. Anna, please.
Don't touch me.
Look, come back to bed. It's cold. Anna, come on. There. That's a good girl. Now listen, Anna. Please listen. You must let me explain.
Nothing to explain. I understand. I wasn't the cooperative little mouse you thought.
I never thought of you like that. Here. Let me pull the blankets up. There. That's better. This book could get your father into trouble.
Oh, how?
Dansky wasn't supposed to have writing materials. If we could get the book out of the sanatorium, who's to know that he wrote it after his arrest?
I could warn Daddy to look for the manuscript. I could
Anna,
get Dansky and everyone...
don't you care? You said yourself his books were harmless.
I haven't read the last 2. The ones I read didn't attack the state. That's the fashionable thing to do now, isn't it? Write offensive books for a bit of cheap notoriety.
Anna, he was expelled from the Writers' Union. He couldn't work. No one was allowed to employ him. Don't you have any respect for the idea of freedom of speech?
I have an even greater respect for truth, something you don't seem to have.
Oh, you're just being absurd.
Am I? Because I respect the principles of people like my father who fought Hitler, so you and your smart friends could go around sneering at every achievement.
Now you sound like a politician.
Well,
they could keep Dansky in prison for the rest of his life if they want to.
What?
The idea is to stop him writing. We want to show them that holding a man doesn't work. They can't shoot us now. They can't jail us because the freedom we want is written into the Constitution anyway. Our hope is that eventually they'll have no option but to leave us alone. Just think. The rest of his life. Even murderers get better treatment. At least they get a fixed term of imprisonment.
The rest of his life?
If they so wish. To them, he's a greater threat than any murderer.
How did he write the book if he wasn't allowed writing materials?
Your father allowed him to have painting materials. He used black oil paint mixed with turpentine for ink and made a pen out of a brush.
What about paper?
That was easy. They let him have paper for practice and brush sketches.
He sounds clever.
He was desperate. You can't imagine what it must be like for a man like Dansky not to be able to write.
Well, how do you know all this?
From someone who's just been released.
How big is this manuscript?
About 200 sheets.
And you went to all that trouble. Picking me up like that because you thought I'd help you smuggle it out. Oh, I suppose it was Zoe who told you who my father was.
I've been honest with you, Hannah, but the less you know, the better.
How did you think I could get it out? Surely you didn't think Daddy'd just hand it over?
No, we thought that perhaps you could ask your father if you might see Dansky to discuss his early books. After all, you are a librarian.
I see. And if Daddy's place is a prison, as you call it, wouldn't they search me? Well, don't they search all visitors?
Well, they're hardly likely to search the governor's daughter, are they?
I'm sorry, miss, but I'll have to search you.
But I'm the governor's daughter.
Yes, I know, miss. But I'll have to search you just the same.
I'm certain if you were to call my father, he'd say you needn't bother.
I don't think so, miss. Your father is very strict about rules, and Dansky is a special patient. We have to be careful.
Do I have to go through all this again later on?
No, of course not, miss. There wouldn't be much point in searching you after you'd seen him, would there?
There's just a few books for him. My father said it'd be all right.
Yes, he told me. If you would pass me your clothes, please. Thank you. Thank you. You can tell where you come from. Clothes like these are unheard of out here. Good. And now I must examine your hair.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry, miss. It's the rules.
I don't suppose you get many visitors if they have to go through this every time.
No, not many. Well, everything seems to be in order. You can get dressed now, and I'll show you to his room. Visitor for you, Ivan.
Who is it? Oh, who is she?
The governor's daughter.
I thought I wasn't allowed visitors.
You thought wrong.
Another time. I've reached an important stage in the development of this painting.
You've been staring at that empty canvas all week.
I've no wish to see anyone.
Now, don't be awkward, Ivan. She's come all the way from the capital to see you. Don't let him frighten you, miss. He can be a bit funny at times, but he's all right, really. I'll come back in 10 minutes. Will that be long enough?
Yes, thank you. My name's Anna. I've come to talk about your books. I'm a librarian.
Oh, now, where's that tube of Venetian red? Oh, I've got it here somewhere.
Is this what you're looking for?
What?
This.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah. Everything's always in such a mess.
Oh, please don't worry.
I wasn't?
It's rather homely.
Is it? I wouldn't know.
Those paintings are very good.
I didn't know the governor had a daughter.
I don't live here. I'm a librarian at Capital University, where you used to lecture.
Why did your father send you to see me? I'm not allowed visitors.
He didn't. When I heard you were here, I begged him to let me see you. I'm doing our modern writers for my final examinations.
Name 3 works by Toulouse.
Oh, The Tiger Lily, Red Snow, and, Spring Harvest.
Have you read them?
Of course.
What do you think of Toulouse?
An overrated writer. I've also read your books. I specialize in overrated writers.
I asked for that. Oh, please forgive me. One is naturally suspicious. Few people bother with an old man who once wrote some rather poor books.
I thought they were very good.
No?
I haven't read the last 2. Why were they banned?
How do you know they were banned? It wasn't in the newspaper?
Jan told me. Jan Valeri, your friend. It was he who sent me.
I'm forgetting my manners. Your father's quite a reasonable man. He allows me these painting materials. Would you like some tea?
It was because of my father that Jan picked me up.
I make excellent tea. One has the time to determine the precise ingredients.
He doesn't care about me.
Lemon? I've ascertained that a 6-millimeter slice imparts the best flavour for perfect tea.
Did he use people when you knew him?
Of course, as one proceeds through a lemon and the slices grow larger, so one must reduce the thickness of each slice.
He knew he wouldn't be allowed to visit you, so he used me.
Being used is something we must all endure. Though why your father should be using you, I can't imagine.
It's nothing to do with my father. I've told you the truth. I have a message for you from Jan.
Do you really expect me to believe you? First of all, you tell me you wanted to see me because you were studying for your finals. Now you're trying to tell me that you've travelled halfway across the country just to give me a message from a friend I've never heard of.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth right away. I couldn't think of what to say at first, but you must believe me now.
What is this message?
Jan's heard about the black and white painting.
Huh?
He says he could arrange to have it exhibited in London. If you agree, I'm to take it back with me.
Excuse me, the kettle. Tell me, Do you trust this Jan?
I don't know. Thank you. I think so.
Ah. I've learned to trust no one these days.
I can understand. Oh, I've brought you some books.
What?
Jan chose them here.
Oh.
He's written an inscription inside this one. It's unsigned, of course. Do you recognize the handwriting?
Perhaps. Will you excuse me while I look at them, please? There's some more paintings in the corner.
Thank you. Beautiful. Who's this?
Huh? Oh, my daughter. I paint from memory. She'd look older now. One's memories are frozen, like a jammed movie film.
Oh.
Oh, what's the matter, child?
This picture. It's Jan.
Yes, it's Jan. Dear Jan. We spent many hours discussing this book. Anna, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. Anna, my child, what is it?
It's this picture.
Do you love him?
I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Oh, you mustn't blame him, Anna. Jan is not the sort who would want to hurt anyone.
I think I understand him now.
You don't love someone merely because you understand them.
I suppose not.
Anna, may I give you some friendly advice?
What?
Don't expect to find happiness with Jan. Not in this country. He won't be tolerated much longer. The new arrivals here are far less extreme than Jan. Few idealistic poets. Believe me, Anna, he's in real danger. Ah, it's always the women who suffer.
This must be your wife. She looks sad. Is that how you remember her?
Yes. Each painting takes a month. And each month crystallizes another memory, tempering it against time. Time. They say time heals all wounds. But it doesn't.
How much longer will you be kept here?
Who knows? Another 100 paintings, 200. Perhaps I'll be cured when I run out of memories. Would you like one of them?
Oh, I'd love one. But I might choose a favourite.
My favourite's always the next one. Let me choose for you. This one?
I don't know.
Oh, you mustn't think too badly of him. I'd like you to have it.
I treasure it always.
Treasure what it represents. And there's the black and white painting. No, I can't let you take it.
But you must.
It's an art form unpopular at the moment in this country. There are influential critics who...
Please, you must let me take it. It's very important to Jan.
Yes, my child, but... is it important to you?
Yes. It is now. Very important. Alex? It's me, Anna. Alex? Hello, boy. Aren't you beautiful? Is that your name, Zizi? Where's your master, Zizi? Alex? Hello, Alex. Is this your panda?
Anna, we've given you up.
Oh, Daddy insisted on my staying for another 2 days. I could hardly refuse.
You'd better come in here. It's more private. That's better. We were wondering what had happened to you.
I've only just got off the train. I came straight here, as Jan said. I'm not late, am I? Jan said not to be later than Tuesday.
No, you're not late. Where is it?
In my bag. I read it on the train. It's marvellous. It really is.
Good.
You don't sound too pleased. What's the matter?
This should fit all right.
Fit what?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
How are you taking it out of the country?
It's best that you don't know.
That's what Jan always says, and I went to such a lot of trouble to get it.
All right. It'll be hidden in Zizi's trough. We're flying him to London tomorrow to mate with their female panda.
Is that how Danske's last books were smuggled to London?
Yes, but I'm using a different method now. Last time I hid the manuscripts behind a piece of dummy fur stuck to Zizi's stomach. I had to keep him sedated to prevent him from scratching it off. Unfortunately, the sedatives took rather a long time to wear off. I'm afraid he disappointed the London Zoo and their panda.
Oh, poor Zizi. Well, let's hope he does the trick this time. Anyway, I must find Jan and tell him
Jan?
I managed...
Do you mean you don't know?
No, what?
He called at the library yesterday to see if you were back, and the police were waiting for him.
Come in.
Jan Valeri, sir. Would you like me to remain?
Ah, that's all right, Jan.
Sir.
Good morning, Jan. Take a seat.
I've not seen you before. What happened to the other one?
A cigarette?
Thanks. Who are you?
Oh, just another cog.
But a bigger one.
What makes you think that?
You wear a more expensive suit. You smoke more expensive cigarettes. And the guard called you sir.
You are perceptive. If you ever get out of this mess, you could always get a job in General Nero's department.
That bastard.
Have you ever met him?
No.
Or seen pictures of him?
No.
Then why should you think that he's a bastard?
The Dansky trial.
Ah, yes. Dansky was a friend of yours.
Was he?
You know, I was warned about you. Actually, I suppose General Nero is a bit of a bastard. But he likes model trains. And anyone who likes model trains can't be all that bad.
You like them, then?
Absolutely dotty about them. I was always in trouble as a boy for hanging around railway tracks.
So was I.
Fellow enthusiast.
Not now. I've outgrown such childish interests.
I'm not sure how to take that.
You can take it how you like.
My dear chap, don't be so truculent. I just want to get to know you.
Everything you want to know is in that file in front of you.
Ah, yes, of course. Your file. Yeah, there's quite a lot here about you. I wonder if this bit's true.
What bit?
Well, it's against the rules to show prisoners their own files, but if I don't cover the file up, there's nothing to stop you reading upside down.
Jan Valeri, male, born Warsaw 1935, parents refugees, came to this country...
Oh, that's marvelous.
Reading upside-down print?
Oh, not only that, it's back to front.
I don't understand.
What you read then is the back of the form. Some silly typist put the carbon paper in the wrong way round, so that the typing has come out on the back like mirror writing.
So?
Well, I think that's jolly clever. The only people I know who can do that are printers. They're used to reading blocks where the printing is back to front.
I used to edit a university magazine. I usually involved doing the printing as well.
Oh, yes, of course. University printing machines have been these modern types for some years now, haven't they? What are they called? Offset?
Offset litho.
That's it, offset litho. I can never remember these things. Funny. I always thought that offset litho machines used ordinary plates, printed the right way round. Sure, it doesn't matter. What I really called you in for was to see if you'd like to have dinner with me this evening.
You're welcome to Friday's stew.
Somewhere different.
Why?
Well, I thought it would be nice. Let me see, you've been in custody for nearly 2 months now. Trip out to do you good. Get some air into you.
And fatten me up for the trial.
The next turning on the right, driver.
Where are we going?
You know this area?
You know damn well I do.
It's that restaurant on the left, driver.
I'm not going in there.
Why not?
Don't play cat and mouse with me. You know very well why not.
But I've gone to all this trouble, explaining to my superiors, obtaining your release into my care for the evening, laying on this car.
Don't give me that. It's your car. The driver knows you.
All right, then. And so it's my car, so what?
So I'm not going in.
You wouldn't like some more solitary, would you?
You're a bastard.
So they tell me. If you know the place, you can tell me what to avoid on the menu.
Very well, then. I'll eat your food and drink your drink. But it won't make me loosen my tongue, and I won't answer your questions.
My dear chap, according to the other interrogators, all the vodka in this city wouldn't make you loosen your tongue. Anyway, who said I was going to ask questions? Tonight I want you to relax and enjoy yourself. We could talk model trains.
I think I prefer the solitary.
All right, driver. Pick us up in 2 hours' time. Thank you, waiter. Enjoy your meal, Jan?
Quite good. Can't say the same about the company or the conversation. For an interrogator, you do a lot of talking.
Anyway, you laughed at my very poor jokes.
Well, that's my good breeding. It's good manners to laugh at them, and bad manners to tell them.
You know, I like you, Jan. You have spirit.
You're not paid to like me.
No, and I'm not paid to wine and dine my prisoners either.
Your prisoners?
By that I mean prisoners in my custody.
Who are you?
Yeah, this is a rum sort of place. I'm sure there's subversive conversation going on at the next table. Did you notice the manager's expression when he first saw you?
I expect he knows me by sight.
Someone else seems to know you. There's rather a nice-looking girl behind you who's been watching you in amazement ever since we came in.
Where?
Behind you, blue dress, I think. It's hard to tell in this light. No, don't look round. She's now pretending to be absorbed in her meal. Now she's looking up. She seems to be somewhat agitated. See her? She's getting up. Any idea who she is?
No. I've never seen her before.
She's trying to make up her mind what to do. Are you certain you don't know her?
Yes, positive.
Hello, I do believe she's coming over. Yes, she is. It should be interesting. You must know her.
I've told you, I've never seen her before.
Good heavens! That waiter spilled soup down.
It was done on purpose.
No, it was an accident, I'm sure.
I saw him. He did it deliberately.
Never mind, it's time we were going. Waiter!
But I haven't finished my coffee.
Well, swallow it down. Now, there's a good chap.
These trains really are beautiful, General. Did you build them yourself?
No, I haven't the time. I would have, were it not for the incompetent bunglers in my department.
What happened at the restaurant? Was he recognized?
By a girl.
Good. That should make the interrogation easier.
Don't you believe it? Bungling fools. The idiot I had stationed to prevent anyone approaching the table made a complete hash of it. And the photographer didn't use a fast enough film. But that evening went quite well.
Who was the girl?
How should I know?
But you had her followed?
Nope.
But that's crazy. I thought that was the...
Are you questioning my methods?
No.
Pity. If you were, I might have explained. Anyway, the girl doesn't matter. I've decided on the date for his trial.
When?
2 weeks from today.
But that's impossible.
Why?
We've still no confession.
Then you must get one.
Well, what do you think I've been trying to do all these weeks? No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that.
Why not?
I'm sorry?
You've a perfect right to be annoyed. If you have been trying, that is.
You know the answer to that. You've had most of the sessions with him yourself.
So I have been interfering.
I didn't say that.
You implied it.
Unintentionally.
You're too good an interrogator to let the unintentional word slip.
I have valued your help.
Oh, I have been a help.
Of course.
But we have got nowhere, even with my help. 2 weeks.
Impossible.
I'd agree with you, if we continue with our present techniques.
Your own orders specifically forbade direct methods. You wanted him in a presentable condition for open trial with foreign journalists present. I've got your memo on file.
Oh, of course, my dear chap, of course. Who was it who said a wise man sometimes changes his mind, a foolish one never? Well, I've had to change my mind about an open trial. It's a pity, with so many of them likely to crop up in the near future. We find they're so much better for our image. There's less speculation in the foreign press.
So what do you want me to do?
Well, you're our most experienced interrogator. Supposing you tell me.
I thought you wanted to run things.
So I was interfering.
I didn't mean that. I thought you might have a suggestion.
I have. Chapter 6.
I'm sorry, but I hardly ever get a chance to look at the manual these days.
Have a look. There's a good chap. Yeah. I've always felt that instruction manuals are merely an aid to common sense and that a good man doesn't need them. A middle shelf, I think. Yeah. What techniques will you use on Valeri, now that you have a free hand?
time distortion, I think. Ah, got it. Chapter 6. An outline of time distortion interrogation methods.
Precisely. And do you think it would work?
It might.
That sort of answer can spell death to your promotion prospects. Will it or will it not work?
I would rather have used it earlier. Needs a lot of organizing. Isolating the prisoner from natural light, arranging a cooked breakfast every few hours, altering clocks, even his watch while he's sleeping.
How quickly could you achieve disorientation?
About 4 days. I'll start off by allowing him 6-hour nights and reduce them to 1-hour nights as quickly as possible. We'll give him barbiturate in his food to make sure he sleeps. After 4 days, he'll be living through an apparent 3 days for every actual day.
Have you ever had success with this system?
Oh, often. The most difficult part is administering diet and drugs to establish a bowel movement and urination pattern compatible with his concept of time. Usually it's not necessary. Most prisoners are too confused, even after a couple of days, to notice they're not going at the customary time. But Valeri's no ordinary prisoner. We have to be careful.
Have we allowed him the morning paper?
Oh, yes. There's been a spate of hysterical editorials recently about so-called intellectuals and writers undermining the state. I thought their screams for heads might unnerve him. They haven't.
Well, I could arrange the printing of special editions with false dates.
Oh, you'd go to that trouble?
I needn't stress how important his confession is.
Supposing we fail?
We? You mean you. And you cannot afford to fail.
I shall know within a week if we can break this man. And if I think we won't succeed, then it's essential we put pressure on him by means of the girl.
I said she didn't matter.
But she does matter. Look, I don't know if this interrogation will work. Usually it does, but I'm not certain with Valeri. One thing I am certain of is that he would break if we had his girl. They always do. You get the girl, and I'll get the confession.
You'll have to manage without her. In any case, I don't know who or where she is, and I care even less.
But why didn't you have her followed?
Oh, she's probably just an acquaintance of Valeri's. He never formed attachments. There's only his circle of friends that used to meet in the restaurant, and we've nothing on any of them without Valeri's confession.
She must be his girl. Valeri's not a homosexual.
Well, he never entered or left the restaurant with a girl in all the months we were keeping watch on it. The girl was nothing more or less than a casual acquaintance. By not having her followed, I've ensured that she'd do what I wanted her to do.
And what was that?
Do you know what Valeri and I talked about in the restaurant? I told him jokes. Some of them were quite good jokes. Did you know that I was good at telling jokes?
No. Did he laugh at them?
That was the whole idea. What conclusion do you suppose Valeri's friends will jump to when they hear about it? Valeri doesn't know who I am, but I've no doubt that at least one of his friends will, especially as I talked in a loud voice about model trains.
Of course. They'll think Valeri's betrayed them.
Precisely. I have to think ahead at all times. You, my friend, only have to worry about the next 2 weeks.
You've had this book out over 4 months, and you've had 4 reminders. 4 months suspension.
What? Oh, hell. Look, I've got my finals soon. Can't you make an exception? Just this once.
I'm sorry, you know the rules. If you can't return books in time, I have no option but to withdraw your tickets.
Oh, I don't know. I was supposed to pass my exams.
Yes, sir?
That was a bit hard, wasn't it?
Oh, you have to be with students, otherwise I'd have no books left. Yes. Are you a lecturer?
No.
Only students, lecturers, and graduates can use the library.
My name is Suskin. My identification.
Health Ministry's security officer. What can I do for you?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about a former lecturer, Jan Valeri.
Jan Valeri? Oh, I thought all that was finished with weeks ago. I've already told the police everything I know.
Yes, but you haven't told me. Now, there are just 1 or 2 points I'd like to go over with you.
Oh, very well then, but it'll have to be quick. I'm without an assistant at the moment, and I've all these books to go on the shelves.
Did Valeri use the library frequently?
Yes, but he hadn't been a member for all that long when the police arrested him. He always went to the political section. Your people turned out all the books there when I told them, looking for messages, I expect. They left me to put them back on the shelves.
They're not my people. I'm not a policeman.
You sound like one.
I want you to think back carefully. In all his visits here, did Valet ever come in with a girl?
No.
Are you sure? It's very important.
Of course I'm sure. He never seemed to have time for girls. He was always reading, always in for books. But girls had time for him, all right. My assistant used to fall over herself to serve him. Women don't know how to behave these days in my day.
Valet was the intellectual sort, wasn't he? Editor of the university newspaper and that sort of thing.
Oh, they're all intellectuals round here, or think they are. Half of them don't even know what the word means.
Where do they all congregate in their spare time?
In bed, I should think, with each other, or oversleeping and missing lectures.
You're not being very helpful. Students and lecturers with intellectual aspirations usually have a coffee bar or club where they meet after hours. It's the same in most university towns. I don't see why this one should be any different.
Oh, there's the Fallen Idol somewhere near the docks. It doesn't say much for our security if you've never heard of it.
Fallen Idol. Thank you. Is that a club?
A grubby little restaurant, from what I've heard. Now, can I get on with my work now?
One last thing. Have you always worked here?
Always. 20 years now.
But you do have time off. I mean, you mentioned an assistant. Perhaps she's seen Valet with a girl.
Oh, no, she couldn't help you. Unreliable sort. She's gone off sick or something and hasn't sent a doctor's certificate.
Where could I find her?
You'll be wasting your time. I'm the only one who knows what's going on round here. All she thinks of is Western pop groups. Besides, the day Valeri was arrested, she was away visiting her father.
Well, thank you for your help. Where exactly is this Fallen Idol?
How should I know? Ask one of the students.
You sent for me, sir?
Are you the manager?
Yes. Is the food not to your satisfaction?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Another time. I'm short-handed in the kitchen.
It won't take a minute.
I don't wish to sound rude, sir, but I'm certain I can tell you nothing you don't already know from your observations.
I'm not a policeman.
No? Oh, I was rather proud of my nose for them. Oh, a security officer. Is there a difference?
Not much.
Well, I'm always pleased to help the police. How can I help you?
Sit down. This is an odd sort of place, isn't it?
Well, it's popular with students.
I'm surprised they can afford it.
They get special rates.
A Fallen Idol. What idol?
It's the title of a work by a British writer.
Unfortunate that the name should be displayed below a photograph of the chairman.
Well, it's the law. We must display our name and we must have a photograph. The authorities were unhappy about it, too. We suggested changing our name to the Quiet American. They didn't like that either.
I'm investigating the background of a former customer of yours.
A former customer?
Jan Valeri.
Never heard of him.
This was taken recently.
We've so many faces in here, I can't possibly remember them all.
Or perhaps this paper will help your memory. No, don't touch it. Just read it.
What is it?
That's your name, isn't it?
Yes.
And your address?
Yes, what is it?
It's a committal warrant to a state sanatorium. Surprising how effectively one of these can cure bad memory. If it doesn't cure yours, we could always take you in for observation.
He used to come in. I haven't seen him for some weeks now.
I'd be surprised if you had. Do you know why he's not been round?
I've heard there was trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Well, just trouble. One doesn't ask questions.
Now think carefully. Was he ever in here with a girl?
Yes.
He was? What was she like?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, of course you know. Was she young?
He was always in a group, never with one particular girl.
And who did he come with?
Except for his last visit, he always came alone and joined a party at a table.
Who was he with on his last visit?
A man. I don't know who it was.
Describe him.
Tall, middle-aged, ex-army, probably. Expensive clothes. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. One of my waiters thought they were talking about model trains.
Model trains? When was this?
Late June, just after my holiday.
No, you must be mistaken. It couldn't have been in June.
Well, I spent the first week in June on the Baltic. It was definitely after my return.
But it couldn't... Are you absolutely certain?
Yes.
But didn't you think it odd?
We're used to the unusual in here.
You knew about Valeri's arrest?
Well, I'd heard a rumour. I assumed it was wrong.
Model trains.
If you've no more questions, could...
Oh, no. Thank you for your help. Oh, you'd better pass me an ashtray. I'll burn this form.
Sir Skeen, have you used a sanatorium committal warrant without entering it in the register?
Why?
And one of the clerks is complaining that the number of the last warrant on the pad doesn't agree with records. Do you know anything about it?
Yes, I used one.
But that was highly irregular.
I've got a highly irregular case.
It's got nothing to do with it. Who was it for?
No one. I made it out in case the witness proved awkward. It wasn't needed.
Well, lucky for you it wasn't. What did you do with it?
Burned it.
You'd no right to use one in the first place. You know the procedure.
I wrote it. Anyway, I thought I had a free hand.
Why didn't you consult me first?
Would you have approved?
No.
Oh, there's your answer.
I would have been prepared to overlook it had you made progress. This interim report of yours is most unsatisfactory, Suski.
It is only interim.
Supposing Nero wants to see it?
Don't show it to him. He's not in charge of the health ministry. Our reports are our affair. What's so unsatisfactory about it?
You've wasted a whole week looking for a non-existent girl.
I don't agree that I've wasted time. I have proved that she doesn't exist. Now, that narrows down the field.
Narrows it down to what?
That's what I'm working on now.
Don't talk in riddles.
The riddles are not of my making.
What sort of riddles?
Valeri received a light sentence because he confessed to crimes of subversion and provided the state prosecutor with information on his friend's activities.
Yes.
Then how is it that Nero hasn't made any arrests yet?
Well, maybe he has.
No. We'd have heard about it.
And he's still building up cases against them.
Well, from what I've heard, Nero doesn't work like that. He grabs them first and works out a case later.
How Nero runs his department is no concern of yours. All we have to do is to find out how Valeri escaped to make damn certain it doesn't happen again.
And to find that out, I must talk to Valeri's friends.
And I absolutely forbid it. If Nero's watching them, he'd have my pension. And yours.
He'll probably have them anyway, the rate we're going.
And Nero's going to make trouble for us. He's putting pressure on our minister.
Why should Valeri be so important to him?
How should I know? Perhaps he wants him questioned again. Perhaps Valeri supplied his department with false information. Well, there could be 101 reasons. And none of them are any concern of ours.
Talking to Valeri's friends would clear up one thing I'm unhappy about.
What's that?
The exact date Valeri was arrested.
You have the file?
Yes. But the manager of a restaurant which Valeri often used is convinced that he saw him in his restaurant after the date on which he was arrested.
Well, you must be mistaken.
No, I don't think so.
Was he with anyone?
Yes.
Who?
We didn't know. But whoever it was, he's interested in model trains.
Sounds as if you've been having your leg pulled.
No.
So, what do you propose doing now?
Well, if I can't see Valeri's friends, I'd like to see the one person who probably knows him better than his own father or mother.
And who might that be?
His pre-trial interrogator.
I'm sorry, that's out of the question.
Why?
Who do you think supervised Valeri's interrogation?
One of Nero's staff, I suppose.
No. It was Nero himself. No. Now do you understand?
Look, am I only getting half the story about Valeri? Why is he so important?
I don't know. Why should we worry?
It might have some bearing on his escape. Nero did the actual interrogation?
Most of it.
What's Nero like?
Ambitious.
But he's reached the top.
Not quite.
So, he wants to be chairman.
Well, the chairman is getting on a bit. Even the papers mention that he wants to spend more time with his roses.
And a spectacular series of successful trials would endear Nero to the central executive.
Possibly.
I'd still like to see him.
No.
He could answer some questions about Valeri.
Which you won't get the chance to ask.
Well, perhaps there was something he missed during the interrogation. Some little thing that didn't seem important at the time. He'd be grateful if I highlighted it.
Forget it, Suskeen. In fact, I think it would be a good idea if we were to scrap this investigation altogether and tell the inquiry that we don't know how Valeri escaped. At least we'd be telling the truth.
But look, if this case is important to Nero, wouldn't he be expecting an approach from us? If we don't, he could use it against us at the inquiry. He could always say he had information on Valeri that might have been useful to us and that we didn't even bother to ask him.
Very well, then. You can see Nero.
Thank you, sir.
But for God's sake, don't upset him. Don't go taking photographs of his office or anything.
The thought never entered my head.
Have you ever met him?
No, not personally. I once heard him speak at a symposium. He seemed quite pleasant.
Oh, he is. But he'd chew you up and spit you out before breakfast if he felt like it.
We'll see.
Now look, Suskin, old chap, you can't take curves at those speeds with goods trains. You derail the nuts. And you've gone through that signal.
My control box keeps sticking.
Nonsense. Model trains are just like humans. They require that delicacy of touch. I get the distinct impression that you don't approve of my hobby.
I didn't say that.
You don't have to. The art of interrogation is building as much on what a man does not say as what he does say. The difficulty is to get him to say what he doesn't want to say and then getting him to believe it. That's why I like my model trains. I can make them do exactly what I want them to do, when I want them to, and how I want them to.
I see.
Do you? You know, I have this feeling that you're thinking what a silly hobby I have, playing with model trains.
Oh, no. I believe Goering was keen on them, too. Anyway, a man needn't feel sensitive about his interests.
It was my cooperation you wanted.
My chief told you why I wanted to see you, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah, I hear you've lost Valeri. Careless.
He escaped.
Well, I didn't suppose that you'd let him go, although I must admit that I was tempted to do so when I had him.
Oh, he was difficult.
Well, you could say that.
Is that why you took over the interrogation personally?
Well, dear chap, I had one of my best men dealing with him, and in 2 weeks of intensive work, he got nowhere, and so I took over. The confession took 3 months. 3 months of hard work, and now he's free.
What did he confess to?
We were after two things. A confession that he was publishing subversive literature by writers expelled from the Writers' Union, and we were also after some information on his colleagues.
What made him change his mind about confessing?
We did a deal with him. Light sentence in exchange for information.
Which he provided?
Of course. That's why we're all so upset about Valeri's escape. He could be in danger from his friends. My department maintains a full awareness of its responsibilities.
Then why not arrest them on the strength of Valeri's confession?
It has to be checked.
It's 2 months since his trial.
Suskin, if you're making oblique references to the efficiency of my department, perhaps I should remind you that it was not my department that allowed him to escape. Because it's absurd that my department should be responsible for prison camps, and yet our most dangerous criminals go to sanatoria controlled by the health ministry.
Perhaps I could see this confession.
Well, I don't see why you shouldn't see our file on Valeri. We'd better go down to Central Records and dig it out. There's about 200 hours of interrogation tapes there, if you want to listen to them.
Yes, if I may.
Right. Well, I'll just shunt this fellow into a siding and we'll go down. We'll have to get a pass issued to you first.
If you would just keep your head steady for a few seconds, please, and try not to smile. Thank you. I'll just fill in the rest of the pass while we wait for the photograph. Will Mr. Suskin be looking at other files, sir?
No, just the Valeri file.
Purpose of visit to view file number 40557-20.
How about the tapes?
Oh, yes, you'd better put down and associated tapes on his pass.
Yes, sir.
You know, you're lucky, Suskin. We usually take a month to issue a new pass.
The photograph is ready.
Now, you must wear the pass all the time you're in the Central Records area, Suskin. If you take your jacket off, transfer it to your shirt. Understood?
Yes.
Here's your pass, Mr. Suskin. You must wear
I've
it all...
told him. Okay, well, let's go and find that file. What was that number again?
40557-20.
It's along here, I think.
This place is vast.
Yes, there's one file per citizen. Most of them only contain copies of school reports. Even so, 200 million files do take up a bit of room.
I've heard of it, of course, but I had no idea it was this size.
I once toyed with the idea of microfilming the lot, till I discovered it would take about 100 years, by which time everyone referred to would be dead.
Did you lock your filing cabinets at night?
You try locking 10,000 filing cabinets every night. It's easier to lock the doors. Anyway, there's always a duty officer around, 24 hours a day. What were the last 2 digits of that number?
-20.
16, 17, 18, 20. This is it. The red tab means that the file is still active. It cross-refers to the files we're building up on his friends.
Jan Valeri, male, born Warsaw 1935, parents refugees, came to this country in 1939.
His parents were prominent party members in their own country. They worked on our Polish broadcasts during the war.
Degree in economics, editor of several university publications, unmarried. Arrested April 1972, charged with the publication of material by himself and persons unknown, which insulted the government and peoples, etc., etc. Arrested in the university library.
Think all that might help?
Oh, yes, I think so. I'd like to hear those tapes, please.
Well, let's go over to one of the booths, and I'll show you how to work the playback computer. Bring the file, you'll need it.
What's the playback computer?
Oh, our pride and joy. All the interrogation tapes in the library are stored on a central computer. All you have to do is to sit in a special booth, and you have something like 60,000 tape recordings at your fingertips, just by pressing buttons. Before we had this system, investigations used to take ages. Here we are. This booth should do. That's right. Now you sit at the console.
Yes.
There's paper in the drawer there for notes. Now then, turn to the back of the file. That list is a brief synopsis of each recording made during the interrogation sessions. And the number in this column is the acquisition number for each tape. Now, all you have to do is to select the tape you wish to hear, punch the number out on this keyboard, and the tape will be played over that speaker. And that switches this booth through to the computer.
It says standing by on that screen.
What tape would you like to hear first?
The first session you had with him.
Right, I'll just punch out the number, like so. And that's all. You have to give the computer a few seconds to locate the tape. Now, hear that? Any second now. Good morning, Jan. Take a seat.
I've not seen you before. What happened to the other one?
A cigarette?
Thanks. Who are you?
Oh, just another cog.
But a bigger one.
What makes you think that?
You wear a more expensive suit. You smoke more expensive cigarettes. And the guard called you sir.
Well, you are perceptive. If you ever get up... There you are, Siskin. You can stop, play back, or advance the tapes with these controls. Now, I think you can manage?
Well, it seems simple enough.
Right. Well, then I'll leave you to it.
Oh, could I see you tomorrow? I may have some points I'd like to go over with you.
I should think so. But I must go now. You have a friend coming to see me with a replica of Stephenson's rocket.
A missile?
No, the world's first steam locomotive.
Let's try this one.
I told you. I don't know. I don't know.
Have some coffee.
I don't want your coffee. What time is it supposed to be?
You have a watch.
Watch? Oh, yes. Miracle of science. My watch.
What do you mean?
My watch has now been running for 3 days without winding. It's odd.
Jan, listen. I'm the only one left you can trust. Even your watch is unreliable. I'm your only friend now.
You? A friend?
Your so-called friends are lying about you, Jan. I refuse to believe them. But others might. Others more powerful than me. Believe me, Jan. I want to help you. But you must help me. It's the only way we can fight them. We must fight their lies with your truth.
Let me sleep. Sleep. I don't care what they're saying, whoever they are.
But you must care, Jan. You must care about yourself. I care. I don't want to see you convicted on trumped-up charges, based on the evidence of those who don't have the right to call you a friend.
All I want is sleep.
Sign here, Jan, and we can both get some sleep. Sign here and you've beaten them. They're out there, Jan. They think they're safe. I've heard them. That fool, Valeri. We can say what we like about him to get out of trouble. Just a few strokes of the pen and we can sleep. Warm. No one to disturb us. Just sleep. Long, long sleep. Feel this pen, Jan. Feel how light it is. It's nothing, is it? Just a little piece of plastic. Try drawing a line. It's so simple. As simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes.
That's odd.
Try drawing a line. It's so simple. As simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes. A little piece of plastic.
That's it.
Try drawing a line. It's so simple. As simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes.
Mr. Suskeen? Mr. Suskeen?
Oh, hello. You startled me.
Oh, I didn't mean to, but I have to check a date given during an interrogation session. All the other booths are booked, and my section leader asked me to ask you if
you want to use this booth? Yes, certainly.
It won't take a minute.
I've come to the end of these tapes anyway. At least I think I have. This last one seems to end rather abruptly.
Perhaps there's something wrong with it. Shall I try?
Yes, if you would, please.
Which one were you playing?
The last one on the list.
Let me sleep. Sleep. I don't care what they say.
No, it's on a bit.
Try drawing a line. It's so simple. As simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes.
There you see.
It is a bit odd, isn't it?
Would there be any more tapes?
Only these on the list. Have you played them all?
Oh, no, most of them didn't seem important. Except this last one.
I'll take its number if you like and have it checked.
No, it doesn't matter. Now tell me, where would I find a copy of the confession and trial transcript relating to this file?
Aren't they in the file?
No, they're only mentioned, but there's a cross-reference to another file.
Oh, really? Let me see. Jan Valeri. Oh, I see.
What?
It's just that the confession and transcript are in a separate file.
Yes, I had worked that out for myself. Perhaps you tell me where to look for it. Is that the number, LA 49906?
Yes. The LA prefix stands for limited access. I don't think you'd be allowed to see it.
Why not? Why not?
The LA files are kept in a separate registry. Only heads of sections are allowed to see them, and they have to get each other's signature on the requisition form. It's a Form 822 available from room 897.
God, what a performance.
It's the system.
All right, then can you get me this form? Now, look, you see this signature on my pass? General Nero himself. Now, he's taking a personal interest in this investigation. Do you want me to report you to him?
But you don't understand.
What don't I understand?
The
The L.A. files.
What's your name?
The L.A. files. They don't exist.
Don't talk such rubbish.
It's true. The L.A. files don't exist.
Then why have them numbered and classified?
It's the system.
Suskin, I want a word with you.
What about?
I understand you've been bullying one of my girls about the L.A. files. Is that correct?
Yes. Jan Valeri's confession and trial transcript. I wanted to look
I don't care who or what it refers to. I showed you the file you could use. What was wrong with that?
It didn't include a transcript of Valeri's trial.
You've no right to go poking your nose into affairs that don't concern you. How could seeing the transcript help in finding out how he escaped?
I could only answer that after I'd read it.
Listen, Suskin. It was because of your department's inefficiency that Valeri was able to escape in the first place. We've done all we can to help with your inquiries. This is how you repay us.
Very well, but I don't see how seeing
That's just the trouble, you don't see. Well, I'll tell you what I see, shall I? The sooner my department gets control of your sanatoria, the better. Even after we've secured convictions, it's not the end of the story. We often need access to your inmates for questioning in relation to other crimes under investigation. And your doctors deny us that access. They trot out feeble excuses such as their patients are not fit for further interrogation.
That's not my concern. Our doctors are granted reasonable independence. They say that new inmates have often been inhumanly treated by your department. And from what I've heard of the Valeri tapes, I can well believe them.
Give me security. Immediately. Your pass, Suskin. Hello, security. General Nero. I want you to revoke visitor's pass number 8745 from 1350 hours. If the holder hasn't surrendered it by that time and left the building, you must carry out a full intruder search category A and place him under close arrest. Is that understood? Thank you. Here's your pass, Suskin. You have precisely 5 minutes to get your things and get out.
I specifically told you not to upset him, Suskin. There's been a flurry of memos between Nero and the Central Executive with copies to me. My head's on the block, and it's all your fault.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's no good being sorry. The whole future of this department is in the balance. My only hope is that we can salvage something of our reputation by finding out how Valeri managed to escape. Nero's going to have some pretty nasty things to say about our efficiency at the inquiry.
Which will produce a neat smokescreen for his own inefficiencies.
Nero inefficient? How?
I don't think Valeri did confess.
What?
I'm certain his trial was a sham, if indeed there was a trial.
What makes you think so?
The fact that I couldn't get hold of a transcript or a confession. For the simple reason that there was no trial and there was no confession.
But Valeri received a light sentence because he confessed.
No, Nero did the next best thing. He fixed a light sentence so that Valeri's friends would think he had confessed. It served two useful purposes. Firstly, there was a chance that it would frighten Valeri's friends into making a wrong move. And secondly, it covered up Nero's failure to obtain a confession.
Which is all very interesting, but I can't see what it has to do with Valeri's escape.
But at least we know now why he escaped. He probably thought he wouldn't be free for long, just long enough to get word to his friends that he hadn't betrayed them.
He could have written to them.
Nero thought of that, remember? He contacted the sanatorium governor direct and told him to stop all Valeri's letters.
I think you're building too much on flimsy facts. All the evidence points to a confession by Valeri.
The best piece of evidence would be the confession itself. Now, where is it? And another thing. Valeri didn't betray anyone in over 200 hours of interrogation. They used some pretty nasty methods, too.
So, what do we do now?
There's a suggestion in my latest report.
I didn't take it seriously. Neither should you.
Why not?
Well, it's a crazy idea.
Absolutely.
It's never been done before.
All the more reason for trying it out.
I'm responsible for everything that goes on in this department, and I'm certainly not prepared to accept responsibility for the consequences of your harebrained schemes.
Supposing I went ahead with it while under suspension. If anything went wrong, you could produce my suspension notice and deny all knowledge of my activities. If things turned out according to plan, we could forget the notice and you could take the credit.
You really think I could accept such a scheme?
You don't have to accept it. You will have no knowledge of what I'm up to. I've typed out my suspension notice. All it requires is your signature. You can keep it in your desk until needed.
The idea is sheer lunacy, Suskin. I can't possibly permit it.
Why not, Governor? I even went to the trouble of arriving with an armed escort.
I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to mix with the patients.
I only want to mix with one.
No.
You have no choice. All the papers are in order. I prepared them myself.
The warrant says you are to be committed for an indefinite period.
I'm prepared to remain here until I find out how Valeri escaped.
You'll be wasting your time. Whatever method he used, he kept it to himself.
I'd like to share a room with Dansky.
Impossible. He's been moved to another room with another patient.
Then move him back again.
Well, what if I refuse?
I'll have you relieved of office. The department has given me a free hand.
I shall take the matter to a tribunal and plead gross interference by security.
What have you to hide?
Hide? Oh, don't be absurd. Why should I have anything to hide?
Why should you object to accepting me as a patient?
Because you are not a genuine patient.
According to those papers, I am.
The patients will recognize you from previous visits. I don't suppose shaving off your beard will fool them.
Why not? It fooled you, and you've always seen more of me than the patients.
It only needs one patient to recognize you. It'll be all over the place in 5 minutes. Gossip is a fine art in here.
I'm prepared to chance it.
Well, I'm not. I don't want to upset our routine.
Another escape would do that nicely.
There won't be another escape.
If I found out how Valeri did it, I could always try it out myself.
That would be interesting.
Then I take it you agree.
Well, as you said, I have no choice. Besides, I'd like to see you match your wits against Valeri's.
Why the long silence, my friend?
Oh, thinking.
Oh, it does no good in this place, brooding all day. You must find something to occupy your mind.
I can't paint.
Neither could I, until I learned to treat colors like words. The difference between writing and painting is not as broad as you might think. The colors have to be of the right strength, placed in the right place, in the right sequence. What were you thinking about?
Oh, how much longer I'm likely to be stuck in this place.
It's strange how prison can fulfill man's basic needs. Food, warmth, shelter, human companionship, and even solitude. All that matters in the end is that there should be companionship. Don't you agree, my friend?
All I want to do is escape.
Escape from what? This place is only an honest version of the outside world. The walls may be cold and grey, but at least you can see them, touch them, focus your attention on them. In here, you know what your boundaries of freedom are. Outside, all is vague.
I prefer a vague outside world to this.
Your sanity is a most precious possession. You have a duty not to torment it.
My duty to my sanity, as you call it, tells me I must escape. Or at least try.
You know, you remind me of a friend who shared this room with me. He was desperate to escape from the day he arrived. Jan, dear Jan.
Jan? Jan Valeri?
Yes. You've heard of him?
Oh, only gossip. That he managed to escape.
Oh, is that what they're saying? If only they knew.
Knew what?
Do you think the sky is too dark? Perhaps a little more white here.
Knew what?
Yes, I think more white.
Look, you must tell me, how did Valeri escape?
Or is it all right as it is? Now, steady, my painting. Please, what are you doing?
How did Valeri escape?
You're tearing my smock.
I'll tell you if you don't tell me.
Tell you what? You're hurting me.
Are you going to tell me, or do I wring your neck?
My friend, you mustn't raise your hopes about escaping. It's impossible.
Valeri managed to.
Oh, you've smudged my painting. All right, I'll tell what little I know. If you promise to give up the idea of escaping, we could get on so well together.
I want to know about Valeri.
Well, before he came here, Jan was having an affair with the governor's daughter.
What?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Did Valeri tell you this?
Oh, I knew already. She came to see me before Jan was arrested.
What for? What for?
To take away the manuscript of a book I'd written.
A book?
She told me how Jan got to know her for that specific purpose. Despite that, she was very fond of him.
Yes, of course. The governor must have had quite a shock when he discovered her letters to Valeri forwarded here.
Jan never received letters.
That doesn't mean they weren't sent.
Oh, I suppose not.
What happened to him?
Well, one day the governor sent for him, and that's the last I saw of him.
And you kept quiet?
Yes.
Why?
Well, for the simple reason there's no one here to listen, unless you want to spread gossip.
Didn't you worry about him? He was your friend.
What good would worrying do? Where are you going?
I'm going to escape.
Yes?
Patient Prokop to see you, sir.
Who? Oh, yes. Send him in. Come.
Patient Prokop, sir.
Ah. Come in. Sit down. See that we're not disturbed, please.
Sir.
Well, Suskin, I was wondering when you'd want to see me. Enjoying your stay?
I found out about Valeri.
Have you indeed? Well, I think that calls for a drink.
No, thank you.
Well, you don't mind if
Go ahead. I now know the truth.
Well, you are a clever fellow. Cheers.
What did you do with the body?
Oh, really, Suskin, what did you do with the body? You sound like a cheap melodrama.
Well?
Well, as I don't know what body you're talking about, I can hardly answer your question.
You murdered Valeri when you discovered he implicated your daughter in his activities.
Well, that's a fascinating theory. Do you have any more? Or did that one exhaust you?
I'm returning today to question your daughter. Meanwhile, I'm placing the matter in the hands of the police.
Well, why should they be interested?
They're always interested in murder.
Who said there'd been a murder?
A careful search will reveal that.
Oh, I see. You'll search West Berlin, I take it?
West Berlin? Why?
Well, that would be the best place to look for Valeri.
What are you trying to tell me? That Valeri didn't escape?
I'm not trying to tell you anything. I thought you knew all the answers.
Don't play games with me, Governor. What do you know about Valeri?
He married my daughter in West Berlin yesterday.
Married her? Well, now I'm beginning to see.
Excellent. Let's drink to their future happiness. What are you doing?
Calling head office.
I'm sorry, Suskin. You're not calling anyone. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to make a call from the outer office. Now, please don't interfere. Please unlock this door.
Rule 45. The governor must ensure that the door is locked on the outside when interviewing patients in his office. I believe you wrote that rule, Suskin. Aren't you pleased your directions are carried out to the letter?
You forget I am not a patient.
Really? My word, there must be some mistake. Let me see now. No, there's no mistake. Here's the committal warrant for one William Bruchoff with an excellent photograph of you. And the papers are signed by a chap named Suskin.
But you know...
perhaps you'd like to peruse them.
No, thank you. It seems I'll have to wait until
And here's another interesting paper you ought to see.
I am not interested.
But you should be. It's a letter I've just received from the Central Executive. Well, I'll read it anyway. In accordance with the government's administrative rationalization policy, well, I like that, the chairman of the Central Executive has approved a plan by the Department of Justice to transfer responsibility for corrective treatment sanatoria from the Health Ministry to the Office of the State Prosecutor under the direction of General Nero.
Yes, sir?
Have this man return to his room?
Yes, sir.
Just think, Bruchoff. Just think what a splendid security manual you can write now. Written with inside information.
In Rules of Asylum by James Follett, Suskin was played by Vernon Joyner, the Governor, Manning Wilson, Nero, Francis de Wolfe, Dansky, Cyril Shaps, Suskin's chief, Brian Haynes, Jan, James Beattie, Anna, Caroline John, the restaurant manager, Godfrey Kenton, the librarian, Betty Huntley Wright, Alex, Neville Jason, interrogator, John Chalice, Zoe, Rosalind Slater, and the archive clerk, Diana Bishop. The play was produced by Margaret Ettle.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began when I bumped into a wonderful legend out of the past and watched that legend die before my eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know, I guess the one thing that makes a newspaper guy like me different from any other working stiff is that while a bookkeeper works with numbers, carpenter deals in wood, and the miner sweats over coal, a newspaper man, well, all he works with is people. What makes them laugh and dance in the street, what makes them cry in the night. But just the same, like most kinds of work, this has its occupational hazards, too. Being a newspaper man doesn't give you painter's colic or housemaid's knee. But sometimes it can sure do some lousy things to your heart. It was my night off. I had a date with a little blonde at the information desk. You know, the girl who tells you where to go after you tell her what you're looking for. I finally talked her into going dancing. I was supposed to pick her up at 9 o'clock. Only here it was 8:30, and I was still trying to find a flower shop to buy her a corsage. I'd walked to the edge of Skid Row when I finally spotted this place, a little florist shop in the center of a shabby office building. Looking through the window, I saw a gray-haired old lady pinning a boutonniere on the lapel of a chunky fellow in a shiny blue serge. As I came through the front door, the fellow spun around like he was expecting the worst.
Will you hold still so I can get this flower in place?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dunlap. I'm expecting somebody. I thought maybe this fellow might be the one.
All right. Now, you just stay quiet. I'll be with you in a moment, sir.
All right, there's no hurry at all.
There now. Isn't that beautiful? My husband set it aside especially for you.
Tell your husband thanks. I don't know, no matter how punk I feel, if I get a fresh flower in my lapel, it picks me up better than a shot of raw gin. How much do I owe you?
50 cents.
Here you are.
Oh, I'll pick it up. Looking upset tonight. This person you're going to meet must be quite important.
Yeah, he sure is. He's the man who's going to put me out of my misery.
What?
Sure. Tell your husband next time I need a flower, he better make it a nice white lily. Goodbye.
That fella's sure upset.
Oh, poor Tom Paxton. I've seen him like this before. He's just had a wee bit too much to drink, I'm afraid.
Tom Paxton? No.
Huh?
The rose in his lapel used to be his trademark.
Oh, do you know Tom?
Well, if he's the same one, I was never that lucky. Best I could do was worship him from a distance.
Worship Tom?
Yeah, that sounds crazy, doesn't it? 10 years ago, when I was in college, Tom Paxton was the greatest football star we'd ever had. He was one of the greatest in the country. He was a legend.
Oh, well, it can't be the same man.
I don't know. Once you get over the shock, the resemblance is there, and that rose in the lapel. I don't know, lady, but I'm going to find out. I went out the side door of the florist shop into the lobby. And there was Tom standing in the dark, pushing the button for the elevator. As I came up to him, he spun around again like it was part of an act that he always did on cue.
Are you following me?
Well, yes.
You weren't just shopping for flowers there, were you? If you're Dixie, all right. Don't play games with me. I'm tired of running away. I'm half-bats. How much of it can I take?
Now, look, I'm Randy Stone. I heard the woman call you Tom Paxton. When I went to college, there was a Tom Paxton who was just about the greatest football player who ever lived.
What are you talking about? You got me mixed up with 3 other guys.
Well, this Tom Paxton was always sporting a flower in his lapel.
There's no law against that, is there? Now, go on. Get out of here. Let me alone.
While we were talking, the light over the button of the self-operating elevator flashed on. The elevator was coming down. Well, if Tom Paxton didn't want me to bother him, I couldn't twist his arm. I turned to leave just as the elevator doors opened. Only instead of Tom stepping in, somebody else stepped out.
I was waiting for you, Paxton.
You're Dixie, aren't you?
Come again?
Aren't you?
Sure, that's where I got this southern accent.
Now, listen
Come
to me.
on. Somebody wants to see you.
Why doesn't the syndicate give me a break? Why don't they give me a chance to pay up?
I said come on.
Now, wait a minute, Buster.
You ain't invited, sport. This is one of them small affairs. Paxton, This gun in my pocket, it ain't one of them gadgets you pull the trigger and a cigarette pops out. Come on.
Tom and the mug went out to a small black sedan parked at the curb. As the car raced down the street, I ran across the lobby into Dunlop's flower shop and called the police. When the squad car arrived, I told the boys what little I knew. We found Tom's office on the 4th floor. It told me more about his life since he left college than a 600-page biography. A battered couch, a filing cabinet with nothing filed away except a half-empty bottle of gin, and a beaten-up desk that gave up a couple of old racing forms. And then on the wall behind the desk, I saw something that really grabbed my heart. A picture of the college football team, with Tom right in front with a pigskin in his arms, smiling defiantly like nothing bad could ever happen to him. I hung around after the police left. The picture made me feel low. I wondered how many beatings you had to take to go from All American to Skid Row to maybe the county morgue. Then the office door opened, and Tom was standing in the doorway. Only he looked different. He didn't seem to be so frightened anymore.
Well, I hear there were cops all over the place. What are you trying to do, get me some publicity?
Did Dixie give you a stay of execution?
No, that wasn't Dixie. Just one of Frank Burr's tough guys.
Burr, the big-shot Politico?
Yeah, that's right. Had a little assignment for yours truly.
Oh, yeah? How many times do you have to vote for him?
No, it's nothing like that. I'm going to conduct a little investigation. So you remembered the old halfback, huh?
I thought you didn't know what I was talking about.
Oh, well, I had a lot on my mind downstairs. Wasn't in any mood to chew the fat. Well, what are you doing these days?
I work on a newspaper.
Oh, is that so?
Oh.
Well, me, like you see, I went into the investigating game. It's not much of an office, but if big shots like Burr come to me, I guess it's not so bad, huh?
No, I guess not.
Say, this fella Dixie I mentioned, I don't want you to get any funny ideas about him. I just gambled a little over my head, you know, like anybody does now and then. Well, I owe the syndicate a few $1,000, so they think they can scare me by putting their hatchet men on my trail. Only if you remember Tom Paxton, no, he don't scare so easy. Right?
That's right.
And that reminds me, I better call the boys right now and tell them I'll settle up at the end of the week. You know, I don't want them losing any sleep on my account.
Well, I'll be going, Tom.
No, kid. Stick around. I'd like to talk to you, kid. About old times, eh?
All right, okay, Tom.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, kid. This is Tom Paxton. Say, look, baby, I got some good news for you. I'll be able to settle with you boys at the end of the week. Well, I know I have, but this time it's on the level. Well, now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't hang up on me. Well, now, give me a break, baby. 3 days? Oh, but I can't do the job in 3 days. No, wait, please, don't hang up. Okay. 3 days. Only tell Dixie to lay off. Yeah. Thanks, Jack. Thanks a lot. 3 days. How am I going to find him in 3 days?
Tom, is there anything I can do?
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's something you can do. You can clear out of here. So you found me out, huh? That make you feel good or something?
Oh, now, look.
Maybe if you've taken the beatings I have, maybe if you've been crossed up, stabbed in the back, slugged, cheated as many times as I have, you... Oh, what am I telling you for? Go on, get out of here.
Sure thing. So long, Tom.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, you being a reporter, you could get into records I couldn't even touch, couldn't you?
Well, I think so.
Look, if I had a week, I could do it on my own, but I've got to find him in 3 days.
Who do you have to find in 3 days?
Look, Stone, I'm not going to kid with you anymore. I've got to make good on this job Berg gave me. I've got to get that fee. If I don't, this guy Dixie will.
Who is this guy Dixie?
Well, that's what drives me nuts. Nobody knows, only the syndicate.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
No. Cops are out of my line. If I could clean this job up in 3 days, Burr will pay me $5,000, and I'll be all right. It's like I've always said. All you need in life is one good break. And after that, you can roll on your own.
Well, what about Burr?
Well, for a big shot, he's sure plenty scared. Says the newspaper's trying to destroy him.
Oh, so?
So the only way they can do it is to find somebody named John Durand.
I never heard of him.
Nobody, but not to Burr.
Well, what does Durand look like?
Well, Burr wouldn't know what he looks like today. He hasn't seen him for 25 years. I've only got one thing to go on.
Now, what's that?
John Durand is a blind man.
A big shot like Burr afraid of a helpless blind man?
Afraid? Burr's as frightened of that blind man, John Durand, as I am of my unknown pal, Dixie.
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Tom and I started work the next morning, right after he picked up a fresh, sweet-smelling rose from Mr. and Mrs. Dunlop's florist shop in the lobby. It's funny, but for Tom, a flower in his lapel was like a shot of Benzedrine. After that, we split up. I went down to the paper to have a talk with the political editor. Yes, everyone interested in clean government was trying to wash that Burr right out of their hair. But so far, nothing definite had turned up against him. Only a funny blank space in Burr's biography, a blank space that happened 25 years ago. And I got that ever-loving jackpot feeling. 25 years ago, that's when John Durand, the blind man, entered the picture. Tom and I had to find that blind man, and we had 3 days.
Randy, I'm calling from City Hall. I've checked all the city directories. No John Durand.
Oh, that's great. I visited every agency that helps the blind. Nobody's ever heard of him.
Well, what are we going to do, Randy?
What else can we do? We keep looking. He's not on any credit report. His name's never appeared on any police blotter.
Well, we're running out of time.
Well, nothing to do but keep looking.
I'm going through the records over at the county building. I can't find a trace.
We've got only 1 day left, Randy. The syndicate gave me till midnight tomorrow. What are we going to do?
What we've been doing right along. Keep looking.
The third day, we started making the rounds of all the hoodlum hangouts, the bars, the pool halls, the mangy little side street flop houses. I took one section of the city, and Tom took the other. And late that night, in one of those flop houses, I got the shock of my sweet life.
No, nobody named John Durand ever stopped here.
Well, I thought he might have stayed here under a phony name. He's a blind guy.
Yeah, I know all about him, mister.
You what?
What did this poor sucker do anyhow? Every hoodlum I know is looking for him.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. Every guy in town who'll cut a throat to earn a buck is looking for John Durand.
It was after 9 p.m. when I got back to Tom's office to break the news to him. Poor guy, he thought Burr had given him an exclusive assignment. And all the time, Burr had set up a private manhunt. He'd unleashed every mad dog in town to track down John Durand. When I got to the office, the door was open, but Tom wasn't around. I sat down to wait for him, and the phone started ringing. Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Paxton.
Well, he's not around right now. Any message?
Yes, this is Frank Burr calling.
Oh, yes.
You can tell Mr. Paxton that he can stop his search for John Durand as of now.
Does that mean you found him?
Oh, you know about it, eh?
Oh, yes, I'm helping Paxton. Did you find Durand?
No. But I know where I can find him when I want to.
I see. Well, then I guess that winds things up.
Yes. Tell Mr. Paxton, will you please?
Yeah, look, as long as it's all over with. Why have you been so anxious to catch Durand? After all, he's only a blind man, and I... Mm-hmm. I'll ask a silly question. You get a silly answer. I had just hung up the phone thinking, poor Tom, now there's no way out for him. His 3 days were just about all washed up. Now there was nobody left but his friend Dixie. And then, like I'd said a magic word or something, the door to Tom's office started slowly opening. Tom came in leading a little old guy with smoked glasses and a white cane. Tom, you found him. You found Durand.
I should be so lucky. No, this is Mr. Graham, one of the directors of the Institute for the Blind.
Hello.
How do you do?
I'm going batty, banging my head against walls. I figured maybe Mr. Graham might give us a lead. Oh, Mr. Graham, this is Randy Stone.
How do you do, sir? I hope I can be of service.
Oh, thank you, but I'm afraid it's too late, Mr. Graham.
Too late? What do you mean?
Well, Burr just called. He's found Durand. You can forget that $5,000 fee. You're fired.
And Dixie comes into the picture again. The syndicate gave me only until tonight.
Yeah, excuse me while I make a call.
Who are you calling?
About 2,000 cops.
Hang up the phone, Randy.
What are you talking about? You need them now.
Hang it up.
Don't be nuts.
All right, I'll hang it up for you.
Now, what's that for?
Calling the cops. Big deal. Maybe it would delay my trip to the morgue, but if that's the best I can get, it's no soap.
The cops would protect you?
Sure, for a week, 2 weeks, maybe even a month. But then what? Dixie would still be waiting. He's never missed an appointment.
They'd pick him up before he reached you. There's a couple of small laws about killing people.
How would they pick him up? They wouldn't even know who to look for.
Gentlemen, I seem to be intruding. If one of you will lead me to the elevator,
Oh. You lead him, Randy. Then you get on the elevator right with him. Thanks for the track.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Beat it, will you? I'm expecting a guest.
Mr. Graham, before we leave, for my own amazement, I want to ask you something.
Yes?
Can you think of any reason why a powerful man like Burr should be afraid of a helpless blind man?
Well, of course, that's hard to say.
Randy, will you get out of here, the both of you?
Unless, of course, the man saw something just before he went blind that would incriminate Mr. Burr.
Hmm?
Yes. You see, the blind never forget the last thing they see before they go blind. It stays alive in their mind until the moment they die.
Well, then, if Durand had been a witness to a crime Burr committed and then went blind...
That would indeed make him the greatest possible menace to Burr.
Well, then that's it.
Hooray for our side. A lot of good it does me now.
I can tell you how it was when I went blind. It happened quite suddenly, as the doctor said it would. I was out in the country with my family. Wildflowers everywhere. And now that my blindness has made me so overly sensitive to the lovely scent of flowers, the picture is even more real. You know, it's a strange thing about flowers.
The blind man kept talking softly, more to himself than to us. Tom had spun his swivel chair around so that he was looking out of the window. The back of his shirt collar was soaking wet. I knew the pressure was building up inside him like steam in a boiler. Absently, he'd been taking the ever-present flower from his lapel, and he was tearing it apart with nervous fingers. And then Tom's back stiffened. He was staring through the window down at the dark street. I looked over his shoulder. A big car had stopped a short way down the street. A heavy-set, well-dressed man had stepped out. As he passed under the street lamp in front of the flower shop, I recognized him from his pictures.
Burr. It's Frank Burr.
Tom's voice sounded cockeyed. I looked at him. His face was falling to pieces like an overripe melon. He was looking at the flower he'd taken from his lapel.
Mrs. Dunlop, she won't like what I'm doing to her flower. Always so proud because her husband could select sweet-scented flower. Graham, what did you say before? Now that my blindness has made me sensitive to the scent of flowers.
Yes, I see.
Mr. Dunlop, the florist.
I never had a good look at him. He was always puttering around and back.
You think?
I know. John Durand was always just downstairs in the lobby. And there's still time for me, Randy. There's still time.
As Tom raced for the door of his office, he pulled a gun out of his coat. I followed him. He went to the elevator, pressed the button a couple of times, and then decided to take the stairs instead. He looked back at me, chasing after him, and waved me back. He started down the stairs 2 at a time. I caught up with him at the second landing. I grabbed his shoulders. He tried to tear himself away.
Let me go, Randy. Let me go.
What do you mean there's still time? What are you going to do down there?
Randy, I'm telling you to let me go.
Answer me. What are you going to do?
Sure, I'll answer you, overboy. What do you think Burr was going to pay me $5,000 for? Just to give him Durand's address so he could send him nasty letters? No, there was one other little item I didn't tell you about. I not only had to find Durand, I had to make sure nobody else found him. I had to kill him.
Oh, Tom, you're kidding. A helpless blind man?
Oh, Burr thinks I'm the man for the job. He told me I was the ideal choice.
Tom, you're not that kind of a man.
Who says so? You think this is still the old football team with a lot of nice rules so nobody gets hurt too bad? This is the jungle, Rover Boy. It's dog eat dog all the way down the line. Now let me go.
No.
I said let me go.
He broke away and took off the stairs again. But Tom had put on a lot of fat since college days, and walking the night beat had kept me lean. I caught up with him just as we reached the lobby.
Randy, I'm telling you to lay off of me. Now leave me alone.
You're going to listen to reason.
All you need is one good break. Well, this is mine, and I'm going to take it. Now let me go.
You're crazy. I can't let you do it.
You'll have to let me do it, Randy. You're just going to have to let me do it.
Tom brought the gun barrel down on my head. My knees turned to ginger beer. I reached for the wall to keep from falling, but the wall fell right with me. I tried to cry out, but all I could manage was a wheeze. Helplessly, I watched Tom with the gun still in his hand go through the lobby entrance into the florist shop.
Oh, Tom. What on earth are you doing with that gun?
At that moment, the front door opened, too, and Mr. Burr came into the shop also carrying a gun.
Don't do that.
What a spot for a chorus of Auld Lang Syne.
What's going on? Mr. Paxton, what is this?
Is the job still mine?
A smug little smile crossed Burr's face as he put his own gun away.
Sure, why not, Paxton? A deal's a deal. He's in back working on his flowers. But it'll have to be her, too.
Oh.
Okay.
No! Please! Tom!
Tom raised his gun as old lady Durand started running for her husband. And then Tom seemed to hesitate, like something was going through his mind.
Go on. What are you waiting for?
Maybe Tom was thinking about his last 10 years on Skid Row when he'd never done one decent thing, and maybe he thought it was time to start.
Go ahead and get it over with, Paxton.
Suddenly, Tom swung the gun away from the cowering Durands and began shooting. There wasn't even time for that smug smile to leave Burr's face as Burr slowly crumbled to the floor. After that, everything started getting foggy for me. By the time the police arrived and splashed cold water on my face, Tom had gotten away, disappeared into the night. Burr was dead, and now John Durand wasn't afraid to talk. 25 years before, Burr had been a punk in the rackets. There'd been a bombing. One man killed, John Durand blinded. And the picture Durand carried in his mind, the last thing he saw before the lights went out forever, was Burr throwing that bomb. After that, Durand was afraid Burr had tried to finish the job, so he changed his name and went into hiding. I told the cops about the gambling syndicate that had been hounding Tom, and they went after the boys. And all in all, it was quite an evening. Then around 3:30 in the morning, while I was sitting up in my office trying to bat out my night beat story, my telephone started ringing. Yeah.
Randy, this is Tom.
Tom, hey, where are you?
Never mind, I'm okay. I just wanted to let you know you were pretty good to me, kid.
Listen, every cop in the city's looking for you.
Well, they can look until Christmas. It won't do them any good. I've got a hideout that they couldn't find with radar.
How come?
It's like I've always said, all you need is one good break. I got mine right out of a clear blue sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real square. Met him at a bar. Didn't know where to turn. This guy buys me a drink. Says I look like I could stand a good meal and a place to sleep. He thinks I just blew into town and I'm down and out. Now he says I can stay here as long as I like. He's in the next room, so I gotta make this call short.
Tom, I tell you, you're crazy for hiding out. The police will give you a break.
Now, says who?
I'm telling you they will.
And even if they did, what about the syndicate? What about Dixie?
There isn't any more syndicate. Most of those hoodlums are already sitting in jail.
What? Dixie, too?
No, but they'll have him soon enough. Now they've got a description of him. They know who to look for.
Look, I gotta hang up. This guy's liable to pop in any second, but just for the records, what does Dixie look like?
He's an ordinary fella. He wears glasses, even. He's got gray hair. Looks more like an insurance man than a hoodlum.
Dixie looks like that.
The only two distinguishing marks, according to the police, is that thumb is missing from his left hand.
Randy, has he got a white scar under his eye?
How did you know that?
Look, Randy, the guy that took me to this hideout, the guy that gave me the break, he's Dixie.
What? Where are you? Quick, tell me.
Oh, he's coming, Randy.
Tom.
No. No. No.
Tom. Tom. Operator. 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 Yeah. Like Tom always said, all you need is one good break. Sure, a nice, pleasant morrow coming right up. Well, maybe not so pleasant. Tom had been dead a long time before Dixie caught up with him. Tom had died when he found out he wasn't always going to be a hero, the guy on top of the heap. What is there about people that they've got to be number one or they won't play? What's so bad about being number 2 or number 3? Why does life have to be one great victory after another? What's so fancy about us that we can't afford to fall on our face every so often? The fellow who said, God, give me the strength to fail, really had something. And besides, not making the top of the heap has its compensations, too. It's a lot less lonely down here among us also, Rand. Copy, boy.
Night Beat. A dramatic series stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Night Beat is distributed exclusively by Nostalgia Broadcasting Corporation, Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Can't Be Love. The other night, some friends of mine were arguing as to whether first impressions or last impressions are the more important. Well, I say last impressions, at least when it comes to mealtime. For I think it's the dessert you're most likely to remember. And if that dessert is Jell-O, believe me, the memory is a mighty pleasant one. For Jell-O is so temptingly good to look at and so deliciously good to eat. Those 6 glowing colors are cheerful and gay. And those 6 delicious flavors are filled with extra rich fruit goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Every one tastes as inviting as the real ripe fruit itself. That's why everybody enjoys Jell-O. That's why it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. So remember, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was This Can't Be Love, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who, after lying flat on his back for 3 days with a bad cold, threw off the covers and said, "Good heavens, it's Sunday. The show must go on."
Them was my words, exactly.
So now we bring you that heroic personality, that rugged thespian, that grand old trooper, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, that red-nosed flugee with a sniff. And, Don, just as you say, I deserve a lot of credit for coming down here tonight. No matter how an actor feels, his first duty is to his public.
Oh, you're right, Jack, and I'm mighty proud of you.
Why, Don, I've always been like that. I remember one time when I was playing vaudeville in Peoria, Illinois. And even though I had hay fever and I was following the Goldenrod Trio, I went on and did that show just the same.
Well, that was a real test, Jack.
But no kidding, Don. For the last 3 days, I've been a pretty sick boy. And if it hadn't been for my physician, Dr. Jerome Schmink, I doubt that I'd be here today.
Dr. Schmink? Why, Jack, I know him, but he's not a physician. He's a chiropodist.
A chiropodist?
Yes.
Oh, well, that explains it.
Explains what?
Well, the minute he came into my room, he said, "Open your mouth, say ah, and take off your shoes." Now I understand.
Well, how was he, Jack? Did he take good care of your cold?
Well, Don, my cold isn't completely cured, but my corns feel wonderful. Anyway, I should have known he was a foot doctor. When he went to take my pulse, he had his watch in one hand and my ankle in the other. Well, I guess we all make mistakes.
Hello, hero. How's the brave little soldier tonight?
Well, I wouldn't joke about it, Phil. My illness was much more serious than you think.
It was, huh?
Yes. My doctor told me that if my cold was one germ worse, I'd have found out if angels have dirty faces.
You mean you'd have found out if the devil was a sissy?
Listen, Phil, if you were as sick as I was, you wouldn't be clowning about it tonight, believe me.
Well, I know you were sick. I came to visit you, didn't I?
Sure you did. You knew I had a cold, so you figured I'd have a bottle of whiskey around. That's why.
Yeah, and that was some stuff you had, too. Wow.
Yeah, what was the matter with it?
I took one drink and my inlays did the Lambeth walk.
Well, it serves you right. And incidentally, Phil, I want to thank you very much for the lovely gift you sent me. That was sweet.
Yeah, wasn't it? What was it, Jack?
Well, I happened to tell Phil I was sick as a dog, and he sent me a can of kennel ration.
Kennel ration?
Yeah, I didn't mind that so much, but Rochester made me an omelet out of it. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Is your cold better?
Not much, Kenny. But as weak as I was today, I jumped out of bed, grabbed a taxicab, and rushed down here to the studio. And why did I do it?
I don't know. Is it because you're a ham?
No, and don't be so fresh. And another thing, Kenny, at least you could have come to see me while I was sick.
Well, yeah, Kenny, you should have gone there just for laughs.
What laughs?
Now, Phil.
When I went up to see Jack, he was wearing a nightgown.
A nightgown? Gee.
Well, certainly I was wearing a nightgown. It creeps up around my neck where my cold is and keeps me warm. There's nothing wrong with that.
You should have seen him, fellas. He looked like old Mother Hubbard.
Phil, one more crack out of you, and I'll go to the cupboard and tear up your option. I was talking to Kenny, so you keep out of it.
Oh, boy. I'll bet you were a riot in your nightgown.
Yeah, Kenny, if you'll come out of your hysterics for a minute, I'd like to ask you who won that Thanksgiving turkey you were selling tickets on last week.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
Oh, a fellow by the name of Baker. Kenneth L. Baker.
Oh, I see. Just a racket, huh? You sold me a ticket and gypped me out of 50 cents. You know what that means?
Yes, Barnum was right.
Tomorrow, when you get your check, think of Barnum. You know, Kenny, I'm really surprised, you of all people. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How do you feel?
Mary, you can't possibly realize what an effort it was for me to come to work today. I was in a very critical condition.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. Here you were sick in bed for 3 days, and you wouldn't even hire a nurse.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I had a nurse, and you know it.
A fine nurse.
Well.
All you did was paint a red cross on Rochester's coat.
Well, Mary, I would have had a regular nurse, but I just couldn't find the right one.
Well, of course you couldn't.
What was wrong, Mary?
Jack wanted a Cuban girl so he could get free rumba lessons.
Oh, Mary, don't try to get laughs out of my illness. Yeah, I hardly slept a wink all week.
Well, how could you with all those silver dollars in your mattress?
Well, you can all kid about my sickness, but it was lucky for me that Rochester knows something about medicine. He was the only one who thought of putting a mustard plaster on my chest.
Is it still there?
Yes.
Say, Jack, did he save your chest before he put the plaster on?
No, he didn't. Why?
Oh, brother, I hope I'm there for the unveiling.
Say, that's right. Darn that Rochester. Now, how am I going to get this mustard plaster off?
Oh, I'll help you, Jack. It'll only take a minute.
No, not now, Doc.
Oh, I've done this a lot of times. Now unbutton your shirt.
Well, okay.
This may hurt a little, Jack.
Oh, go ahead, Don. I can take it. You're dealing with a he-man.
He-man? Hey, Mary, you want to hear something?
What?
When I went over to see Jack, he was wearing a nightgown.
I know. He borrowed it from me.
Now, Mary, you promised you wouldn't say a word about it.
No kidding, Mary. Was that really your nightgown?
Now, listen.
Sure. Didn't you see the letters ML on it? Mary Livingston.
Well, I'll be darned. Jack told me that stood for men's lingerie.
Oh, keep quiet, you two. I want to get this mustard plaster off. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. Now, steady, Jack.
Yeah.
Steady.
Ooh, gee. Ow! Ooh. Take it easy, Don.
Gee, this is more fun than Ocean Park.
Wait a minute, Don. Better not monkey with it.
Say, Jack, let me try it. I can do it so you won't even feel it.
Oh, no, you don't, Phil.
Come on, Jack. Now, it's not going to hurt a bit. Come here.
Well, all right, Phil. But if I feel one thing...
Now, there you are. It didn't hurt a bit.
Didn't hurt? Why, you idiot, you might have killed me.
You better sing, Kenny. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, look at me. There isn't a hair on my chest.
The tattooed lady is gone, too.
It is? Darn you, Harris. I'll have to be redecorated.
Dream a reality.
singing, yet my heart was lonely, till I found you were so near me in my
was My Reverie, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, ooh, my chest still hurts. Darn you, Phil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before introducing our play, I would like to announce that next Sunday night we are going to do our broadcast from Radio City, New York. And the whole gang of us are going to be there. And aren't we, fellas?
We are. I don't know about you.
Oh, I'll be there. Gee, it's going to be nice to see New York again.
But, Jack, if you've got such a bad cold, what are you going to New York for? I understand they're having pretty bad snowstorms back there.
Makes no difference, Don. I've got to be there next week.
Well, what's all the rush about? What's so important?
There's a sale at Macy's.
That's not the only reason I'm going. I've got an appointment with a big New York producer. You know, fellas, you know, the Shakespearean cycle is on again in New York. And, no, really, and this producer, he wants me to appear in Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet?
Yes.
You couldn't be a flower pot on the balcony.
Well, Phil, whether you like it or not, that's the play I'll probably do on Broadway. And I'm quite positive I'm going to be Romeo.
With my nightgown, you could be Juliet.
All right. You wait till next week. You'll see. And now, folks...
Oh, boy, New York. Say, I haven't been there in 2 years.
2 years, huh?
Yeah. Say, I bet the Empire State Building is wearing long pants now.
Yes, Kenny, and the Chrysler Building just had pups. And now, folks...
I don't know anything about pups, but I do know that men, women, and children are crazy about Jell-O. It's tempting, economical, and easy to make, so look for the big red letters on the box.
Don, that's positively amazing. When you started out, I didn't even suspect that you were going to talk about Jell-O.
You didn't?
I did.
Well, it just goes to show you. But what, I don't know. And now, folks, we must go on with our play. This being the climax of the football season, tonight we will bring you our annual drama of the Gridiron, entitled Hold That Line, or One Moment, Please. Now, once again, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous football coach. Kenny Baker will be right end, Phil Harris left end, and Don Wilson will be the backfield.
Now, hold on a minute, Jack. Hold on, Jack. When the whistle blows, the backfield has to spread out.
Well, you've been doing all right up to now. Now, let me see.
Say, Jack, am I going to be in the football play?
Yes, Mary, you're going to be a beautiful co-ed watching the game way up in the grandstand.
Oh, no, I want to be down on the field where the dialogue is.
Well, I don't know, Mary. We let you in the game last year, and every time the players went in a huddle, they came out with lipstick on. Now, you can't play.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you got a fat chance of winning the game without Butch Livingston.
Oh, all right, Butch, but if you're going to play, take off that silly hat. Lest the cheering section give you the Bronx salute. You ought to see this one, folks. It looks like a plate of borscht. It's even got 2 potatoes in it. And now, folks, while we all get into our uniforms, Phil Harris and his uneducated collegians will play... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is your nurse talking.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I was a little worried, so I thought I'd call up and see how you're feeling.
Well, that's very thoughtful, Rochester. I'm feeling fine.
You are? My.
Well, what's the matter? What are you my-mying about?
Oh, nothing. See you later, boy.
Now, wait a minute. Why were you surprised when I told you I was feeling fine?
Well...
Well, what?
You know that cough medicine I've been giving you all week?
Yes, what about it?
You ain't never gonna have dandruff in your stomach.
Good heavens, Rochester, did you give me that hair tonic? I told you 1,000 times to read the label.
I told you 1,000 times I can't read.
Well, you should get glasses.
That ain't gonna help any.
Well, never mind that. I'll see you tonight. So long.
So long, boy.
Hey, wait a minute. You know that mustard plaster you put on me this morning?
Yes.
Well, I had an awful time getting it off. Why didn't you shave my chest first?
Shave you?
Yes.
Look, boss, I don't mind being a butler, a chauffeur, and a nurse, but when I get a razor in my hand, it's for defensive purposes only.
All right, I'll take this up with you tonight. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute, boss. Am I going to New York with you?
Yes, Rochester, you're going.
Hold everything, Harlem. Here comes your sun-kissed orange blossom.
All right, go get excited. Goodbye. How do you like that, fella? Isn't that awful? I've been drinking hair tonic all week.
Well, that won't hurt you. Look at my guitar player. He's the picture of hell.
Yes, but if you ever take that stool out from under him, watch out. Go ahead and play, Phil. We've got a long sketch to do. That was Girlfriend of the Whirling Dervish, played by a boyfriend of anyone who's got a girlfriend. And now for our football play, Hold That Line. The scene is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of Toboggan Slide, Indiana. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. The coach is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain music. Now listen, men. In this last half, we got to get in there and fight. Don't be discouraged. Why, that other team are a bunch of spineless jellyfish. Why, they're yellow.
Yeah, but we're black and blue.
Oh, let's not get technicolor. Now listen, men. We've never won a game from Meatball Tech, but today it's a cinch.
What do you mean, a cinch? The score's 65-0 in their favor.
Well, we're still young, aren't we? Now, we can win this game if you guys will put a little pep into it, especially you, Harris. In the second quarter, you had a marvelous chance for a touchdown, and you stopped right in the middle of the play to comb your hair. What was the idea?
Well, I want to look good in the newsreel.
Oh, you do, eh? And incidentally, I hate show-offs. The next time you get the ball, run with it. Don't truck on down.
Well, I got rhythm.
Never mind. And you, Wilson.
Oh, I'm sorry about that one fumble, Coach.
One fumble? I thought you were playing drop the handkerchief. And you, Butch.
What is it, Coach?
You're a great help, too. In the last play, you were penalized 15 yards for holding.
Well, he was handsome.
Handsome, eh? I wouldn't care if he was Clark Gable. We're playing football.
Gee whiz, Coach, I'm doing the best I can.
I'll say you are. We haven't played a team this fall that you haven't given your phone number to.
Well, it's a long winter.
Fine bunch of athletes.
Hey, Coach.
What do you want, Baker?
You remember when I was running past the 40-yard line and I dropped the ball?
Yes.
Then I picked it up and dropped it again?
Yes.
And then I picked it up?
Yes.
And then I dropped it again?
Well, what about it?
Wasn't that aggravating?
It certainly was. And incidentally, Baker, what's the idea of playing football in a sailor suit?
I thought it might rain.
Oh. Well, I'm not taking any chances in the second half. I'm going in the game myself.
Hooray!
Okay, man, now let's get out in the field and give them a real game. Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Butch.
Okay.
Maybe it's an offer to play Notre Dame.
Oh, Jack, this wire's from New York. It's from the Acme Hotel on 14th Street.
14th Street, huh? What does it say?
It says, can offer you excellent accommodations during your stay in New York. Rate $6 a week. Bath on every floor. Just follow the arrow.
Well.
Can give you a lovely room overlooking a tomcat.
Tomcat?
Above rate includes a continental breakfast consisting of a New England boiled dinner.
Oh, I see.
Signed, Anxious.
That sounds attractive. $6 a week. But it's really too far from everything. You know?
Hey, Coach, what about the football game?
That's right. Now remember, men, let's get out in that field and fight. We'll win this game, or my name ain't Flash Benny.
Here we are, folks. The score is 65-0, and the second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team. Flatfoot is going to kick off the Meatball, and the crowd is on pins and needles.
Don't they have seats here?
Shut up.
And there's the whistle. They're lining up. Flash Benny is about to kick off.
On your toes, men.
He's running toward the ball, and there's the kick.
Darn it, I forgot to blow it up. Give me another ball, fellas. Here's the watermelon, Coach. I don't want that. We haven't used a watermelon since we played Alabama. Hey, Wilson, give me that ball you've got.
Oh, no, it's mine, and I want to kick it.
All right, you big baby. I hope you stub your toe. Baker, you hold the ball for the kick.
Okay.
There they go, folks. A new ball is being held in place by Baker. Big boy Wilson is about to kick off, and here comes the kick. Wow, what a kick!
Gee, that ball looks awfully big.
That's me!
Penny, come down here!
Wilson missed the ball and kicked Baker. Meatball receives Baker on their own 40-yard line.
That's your fault, Wilson.
What's this? It's a fumble, and Flatfoot recovers the ball. Take it away, field.
All right, fellas, we got the ball. Now, here's our chance to pay off the mortgage and get our dean back from the finance company.
Let him stay there.
That's a fine spirit. Now, listen, Wilson. When the ball is snapped to me, I'll throw it to Harris. He'll pass it to you, and instead of going through center, you run around your own end. What are you laughing at?
You better take lunch. It'll be a long trip.
Never mind that. We'll try this play for a touchdown. Now get in there, Harris, and give those signals.
I'm sorry, Coach. I forgot them.
Forgot the signals?
So did I.
Fine thing. What'll we do now?
Let's change partners and dance.
No, that won't do. I know. I'll call the signals myself. Come on, men. This is our one big chance.
They come out of the huddle. They're lining up now. Flash Benny is at quarter.
All right, men. Signals. 1 for the money, 2 for the show. I'll take the ball, and away we go.
I got it. Benny has the ball. He passes it to Wilson. Wilson fumbles it, and Benny recovers, and there goes Benny down the field. What a burst of speed. Look at him. Wow.
Oh, my chest.
Wow, can that boy run? Look at him go. 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards. And here comes Seabiscuit. They're turning for home. It's Seabiscuit in front by a nose. War Admiral second by a length and a half. And here comes Benny on the outside. They're in the stretch. It's going to be a driving finish, folks. Seabiscuit and Benny are neck and neck. They're nose to nose. Benny sticks out his tongue, but it doesn't help. And here comes a white horse on the outside. Hi-ho, Feather! Oh, what excitement! And here's the finish, folks. It's the Lone Ranger first by a length and a half. The Giant second. Benny third. And Louis the 14th.
Ah, what a game, folks. What a program.
What a waste of time.
You said it. Play, Phil.
If you want your husband to take you to the movies after dinner tomorrow night, here's a dessert that is guaranteed to put him in a swell good humor. It's the new Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding, and it's a dish your whole family will go for. For Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding has that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor. It's rich and creamy with a tempting taffy color and a flavor that's mellow and smooth. It's a treat from your first spoonful to your last, and it's only one of 3 new treats, 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O Vanilla Pudding, made from real vanilla, delicate, creamy, and delicious. And Jell-O Chocolate Pudding, rich and chocolatey. All 3 bring you real homemade goodness, for they're made with the same fine, wholesome ingredients you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen. And all 3 are amazingly quick and easy to prepare with just a few minutes cooking. Simple directions are in every package. Buy 3 packages at a time. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O Butterscotch, Vanilla, and Chocolate Pudding.
The last number of the 9th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Radio City, New York.
Say, Jack, you better buy some galoshes. You better buy some galoshes. You know it's snowing in New York.
Oh, I won't need them. I'll have Rochester carry me piggyback. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
This Can't Be Love is from the boys from Syracuse. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky. Thrown into a homicidal picnic where I get pushed around. And speaking about lumps and stuff reminds me of another form of homicide. The football racket. Started one night at Artie's pool palace. As I ankle toward the cue rack, I see a monster-type guy moving toward me. His eyes are full of things to say. I put the cue away, and when he was close enough, looked right down his necktie.
Fortune?
I ain't Liberace, kid. Who are you and what's on your mind?
Jerry Brady, and I got trouble.
What's my handmaiden doing for you?
Plenty. Look, I'm in a spot.
Oh, yeah, I place you, Jerry Brady. Best quarterback in pro football. Yeah, you're in a spot. You can lead the Bombers to a championship tomorrow night, for which you'll get a fat bonus.
Maybe tomorrow never comes.
What's eating you, Brady?
Bert Addison.
Bert Addison? What's the big wheel got to do with you?
He owns the Tigers.
So?
Look, Fortune, it ain't like I was an angel. I done business with Addison a long time ago. I blew a few games for him when I was in college. Got some long green and was forgotten. Then I signed up with the Bombers. Since I've been playing for Pat Casey, I've been straight. Now Addison's after me.
The fix, huh?
What else? Wants me to meet him at his joint, the Silver Cradle, at 9.
How do I fit in this thing?
I understand you and Addison had it out before. Figures you won or you wouldn't be around. Gonna turn him down cold. I want you around to make sure I get out with all my arms and legs.
What's it worth?
500 clams.
Kid, you got a new block and back. I'll meet you at 9.
What'll it be, Buster? Hey, you're Jerry Brady. What a ball player. It's on the house. What do you drink?
Where's Addison?
No offense, Brady. The boss is back in his office.
Thanks a lot, Buster.
Come in.
Couple hours early, aren't you, Brady?
Yeah, I wanted to talk without Casey.
Bert Addison's always ready to talk. Let's get to the point. We've done business before. How much do you want to call wrong plays all night?
50 grand.
That's a lot of dough.
That's my price.
Bet that on my Tigers at 3-1. You can wind up a rich boy.
Is it a deal or ain't it?
Yeah, Brady. I'll give you 25 now, the rest after the game.
All of it, big man. You got no worries. Your team, your odds, 2 quarterbacks working for you.
Don't get too bright, Brady.
Look, Addison. I'm out for the big chill.
You want to count it?
No. One thing before I go. I may be back at 9. If I am, play along with whatever I do. Get it?
You're running the plays, but you better not fumble.
Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger speaking.
Hiya, hey.
Oh, it's you, Fortune. What's on your perverted mind?
You made a boo-boo, Sarge, and I was just ready to cut you in on something grandiose.
Your heart bleeds with the milk of human kindness.
Sarge, I was going to give you a bed warmer for your birthday.
Come on. I ain't got all night.
I latched on to a new job. I'm a bodyguard.
You a bodyguard. You mean a babysitter, don't you?
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, babysitter, but except this big-headed kid is bouncing for 500 smackaroos.
500? If you're working by the pound, you must be on Farouk's payroll.
Nope, I've been retained by a mud and cleat boy, Jerry Brady.
Mr. Football, huh? What do you want me to do, guard you?
Sometimes you're as precocious as Bonzo, Sarge.
Very funny. Well, if you're through guessing, I'm going to hang up.
Now, wait a minute, Finger. This may be something big. I'm meeting Brady at the Silver Cradle at 9. We got a date with Bert Addison. He tried to buy Brady off, and we're turning him down.
So what do you want from me?
Just wanted you to know. Thought you could call me at home later, make sure I was tucked in for the night.
Ain't that nice. Baby Rocky wants me to tell him a bedtime story. Get lost.
You're a real live doll, Sarge. But I'll wait with bated breath till I hear your blue little lips flapping in a couple hours. Bye now. A few minutes later, the cab dumped me off 1 block from the Silver Cradle. As I moved down the street, I saw 3 figures huddled together, a short distance from the club. One was young, thick-chested, with a yard of shoulder, Jerry Brady. The other was older, stoop-shouldered and wiry. I'd seen him before, too. It was Pat Casey. The third party, oops, her clothes fit her like another layer of skin. I moved up to him, and Brady saw me first.
Hey, Fortune, over here. This is Pat Casey and his daughter, Nora.
Glad to meet you.
Hello.
Hiya.
I told Pat all about Addison. He's coming in with us, okay?
Sure.
You met Addison before, didn't you, Fortune? The hockey scandal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Me and the big wheel were playmates.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, then. And remember, Jerry, let me and Fortune shoot off our faces.
The boss will see you guys. He's in the back office.
Thanks for nothing. Let's go.
Come in. Have a seat. Smoke? Drink, perhaps?
We're not the Kefauver committee. Start talking.
I don't have a thing to say.
I do. I'm going to run your Tigers right out of the stadium.
You're just the guy who could do it. You know something, Brady? I was going to try to make a fix.
Look, Addison, no filthy bottom-of-the-barrel scum like you will get his hooks into this kid.
Tell him we've done business before, Brady.
I know about that, too, you parasite.
Okay, get out of here.
About your temper, Mr. Addison.
Still a funny little hired troubleshooter, eh, Fortune?
Your tonsils are out of tune, Addison.
You crumbs can leave now. And take that cheap crook quarterback with you.
Take one more step, Addison, and I'll bust you back. I did you a favor once, and I was paid. That was the end of it. I'm going to win with the Bombers tomorrow. You and no one else will stop me.
Oh, Brady.
We caught a cab outside of the Silver Cradle and journeyed uptown like relatives in the last funeral car. Nora Casey sat next to Brady and caressed his hand gently. It did nothing for him, but it made me very nervous. After all this glib repartee, the cab stopped in front of the St. Francis Hotel. Casey bid us goodnight, and as he turned to go inside, his mind seemed to leave his face. We moved on. All the way to Brady's joint, he kept talking so much about Casey, I kind of wished he was my father. We reached Brady's apartment at the Regis Hotel.
Good night, Nora.
I thought we'd have a bite.
I got some things to do. Letters, you know.
What's the matter, Jerry? I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing wrong, baby. I just want to be alone.
But I thought we...
Please, Nora. Some other time, huh? Thanks, Fortune.
Your $500 welcome, pal.
Will you see Nora home?
I'll be looking all the way. Where to, Nora?
Drexel Apartments.
Drexel Apartments, cabby. There's nothing worse than to listen to a dame crying over another guy. I played like Mr. Anthony and went for Nora's whole hype. I turned down another drinking invite, took a rain check and phone number, and then headed home. I grabbed myself a quick belt and dropped into my favorite chair, and I was getting ready to doze off. Yeah,
How did your date with Brady and Addison go?
I'm home, ain't I?
It was Casey with you.
Sure, happy boy. So was his daughter.
It's 11:30 now. What time did you leave him?
Brady, his whistle-bait daughter, and me dropped him off at the St. Francis Hotel about 9:30. Why?
They found Casey bouncing around the pavement a half hour ago. You better come down here. Look, Fortune, the heat's on, and I ain't playing. Wit is one thing, murder's another. And you, as usual, are right in the middle of it. Now, I want some answers.
Okay.
How do you fit in the picture?
Brady hired me to keep him in one piece.
Who was going to break him?
I don't know. Bert Addison, maybe. Brady and Casey turned him down cold. There were a few words, and Casey belted Addison in the kisser.
I never thought it was suicide, anyhow. We better visit Addison.
Yeah. If Potbelly and his boys did it, they're cooling off. The thing to do is to watch Brady. The helmet kid is next if he don't play ball. And I know he won't go for the fix.
Yeah, well, let's go see him.
You make it, Sarge. I want to look around a bit. Got the world on a string. Da-da-dee-da-da-da.
Hold it, Fortune. This ain't no pipe in your back. First come, Jack.
I got his water gun, Pete.
What's this, a heist?
We're going to take a ride, chum.
My two playmates are over 6 well-stacked feet. Solid muscle extended from the feet right up between the ears. I had a hunch about him, but no one to tell it to, so I make like Jack Horner. A few minutes later, we stopped in front of a swelling apartment house. I get hustled upstairs and shoved into a seat. Pete went into the next room to get the boss.
We meet again, Fortune.
Yeah. You may be a big wheel of these crumbs, but you're just a tinker-tatter to me, Addison.
Look, Fortune, you're an honest guy. You're legit and
Flattery gets you no place.
I respect you, and for
I didn't know you cared, Sheriff.
This is one time I'm playing it your way.
It looks like it.
Give him his gun.
What do I do now? Play heroics?
Look, Fortune, I've done lots of things. I play close to the law.
A mile outside.
All right, but I'm no murderer. I'm offering you a job.
For instance?
Find Casey's murderer. I'm being penciled in for a frame. I didn't have to knock him off. I had my deal. Tell him, Pete.
I work at the bar at the Cradle till 8. Bertie came in a little after 7 and saw the boss.
So what?
I don't expect you to believe me. I laid $50,000 on him. He was going to call wrong plays all night. He came back with you and Casey to make it look good.
What are you building?
Take a look at these.
$100,000 worth of bets on the Tigers. So what?
I bet that loot at 8:15 p.m. after I met Brady.
Why do you want to hire me?
I can't afford a bum rap. Find the thing.
I might wind up at your back door.
What's the tariff?
5 G's. All counted with your pudgy little fingers.
That's cheap.
You're on a level.
Well, count it.
You mean I can leave without lumps or anything?
Yeah.
Hey. I'd like to do something before I go.
Name it.
I didn't like the way he frisked me. I'll check with you at the cradle, fat boy. I grabbed a one-eyed cab that was creeping up the street and headed for the St. Francis Hotel. I wanted to find out about Casey's bounce. I laid a sawbuck on the desk clerk for which he tipped me onto a bellboy named Perkins. Perkins, it seems, had a tidbit to talk about, and I found him down in the service department. Are you Perkins?
What's even you, Dad?
Conversation?
I don't gas with no strangers. Blow time.
Tell me about Casey.
I ain't talking till I see my lawyer.
Tried his double sawbuck for size.
Yeah, okay, man. Casey called for ice water. I breeze up in 5 minutes, and as I reach the door, I hear yakking, so I listen. Some square's coming on real strong. Tells Casey they can make a big killing. But Casey starts singing the cop blues. Then I hear scuffling and a window opening, and then quiet. I got scared and took off down the hall.
What time was that?
Somewhere near 10, maybe later.
Did you see anyone? 20 more do it?
Love that long green.
Start singing.
Saw Jerry Brady come out of the room.
Brady, huh?
Yeah?
Look, hipster. I'm no patsy, and I don't dig hypos late on me. I'm no square, and I get mad easy. Brady was with me at 10 at his hotel.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. I'm fragile. So he's got an alibi. But I saw Brady. Now do me something.
All right, Bob, you saw Brady. Tell the cops the same tale. I left Perkins, grabbed a cab, and headed to the Regis Hotel apartments. I wanted to check on Brady. I called his apartment from the lobby. He was out. When the desk clerk slapped his eyes back to the racing form, I slipped upstairs to his room. I turned the joint upside down and came up with a couple of needles in a haystack. Headed back to the lobby where I made 3 calls. A, Nora Casey. I needed her for the bait. B, Sergeant Finger. I needed him for the cloak and dagger bit. C, Bert Addison. He was right about the $50,000, and I wanted to deliver his fink. They said they'd meet me right away. Hi, Nora.
I'm worried sick. What's the matter? Your call sounded so urgent, and after what happened to Dad, I'm afraid, Rocky.
Look, you'd like to see this thing cleared up, wouldn't you, honey?
Well, how can you... Of course I would.
Well, then you gotta help me, but tears ain't gonna make it.
What do you want me to do?
You gotta play a scene. Just do like I tell you. If you do it, we can clear this whole thing up.
I'll do it.
Good. Now, look, Brady should be back in a couple of minutes. We'll give him time to get up to his apartment, then you go up and play like nothing's happened.
But what has happened?
I'm not sure yet, but you gotta trust me. Wait a minute. There goes Brady now. Look, we'll give him time to get upstairs.
I don't understand you. You don't think Jerry... Why, Rocky, you can't think...
I said you have to trust me.
I do.
Good. Now go on up. And just be yourself. If things jam up, I'll be around.
Who is it?
It's Nora, Jerry.
Just a minute. Nora, baby, come in.
I called you earlier from the police station.
Yeah, well, I must have been having dinner.
Are you, going somewhere?
Packing stuff I won't be needing.
All your clothes?
After tomorrow, I'll be getting some new stuff. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm just being a woman, I guess. You didn't pack my picture.
Oh. Well, I was saving that for last.
What's happened to us, Jerry?
How was that for sight?
I don't know.
Never kissed you like that before, did I?
Felt like I never kissed you before.
Hello? Hello?
What's keeping you?
I'm on my way. Where you going, Nora?
I'm going to freshen my makeup. Smeared it.
Who you talking to?
The love of my life. Nora Casey. What's the address?
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3.
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. Be there right away.
Got the money?
Yeah.
See you.
Come here, Cuddles.
No. Oh,
How does that feel?
it's hurting me.
If you don't do what I tell you, I'll mash every bone in your pink little body. Understand, baby?
I needn't tell you, I lost my guts when we got up to Brady's apartment. It looked pretty helpless until Potbelly Addison discovered Nora's message. With lipstick, she scrawled an address on the bathroom medicine cabinet. 123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. We sprinted out of the room, made an express out of the elevator, dodged through the lobby, and barreled into the patrol car. All the way over to 24th Street, I felt like a drunk ready to pass up the next round. Fingers sat like a stone sphinx, and Fatso Addison fooled with a cigarette with nervous fingers. I just couldn't keep my numb mind off apartment 3.
Please don't hit me anymore.
Who sent you up to that hotel room?
No one.
All right, let's try it again. Who sent you up to that...
Look at him again. Hey, what's with her?
Yeah, she's on the verge of talking, ain't she, doll? Talk to Moose and me.
Please leave me alone.
Hey, look at lady. I'll squash your skull, and I ain't kidding. Who sent you up?
Told you. I told you the truth.
Hey, if that's the cops, lady, she passed out. Put her on the bed. I'll get the door. Who is it?
Old Addison.
What you want?
I want to talk to Brady.
Let him in.
Hey, what is this?
Okay, Muscle Brain, get back and put your hands up. Finger, up a Brady.
What's the matter? You guys nuts?
Shut up, you bum.
Get moving, mister. Watch him, Finger. I'll look after Miss Casey. How you feeling, kid?
Thank God you're here, Rocky. They beat me so.
Nice guys. Can you manage?
I'm all right now. Look in the other room. He needs help.
Worked him over, too, huh? Finger, come here. Give Addison the gun. He's got 50 grand wrapped up in the scam.
If they pull anything, don't be afraid to use it.
All right, Sergeant.
Okay, Fortune, surprise me.
Take a look.
I'm looking. Who is it?
Why don't you stop using those eye drops? Take a good look.
What? That's Brady.
Yeah, and he sure ain't gonna play tomorrow.
Well, what about the thing
Twin brother. The old double reverse bit. I'll explain the whole thing later.
There, get away from that window. I didn't shoot. I'm jumping.
Don't be a jerk, Buster. It's a long way down.
Wound him, Addison.
That speak won't shoot. Guy covers.
The money's still floating down.
Why didn't you shoot Addison?
I never shot a gun in my life.
I believe him, Sarge. You better call headquarters and have them collect the pieces. Let's get the show on the road. On the way back to town, I briefed the eminent Sergeant Finger with the unobvious details. Nora rode back with Jerry Brady, who came around. But he could only talk to her by Braille. They were both nursing a batch of Purple Hearts, and Addison rode with us. He was quiet, like a guy with so many thoughts he was double parking them. Finger dropped me off at my place with a promise to check later. And except for wear and tear, I was $5,500 richer. I was counting how many more defense bonds I could buy when they dumped me off. And I was glad to get home. Artificial arm and leg.
Very funny, Fortune.
If it isn't Sergeant Finger, boy, cop. What's on your alleged mind?
I got some reports for you to sign tomorrow. Addison canceled out all his bets, says he's going to sell the Tigers and go legit.
He's still a mile outside the law.
Yeah, so's the corner bookie. Got the album and the letters. He was right, Fortune. The twin escaped from an asylum. Jerry Brady was hiding him out. Picked up Perkins. He established the time. The reason he didn't see Moose was because they split up. Hey, Fortune, you listening?
Sure, needle noise. I'm listening.
Well, the Moose worked Casey over, but the twin dumped him. Moose cracked under questioning, and then he
How's the weather, Sarge?
Getting cold.
I'll buy you some must for your blue little ears. So long, Sarge.
Hey, I ain't through yet. Hey, Fortune. Hey, Rocky, you...
What's the use?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Bert Holland, Lou Krugman, Ted Von Eltz, Maurice Hart, Joe Forte, Vivi Janis, Eddie Fields, Lee Millar, and Jack Mather. Tonight's script was written by Doc Stanford. Andrew C. Love directed.
Next week, I'll tell you about the time I took a job as a social director in the Catskill Mountains. $10 a week, all you can eat, wait on tables in the daytime, and don't forget to dance with the middle-aged widows in the evening. All of which ain't bad, except that in my case, the social director had to double as a funeral director at his own funeral. See you around.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the